The figure of the snow sculpture stood tall. The green-clad woman, who had just emerged from the gentle breeze, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this scene. However, she quickly composed herself and let out a few cold laughs. With a graceful step, she landed on the white lotus beneath her feet, instantly summoning a fierce wind that dispersed the surrounding dense fog completely. Hanli narrowed his eyes, fixating on the woman's unfriendly countenance, and calmly inquired, "Do you not feel sorrow at the destruction of your treasure? Or do you believe my actions are incapable of damaging it?" After speaking, Hanli casually glanced at the bizarre blue ice shards that floated in the air, defying gravity. "What do you think?" The green-clad woman replied indifferently, then pointed a finger towards Han Li's side. Immediately, the fragments of ice beside Han Li began to shimmer, as countless white lights surged forth from the ice shards. Taken aback for a moment, Han Li quickly raised his hand, unleashing a stream of azure mist that surged toward the luminous points. With a series of sounds, the white lights, upon separating from the blue ice, transformed into a milky white spiritual glow, rushing toward the woman. After the azure mist passed, nothing remained. Seeing his attack yield no results, Han Li's expression darkened, and he ceased his futile efforts, choosing instead to observe coldly from the sidelines. The spiritual light converged before the woman, swiftly coalescing into a sphere of white light, approximately the size of a head. The green-clad woman maintained a calm demeanor, casting a spell upon it. A blinding white light flashed, and a piercing cry from a sculpture echoed forth. The light sphere then morphed and elongated, bringing forth a colossal snow-white eagle that came to life before Han Li's eyes. Han Li frowned at this sight, but soon noticed that the eagle appeared somewhat lethargic, lacking the vigor it had initially displayed. This revelation brought a contemplative expression to Han Li's face. It seemed that his earlier actions to eliminate this spirit had indeed borne fruit. The eagle was not immortal. He believed that if he were to destroy it a few more times, it would surely vanish without a trace. Noticing the eagle's weakened state, the girl wasted no time and gestured with her hand. Instantly, the snow eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, rolling in midair before transforming into a white satin ribbon that gracefully descended. It landed upon the woman, concealing her presence. "You suddenly halted your retreat, intending to provoke me by shattering my treasure spirit. It appears there is some hidden agenda at play here," the woman said, holding a lamp while brushing a strand of hair from her shoulder, her tone icy. Taken aback by her words, Han Li was momentarily surprised, but after a brief silence, his gaze flickered as he replied, "Since you are aware, yet still pursue me, it seems you have complete confidence in your treasure. Might I inquire about the origins of this lamp? I must admit, it is my first encounter with such an ancient artifact." After speaking, Han Li's eyes remained steadfastly fixed on the woman's exquisite features. "That cannot be disclosed. It is better to remain an ignorant fool on this journey." The woman's expression hardened as she spoke without hesitation. Then, she parted her lips, unleashing a burst of infant flame that erupted from her mouth, striking the copper lamp she held in one hand. A flickering azure light gradually illuminated the lamp. Han Li sighed, his hands deftly flipping over. A green formation flag and a red-blue array plate, which he had long prepared, materialized in his hands. Casting a meaningful glance at the woman across from him, Han Li first raised the small flag high into the air, swiftly executing a spell that enveloped it, followed by a low incantation. As the formation flag shone brightly, it suddenly erupted, and a cloud of green mist materialized, spreading across the sky for dozens of feet. In a whirlwind, the mist transformed into a colossal green fog dragon, diving fiercely toward the woman. Concurrently, the array plate in Han Li's other hand emitted azure and crimson light. He tossed it at his feet, where it instantly morphed into a white mist, vanishing from sight. Immediately, the surrounding fog surged violently, from which countless azure and crimson strands of light shot forth, densely enveloping the green-clad woman. Han Li, with a flourish of his sleeves, summoned a silver bell that expanded against the wind, transforming into a gigantic bell that reverberated loudly. As it released silver sound waves, he urged it to ascend toward the woman's head. Since he could not approach her directly, he decided to utilize the bell's resonance for an intangible assault, which might yield some effect. Of course, Facing the woman's enigmatic white lotus and the mysterious copper lamp, Han Li's true trump card was not any of these. Rather, it was the silver moon that had quietly burrowed underground using Earth escape technique. At this moment, the silver moon had silently unfurled the purple net, placing it beneath the woman as the center of its formation. It awaited the moment she let her guard down to deliver a fatal blow. Although the green-clad woman remained unaware of the hidden ambush beneath her feet, she paid no heed to Han Li's activated formations and assaults. Instead, she lowered her with a single thought. Han Li summoned a thunderous roar, and a massive golden electric arc erupted from the surface of his sword, coiling around it and transforming into a blade of resounding thunder. Yet, Han Li was not yet satisfied. He took a deep breath and exhaled a strand of azure ice flame from his mouth, which struck the enormous sword perfectly. Instantly, in addition to the astonishing arcs of electricity, a faint blue flame flickered into existence upon the sword's surface. A glint of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes as he pointed at the blade. The giant sword quivered and transformed into a streak of azure light, racing towards the white lotus ensconced within the violet net. At that moment, the green-clad woman, ensnared by the purple barrier, finally regained her senses. In a fit of rage, she swiftly raised the azure lantern flower above her head. Chapter 742. The Battle to Break the Formation, 7. As the azure lamp flower departed from the delicate hand of the woman, it began to spin gracefully above her head, leading to a remarkable spectacle. The once fierce azure-white flames surrounding the white lotus, upon the appearance of the lamp flower, immediately transformed into wisps of fire that converged like rivers flowing into the sea. In an instant, the true fire of jade sun from the purple Zhengdo was completely absorbed, while the lamp flower continued to float serenely, its azure glow becoming increasingly dazzling. The woman in the green dress, unperturbed, pointed towards the lamp flower, which immediately rippled and then gently floated towards the silver moon. The silver moon's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment to spare, she directed a finger towards the purple Zhengdo, causing the entire purple net to radiate with brilliant light, its countless threads forming a barrier before her. Simultaneously, she flipped her palm, revealing the ancient treasure of a flower basket. At that moment, a massive azure sword descended from the sky with a thunderous roar. Plummeting downwards as the incantation was invoked, the silver moon, in perfect synchrony, transformed the flower basket in her grasp into a swirling mist of white to shield herself, while simultaneously forming a hand seal that opened a gaping hole in the purple light enveloping the white lotus above. The colossal sword, adorned with golden arcs and blue flames, struck down with tremendous force towards the white lotus. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the giant sword, the green-dressed woman's expression shifted slightly, revealing a rare seriousness for the first time. After a moment's hesitation, she disregarded her initial intent to attack the silver moon. Channeling her spiritual energy, she directed a significant portion through her feet into the white lotus, causing the lotus petals to swell dramatically, expanding several-fold, while layers of lotus shadows simultaneously reached upwards, forming an exceptionally dense barrier of light. At that juncture, she swiftly directed a finger towards the floating lamp flame, which instantly returned to hover above her head. The woman then raised the copper lamp high, giving it a slight wave. In a flash of azure light, two equally sized lamp flames appeared alongside the original, merging into a fireball the size of a human head. At this moment, the giant sword had finally landed upon the barrier formed by the lotus petals. A resounding crash echoed. Thunder and explosive sounds reverberated, while the brilliant white light, golden arcs, and blue flames intertwined spectacularly. Although the numerous lotus petals were extraordinarily mystical, they were no match for the formidable evil-repelling divine thunder and the Qian blue ice flame. Individually, either one might have been insufficient to overcome the lotus petals, but when both were simultaneously applied to the surface of the colossal sword, alongside the immense powers of the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords, the result was devastating. The lotus shadows, despite their valiant struggle, ultimately collapsed and scattered like stars across the sky. The giant sword descended relentlessly without obstruction. Yet, at that moment, the azure fireball approached languidly. That a glint of icy determination flickered in Han Li's eyes. Although he felt a pang of trepidation towards the enigmatic azure flames, he also harbored a desire to test the potency of the Qian blue ice flame and the lamp flame. Without hesitation, the colossal sword struck down. The collision was silent. Both the faint golden arcs and the frigid Qian blue ice flame were swiftly consumed by the azure lamp flame, and soon, the entire giant sword was engulfed within it. The azure bamboo cloud sword was Han Li's innate treasure, possessing an acute sense of awareness. The moment the azure lamp flame enveloped the giant sword entirely, an intense jolt surged through his heart, and an unbearable heat suddenly welled up from within. Instantly, his body temperature skyrocketed, as if his very blood were boiling. Han Li was struck with terror, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals. Pointing towards the colossal sword, the giant blade emitted a resonating hum, and in an instant, it transformed into dozens of smaller azure swords that shot forth in a flurry. He initially believed this would enable him to escape the bizarre flames. But upon a closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. These flying swords were similarly enveloped in azure flames, and each one was ensnared by the flickering light. Han Li's countenance fluctuated between various emotions, and he felt a growing discomfort within his body, beads of cold sweat beginning to form. Gritting his teeth in alarm, he rapidly formed hand seals with his fingers, which moved as swiftly as wheels. Channeling his consciousness to manipulate the flying swords, some ascended into the sky while others twirled and danced frantically, attempting to break free from the fiery embrace. He had witnessed the ancient silver bell being refined into silver liquid, and he dared not let his own life treasure suffer the same fate. If that were to happen, both his vitality and spiritual consciousness would be severely compromised. That moment, the previously destroyed white lotus petals re-emerged from beneath the green-clad woman's feet, once again enveloping her in protection. She observed Han Li's flying swords ensnared by the flames with a cold gaze, a faint smirk of derision curling at the corners of her mouth. She was in no rush to intervene, patiently awaiting the moment when her opponent's life treasure would be annihilated, resulting in a significant loss of power. However, after a brief moment, the mocking expression on her lips froze, replaced by surprise in her eyes. The copper lamp in her hand was no ordinary ancient treasure. In fact, it did not even belong to her personally. It was one of the two legacy treasures of the Mulan clan. The reason the woman of the Lu family could safeguard this treasure was not only due to her profound cultivation, being the foremost female sorceress of the Mulan clan, but also because she possessed an esteemed status almost equivalent to that of the revered Tianlan Saintess, commanding respect from other high-ranking sorcerers. Even the three great masters of the Mulan clan treated her with deference, never daring to show any sign of negligence, since this ancient treasure came into her possession. Due to certain peculiar reasons and inherent restrictions on its use, she could not employ it frequently. Once the permitted number of uses was exceeded, the treasure had to be retracted immediately, awaiting the next worthy master. This underscores the value the Mulan people placed on this artifact. However, the primary function of the copper lamp was not to engage in combat, but held an immeasurable significance for all members of the Mulan clan. Of course, wielding this treasure in battle was also invariably advantageous. Throughout history, its bearers had vanquished formidable foes and refined countless treasures, be they ancient artifacts or magical treasures. Anything enveloped by the azure flames produced by this lamp was destined for destruction. As for wooden treasures, they were especially susceptible to these flames, which would reduce them to nothingness in an instant. Yet, Han Li's clearly wooden attribute, flying swords, which had been trapped within these flames for such an extended period, showed no signs of turning to ash. This left the woman utterly astonished for some time. Just as her shock reached its peak, a flash of purple light appeared above her head, and a veil of purple clouds emerged without any prior warning. The woman of the Lu family gasped in surprise. Upon regaining her composure, she realized that Yin had seized this opportunity to activate the purple seal barrier, sealing the previously open gap once more. With a graceful twist of her slender waist and her crimson lips slightly parted, a cloud of pink fragrant mist erupted from her lips, instantly enveloping the white lotus within. The woman in the green dress let out a cold snort, glancing at the copper lamp in her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she refrained from utilizing this treasure. Instead, she raised her other hand, revealing a pale yellow jade pendant that floated into her grasp. Just as she intended to activate this artifact to give Yin a taste of her prowess, the pink mist suddenly swirled, releasing an enchanting aroma that transformed into countless handsome men and beautiful women, each embracing one another and engaging in audacious displays of affection. The woman was momentarily taken aback, her complexion flushing with embarrassment at a seductress seeking her demise. She muttered under her breath, her expression darkening as she gripped the jade pendant tightly. A flash of yellow light emanated from it, unleashing a wave of golden mist that shattered the pink haze, leaving no trace behind. However, the spot where Inu had stood was now devoid of any presence. The woman with the surname Lu let out a cold chuckle, about to employ her spiritual sense to locate her opponent, when a sudden realization struck her, causing her expression to shift as she hurriedly glanced towards Hanli. In the brief moment of distraction caused by Inu, Hanli had already reformed his flying swords into a colossal blade, summoning it back to his side, his gaze fixed intently upon it without a blink. Witnessing that the flying swords had not been refined away, Li's heart sank in dread. Yet, she could not afford to wait any longer. She lifted the copper lamp, determined to utilize it without hesitation, aiming to refine Hanli along with it. Just then, Hanli clasped his hands together in front of his chest. One palm was enveloped in a layer of white frost, while the other glimmered with blue flames. He opened his mouth, enveloping both hands in a swirl of azure energy. With a soft pop, a small sphere of purple flame, the size of an egg, materialized between his palms. He then pointed with his finger, and amidst a gentle explosion, the purple flame transformed into a vividly lifelike purple flame bird. With a flap of its wings, it soared towards the enormous azure sword, which was ensconced in the lamp's flames. With a soft thud, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The purple and azure flames ignited simultaneously upon the surface of the giant sword, intertwining in a fierce struggle, each flame vying for dominance and desperately attempting to consume the other. In that moment, it became impossible to discern which flame held the upper hand. Hanli's brow furrowed, his expression shifting between solemnity and uncertainty, while the woman with the surname Lu stared in stunned disbelief. What was this purple fire that dared to rival the flames of her ancient lamp? Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. The desire to eliminate Hanli intensified within her. This man, merely in the early stages of the nascent soul, possessed such formidable abilities if allowed to advance to the mid or even late stages. He would undoubtedly sweep across the Mulan grasslands unchallenged. With this thought, her exquisite features darkened, and she tossed the copper lamp upwards, where it hovered securely about 10 feet above her head. Then, with a serious expression, she sat cross-legged, fingers forming intricate seals, her bright eyes closing as she began to chant incantations. The white lotus beneath her radiated a blinding light, while the copper lamp shimmered with a verdant glow, the two resonating in a harmonious response. This time, the woman with the surname Lu was resolute in her determination, prepared to exhaust all remaining uses of the copper lamp in a single stroke. Intent on erasing Hanli from the ranks of the Tiannan cultivators, Hanli, equally aware of the green-clad woman's actions, felt a weight settle in his heart, silently lamenting as the urge to retreat surged within him. Though he still possessed formidable trump cards such as the Violet Flame and Blood Demon Sword, he harbored no intention of engaging in a desperate struggle with the woman before him. The green-clad lady was undoubtedly no ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and he had no desire to perish alongside her. Just as this thought crossed Hanli's mind, a sudden flash of movement erupted from the misty sea. As an individual burst onto the scene, both Hanli and the woman were momentarily taken aback upon seeing this newcomer. However, as their focus wavered, the violet cloud formed from the purple cauldron above Hanli's head split apart, and a streak of white light shot forth towards the bronze lamp with lightning speed, enveloping it in a flash of white radiance. After a brief swirl, the white light let out a piercing wail as it shot back towards the violet cloud. Chapter 743, The Battle to Break the Formation, Part 8. The green-clad woman suddenly turned pale, her face drained of color, before revealing an expression of extreme shock and fury. With a swift motion, she raised her hands, and a vast expanse of white mist surged forth, while beneath her, the white lotus spun wildly, its shadow rising like a mountain in an instant. Yet, the violet cloud above flickered with brilliance, revealing a massive violet net that descended after evading the white light. In an instant, the violet light collided with the white mist and the subsequent lotus shadows. Laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed through the air. Behind the violet net, the light gathered, revealing the tall, elegant figure of the silver moon. With a smile, she cradled an ancient treasure basket, within which white light flickered, ensnaring the bronze lamp. rendering it utterly immobile. Once she returned and dispelled the faint trace of spiritual awareness left by the green-clad woman on the lamp, anyone would be able to command this ancient treasure. Naturally, Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of joy as well. But before he could fully express his excitement, the individual who had stumbled into the scene caught sight of Han Li and the green-clad woman engaged in their battle, that in a panic. He turned to Han Li and shouted, "Han Daoist, flee at once. The divine master of the Mulan people has arrived, and Daoist Lu has already been slain that if you do not leave now, it will be too late." This man turned out to be the elderly gentleman with the surname Ma, but at this moment, his hair was disheveled, one arm was missing, and his face was etched with terror. The divine master of the Mulan people. Upon hearing this, Han Li was taken aback. Just as he intended to inquire further, the old man was enveloped in white light and prepared to make a hasty retreat, not daring to linger even for a moment. However, at that instant, a calm male voice echoed, "Too late. This divine master has already found this place. Sacrificing an arm just now allowed you to escape a calamity. But this time, I wonder what secrets you have left. You wouldn't have turned your other arm into a puppet, would you? If so, I must admit, I would have a modicum of respect." "Oh, is this not our Mulan's Yunming lantern? Little fox, you have quite the audacity to wield our Mulan's treasured inheritance. Is this truly something a prodigy like you can handle?" The man's speed was astonishing. His initial words seemed to linger in the air. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was as close as if he stood right beside them. His last words, tinged with surprise, revealed the white fox demon form of the silver moon. Subsequently, a silver ray shot out from the misty sea, seemingly slow, yet in an instant, it reached the silver moon. Her fair visage turned ashen, and she hurriedly waved her hand, conjuring a large purple net that appeared out of thin air before her, while her figure instinctively retreated. Yet, the silver rainbow merely paused for a moment before transforming into a colossal silver hand, which seized the purple treasure pouch with great force, simultaneously, from a distance of over 10 zhang. The silver hand clenched its fist and delivered a light strike towards the direction of the fleeing silver moon. The yellow escape light, shaped from the silver moon, was struck by a suddenly materializing silver orb, resulting in a piercing scream as the escape light dispersed and fell to the ground. However, she was exceedingly clever. Gritting her teeth, she bravely endured the excruciating pain and hurled the ancient treasure in her hand as a stream of white vapor towards Han Li in the distance. Seeking death, the voice of the man within the silver hand resonated with a hint of anger. In a flash of brilliance, the silver hand split in two, conjuring another hand. One hand lunged towards the ancient treasure resembling a flower basket, swiftly grasping it, while the other aimed to violently seize the silver moon plummeting from above, intent on crushing her to dust. Their movements were as swift as lightning. The silver moon was taken aback, hastily attempting to summon her spiritual power to execute an escape technique. Yet, a flicker of silver light enveloped her, rendering her unable to muster even a trace of magical energy. The opponent's strike, while severely wounding her, had also placed a simple restriction upon her. Although it could be easily dispelled, there was simply no time for such an endeavor. As she beheld the towering silver hand descending upon her, a chill gripped her heart, and she closed her beautiful eyes, awaiting her demise. Just then, a resounding thunder echoed behind her, and an arm appeared, wrapping around her waist. "Let us go." Han Li's cold voice suddenly emerged, followed by another roar, and both Silver Moon and Han Li vanished simultaneously. The silver giant hand just barely missed its target. In the next moment, Han Li, with one arm embracing the Silver Moon's delicate waist and the other wielding the azure-violet colossal sword, materialized at the edge of a dense fog several dozen zhang away, his expression heavy with gloom. Thunder escape technique, came the astonished exclamation from the silver hand. Then, the other silver hand swiftly returned. The two giant hands collided, erupting in a dazzling silver brilliance. As the light subsided, a scholar-like figure appeared within the silver glow, one hand grasping the purple treasure pouch, and the other holding the flower basket, casting a calm gaze towards Han Li in the distance. Upon seeing this figure, the elderly man of the Ma surname turned ashen, his spiritual light flickering incessantly, yet he dared not flee into the void. Han Li, on the other hand, observed intently, scrutinizing the first late-stage nascent soul cultivator he had encountered. Individuals of such cultivation were among the pinnacle of the immortal realm, second only to those who never tread the mortal world, the god transformation stage cultivators. The middle-aged cultivator surveyed his surroundings, his gaze briefly lingering on the woman of the Lu surname before he raised his hand, tossing the flower basket along with the bronze lamp to her. "Thank you, Master Zhong, for your assistance. Otherwise, how would Brother Zhong have arrived?" The green-clad woman, overjoyed at the recovery of her bronze lamp, exhaled a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude earnestly. Despite her inherently proud nature, she dared not show any hint of disrespect in the presence of one of her clan's 3 grandmasters. It was nothing that I merely heard that the heavenly men dispatched another group of cultivators to reinforce the various great formations, and that the one known as Heaven Weeping from your side had mysteriously fallen. Hence, I was somewhat concerned and came to take a look that it would be best to provide a reasonable explanation to those individuals from the Great Gene Kingdom. At this juncture, we cannot do without these cultivators. However, given that our opponents possess practitioners who can wield Thunder Escape, even Master Lu would be a formidable adversary. The Confucian scholar maintained his usual composure and spoke calmly. He then turned his head slightly and, addressing the distant Han Li with an air of indifference, inquired, "This little fox, is she under your command? Such audacity to meddle with our treasured inheritance of Mulan. Since you are her master, let us embark on this journey together." "Humph, such bravado. Even without the bronze lamp, do you truly believe you can allow me to depart? You seek my life. One must wonder if you possess the capability to do so." Han Li retorted, his gaze narrowing, taking a deep breath before responding coldly. Upon hearing this, the scholar's eyes briefly flickered with intrigue as he glanced at Han Li's colossal sword, noting the bizarre sight of 2 flames, azure and violet, coexisting. He quickly regained his composure and chuckled. "Heh. It has been many years since I encountered a cultivator bold enough to speak thus before me. Master Lu, the cultivator over there who is left with but an arm, I shall leave to you. This young friend adept in Thunder Escape, I will handle myself that I wonder how long he can endure." A fleeting glimmer of cruelty flashed across the scholar's face, without the need for any magical artifacts. His figure blurred momentarily, and suddenly, 2 identical figures appeared beside him, mirroring his attire and expression. The 3 men gazed at Han Li as though he were a corpse. Han Li gasped, his spiritual sense sweeping over them. Yet he could not discern any difference between the 2 doppelgangers and the original. Their cultivation aura was entirely indistinguishable. Although astonished, Han Li gently patted Silver Moon on the shoulder with one hand, swiftly whispering something. Silver Moon nodded obediently. Having released the restrictions within her body, she transformed into a flash of white light, revealing her true form as the little fox, which promptly darted into Han Li's sleeve. At that moment, the 3 Confucian scholars waved their sleeves, slowly gliding towards Han Li. Despite their seemingly leisurely movements, they closed the distance within mere steps, now merely a dozen yards away from him. Han Li's expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfurled his silver wings and vanished from sight. "Where do you think you can escape?" the central scholar sneered. Then, along with his companions, they shimmered with silver light, unfazed as they began to pursue him. After 2 fleeting steps in the void, they too disappeared from this location. Upon witnessing this scene, the elderly man, who had appeared as pale as death, suddenly sprang into action with surprising swiftness, transforming into a streak of white light as he shot off in the opposite direction without a word. The woman surnamed Lu, observing this, let out a cold chuckle, forming a hand seal that turned into a gentle breeze as she pursued him. With a divine master chasing after Han Li, she had no cause for concern that as for this cultivator from Tiannan, lacking any mastery of Thunder Escape, he would never evade her grasp regarding this grand formation. Without the presence of a nascent soul cultivator, dismantling it would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. The sky had grown somewhat dim, and in a desolate and seemingly uninhabited wilderness, a thunderous clap echoed, silver arcs flickering as Han Li materialized, his complexion pale. Steadying himself, he anxiously glanced back a few times, his expression betraying a hint of irritation. "Silver Moon, how many days have we been fleeing?" "Approximately 4 days and 4 nights, she replied. "This individual is indeed worthy of being a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Once the master halts to rest for less than a quarter of an hour, that individual will immediately sense it truly impossible to escape the shackles of divine perception. That would be exceedingly perilous. Although the elixir of eternal life supports one's magical power, the protective divine lightning within your body has already dwindled. Without the means of lightning escape, you are utterly incapable of evading the opponent's surf contracting technique. This profound skill is hardly inferior to instantaneous movement. In certain aspects, it may even surpass it, were it not for the master's cunning, who has avoided direct confrontation with this individual and instead remained in hiding. Once ensnared, even the lightning escape would prove insufficient for liberation. Inu replied anxiously in his mind. The divine perception of a late-stage nascent soul can easily lock onto a target's aura within several hundred miles. Although I pride myself on possessing a divine perception that surpasses that of mid-stage nascent soul practitioners, I still fall short compared to true late-stage cultivators. After all, I have yet to fully grasp the entirety of the great transformation technique, with several layers of its teachings still beyond my reach. Once this matter concludes, I shall promptly venture to the far west to acquire the remaining incantations. Previously, I had always perceived my divine perception as superior. However, now that I find myself inferior to my opponent, I feel utterly constrained, unable to employ many of my methods. Hanli let out a bitter smile and spoke with a hint of resentment. Chapter 744. The Rising Reputation, What Should Be Done? The Master can only utilize the Blood Shadow escape once to flee beyond 100 miles, remaining unable to shake off the lock. Inu murmured in despair. Although she did not verbally express her gratitude to Hanli for saving her life, she was nonetheless touched in her heart, and her words inadvertently revealed a genuine concern. One attempt is certainly insufficient, but if I were to consecutively execute the Blood Shadow escape 2 or 3 times, followed by employing the remaining protective divine lightning to perform lightning escape, I should possess a 70 to 80% chance of evading capture. However, even though my magical power exceeds that of a typical early-stage nascent soul practitioner, sustaining such a significant loss of essence blood carries its own risks. Even if I emerge unscathed, I will undoubtedly experience profound weakness for a considerable duration, yet it appears that no alternative methods will suffice for escape, that I have no choice but to resort to this. Hanli seemed to have contemplated this issue long before, a faint hint of self-mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Master, you. Inu seemed poised to articulate further thoughts. Humph. That fellow is pursuing us again. Each time closing in more closely. Delays are no longer an option, we must take the risk. Hanli's expression suddenly shifted as he gazed upward at the murky sky behind him, muttering darkly to himself. Upon witnessing this, Inu naturally refrained from continuing her thoughts. Hanli then took a deep breath, his 10 fingers swiftly moving to create an array of peculiar hand seals. Simultaneously, a vibrant azure light flickered around him, and an astonishing spiritual energy suddenly erupted from his being. As he opened his mouth, a torrent of crimson essence blood erupted forth, immediately scattering in the wind, merging into the azure spiritual light. The spiritual glow instantaneously transformed into a mesmerizing hue of azure and crimson. Meanwhile, Hanli's exposed hands and face began to flush a deep crimson, rapidly resembling the color of fresh blood. As countless blood vessels threatened to burst forth from his skin, it was a sight most terrifying. Yet, Hanli appeared oblivious to this, his hand seals accelerating even further, with 2 more sprays of essence blood. He was completely enveloped in the blood mist, his figure becoming indistinct and ethereal. At that moment, distant flashes of light shimmered at the horizon, revealing 3 orbs of silver radiance that gradually approached. Within them, shadows flickered. Indeed, it was the esteemed Master Zhong and his 2 incarnations. Clad in flowing scholar robes, the trio glided towards Hanli at a leisurely pace. Yet their speed was astonishing, covering hundreds of zhang in the blink of an eye, rendering Hanli's situation visible to the naked-eyed doe. One among them exhibited a peculiar expression. With a fleeting glance, his brow furrowed in concern that a soft sound echoed, and the azure rainbow blood mist in the distance erupted, producing a blinding flash of crimson light at the original location. Hanli stood resolutely within it, casting a cold glance at the approaching Master Mulan. With a resounding thunder, the wings of wind and thunder unfurled behind him. In the next moment, the surrounding space twisted, and as Hanli's figure flickered, he suddenly vanished from sight. A piercing shriek resonated from afar, quickly fading into an inaudible whisper, as if he had instantaneously evaded the vicinity. The expressions of the 3 scholars shifted in astonishment. Exchanging glances, they abruptly converged towards the center. After a flash of silver light, the 3 transformed into a single entity. The remaining scholar promptly closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to swiftly probe the direction from which the shriek had disappeared. He traveled 100 miles away, pondering the nature of this evasion technique, reminiscent of the blood escape of the demonic path. However, the distance was indeed staggering. The scholar gazed at the spot where Han Li had vanished, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Through these days of pursuit, Han Li had truly astonished him. Managing to evade capture tirelessly until now, it was known that an ordinary initial stage Yuanian cultivator, even possessing thunder escape techniques, would have long since exhausted their spiritual energy and awaited their fate. It seemed he either possessed some extraordinary treasure that could instantly replenish his energy or had employed a secret technique that severely depleted his vitality. Moreover, the fact that the opponent had only now revealed such a peculiar evasion technique indicated that he had not been exerting his full strength previously. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Although he had already fled 100 miles away, he remained within the grasp of the scholar's consciousness. It would simply require a little more time. The scholar contemplated coldly, narrowing his eyes as he re-established his focus on Han Li in the distance. A slight smirk crept upon his lips as a flash of white light enveloped him, preparing to pursue once more. Yet, at that moment, the scholar suddenly sensed Han Li's aura inexplicably vanish again, causing him to momentarily freeze in surprise. But as realization dawned, he hastily expanded his consciousness range, ultimately locating Han Li once more. Just as the scholar was about to savor his triumph, Han Li's presence flickered and vanished yet again. This time, the scholar stood there, utterly bewildered. Although his consciousness was formidable, it could only effectively encompass a radius of a little over 200 miles. Beyond that range, he could only vaguely sense the general direction, but could not instantaneously pinpoint an individual unless they remained stationary, awaiting his meticulous search. Naturally, that was an impossibility. The opponent proved to be exceedingly cunning. Upon sensing his awareness, he had repeatedly employed that perplexing evasion technique, successfully slipping from his grasp. The scholar, who had rarely been toyed with in such a manner for many years, felt his complexion oscillate between red and white. That is a distinguished master Mulan. To have failed to capture an initial stage Yuanian cultivator would be a significant blow to his reputation. However, he showed no immediate intention to pursue, without a divine sense to lock onto the target. And given the opponent's devious methods, the hope of catching up through other secret techniques was exceedingly slim. Moreover, this endeavor had already consumed several days of his time, making it impractical to continue chasing after a rather slim opportunity. After all, the appearance of their divine master would not go unnoticed by the several late-stage nascent soul cultivators from Tiannan, who would surely not remain idle. He had to return to regroup with the other two and make preparations in advance. In the event of being besieged by the opponent's late-stage nascent soul cultivators, his situation could become perilous. The mood of this master Mulan soured as he contemplated for a while, and with a grim expression, he transformed into a silver rainbow, turning around and soaring back the way he came in the blink of an eye. His presence vanished completely. 300 miles away, Han Li was also transformed into a green rainbow. Hastily fleeing in another direction as he sped away, he continuously retrieved various medicinal vials from his person, pouring a multitude of potent vitality elixirs into his mouth in a frenzied manner. Presently, his complexion was pallid, and his eyes dim and silent, reflecting a state of severe energy depletion. "Master, are you all right?" came the concerned voice of Inu in his mind. To have used the blood shadow escape 3 times in succession was indeed quite reckless. Had you not desperately consumed numerous elixirs along the way, during the third use, you might have thought it's nothing. Although my essence blood has been considerably depleted, fortunately, I still have some elixirs I crafted previously. As long as I take these elixirs and rest for several months, I should be able to restore my cultivation, Han Li replied slowly, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Shall we return to Tian City?" Inu asked hesitantly after hearing Han Li's words, relieved yet uncertain. "Of course not. Given my current dire condition, I must at least regain my cultivation before returning to the Nine Nations Alliance. Otherwise, the place is rife with dangers, and I have considerable enmity with the Ghost Spirit sect, making it easy to fall victim to schemes that I will not take such risks. Fortunately, I am healing with elixirs, and do not require a spiritual vein for recovery that I can simply find a secluded spot and enter seclusion for a while," he continued. "Moreover, the Qingzhou Fengyun sword is still tainted with those azure flames. Although I managed to forcibly encase them with the purple Luo heavenly fire, they remain a hidden danger within my body that must be dealt with." Han Li sighed heavily, expressing his helplessness. "That copper lamp is a treasured inheritance of the Mulan people. Naturally, It harbors some mysterious mechanisms. However, I believe that as long as you devote sufficient time, Master, you will eventually refine it away. Especially since your purple luo heavenly fire is an extraordinary power in its own right. Inu reassured him with a light laugh. With matters having reached this point, the only way forward is to resolve them gradually. Han Li replied with a wry smile, neither affirming nor denying her words. Subsequently, Han Li ceased any further idle chatter. Drawing upon the residual spiritual energy within him, he urged the spell, and the green rainbow accelerated by another third as it sped away into the distance. After a full day and night of fleeing, Han Li finally halted his escape light, descending into an inconspicuous little ravine. Given the extensive distance, even if Master Mulan was reluctant, it would be impossible for him to pursue any further. Han Li surveyed his surroundings, noting that he was conveniently situated between two desolate mountains, where spiritual energy was nearly non-existent, and the area was barren, strewn with rounded boulders throughout the ravine. With caution, Han Li scanned the vicinity within 100 miles using his divine sense, and found no traces of cultivators or sorcerers. This brought him a sense of tranquility. With a flick of his sleeve, he released Inu and issued a command. The small fox, transformed from Inu, wasted no time. It swiftly spun around, and a radiant yellow light erupted, enveloping Han Li entirely in the blink of an eye. The luminous aura surged, and together with Han Li, they burrowed into the mountain wall. Within the valley, not a soul could be seen. When Inu employed the earth escape technique to transport Han Li to the midsection of the mountain, a torrent of azure sword energy burst forth, rapidly cleaving out a crude stone chamber several feet in size. In a flash, Han Li entered the chamber and sat cross-legged. Before long, he closed his eyes, the azure light swirling around him. As he placed over 10 variously sized medicinal bottles before him, he needed to refine the elixirs he had hastily consumed during the crisis before daring to ingest any further potions. Thus, Han Li quietly entered a state of meditation within the mountain's depths, recuperating his vitality. However, he was unprepared for the severe depletion of his energy, far exceeding his initial expectations, resulting in a prolonged period of recovery. Time passed slowly amid the monotony of medication and meditation. Unbeknownst to him, half a year had drifted by. Han Li remained within the mountain, still in seclusion. Meanwhile, the external world was rife with tumult and unpredictability. The imminent clash of life and death between cultivators and sorcerers was on the brink of eruption. Even more astonishing was the widespread renown of Elder Han from the Falling Cloud sect, whose name had become legendary within the southern celestial realm as well as among the sorceress forces. Any high-ranking cultivator or sorcerer, upon hearing his name, would immediately conjure images of formidable prowess and capabilities, refraining from any semblance of disdain. All of this transpired merely within the span of 6 months. Chapter 745. Return. Following the battle at Yellow Dragon Mountain, the sorceress army unexpectedly advanced to the foot of Tian City in just half a month. The caught-off-guard Nine Nations Alliance was compelled to confront them in isolation, in extreme anger and alarm. Fortunately, the Alliance's Grand Elder, Wei Wuya, one of the 3 great cultivators of the Southern Realm, had just arrived in the city upon receiving news. Relying on the city's protective formations, they managed to withstand the sorceress army's frenzied assault for over a month. However, the 3 great masters ultimately convened, and with the assistance of several robed cultivators, they unleashed 7 or 8 colossal beasts in one decisive strike. Consequently, it was not long before the formation was shattered, and Tian City fell into the hands of the sorcerers. Fortunately, the majority of the Nine Nations Alliance's main forces remained intact, hastily retreating all cultivators to the neighboring northern Liang Kingdom of the Yu Nation. At this juncture, reinforcements from both the righteous and demonic factions, as well as the Heavenly Tao Alliance, had also arrived. The 4 great powers of the Southern Realm joined forces, and, after several minor skirmishes, temporarily withstood the onslaught of the Mulan people. Yet both sides were acutely aware that the true battle for survival had yet to commence. Upon seizing Tian City, the Mulan immediately transformed it into the sorcerer's first stronghold in the south, with a continuous influx of allied sorcerers from various tribes of the Mulan Prairie. Aside from the Mulan's largest tribe, the Jinyang tribe, which kept a watchful eye on the movements of the Sudden people and could not spare any forces, the other tribes dispatched their elite fighters, placing their hopes on claiming dominance in the south through a decisive battle. The Mulan awaited the full assembly of their allied forces before launching their life-and-death confrontation. Naturally, the southern forces, benefiting from their geographical advantage, would not show any signs of weakness. In addition to the mobilization of all four great powers, several other sects also dispatched personnel to join the fray. Even some solitary cultivators, fully aware of the gravity of this battle and its fundamental implications for the Yin clan in the southern heavens, spontaneously rallied to assist without the need for mobilization. Observing the potential to rally support, the four great powers immediately employed their formidable abilities at the border of the Bailiang Kingdom, close to the Yu Kingdom, erecting a large stone city overnight to serve as a temporary stronghold against the. They too required time to organize and arrange the scattered cultivators from various sects before they could launch a decisive assault to drive the Mulan people out of the southern heavens. The conflict among them had momentarily ceased, as if a storm were brewing, creating an unusually calm atmosphere. During this interval, however, Han Li's reputation soared as certain events unfolded. Unbeknownst to him, among the Yuaning cultivators who survived the misty sea of Huanglong Mountain, there was also an elder with the surname Ma. This elder of the Haoran sect, faced with the wind escape technique of a woman with the surname Lu, had no choice but to abandon his physical form. With only his Yuan-ing escaping back to the Nine Nations Alliance, aside from the elder, the Jidan stage cultivators, Ing Ning and the Murong brothers, recognizing the peril, also managed to escape in advance and returned safely. Consequently, news of Han Li's instantaneous killing of the black-robed Yuan-ing cultivator spread, amplifying his fame as for his confrontation with the traitor from the Yuling sect, in which he and the man with the surname Lu eliminated the spy. Only a few high-ranking cultivators from the major powers were privy to this information, which did not circulate widely. However, what truly elevated Han Li's renown was the news that he had escaped from the hands of a Mulan divine master. When the Confucian scholar with the surname Zhong returned to the army, having failed to kill Han Li, it indeed caused quite a stir among the to avoid embarrassment. The scholar naturally offered Han Li high praise, asserting that Han Li's abilities even surpassed those of an average mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivator. Such commendation from a divine master left no room for doubt regarding its authenticity. Coupled with the various divine abilities Han Li displayed during his encounter with the woman with the surname Lu, and his destruction of the physical form of the Mu's surname on the Mulan grasslands, his reputation within the army resonated even more loudly than among the cultivators. Upon learning of this, the southern heavens were again stirred, further amplifying Han Li's fame. Of course, aside from Han Li, several other lesser-known Yuaning cultivators also gained significant recognition during their confrontations with the army. After all, it is only in the heat of battle that the true extent of a cultivator's abilities can be discerned. In such circumstances, after half a year of seclusion, Han Li, rejuvenated in a secluded chamber within a mountainous gorge in the Yu Kingdom, finally emerged. He was entrusted to a foundational stage from a minor Mulan tribe, who, though revered as a within his own tribe, found himself merely an inconsequential member upon reaching the current Tiantian city. Having departed from a stronghold near the border of the Bailiang Kingdom, he patrolled along a route stretching several hundred miles, accompanied by a small team of Qi refining, to guard against sudden assaults from southern cultivators. After patrolling for nearly half a day since leaving the stronghold, he calculated the time and surmised that reinforcements should be dispatched soon, and if he flew another several dozen miles forward, he would be able to return shortly. As he pondered this, he recalled the several dozen spirit stones he had recently distributed and felt a burgeoning hope of breaking through the bottleneck he faced at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This thought only intensified his desire to return quickly and resume his meditation and cultivation. In the hope of advancing his cultivation before the impending great battle, he mused that if he were to achieve notable feats during the conflict, the rewards and spiritual stones afterward would surely be considerable. This mid-tier mage, Mulan, led his team as they glided through the air on their flying instruments, his mind wandering off into fanciful daydreams. At that moment, they happened upon a rarely visited rocky slope, and as they were about to swiftly pass over the area without a glance, a flash of azure light flickered among the stones below, and a figure appeared as if conjured from thin air. The young man, seemingly just in his 20s, raised his head to cast a cold, expressionless gaze upon the group of mages, the celestial cultivator from Tiannan. He was at least at the core formation stage, and his cultivation level was indiscernible. Upon recognizing the youth, Feng Tuo quickly assessed the situation with his spiritual perception, and a chill ran down his spine. Retreat. This individual is beyond our capability to confront. Feng Tuo, displaying a degree of ingenuity, swiftly summoned the 5 or 6 lower-tier mages behind him and tossed a small spirit beast pouch into the air. Instantly, a red light shot forth from the pouch, spiraling before aiming towards Feng Tuo's designated stronghold. However, at that very moment, a flash of white light appeared in the air, and a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress suddenly emerged near the red light. With a beaming smile, she opened her mouth, releasing a cloud of pink fragrant mist that enveloped the red light that a crisp bird call echoed, and the red light dispersed, revealing a small fiery bird plummeting from the sky. The woman extended her hand, and the bird obediently flew into her jade-like grasp. Witnessing this turn of events, Feng Tuo's heart sank that he disregarded the others and hurriedly formed hand seals, summoning a brilliant yellow light to deploy a life-saving spell to flee several miles away in an instant. Yet, at that moment, the youth below narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort through his nose. What sounded like an ordinary nasal sound resonated in Feng Tuo's ears, causing a thunderous ringing that overwhelmed him. He felt his mind clouded, and he tumbled down in a daze. The other Qi refining stage mages fared even worse. Upon hearing the youth's forceful snort imbued with magical energy, they lost consciousness and fell from the sky. Their fates unknown. As for Feng Tuo, the enchanting woman in white swiftly appeared beside him in mid-fall, grasping the collar of his neck and gently guiding him downward. Master, this one is the leader. He should possess more knowledge, she remarked with a sweet smile directed at the youth once they landed. These two were none other than Hanli and Inyu, who had discovered that the Yu Kingdom had already fallen after emerging from their confinement. Hanli casually seized a low-tier mage and gleaned an overview of the situation. They then quietly infiltrated this border area. Initially intending to cross directly through the border, they unexpectedly encountered the patrolling Feng Tuo and his group of mages. Upon a sudden inspiration, Hanli resolved to capture another mage to inquire about the specific circumstances at the border before proceeding further, to avoid inadvertently stumbling into a location guarded by a divine master, which would spell disaster for them. With the aid of Inyu's enchanting illusions, Hanli easily acquired the desired information using his dream induction technique, letting out a sigh of relief that it turned out that the border was indeed being patrolled in shifts by 3 divine masters. But the segment of the border before him was quite distant from where the divine masters were stationed. Only a single high-ranking master of the Mulan sect remained stationed there, with Hanli's cultivation. Evading detection would pose no issue whatsoever. Glancing at the still unconscious captive, Hanli furrowed his brow to swiftly extract information. He naturally resorted to rather forceful methods, leaving the captive's mind in tatters. Even upon awakening, he would be rendered utterly incapacitated. With a soft sigh, Hanli flicked his finger, and a fireball turned the man to ashes. Then, enveloped in azure radiance, he transformed into a blue arc and soared through the air. On the border of the northern Liang Kingdom, within the newly constructed Tianyi Stone City of the Southern Heaven Sect, in a modest hall at one corner, Hanli's senior brother, Lu, engaged in casual conversation with several high-ranking members of the Tiandao Alliance. Yet, his demeanor appeared somewhat dazed, as he remained in a state of restless agitation. Originally, since he had already participated in the battle against the vanguard of the Delay Law Masters, he could have returned to the Falling Cloud sect. However, at present, only he and an elderly man with silver hair remained as Yuanian cultivators in the sect, making it impossible for the still-recovering elder to lead the disciples into this battle. Thus, he voluntarily chose to stay behind, to care for the disciples of his sect. Of course, another reason for his reluctance to leave was the recent notoriety of Elder Han of the Falling Cloud sect, whose whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. This caused him great anxiety, as he was uncertain whether Han Li had encountered misfortune and felt unable to depart. It was indeed remarkable that Han Li had managed to slay other Yuanian cultivators and even escape the clutches of the Mulan master. This left Elder Lu somewhat incredulous. After all, while others may be unaware, he had witnessed Han Li's arduous years spent in the formation of his Yuaniing. How could he possibly possess such extraordinary abilities in such a short span of time? Moreover, the Mulan master had even commented that his prowess surpassed that of mid-stage Yuanian cultivators. Could it be that the Falling Cloud sect had truly stumbled upon a gem in this Han disciple? A once-in-a-millennium talent in cultivation? Though Lu sat in the hall, his thoughts drifted back to this matter, and despite hearing the conversations around him, his mind was elsewhere. Chapter 746. Adopted Sister Brother Lu. Has your sect received any news regarding Elder Han? inquired an elderly man with white hair, seated across from Lu. This man, Su Changjing, a Yuanying early-stage cultivator and elder of the Shuiying sect of the Tiandao Alliance, had arrived in Tianyi City just the day prior and had previously crossed paths with Lu several times. Not yet. Why? Brother Su, do you also share concern for Han's affairs? Lu momentarily paused, but quickly responded with a smile. Of course, it is only natural. From what Brother Lu implies, it seems other fellow cultivators have inquired about the same matter. Su chuckled. It's no surprise. Before I even arrived in Tianyi City, my ears were already filled with rumors regarding this Han Daoist. Indeed, can you believe that someone at the early Yuanying stage could escape from the Mulan master? That is no feat we could accomplish, Su continued. Moreover, I have heard whispers that this Han Daoist only recently condensed his Yuanying. I wonder how true this is. If so, it would be even more astonishing. Upon hearing the words of the white-haired elder, the other cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their intrigue as they turned their attention toward Lu. Rumors concerning Han Li have certainly reached these individuals to varying degrees. However, none among them had heard of Han Li's recent ascension to the Yuanying stage. Indeed, Brother Han has only recently advanced to this level. El Luo hesitated momentarily, but upon reflecting that others were already aware of this matter, he chose to openly acknowledge it. A gasp of surprise swept through the hall, with two individuals even inhaling sharply. To think that Elder Han possesses such formidable abilities at such a youthful age suggests he may well advance further in the future, but I must extend my congratulations to Brother L, remarked Su Changjing, his voice tinged with a hint of envy. The prosperity of the Falling Cloud sect is surely on the horizon. In due time, our Heavenly Tao Alliance will also gain a formidable cultivator. The other attendees echoed similar sentiments, expressing admiration interspersed with flattering remarks. Although El Luo felt a sense of pride swelling within him, he naturally responded with modesty. However, Brother L, although Elder Han managed to escape the clutches of the Divine Master, it seems he must have sustained significant injuries. Otherwise, why would he remain out of sight for such an extended period? It would be prudent for you to dispatch additional personnel to search for him. Should you find yourself short-handed, our sect can certainly send some disciples to assist. This was stated by a middle-aged man with prominent, slanted brows, his tone somewhat aloof. This matter is beyond my knowledge. El Luo replied, though he sensed a hint of jealousy in the man's demeanor. This individual was an elder of the Wanming sect, the foremost sect within the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the couple renowned for their formidable dual cultivation, able to contend with the three major sects, hailed from Wanming. Otherwise, how could Wanming stand out so prominently among the various sects of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, with news of an elder from the Falling Cloud sect potentially advancing to the late Yuanying stage? It was natural for this elder to cast a shadow of doubt. Yet, outwardly, the man feigned concern, leaving others at a loss for words. As the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, a sudden flash of red light surged in from outside, spiraling before darting towards El Luo. The assembly was momentarily taken aback, and El Luo himself wore a look of astonishment. Nevertheless, he waved towards the red light, which transformed into a blazing flame, descending into his hand. As El Luo immersed his consciousness within it, a look of delight soon spread across his face. Our sect's Brother Han has already entered the city and is currently at our sect's residence. He declared that I must take my leave. Suppressing his excitement, El Luo offered a brief explanation before hastily departing. Watching El Luo's hurried exit, the remaining cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, each displaying a myriad of expressions. None had anticipated that the moment Han Li's name was mentioned, he would appear almost instantaneously. Su Changjing stroked his beard, his face reflecting deep contemplation, while the slanted-browed elder maintained his usual demeanor, though a shadow of darkness flickered momentarily in the depths of his gaze. Although Tianyi City is a newly constructed stone city, all four major factions, regardless of their size, have established a presence there. The territories have been neatly divided into four distinct regions, corresponding to the influence of each faction. While the central area serves as a communal space, certain renowned rogue cultivators are permitted to reside here. The Alliance of Heavenly Tao is located in the western district of Shiqing, while the Falling Cloud sect occupies a vast expanse in the southernmost part of the same area. The contingent dispatched from the Falling Cloud sect consists of over 200 disciples, all of whom are at least at the foundation establishment stage, with 6 or 7 being core formation practitioners, thereby representing a significant portion of the sect's strength. Currently, in the Grand Hall of the Falling Cloud sect's residence, Han Li sits in a wooden chair at the center, resting his chin on one hand. displaying a demeanor of serene detachment. Flanking him are a man and a woman. The venerable red-clad elder from the Fire Cloud Peak and a woman of the Song lineage from the White Phoenix Peak. The elder wears an expression of utmost respect, while the Song woman stands with her hands clasped, her countenance betraying a hint of complexity, her bright eyes reflecting thoughts unknown to at that moment. El Luo hastily enters the hall, his gaze immediately landing on Han Li, and he strides forward with evident delight. Junior brother Han, you have finally returned. Your absence over the past 6 months has caused great concern for both me and senior brother. I appreciate senior brother's concern, Han Li replies with a smile. I was merely recuperating after sustaining some injuries to my vitality. He adds, I did hear the troubling news about the fall of Tiantian City, which indeed caused me to worry for you. Rising from his chair, Han Li continues, as long as nothing untoward has occurred, that is what matters. By the way, where are the other disciples? Why have they not come forth to pay their respects? El Luo's expression shifts to one of relief. Yet upon surveying the surroundings, he inquires with a furrowed brow, reporting to Master Uncle, Junior brother, you and the others are currently on duty and have gone to consolidate the rogue cultivators. The red-clad elder answers respectfully, Do. I see. That is understandable, El Luo replies, his demeanor softening. At this juncture, Han Li interjects with a smile. Upon my return, I have discovered that I have unwittingly become somewhat of a celebrity. It seems there are quite a few tales circulating about me. That he expresses his surprise at overhearing discussions among other cultivators during his journey. This is precisely what I wish to discuss with you in detail. But you two may leave now. That I require some private conversation with my master uncle. El Luo chuckles, intending to continue speaking. However, after casting a glance at the red-clad elder and the woman, he nonchalantly instructs them to depart. They, of course, do not dare to defy and promptly comply. Yet, just before exiting, the Song woman casts a fleeting, enigmatic glance at Han Li. He feels a twinge of confusion but maintains an expression of unawareness. As if oblivious to her gaze, since their first encounter, her demeanor has suggested something amiss, as if she harbors words she wishes to share, yet hesitates. Despite his curiosity, Han Li has no intention of pressing her for answers. Junior brother, you have kept us both in the dark for far too long. With such remarkable abilities, why did you not disclose them sooner? Once the two disciples have withdrawn, El Luo cannot help but express his mild exasperation. I have merely recently condensed my nascent soul. Senior brother, you are well aware of this. There is nothing extraordinary to speak of, and the rumors have surely been exaggerated. Han Li replies with a resigned shake of his head. Enough, junior brother. No need to be so modest. Although Master Mulan is an adversary, her assessments of you cannot possibly be too far from the truth. What has astonished both me and senior brother even more is the fact that you managed to bring back a female nascent soul cultivator from the Concealed Moon sect. That has truly earned my utmost admiration. El Luo chuckled with a peculiar smile and remarked, So, did you meet Wanner, senior brother? Upon hearing these words, Han Li's expression shifted slightly, and he inquired with genuine concern. During their parting, he had presented Nangong a jade slip indicating his identity, vaguely alluding to her background. However, now, from El Luo's tone, it seemed he was fully aware of everything. Indeed, the fairy Nangong had disclosed all matters to senior brother Chung. Thus, junior brother need not worry any longer. El Luo seemed to perceive Han Li's apprehension and said with a smile, Does this imply that brother El? That Han Li furrowed his brows, feeling a mix of understanding and confusion. Junior brother is unaware, I presume. The CS sect announced several months ago that Fairy Nangong had tragically fallen due to a mishap while cultivating her techniques. Consequently, her engagement with Wei Lichuan from the Hua Yi sect was naturally dissolved. Senior brother Chung, however, has adopted a female cultivator named Wanner as his sworn sister and intends to offer her as a dual cultivation partner to you. Junior brother, what are your thoughts on this? After a playful blink, El Luo cheerfully continued. Wano has acknowledged senior brother Chang as her sworn brother. Han Li was left utterly astonished. Indeed, senior brother has already stated that once we repel the southern celestial cultivators, he will openly hold a grand dual cultivation ceremony for you and his sworn sister, By then. Even if some harbor doubts, they would think twice before offending the entire celestial alliance, even if Wei Wuyo himself were to learn of this. Under the current circumstances where our alliance is united against common foes, he would have no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, junior brother's reputation is now quite formidable. The members of the Hua Yi sect and CS sect will likely feign ignorance regarding this matter. El Luo confidently asserted. After absorbing this information, Han Li remained silent for a moment, his expression complex. Eventually, he sighed softly and said, "This time, for my sake, I cannot express enough gratitude to both senior brothers. I shall remember this kindness." Although Han Li's words were brief, they brought great joy to El Luo. He and senior brother had exerted considerable effort, finally securing this acknowledgement from Han Li. With this assurance, it would likely be impossible for Huangfeng Valley to entice Han Li away. "Ha! Junior brother, we are all family here. There is no need for such formality to be. By the way, I heard that Miss Ningong was quite anxious upon learning of your disappearance and intended to come here personally. However, senior brother Chung exerted tremendous effort to dissuade her. After all, there are many cultivators from the CS sect and Hua E sect present. Until the formal dual cultivation ceremony is held, it is best for Fairy Nangong to avoid encounters with them. As for your concubine, I have arranged for other disciples to escort her back. The impending battle renders this place exceedingly perilous." El Luo spoke with warmth in his tone. Chapter 747. Conditions. Upon hearing El Luo's words, Han Li's mind immediately conjured images of Mu Peeling and Nangong Wan's meeting. Nevertheless, he naturally expressed his gratitude once more. "What are your plans moving forward, junior brother? According to our agreement, should you take action once, you would be exempt from participating in the subsequent battles. However, during recent discussions with the leaders of both the righteous and demonic factions and the Nine Nations Alliance, your name was brought up. Since the junior brother possesses the capability to swiftly eliminate the black-robed sorcerers, it is certain that he can counter these individuals through his skills. Consequently, in the impending battle, all are hopeful that the junior brother will still participate. We, the representatives of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, also believe that the junior brother is a formidable force. It would indeed be unreasonable if he were to refrain from joining the fray." However, Lu Luo hesitated, his demeanor tinged with uncertainty as he spoke. Of course, rejoining the battle is an option if Tian Nan were truly to be occupied by the Mulan. Our Falling Cloud sect would not fare any better. However, what does the Alliance intend to do about the previous commitments? Surely, it cannot simply be dismissed with mere words. To Lu Luo's surprise, Han Li did not display any signs of anger. Instead, he offered a cold chuckle and asked nonchalantly, "That certainly will not be the case. Moreover, with the junior brother having exposed a spy from the Spirit Control sect and eliminated a black-robed individual, the Alliance has pledged that as long as the junior brother is willing to continue participating in the battles, any conditions he proposes will be considered. They shall strive to meet his demands as a form of compensation." Lu Luo replied with a wry smile. "Willing to offer compensation? That makes it easier to discuss. I would prefer to negotiate the specific terms face-to-face with the person in charge." Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression shifted slightly, and he responded with measured calmness. "That sounds agreeable. I shall take the junior brother to meet several of our currently serving officials in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As long as the junior brother's requests are not excessively demanding, they should be able to make a decision." Lu Luo smiled faintly, his words hinting at something more. "Rest assured, Brother Lude, I shall not make unreasonable demands that might place you in a difficult position." Han Li chuckled softly and replied, "You jest, junior brother. There is no need to consider my feelings. It is rare for those old fellows to be so generous, and one should seize what is offered." Noticing that Han Li understood his meaning and maintained a sense of propriety, Lu Luo felt a sense of relief, though his spoken words conveyed a different sentiment. Han Li, with a semblance of a smile that was not quite a smile, chose not to say anything further. Subsequently, Lu Luo promptly led Han Li out of the Falling Cloud sect's residence, heading directly towards the council hall of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Currently, the Heavenly Tao Alliance is governed by an elder council comprised of several prominent sects, which is reconstituted every decade. Naturally, the founding sects, Luanming sect, Gujian sect, and Nihang Studio, are exempt from such rotations. In reality, most decisions within the alliance are determined by these three sections. However, the Luanming sect holds a slight edge in strength compared to the Gujian sect and Nihang Studio. The individuals in charge in Tiani City are the Taoists Long Han and Feng Bing from the Luanming sect. As you may be aware, these two, when united, can contend with cultivators at the late stage of the Yuaning realm, and the alliance's ability to stand against other forces relies heavily upon them. However, at present, only Taoist Long Han is making an appearance. Elder Feng Bing has retreated into seclusion upon arriving in Tiani City, presumably to focus on a crucial phase of her cultivation of a certain secret technique. As long as Han Shidi can negotiate satisfactorily with these elder officials residing in Tiani City, it will be tantamount to the Elder Council's approval. Besides Elder Long Han presiding, the other two major sects also have elders stationed there. As Lu Luo walked alongside Han Li, he elaborated on matters concerning the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Some of this information Han Li was already familiar with, while other details were new to him. He merely nodded in silence, absorbing the knowledge. The Grand Hall of Deliberation is situated at the heart of the Western City. After a leisurely stroll, the two individuals arrived at their destination. Before them stood a magnificent array of towering structures, encircling a grand hall crafted from azure stone. I pay my respects to Senior Liu. Are you here to meet with several elders? Inquired one of the foundation building cultivators stationed at the hall's entrance, who evidently recognized Lu Luo, the elder of the Falling Cloud sect. After a respectful bow, he politely asked. However, upon his gaze falling upon the unfamiliar figure of Han Li, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his countenance. This is Elder Han of our sect. We are indeed here to meet with Elder Long and the others. Lu Luo replied, his expression unchanged, speaking in a calm manner. So it is Elder Han. Please wait a moment, esteemed seniors. The elders are currently in a side hall deliberating matters that I shall inform them forthwith. The cultivator, taken aback, cast a few more inquisitive glances at Han Li, and his demeanor grew markedly more respectful. Clearly aware of Han Li's significance, the cultivator then retrieved a sound transmission talisman, murmuring a few words into it before casting it aside. Whereupon a crimson light shot forth into the interior. Moments later, 3 melodious chimes resonated from within the hall. Upon hearing these sounds, the door-guarding cultivator immediately inclined his body and said, esteemed seniors, please enter. The elders have been informed of your arrival. Lu Luo nodded appreciatively and strode confidently into the hall, with Han Li following closely behind, maintaining a composed demeanor. Navigating through several corridors, Lu Luo led Han Li into a side hall. Upon entering, they found 5 or 6 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators seated within. As the two men entered, all eyes turned towards them. However, the majority lingered on Han Li, their expressions revealing a keen interest. Despite their formidable cultivation, Han Li's gaze was drawn to a middle-aged man seated at the center. Dressed in a gray robe, this individual possessed a striking appearance and a robust physique, his cultivation seemingly surpassing that of an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Approaching the peak of mid-stage, on the verge of entering the late stage, the shiver ran down Han Li's spine as he instantly recognized this man as Long Han of the Wanming sect. Given his profound cultivation, it was no wonder he could contend with late-stage nascent soul cultivators alongside his dual cultivation partner. Initially, Han Li had thought the rumors exaggerated, but it appeared they had understated this individual's prowess. Just as the others were about to speak, the middle-aged man broke into a smile. Brother Lu, this must be your sect's Elder Han, he said warmly. We have heard much about you recently. Indeed, I am Han, replied Han Li, returning the greeting with a smile after carefully assessing the middle-aged man. If we are discussing reputation, which recent cultivator holds a name as illustrious as that of Taoist Han? Remarked an elderly man, pale of complexion, seated beside Long Han, half in jest. You flatter me, esteemed friend. May I inquire your name? Han Li had already taken note of this elder, as he was the only other mid-stage nascent soul cultivator present apart from Long Han, and thus he did not wish to appear disrespectful. Disciple Han, allow me to introduce to you Brother Kuang from Inai Hongjai, whose mastery of Qiantu Gong has long been a formidable presence in Tiannan for centuries. Before the fair-skinned elder could respond, Lu Luo eagerly took the initiative to introduce him. It turns out that Brother Kuang, Han has long admired you from afar. Upon hearing this, Han Li expressed a hint of surprise, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he spoke. His words were not insincere. This renowned practitioner of the Kuang surname from Inai Hongjai was indeed illustrious, second only to the couple Long Han in the ranks of the Tao Alliance. The silver-haired elder from the Falling Cloud sect had mentioned him repeatedly in the past. To his astonishment, he found himself in his presence here. Subsequently, Lu Luo introduced the remaining practitioners to Han Li one by one. While the others were acceptable, Han Li couldn't help but cast a few extra glances when the elder from the Ancient Sword sect, a rather unsightly practitioner of the Tian surname, was introduced. Afterward, Han Li and the others took their seats once more. With a gentle smile, Long Han spoke calmly. Taoist friend Han, I trust you are aware of the Alliance's desire for you to continue participating in the battle. This matter, I must admit, reflects our failure to uphold our commitments to you. However, with the imminent war, your extraordinary abilities are indeed a significant asset to us Tian practitioners, and we are compelled to seek your aid. As compensation, we can offer some adjustments regarding resources, medicinal pills, and the like, but if you find this unsatisfactory, we are open to negotiating other terms. Essentially, we will not refuse any requests that the Alliance can fulfill. Long Han, having long held a position of authority within the Dao Alliance, preemptively extended his apologies to Han Li before the two could voice their thoughts. If Han Li had harbored any discontent, it would have been difficult for him to express it at this moment. However, he had never truly been upset. Having escaped with his life from Master Mulan, he felt confident in his ability to protect himself. Even amidst the most intense battles, with his life secure, he found no reason for grievance. Rather, he perceived this as a rare opportunity. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Han Li spoke candidly. Since Brother Long has expressed himself so openly, I see no issue in continuing to participate in the upcoming battles. After all, I am well aware of the adage that beneath a collapsed nest, there are no intact eggs. However, I do have certain matters that require the Alliance's assistance to realize. With this, Han Li displayed a demeanor of calm assurance. He understood that it was wiser to refrain from clever tricks in the presence of these seasoned practitioners. A straightforward approach would more readily yield results. Indeed, his unreserved words left a favorable impression on most of the seated practitioners. Brother Quang smiled and directly remarked, "Taoist friend Han, your forthrightness resonates well with me. Please, share your conditions. I am quite curious." After a few fleeting glances, Long Han smiled subtly but refrained from further comment. The others turned their attention to Han Li, eager to hear what conditions he intended to propose. In truth, it was quite simple. I wish to leverage the Alliance's power to assist me in gathering a specific material for refining tools. To be candid, this material holds great significance for me, and if I can gather it before the onset of the great battle, I would be far more confident in dealing with those robed sorcerers. Han Li spoke with an unruffled demeanor, his expression serene. Refining material? The practitioners exchanged glances, none displaying any sign of surprise. They instinctively understood that such materials were exceedingly rare and hard to come by. Otherwise, Han Li would not have seized this opportunity to present it as a condition. Chapter 748. An Unexpected Agreement. Upon hearing Han Li's words, a contemplative expression emerged on the face of Lu Luo beside him. "What material are you referring to? Could you please elucidate, Taoist Han?" Long Han inquired slowly. "I require some gung essence to forge magical artifacts, and the more, the better. However, rest assured, esteemed friends, I shall exchange these gung essences for equivalent items. They will not be taken without compensation. I merely need to enlist the Alliance's assistance in gathering them or inquiring about their whereabouts," Han Li stated with a calm demeanor. His inability to acquire a substantial amount of gung essence for the crafting of the Grand Gung Sword Array had long been a source of great frustration for Han Li. Now presented with this opportunity, he was determined to make the most of it. Gung essence. The mere mention of this material's name elicited astonishment among those present. How could these individuals, well aware of the renowned treasure known as the sharp metal, remain indifferent? Even though they had anticipated this, hearing Han Li speak of such a miraculous material left most of them momentarily speechless. "Taoist Han, what kind of magical artifact do you intend to forge that necessitates such a copious amount of gung essence?" An elder inquired, furrowing his brow in curiosity. "You must know that for ordinary magical artifacts, merely a small amount suffices to significantly enhance their power. Conversely, adding too much may yield diminishing returns. Rest assured, I am well aware of this," Han Li replied, maintaining his composed expression. "I merely wish to inquire if the Alliance can procure a certain quantity of this substance, since Taoist Han is willing to engage in an equivalent exchange. Assisting you in gathering this material and seeking relevant information is certainly feasible. However, such substances are typically consumed immediately by those who acquire them. From your tone, it seems you require a considerable amount, which may prove quite challenging. Even if we manage to find some leads, the owners will likely treat them as treasures and remain tight-lipped. We would not dare to pry too deeply. Otherwise, a mere fragment would not have surfaced at the recent auction." Long Han sighed, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a weight settle in his heart. He had indeed considered the implications of the other party's words. Yet, aside from this approach, he felt utterly at a loss. If Tian Nan could not yield such a significant quantity of gung essence, would he truly need to venture to the rumored great empire, or or other regions such as the Tian Sha continent in search of it. However, given that the territory of the Great Jin Kingdom was tenfold that of Tian Nan, it was conceivable that he might still find a substantial quantity of Gung essence there. Moreover, he possessed a bone box, procured from the Nether Realm, containing the method for crafting the spirit summoning talisman. If he were to arrive in the Great Jin Kingdom, this item would naturally be returned to the Tianfu sect. Contemplating this, Han Li felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Noticing the hesitation in Han Li's expression, Lu Luo could not help but interject. Junior brother Han, perhaps you should consider alternative terms. Gung essence is indeed a material that is more fortuitous to encounter than to seek. Upon hearing this, Han Li involuntarily frowned, pondering for a moment before shaking his head resolutely, regardless of the circumstances. Gung essence is of paramount importance to me. Even if the hope is slim, I still wish for the Alliance to consider this matter. As the conversation progressed, Han Li's expression was resolute, since Taoist Han was so insistent. I shall instruct the disciples of our Alliance to exert their utmost efforts in this matter. However, it is possible that not a single piece of Gung essence may be found. I advise Taoist Han not to harbor regrets. Long Han, sensing Han Li's determination, ceased to speak further and nodded in agreement, for to the formidable force of the Heaven's Path Alliance, it was merely a matter of sending lower-tier disciples to gather information, which posed little difficulty. Naturally, the elders surnamed Kong and the other cultivators had no objections. Yet, Long Han and the others felt that such compensation was somewhat hasty. Immediately, they produced a bag filled with mid-tier spirit stones, numbering over 100, as an additional form of recompense. Han Li smiled upon seeing this and graciously accepted it. Witnessing this exchange, the atmosphere among the cultivators in the hall became amicable. The members of the Heaven's Path Alliance then engaged in casual conversation in a side hall, during which Long Han and others inquired in detail about the events of the battle at Huanglong Mountain, particularly focusing on the black-robed figure and the sudden appearance of the Master Mulan. Han Li, unreservedly, recounted the sequence of events, though he glossed over any matters pertaining to his own techniques and treasures. Long Han and the others were wise enough not to breach the taboo of inquiring about Han Li's cultivation methods. However, when Han Li expressed his suspicion that the black-robed individuals might not be monsters or demons, but rather cultivators of a certain demonic art, Long Han's brows involuntarily twitched. Consequently, after spending a little less than half a day there, Han Li and the others took their leave. Just as Lu Luo and Han Li exited the main hall and stepped through the doors, a transmission talisman shot into Lu Luo's hand. Upon inspecting it, Lu Luo offered a wry smile to Han Li and said, "I have some pressing matters to attend to, and I fear I cannot continue accompanying you. Junior brother Han, please feel free to explore the city on your own. We shall have a proper conversation later this evening. Brother Lu, do not hesitate to attend to your affairs. I had intended to explore the city alone anyway." Han Li responded with a kind smile at Lu Luo's gesture of goodwill. With that, Lu Luo felt a sense of relief, clasped his hands in farewell, and swiftly departed, vanishing into the distance like a streak of light. It seemed that he truly had urgent matters to attend to. Han Li watched Lu Luo's retreating figure and shook his head, but after a moment's thought, he chuckled softly and nodded. Raising his gaze to the sky, Han Li pondered briefly before striding toward the central area. However, after taking only a few steps, his eyes suddenly flickered, and he halted. Slowly, he turned around to glance toward a nearby alley. There, the woman surnamed Song from Baifeng Peak stood, gently biting her red lip, her expression somewhat hesitant. Han Li blinked and waved his hand toward her. After a moment's hesitation, the woman with graceful steps approached. "Greetings, Uncle Master Han," the enchanting female cultivator from the Falling Cloud sect greeted respectfully, her voice melodious. "How long have you been waiting here?" Han Li asked, hands clasped behind his back, fixing his gaze on her beautiful visage with calmness. "It has been about an hour," the woman surnamed Song replied softly. Lowering her head slightly, "It seems you truly have something to discuss with me. However, this is not the place for conversation. Follow me," Han Li said, casting a cold glance around before speaking. Subsequently, Han Li did not wait for the woman to respond, and leisurely made his way into the distance. After a moment of fluctuating emotions on the exquisite visage of the woman surnamed Song, she finally stomped her jade foot and followed suit. "What is it? Speak," Han Li inquired with a calm demeanor as he led her to a secluded spot devoid of any onlookers. "It is as follows. Someone has asked my junior to deliver a letter to my master, and wishes to meet him. The woman surnamed Song hesitated briefly before retrieving a jade slip from her bosom and presenting it to Han Li with both hands. A letter. A look of surprise flickered in Han Li's eyes as he scanned the object with his spiritual sense before accepting it. However, he refrained from delving deeper into it immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the woman's stunning features and asked, "Who entrusted this to you? You must know, right? It is a friend of my junior." She replied. She mentioned that she is acquainted with my master, hence the request for my junior to pass this object along. After presenting the jade slip, the woman's demeanor became remarkably composed. "Acquainted with me?" Han Li narrowed his eyes, intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, he gently pressed the jade slip to his forehead, adopting an expressionless countenance. Moments later, an odd expression appeared on his face as he removed the slip from his forehead, glanced at the woman surnamed Song, and inquired with a softened tone, "Where are they? Take me to them. My master truly knows my friend." This time, it was the woman surnamed Song who blinked her beautiful eyes. Somewhat astonished. "Indeed, there exists a certain rapport that I never expected that Song Jr. would know her," Han Li remarked with an expression of indifference, neither affirming nor denying that my disciple only met this friend in the past 2 years. "I initially thought her claim of knowing my master was a jest, but it appears to be true after all. She is currently situated in a secluded area outside the city, and I shall take my master there now." The woman surnamed Song's spirit lifted, and with a charming smile, she appeared exceptionally alluring. Thus, Han Li and the woman proceeded towards the city gate, with Han Li following closely behind her. Upon exiting Tianyi City, Han Li, guided by the woman surnamed Song, soared southward, traversing several dozen miles. After a lengthy flight, they arrived at a secluded and uninhabited small valley. The entrance to this valley was shrouded in a milky white mist, obscured by a minor illusion. Without uttering a word, the woman raised her hand, revealing a token she had discreetly held, and a red light shot into the mist, causing it to swirl and gradually clear, revealing a verdant pathway. "Master, please." She respectfully gestured for Han Li to proceed first. With Han Li's current spiritual sense, he discerned the interior of the valley even before entering, a faint smile gracing his lips as he followed the path. This petite valley was not large, only encompassing a mere 100 or so feet. Inside, there were merely a few small stone houses, devoid of any other items, clearly indicative of a temporary dwelling. However, the surroundings were impeccably tidy, free from any wild grasses or debris in proximity to these stone structures. Perhaps the action taken by the woman surnamed Song had roused the inhabitants of the stone houses. A graceful figure flitted by. As a charming woman clad in a yellow dress appeared at the entrance of one of the stone houses, the young woman instantly spotted Han Li, who was walking at the forefront, and her expression became one of complexity. After a moment of hesitation, she gracefully approached him, offering a respectful bow, and said, "Mei Ning pays her respects to Senior Han. Congratulations on your advancement to the Yuaning stage." Her voice was gentle and melodious, yet it carried an undercurrent of unspoken sorrow. Upon hearing her words, Han Li's face revealed a hint of awkwardness. After a bitter smile, he slowly replied, "Miss Mei, it has been several years since we last met. Yet you remain as enchanting as ever. Moreover, judging by your cultivation, it seems you are nearing the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and will soon enter the false Dan realm. Am I correct?" Chapter 749. Spiritual Candle Fruit and Creation Dan. The charming woman standing before Han Li was none other than Mei Ning, who had come to Tiannan alongside him. Her beauty, compared to several years ago, was still striking. "The accomplishments I have achieved today are entirely due to the kindness you bestowed upon me with that pill back then, Senior," Mei Ning said, her expression briefly revealing a trace of melancholy before she donned a respectful demeanor. Now, with Han Li having reached the Yuaning stage, his status was far more significant than it had been in the past. "Mei sister, is Ziling Daoyu inside as well?" At that moment, a woman with the surname Song stepped out from behind Han Li, calling out warmly. This surprised Han Li, who regarded her with a curious glance. "Senior Song, Sister Ziling is currently in the room cultivating but will soon conclude her session," Mei Ning replied, not daring to be dismissive, her face reflecting a hint of apology. Han Li, having scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, noted that indeed someone was meditating in another stone chamber, energy fluctuating around them, confirming that cultivation was in progress. Thus, at Mei Ning's invitation, Han Li and the woman with the surname Song entered the stone chamber and took their seats. Mei Ning then dutifully prepared a cup of spiritual tea for the two. Miss Mei, where have you and Sister Ziling been cultivating these years? Have you not considered joining a sect? Han Li inquired calmly after taking a sip of his tea. After discussing with Sister Z, we decided to observe the various sects of Tiannan first, and once our cultivation is more solidified, we will contemplate joining a sect. Therefore, we have been wandering about for the past few years, Mei Ning replied softly, standing respectfully beside Han Li with her head lowered. Seeing that Mei Ning did not conceal her status as an outsider in front of the woman with the surname Song, Han Li momentarily paused, realizing that this niece of his, Song, likely had some understanding of the chaotic affairs of the starry SEA. It appeared that she shared a close friendship with Ziling. However, noticing Mei Ning's gentle and honest demeanor, Han Li hesitated to press further. He merely turned to glance at the woman with the surname Song, a smile gracing his face as he asked, "This time, your sudden request for me to meet with Ziling cannot merely be for the sake of reminiscing with an old friend. Otherwise, why would you be so hesitant and secretive about sending a message?" "Uncle Master," the woman with the surname Song's face flushed slightly, and she began to falter in her words. Mei Ning's complexion revealed a hint of embarrassment, just as she was about to utter a few words. A gentle laugh from outside the room suddenly interrupted her. "Brother Han, why must you make things difficult for the two sisters? In truth, the invitation for you to come was largely my own idea." Came the voice as the words fell. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in white appeared at the entrance. Her beauty was mesmerizing, her gaze captivating, and every movement she made seemed to enchant the very soul. "I should really address you as Senior Brother Han, but I still find it more fitting to call you Brother Han. After all, you may not be much older than me," she continued with a smile. Having shared experiences in places like the Void Sky Palace and the Netherworld, as well as spending time together on the Boundless Sea, this woman no longer felt like a stranger to Han Li. In fact, she even seemed to regard herself as a confidant of Han Li. Upon hearing her words, Han Li took a few moments to examine her. Even with his current level of cultivation in the nascent soul stage, the moment he beheld the true visage of Ziling, he felt his heart flutter and was involuntarily drawn to her. Perhaps the phrase "a beauty that brings ruin to a nation" in literature was indeed referring to someone like her. In terms of sheer beauty, even Nan Gongwan, who held an irreplaceable place in his heart, seemed slightly inferior to this woman. Of course, the cool elegance of Nan Gongwan and the alluring charm of Ziling represented two distinctly different types of allure, both equally enchanting in their own right. Regardless of what she was called, it was undeniable that Ziling's emergence from the valley in her true form would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout Tiannan. Han Li mused silently, hoping she wouldn't attract the attention of those ancient beings who might seize her away. Upon encountering an acquaintance from the Chaos Star Sea, Han Li teasingly remarked to her. Ziling, with a smile that showed no sign of irritation, shot him a playful glance before turning to the woman surnamed Song. "That I truly appreciate Sister Song's efforts this time. Mei Ning and I are rather unable to enter Tianyi City." "Not at all. I was also involved in this matter, so it is only natural for me to lend a hand," the woman replied, a look of surprise gracing her features. Although she had already known that Ziling and Han Li were indeed old acquaintances, witnessing their interaction so comfortably was still beyond her expectations. However, it did bolster her confidence in their mission that moment. Ziling turned to Han Li with a radiant smile and said softly, "Every time we meet, I am astonished by how swiftly your cultivation advances. Brother Han. I truly wonder how you practice. Your reputation has now grown so immense that it leaves both Mei and me utterly speechless. It is said everywhere that your strength surpasses even that of mid-nascent soul cultivators, possessing extraordinary capabilities that I wonder if there is any truth to this." As she posed this question, Ziling gazed at Han Li with a playful smile, her bright eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. Han Li felt a stir within him, but, after a moment of contemplation, chose not to respond directly. Instead, he looked at the enchanting woman before him and asked, "Miss Ziling, is it not a bit hasty to inquire about my strength upon our first meeting? Might we discuss your purpose in seeking me first? I would prefer to understand the situation clearly before delving into other matters." Han Li exhibited a demeanor of calm composure. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Ziling blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of shyness appearing as she admitted, "I suppose I was indeed a bit impatient. But one cannot entirely blame me. This matter is indeed of great significance. It necessitates a mastery of powers beyond the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm to stand a chance of success. I find myself somewhat anxious as well. What is at stake? If it is a matter that requires my assistance, do not hesitate to articulate it clearly. Han Li's gaze flickered for a moment, and after a brief smile faded, he inquired with a calm demeanor. It seems, without my prompting, Brother Han has already surmised part of the situation. We are indeed seeking to collaborate with you, my esteemed friend. However, before we proceed, I wish to inquire. Not long ago, did you not visit the Mulan grasslands with several formidable figures of the nascent soul stage and obtain the relic of the venerable Tsang Kuan? Ziling's expression turned solemn as she spoke. How do you know of this matter? It should be known to very few. Han Li's complexion shifted slightly, his voice tinged with surprise that we learned of this from a practitioner of the ghost spirit sect. That individual is a direct descendant of a prominent elder within the sect, and, upon inadvertently catching a glimpse of Sister Ziling's true form, was immediately entranced and rendered utterly infatuated. Is there anything more he has withheld? Mei Ning interjected with a light laugh from the side. You insolent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing this, Ziling lightly scolded, her cheeks flushing with color. It appears that the two have developed quite a close bond over the years. If the ghost spirit sect is aware of this, it is not entirely surprising. Han Li nodded thoughtfully, the suspicion on his face dissipating significantly. I did not expect you, Brother Han, to have already advanced to the nascent soul stage while remaining as cautious as ever. Ziling's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Han Li and spoke in a soft voice. I have merely just condensed my nascent soul. I am not invulnerable. Naturally, one must remain vigilant where caution is warranted. However, my previous expedition to the Mulan grasslands in search of treasures bears no relation to your summoning me here. Have you perhaps gleaned some secrets from the ghost spirit sect? Han Li inquired, deep in thought. My esteemed uncle's gaze was piercing. This matter is actually connected to a precious artifact within the demonic Fall Valley. The disciple of the ghost spirit sect inadvertently revealed this to the three of us, which is how we became aware of it. The woman surnamed Song, who had been feeling somewhat uneasy in Han Li's presence, noticed the warmth with which he treated Ziling and the other woman, and her unusual feelings began to dissipate, prompting her to join the conversation. The demonic Fall Valley, if I recall correctly, has only ever seen the venerable Tsang Kuan emerge unscathed. How could the ghost spirit sect possibly know what lies within? You are not being deceived, are you? Han Li initially paused in surprise, then spoke with an odd expression. It should not be a deception. Out of curiosity, the three of us employed certain illusions, and not only did we learn the name of the artifact from that individual, but we also inadvertently extracted its general location. As for how the ghost spirit sect came by this information, I cannot say. However, I am quite certain that this matter is legitimate. Ziling's eyes gleamed with excitement as she spoke. Even if this is true, what manner of treasure could possibly captivate you so? It cannot merely be an ordinary ancient artifact. Han Li furrowed his brow and finally broached the subject. Might my esteemed uncle have heard of something called the spirit candle fruit? Upon hearing Han Li's words, the three women exchanged glances, and the woman surnamed Song finally spoke with a grave tone. What? The spirit candle fruit? Surely there is no mistake. That item has long been extinct in this realm. No, wait. The demonic Fall Valley has remained sealed since the barbaric period. If such a thing truly exists within the valley, it is not entirely impossible. Han Li, who had maintained his composure, finally appeared astonished. One could even say that there is a sense of excitement. It seems that Brother Han is quite knowledgeable about the spirit candle fruit. He must also be aware of the creation pill that can be crafted using the spirit candle fruit, according to rumors. Although a cultivator may only consume the creation pill once in their lifetime, and only cultivators below the god transformation stage are permitted to do so, this ancient elixir is evidently beneficial for cultivators seeking to break through their bottlenecks. It is said that those who partake of this pill will have their consciousness catalyzed by the medicinal properties for a period, allowing them to experience the remarkable transformations of the next realm in advance. While these sensations cannot be explicitly articulated, and each individual's experience may differ, most cultivators subsequently manage to overcome their stagnation, a phenomenon well documented in numerous ancient texts. Otherwise, this spiritual elixir would not have gained such a formidable reputation and continued to be passed down through the ages. Regrettably, the primary ingredient for crafting this pill, the spirit candle fruit, is a rare herb that is difficult to obtain, even during the primitive era. Although the recipe exists, no one has managed to concoct it since ancient times. Ziling strove to maintain her composure as she spoke. Although the woman surnamed Song and Mei Ning were already aware of this matter, the mention of this elixir still ignited a spark of excitement in their eyes. Particularly for Mei Ning, Possessing a creation pill would significantly enhance her chances when forming her core. However, at this moment, the excitement on Han Li's face gradually faded, and he fell into contemplation. After pondering for a while, Han Li calmly inquired, if the spirit fruit truly exists in the Demon Fall Valley, then the actions of the ghostly spirit sect in expending great resources to recruit other treasure-seeking cultivators, and their intention to eliminate the Southern Long Marquis to seize the relics of Master Song Kuan would indeed make sense. However, I still have several uncertainties that require your clarification. Otherwise, no matter how enticing the spirit fruit may be, I shall not risk my life. Chapter 750, Determination. Brother Han, what uncertainties do you have? This matter is of utmost importance. Perhaps we have indeed overlooked certain aspects. Upon hearing about the spirit candle fruit and the creation pill, Ziling felt a tinge of admiration for Han Li's calm demeanor. Although I have also visited the Mulan grassland, I must ask why you sought me out. After all, the one most likely to know the method of entering the Demon Fall Valley should be the Southern Long Marquis. Or do you possess knowledge of other entry methods? Han Li stroked his chin and asked in a deep voice. We are certainly aware of the Southern Long Marquis's potential knowledge regarding the entry method. However, given his temperament and the rumors surrounding him, how could we dare share such a secret? As for you, Brother Han, both Mei and I have complete confidence in you, knowing that you are not the type to forsake righteousness for profit. Regarding the entry method, we learned from a disciple of the ghostly spirit sect that it appears they are researching a means to enter the valley and are nearing completion. However, the specifics remain unknown to that individual. Nevertheless, when the spatial rift of the Demon Fall Valley stabilizes next time, the ghostly spirit sect will undoubtedly take action. At that point, we should be able to ascertain the method and infiltrate without difficulty. The only concern is that the environment where the spirit candle fruit is located is said to be extremely harsh, making it nearly impossible to approach the spirit fruit without formidable abilities. If Brother Han feels that his cultivation is insufficient, then perhaps it is best to reconsider. After all, even if one manages to enter the valley safely, the dangers within the Demon Fall Valley are fraught with uncertainty. As Ziling concluded, her expression became somewhat hesitant. The ghostly spirit sect has indeed found a method to enter the valley. This is indeed the first time I have heard of such a matter. However, judging by your tone, it seems that everything remains rather nebulous at present, lacking any concrete information. Let us wait until the spatial rift of the falling Demon Valley stabilizes, which will take several years. By then, we shall ascertain the truth if it is confirmed that the valley indeed contains the spirit candle fruit, and not mere fabrications. I shall be willing to take a considerable risk for the sake of the creation pill. As for my cultivation, you need not worry that if I am incapable, then it is likely that most mid-stage nascent soul cultivators would hold little hope as well. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Han Li exhaled deeply and spoke that he refrained from mentioning the matter of Lord Nanlong contacting him in the face of such a perilous place as falling Demon Valley. Even the allure of the spirit candle fruit required careful consideration. Perhaps the method employed by the ghost spirit sect to enter the valley is somewhat safer. If that is the case, there would be no need to bring up Lord Nanlong's affairs in front of these three women. Upon seeing Han Li's hesitance to readily agree, Ziling was not disheartened. Rather, she felt a surge of joy. She understood that given Han Li's cautious nature, his words essentially constituted a commitment. Moreover, from Han Li's tone, it seemed that the rumors held some truth, and the situation was indeed quite significant. Hence, the hope of acquiring the spirit candle fruit had increased considerably at this moment. She smiled and said, the reason I was so eager to seek out Brother Han is that I felt if we could not find a capable ally, all our efforts would be in vain. Now that we have your assurance, we can rest easy, knowing we will thoroughly investigate the details later. After all, we sisters also intend to enter the valley, and we certainly would not gamble with our lives. What? You three also wish to enter the valley? Upon hearing this, Han Li was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Did Brother Han think we desired to enter the valley? This is a matter of desperation. Most ancient texts merely document the miraculous nature of the spirit candle fruit, yet very few mention that once it is picked, it cannot be preserved. It must be processed within half a day. Otherwise, its potency diminishes significantly after that, and after 3 days, it becomes entirely ineffective. The most concerning aspect is that the creation pill made from this spirit fruit is subject to the same restrictions. If not consumed within a specific time frame after its refinement, it too loses its efficacy. Thus, knowing full well that falling Demon Valley is not a place we can venture into, we have no choice but to take a gamble. After all, This is preferable to spending hundreds of years in vain. Unable to break through our bottlenecks, Ziling said with a wry smile, her tone tinged with resignation. The spirit candle fruit has such restrictions? I have perused numerous ancient texts, yet I have never encountered this information, Hanli remarked, his brow furrowing. Master Han, this is an ancient secret tome passed down through our Song family. I have made a copy for you. Once you take a look, you will understand. Unexpectedly, the Song woman produced a jade slip from her storage bag and reverently handed it to him. Hanli was taken aback for a moment, scrutinizing her closely before he nodded in acceptance of the jade slip, immersing his consciousness within it. This book is dedicated to the introduction of ancient spiritual pills and herbs, containing numerous spiritual medications and formulas, some of which Hanli had heard of, while others were entirely unfamiliar to him. Even the details regarding the 9 and the related alchemical formulas obtained from the Xian were meticulously documented within. This revelation stirred a profound excitement within Hanli. From his current perspective, many of the elixirs mentioned would be of immense benefit to him, even at the Yuanying stage. Although the recorded alchemical materials were nearly all rare and elusive ancient spiritual herbs, it was always prudent to be prepared. Otherwise, should he come across any spiritual herbs in the future, he would remain utterly unaware of their potential uses. It appeared that there were treasures here that even some prominent cultivation families, and even great sects, might lack. With Han Li's formidable divine sense, he swiftly located the section that detailed the Ling Zhu Gua within the extensive contents of the jade slip. Indeed, it outlined various restrictions regarding the Ling Zhu Gua and the Zhao Hua Dan. After reading for a while, Han Li furrowed his brow in deep thought. Moments later, he withdrew his divine sense, refraining from immediate commentary, instead gently caressing the smooth surface of the jade slip, lost in contemplation. I have heard Sister Ziling mention that Uncle Han possesses exceptional skills in alchemy. This ancient tome is of little use to our Song family, although it contains numerous ancient formulas. None of the primary ingredients are within our grasp. If Uncle does not mind, please feel free to take this jade slip as a token of gratitude for your assistance this time. The young woman of the Song family spoke with utmost politeness. Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but then cast a meaningful glance at her, breaking into a smile. After a moment's reflection, he replied calmly, I have never taken advantage of others in my life. If the Ling Zhu Gua truly exists in the Zamo Valley, I would equally benefit from it. There is no need for any compensation. I would likely go regardless. However, I could indeed find some use for this ancient book. So let us exchange it for a vial of advancement elixir. This elixir is perfectly suited for your current cultivation level. With that, Han Li deftly retrieved a small green vial from his storage bag and tossed it to the young woman from the Song family. She instinctively caught the vial but hesitated, appearing somewhat at a loss. Observing this, Ziling beside her let out a charming yet innocent laugh. Since it is offered to you, Sister Song, please accept it. Brother Han's alchemical skills are exceptional, and the vial likely contains a spirit pill refined from high-grade demon cores. It will undoubtedly aid you in advancing your cultivation further. This is a most favorable transaction. Upon hearing Ziling's words, the young woman from the Song family displayed an expression of delight and, after expressing her gratitude to Han Li once more, carefully stowed the vial away. Han Li smiled gently, likewise putting away the jade slip, and then remarked leisurely, given that the Ling Zhu Gua and Zhao Hua Dan cannot be preserved, it seems you truly must enter the valley if your sole aim is to pursue this spiritual fruit without recklessly venturing elsewhere. Your chances of retreating unscathed remain considerable. However, for now, you should gather the supplementary materials required for refining the Zhao Hua Dan. While these spiritual herbs may not be as rare as the Ling Zhu Gua, several are still quite difficult to procure. As for other details, we shall decide once everything is clear. After all, this matter is somewhat distant. Perhaps by then, we may return defeated from our confrontation with Mulan, rendering the Zamo Valley endeavor nothing more than a distant thought. Whether we cultivators can still maintain our footing in Tiannan is another matter entirely. Han Li sighed, speaking with a grave demeanor. How is it that Senior Han does not hold high hopes for this upcoming battle against the Fashi? Upon hearing Han Li's words, Ziling and the others were taken aback. With Mei Ning unable to contain her reserved curiosity as she inquired further, it is difficult to ascertain that on the surface, it appears that the various forces of Tiannan have united, and we are fighting on our home turf. We should have the upper hand against the Mulan coalition. Even the three great cultivators of Tiannan, along with the Dragon Han couple from the Tiandao Alliance, should be able to suppress the Mulan divine masters. However, those individuals in black robes are of unknown origin, and it is evident that external forces have intervened in our conflict with the Mulan. If there were to be any unforeseen developments, they would undoubtedly stem from these individuals. Han Li remarked non-committally. So, you mean to say that the outcome of this battle could very well be a 50-50 chance? Ziling's expression grew grave. One could put it that way. Nevertheless, the most likely scenario is, Han Li's gaze flickered momentarily as he murmured, his voice dropping to an inaudible whisper. This left the three women momentarily stunned. Enough of this matter. Such discussions are futile before the battle truly commences. You should focus on preparing for the Devil's Fall Valley in due time. Everything will depend on fortune. Some matters cannot always be forced, Han Li stated with a shake of his head, concluding with a serene demeanor. Subsequently, Han Li refrained from mentioning the Devil's Fall Valley again, but grew curious about the experiences of the two women over the past few years. Meanwhile, Ziling and the others were equally intrigued about how Han Li managed to escape from the Mulan Divine Master, and they eagerly inquired about the details. Inhaling the alluring, faint fragrance and gazing upon the three enchanting visages was undeniably a delightful experience. Time flew by swiftly. When Han Li noticed that the sky was growing dim, he stood to take his leave. The woman surnamed Song also prepared to depart alongside him. Naturally, Ziling and Mei Ning rose to escort the two to the valley entrance. They were about to part ways. Han Li observed that Mei Ning seemed to struggle with the desire to speak, yet after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately bit her red lip and remained silent. Seeing her blushing countenance stirred something within Han Li, and when he caught a glimpse of Ziling's knowing smile directed at him and Mei Ning, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Not wishing to linger any longer, he offered a brief farewell, then transformed into a wisp of azure mist, enveloping the woman surnamed Song as they soared back towards Tianyi City. Chapter 751, Transformation of Flames along the way. It was only the two of them. Initially, there was a comfortable silence between Han Li and the woman surnamed Song. However, as they caught sight of Tianyi City from a distance, she hesitated and suddenly posed a question. Master Han, throughout history, countless Yuaniing old monsters have entered the Devil's Fall Valley, yet none have returned. Do you truly believe that we, as Jidan stage cultivators, stand a chance of finding spirit fruits and exiting safely? Upon hearing this, Han Li was somewhat taken aback. With a flicker of azure light surrounding him, he slowed his pace and turned his head in surprise to look at her. But it was unexpected for the woman surnamed Song to voice such a question at this moment. After a brief silence, Han Li replied nonchalantly, in terms of cultivation and skills, you are naturally far inferior to those treasure-seeking cultivators who entered the valley before. When faced with danger within the valley, your chances of survival are significantly lower than theirs, which is entirely normal. However, those cultivators who perished in the valley likely did so due to their own greed. Otherwise, with so many infant soul cultivators entering the valley, it is improbable that none have successfully acquired one or two treasures. Most likely, the allure of the treasures compels them. Having obtained one, they yearn for another. Or they are solely focused on discovering elixirs that could extend their lifespans or enable them to break through their current realms in a short span of time. Consequently, traversing perilous terrains becomes a matter of when, not if, disaster will strike. According to our esteemed master, are we also destined for a perilous fate upon entry? The woman surnamed Song furrowed her delicate brows, visibly troubled. Without a method to enter the valley or a relatively safe route, it is not merely a matter of facing death. Of the many cultivators who ventured forth before, aside from the singular figure of the esteemed Sankong, how many have emerged unscathed from this valley? On this account, had I not been presented with these 2 days' conditions, I would not have even entertained the notion of entering the Devil's Fall Valley. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to seeking treasures only to court death. Although you may possess lesser cultivation, as long as you remain ungreedy and ascertain the precise location of the spirit candle fruit beforehand. Upon entering the valley, you should make a beeline for that place. If fortune smiles upon you, opportunities shall naturally arise. However, it is worth noting that the Devil's Fall Valley is reputed to be the most treacherous locale in the southern regions. Thus, even with thorough preparation, one must be ready for the possibility of demise within its confines. If the spirit candle fruit were indeed so easily obtainable, the ghost spirit sect would be well aware of it and would not have delayed their actions until now. Their current venture into the valley to procure treasures likely stems from their awareness that the South Long Marquis has also discovered a method to enter, fearing that he might seize the treasures within before them. compelling them to take this risk. Their method of entry must carry considerable peril, I surmise. Hanley hesitated for a moment before voicing his conjecture. Since the master has surmised that the ghost spirit sect's entry method is flawed, why did you not mention this earlier in front of Xiling and the others? Upon hearing Hanley's words, the woman surnamed Song displayed a glimmer of surprise in her enchanting eyes. Taken aback, did you think I harbored ulterior motives? Hanley quirked a smile, replying lightly, I would not dare, esteemed master. I harbor no doubts regarding your intentions. The woman surnamed Song was startled, hastily clarifying her position. Rest assured that it is entirely natural for you to harbor suspicions. However, my reason for withholding those words was not born of malice. For once spoken, such words might indeed prove beneficial to you and Mei Ning. Yet for Xiling, they would likely bear little effect. One must understand that while the creation pill is exceedingly precious, it is somewhat wasteful for a core formation cultivator. Mei Ning, if she were to consume this pill, would likely have a significant opportunity to enter the core formation stage. It is worth the gamble. After all, entering the core formation stage could extend one's lifespan by several hundred years. Yet, you and Xiling are merely at the initial stage of core formation, and your qualifications are far from ordinary. Even without consuming this pill, it is likely that you could safely break through the bottleneck into the mid-core formation stage. Consuming this pill merely saves you both a century of comprehending the bottleneck. On one side lies the opportunity to save a century of cultivation time, while on the other, the peril of venturing into the Devil's Fall Valley, teetering on the brink of life and death. The choice entirely depends on the individual. I am uncertain how you will decide, but Xiling will most likely take the risk of entering the valley for the sake of those precious 100 years. She has no desire to remain merely a core formation cultivator. The opportunity to save a century of arduous cultivation significantly enhances her chances of reaching the infant soul stage. As Hanley reached this point, a profound expression graced his countenance. Does the esteemed master imply that Xiling is resolutely determined to become an infant soul cultivator? Regardless of the peril, she is determined to venture into the valley. The woman surnamed Song murmured, her face betraying an odd expression. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. Xiling's experiences differ somewhat from yours and mining's. She has been coerced multiple times by formidable cultivators, to the extent that even the sect passed down from her mother was seized by other powers. Although she eventually escaped, and has refrained from mentioning this matter publicly since, I can sense, albeit faintly, that her desire for strength now surpasses that of the average person. Hanley raised his gaze towards the distant, slightly reddened sunset, reminiscing about the past as he spoke softly. Then, in response to the astonished gaze of the woman surnamed Song, he seemed to gather his thoughts, pausing momentarily before continuing. If the valley truly harbors the spirit candle fruit, I would likely take the risk as well. After all, advancing to the next level in the nascent soul stage is an arduous endeavor. Should I fail to seize this opportunity, I might remain forever trapped in the early stages of the nascent soul. However, the expedition to the Demafall Valley is not a foregone conclusion. I have no desire to engage in needless chatter. When the time comes for me to venture into the Demafall Valley, I will certainly reiterate the perils of this undertaking and highlight the potential flaws in the Ghost Spirit Sect's method of entry. Nevertheless, the aforementioned is merely conjecture. It is entirely possible that the Ghost Spirit Sect has already perfected their approach beyond that of the Tsankong Master, which is why I refrained from voicing my suspicions immediately. Upon hearing this, the woman surnamed Song fell silent, yet a glimmer of understanding shone in her bright eyes. Very well, I had not intended to share these thoughts with you at this moment. However, since you inquired, I have divulged a few insights. Now that you have arrived in Tianyi City, your foremost priority should be to ensure your survival in the imminent battle. That is the most urgent matter at hand. If fortune does not favor you and calamity befalls you during the conflict, then the Demonfall Valley will be of no concern. The same applies to me. Once I return to Tianyi City, this matter will be set aside, and I will no longer pursue it. Following these words, a hint of self-mockery appeared at the corners of Han Li's mouth. Thank you for your guidance, Master Uncle. The woman surnamed Song, struck by Han Li's words, felt a shiver run through her heart and bowed in gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. You would come to understand this with a little contemplation. Han Li replied with indifference, waving his hand. Now, let us proceed into the city. The hour grows late. Yes, Master Uncle. The azure light of their escape surged forward once more, racing towards the city gates. Several days later, Within a heavily fortified chamber at the residence of the Falling Cloud sect in Tianyi City, Han Li sat cross-legged in the center, holding a massive sword of 5 to 6 feet in length. Deep in thought, the sword was engulfed in bizarre flames of purple and azure hues, Han Li's violet extreme fire and the enigmatic azure lantern flames, after returning from his encounter with Xiling. Han Li spent the following days in the company of numerous nascent soul cultivators who had affiliations with the Falling Cloud sect, urged on by LVLUO.I in the past. It was a challenge to meet even a single cultivator of such stature. Yet within a mere few days, Han Li had encountered more than 10, a truly rare experience. These cultivators, well aware of Han Li's reputation, treated him with the utmost respect, and their interactions were quite agreeable, with Han Li finding a rapport with several of them. However, after a few days had passed, Han Li immediately sought out a secluded chamber to address the lingering aftermath of the battle at Huanglong Mountain. It was the persistent azure flame that burned ceaselessly upon the Qingzhou Fengyun sword. The reason this flame remained dormant upon the sword was solely due to the balancing suppression exerted by the Ziluo heavenly fire. This azure flame, of unknown origin, exhibited a formidable power that surprisingly rivaled Han Li's Ziluo heavenly fire. Although Han Li managed to temporarily restrain it by virtue of its quantity, the challenge of refining it remained a vexing dilemma. If this flame were not eradicated, not only would the Qingzhou Fengyun sword be rendered inoperable, but even the Qianlong ice flame and Ziluo heavenly fire would also find it exceedingly difficult to be wielded against foes. This was something Han Li could not endure. Currently, his gaze fixated upon the sword, Han Li contemplated for a considerable time. After a brief moment, he hurled the massive sword into the air, raising his hand to cast a spell upon it. Instantly, the giant sword spiraled above his secluded chamber and, with a resonant hum, transformed into dozens of smaller flying swords. With a mere thought, the majority of these flying swords turned into streaks of azure light, piercing directly into his body. Only one flying sword descended slowly, coming to a halt before Han Li's eyes. Gazing at the azure and purple flames upon the sword, Han Li narrowed his eyes, suddenly opening his mouth to expel a plume of purple flame that directly enveloped the surface of the flying sword. In an instant, the purple flames surged forth, overpowering the scant azure flames. Then, with a surge of his hand's spell, the tumultuous purple light forced the azure flame toward one end of the sword, gradually compressing it to a small orb of azure light, no larger than a mung bean. Observing this scene, Han Li's expression grew solemn. He inhaled deeply, his 10 fingers dancing incessantly as he rapidly cast diverse spells upon the sword. At once, the purple flames intensified under the spell's activation, forming wave after wave of purple flames that relentlessly pressed down upon that point of azure light. The azure flame flickered precariously at the sword's tip, seeming as if it could extinguish at any moment. Yet, under the pressure of the purple flames, after a while, that point of azure light began to gleam more brilliantly. Regardless of how the purple flames surged, it appeared as though it had taken root at the sword's tip, refusing to be extinguished. A flicker of anxiety crossed Han Li's eyes, prompting him to hasten the incantations of his spell. After a considerable duration, witnessing no sign of improvement, Han Li's countenance darkened. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised one hand and gently shook it, instantly enveloping his fingers and palm with a dazzling purple flame. Without hesitation, Han Li brought his fingers together, directly pinching at the azure flame upon the flying sword. Chapter 752. Thunder Pearl. Han Li's fingers were remarkably precise, and in an instant, the point of azure light flickered. However, he felt a sudden softness at his fingertips, as a tremendous force emanated from the azure flame, causing his 5 fingers to be forcefully repelled. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, yet with a quick thought, he reversed his palm and grasped at the void, allowing the purple flames to cascade downward. The brilliance surged, enveloping the azure flame within its radiant embrace. Han Li's arm remained motionless, his fingers ablaze with purple light, as azure and purple radiance intertwined and fluctuated, intermittently dimming and brightening. This action persisted for a quarter of an hour, after which Han Li let out a gentle sigh, shaking his hand dismissively, causing the purple flames to vanish in an instant. Then he gazed at the still resplendent azure flame, a faint wry smile gracing his lips. The troublesome nature of this peculiar flame was already within his expectations. Although the purple sky fire could contend with it, refining this flame seemed to be a task beyond his current capabilities. Contemplating this, Han Li pondered for a moment before raising his hand to gently point at the flying sword before him. A deep rumble of thunder suddenly erupted, and a blinding arc of gold erupted from the sword. Upon its appearance, the arc exploded, transforming into countless delicate golden threads that surged towards the azure flame. In an instant, the azure light flickered, and these golden threads were absorbed entirely by the minuscule flame, as if they had vanished into the sea. Subsequently, the brilliance surged, causing the azure flame to swell to the size of an egg. Observing this transformation, Han Li's pupils shimmered with a piercing blue light. Fixated on the azure flame that had consumed the golden arc, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. Time seemed to stretch as he remained motionless. Eventually, Han Li exhaled softly, the blue radiance in his eyes fading away. Yet, a look of indecision crossed his face. After a brief moment, he shook his head, his resolve solidified. Opening his mouth, he drew in the direction of the flying sword, causing the purple flame to instantly transform into a slender violet thread, which he consumed entirely. With the suppression of the purple sky fire gone, the azure flame surged, enveloping the entire flying sword within its embrace. Han Li immediately felt a connection to it, stifling a groan. A flicker of pallor crossing his face as a hint of pain emerged. However, he soon disregarded his discomfort, his fingers flicking towards the flying sword. The azure light flickering as over a dozen sword chi burst forth. Just like the golden arc formed by the dispelling divine thunder, upon contact with the azure flame, the sword chi was absorbed, becoming intangible. Yet, Han Li appeared oblivious to it all, his inner spiritual power circulating relentlessly as wave after wave of sword chi surged towards the azure flame like moths drawn to a flame. The consumption of his magical energy intensified as the azure flame absorbed numerous sword chi. It seemed to thrive, growing even more formidable. Soon, it transformed into a brilliant azure fireball, roaring fiercely before Han Li. At this moment, over a third of his magical energy had been expended. Yet, gazing at the colossal fireball before him, Han Li couldn't help but smile that he halted the sword chi in his hand and beckoned towards the flying sword within the fireball. With a soft hiss, the Qingzhu Fengyun sword effortlessly soared from the azure flames, spiraling before landing gracefully in Han Li's palm. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the shimmering azure sword, its brilliance intact, the azure flame completely extinguished. A smile blossoming on his face. Indeed, he had been correct. Though this flame was remarkably mystical, it was evident that its capacity to devour spiritual power was limited. Having absorbed too much of the Qingyuan sword chi, it could now be manipulated to his advantage. Han Li whispered a few words with a smile. Then, bringing his hands together, a flash of light enveloped the sword, which vanished into his palm at this juncture. Han Li turned his attention to the azure fireball, lightly tapping it with his finger, allowing a thread of his consciousness to delve within. The azure fireball quivered slightly, beginning to rotate slowly, its azure light flickering in an unpredictable dance. Han Li raised an eyebrow, urging it with his spiritual will. The azure fireball began to sway, but after a moment, it sluggishly veered off at an angle, moving erratically for about 10 feet. Observing this, Han Li stroked his chin, deep in thought. The power of this azure flame is so formidable that to abandon it now would undoubtedly be a waste, although De Daliang is currently able to exert some control over the azure sword energy. It is evident that due to the limitations of his cultivation technique, he cannot wield it with the finesse he desires. After all, this fire has not been refined by him, making it challenging to manipulate as easily as the Qianlan ice flame or the Zilu ocean fire. Han Li furrowed his brow, contemplating the azure fireball before him. Suddenly, he extended a hand and pressed it against the storage pouch at his waist. A flash of white light revealed a small, bone-like fragment as pure as jade and a pale yellow vial that materialized in his grasp. These were the jade slip containing the Xian Yin Sutra and the artifact he had previously employed to absorb the essence of demonic beasts. Upon uncorking the vial, a cloud of black mist surged forth. Han Li's 5 fingers reached out to grasp the black mist in the air, causing it to coalesce in his palm. With a flicker of his consciousness, the mass of soul energy promptly leaped onto the rib fragment in his other hand. Instantly, the rib transformed from white to black, levitating and emanating a faint, chilling black glow. Observing this transformation, Han Li immersed his consciousness into it, swiftly scanning through the contents of the Xianyin Sutra, searching for something with a keen eye, when his consciousness stumbled upon the words "Yin Fire Thunder." A surge of joy filled his heart, prompting him to slow his pace and meticulously examine this section. The name Yin Fire Thunder may sound unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary connotations. Yet, in reality, it is a presence within the Xianyin Sutra that rivals even the Tian Du Corpse fire. However, it is not a dark sorcery, but rather a secret method for crafting a type of thunder pearl, akin to the Tian Lei Zi he had previously acquired. Of course, according to the teachings of the Xianyin Sutra. Once successfully forged, the power of the Yin Fire Thunder is astonishing in terms of destructive capability. It even surpasses that of the Tian Du Corpse fire. The principle lies in compressing a substantial quantity of pure Yin fire from the Xianyin essence into a singular mass, infusing it with some elemental lightning power, along with various other materials, utilizing special methods to stabilize and solidify it. When summoned in battle, both the Yin fire and lightning within can be unleashed simultaneously, resulting in an explosive attack. Regrettably, the Thunder Pearl is a consumable item that is not only limited in quantity but also complex to forge, with a low success rate. Only cultivators capable of wielding lightning attributes able to attempt its creation. Thus, it is not just the extreme Yin old monster. Even the Xian Gu Ren has never forged such a thing. When Han Li initially encountered the crafting method for Yin Fire Thunder, he had similarly overlooked this secret technique. Although he could manipulate the Baixia Divine Thunder, he was unfamiliar with Xianyin essence, and thus he skimmed over it, only practicing a few of the more accessible techniques like Yin Demon Slash from the Xianyin Sutra. Now, as he found himself troubled by the azure flame before him, the thought of the Yin Fire Thunder crafting method suddenly crossed his mind. Originally, the crafting of Yin Fire Thunder requires a significant expenditure of spiritual power, with a low probability of success, compounded by the rarity of cultivators who can command lightning. Consequently, few in the cultivation world attempt to forge this item. Even when someone does manage to create a few, they are swiftly consumed as they are a disposable resource. Han Li may still lack familiarity with Xianyin essence, but with his current knowledge and cultivation level, he no longer needs to adhere strictly to every detail of the Xianyin Sutra. By making slight modifications to the Thunder Pearl crafting method, he could utilize the readily available azure flame to forge other thunder pearls, thus not rendering it a waste. After all, the power of the azure flame is not inferior to that of the violet sky fire. Therefore, the efficacy of refining it into a thunder pearl would certainly not surpass that of the original Yin Fire Thunder. Previously, he had contemplated using the azure blue ice flame or even the violet sky fire to forge a thunder pearl. Yet due to the scarcity of these two spiritual flames, he deemed them insufficient even for combat, and thus hesitated to waste them on such endeavors. This fleeting thought was swiftly cast aside. Now, confronted with the azure flame that could neither be collected nor discarded, the idea of refining it into a thunder pearl emerged as a brilliant notion. In the impending battle, this creation could very well serve as a sharp weapon against his foes. Resolving this in his mind, Han Li immediately began rummaging through his storage bag for other materials. As for the components required for crafting a thunder pearl, he found that he could indeed gather them from his possessions. These items were not particularly rare. Rather, they consisted of commonly used materials applicable in both alchemy and artifact forging, and Han Li had prepared a selection of them. Consequently, he laid out the items before him. Then, facing the flickering fireball, his expression turned serious as he raised both hands. With a resounding boom, two arcs of golden lightning surged forth from his palms, striking towards the azure fireball, within the hall of the Luoyun sect's headquarters. El Luo sat motionless in a chair, his face devoid of expression. Before him stood several core formation cultivators of the Luoyun sect, including the elderly man in red and the woman surnamed Song. However, their faces bore slight traces of anxiety. Duan Shitsizi, has your master Han been in seclusion for several days? El Luo suddenly inquired in a calm tone. Reporting to Shizhuan, Master Han has been in the quiet chamber for over 2 months. Sister Song and I have been keeping watch outside, but Master Han has yet to emerge. Your Master Han did inform me prior to entering seclusion, stating he needed to prepare for the impending battle and advised us not to disturb him lightly. However, it seems the Mulan people have gathered their forces and are becoming restless. The upper echelons here have convened several times, with those cultivators specifically requesting your Master Han's presence. Yet, I have managed to decline their requests on various pretexts. Now, however, the 3 major sects have gathered in Tianyi City and have sent a letter inviting your Master Han to meet tomorrow. This meeting, it appears, is restricted to mid-Yuan cultivators, underscoring the significance they place on your Master Han's attendance. It would be unwise to refuse this invitation. Moreover, I suspect this gathering will ultimately determine our strategy for the impending conflict. Should someone from the Luoyun sect attend this meeting, the benefits could be substantial. El Luo sighed softly, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing El Shirzuan's words, the others in the hall wore expressions of wry amusement. Yet, Master Han is undoubtedly entrenched in a critical phase of his seclusion. If we disturb him carelessly, it may jeopardize his progress, the woman surnamed Song remarked, her delicate features momentarily clouded with concern. It is precisely this apprehension that has led El Shirzuan to procrastinate. However, if Master Han fails to appear at tomorrow's gathering, it may lead to complications with the others. The middle-aged cultivator with a pair of small mustaches hesitated to say, "What of the others?" Just then, a light, airy voice drifted in from outside the hall, its volume modest yet resoundingly clear to all ears present. Upon hearing this, El Luo's face instantly lit up with joy. Chapter 753. The old demon of cloud due with the sudden emergence of spoken words. Han Li's figure materialized at the entrance of the grand hall. "Junior brother Han, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. It is truly splendid." As the other cultivators bowed respectfully to Han Li, El Luo rose to greet him with a beaming smile. "That I had intended to remain in seclusion a while longer, but I harbored some concerns regarding the affairs of the Mulan people, which prompted me to make a brief appearance. It seems my timing was indeed fortuitous." Han Li replied with a light chuckle. It appears you have overheard the recent discussions among our esteemed junior disciples. However, there are indeed many who wish to see you. While other matters may be inconsequential, you must certainly attend the high-level assembly convened by the three great cultivators tomorrow. After all, our cloud-falling sect is deploying a significant portion of its strength, and I would prefer to avoid excessive casualties among our disciples. It would be prudent for you to listen to the arrangements made by those in charge regarding this impending battle, so that your elder brother may have a clearer understanding, El Luo said, his expression growing solemn. "Given that I am aware of this matter, I shall undoubtedly attend tomorrow. I have long admired the three great cultivators and eagerly anticipate the gathering," Han Li affirmed with enthusiasm. Han Li's response brought joy to El Luo, who immediately engaged him in conversation about several occurrences from the past 2 months. The sorcerers have begun to assault several major formations along the border. Upon hearing El Luo's words, Han Li furrowed his brow and inquired, "Indeed, this transpired merely 3 or 4 days ago. Although there were no significant casualties, it serves as a harbinger of the Mulan people's preparations." El Luo's smile faded as he spoke gravely. "The Mulan are nearing completion of their preparations. How are we faring in terms of personnel arrangements? We should be nearing readiness as well, correct?" Han Li asked slowly, his gaze flickering. "Our situation differs from that of the Mulan. While their sorcerers are composed of various tribes and are quite disorganized, we, in Tiannan, do not have such a multitude of sects. Organizing our forces based on the characteristics of techniques, the potency of magical artifacts, and the varying levels of cultivation is considerably more complex. Moreover, the Mulan have been preparing for this invasion for quite some time, while we are only now organizing ourselves, which is indeed somewhat belated. However, it is fortunate that the 4 major factions have maintained a united front, and we are nearly prepared. Even if battle were to commence immediately, we would still possess the capability to fight." El Luo explained by your account. "A great battle is truly imminent," Han Li remarked, rubbing his nose, his expression darkening. "Most likely. Otherwise, the 3 great cultivators would not have convened so hastily for tomorrow's assembly. Mid-Yuaning cultivators are among the pinnacle of our Tiannan," El Luo sighed, expressing his resignation. Listening to the deliberations of Han Li and El Luo, the other cultivators in the hall couldn't help but adopt a solemn demeanor. Yet, Han Li suddenly shifted the topic, inquiring about the recent arrangements for the disciples of the cloud-falling sect. El Luo and the others recounted the details to Han Li. Upon learning that many disciples had been disrupted and assigned to various teams for daily drills and collective combat, Han Li nodded in acknowledgement, not expressing further opinion. Such arrangements were indeed quite customary, as this was no mere affair of solitary combat among cultivators. Even the most formidable cultivator, no matter how exceptional their skills, would find themselves at a disadvantage when besieged by thousands of well-trained practitioners simultaneously. Of course, under ordinary circumstances, these high-level cultivators would not allow themselves to be placed in such perilous situations. As long as they are not ensnared by teams of practitioners, these advanced cultivators can wield their vast and sweeping powers, decimating lower-tier cultivators in droves. Therefore, The existence of entities capable of counterbalancing higher-level practitioners is of paramount importance. The ongoing conflict between cultivators and sorcerers reflects a similar scenario that in the contest of powers between high-ranking practitioners and the esteemed Master Milan. If either side cannot adequately counter the other, they would effectively incur significant loss without even engaging in battle. Thus, while Hanli inquired about the affairs of the Fallen Cloud sect, his mind was already contemplating the true intent behind the gathering of the three major cultivators of Tiannan. Specifically, their summon of Mid-Yuan Ing cultivators. It is likely that this meeting, aside from orchestrating the movements of the practitioner army, would also entail the formulation of specific strategies to confront Master Milan. Reflecting on this, Hanli could not help but chuckle coldly to himself. During the past 2 months, he not only eradicated all traces of the azure flames from the Qingzhu Fengyan sword, but also utilized the exorcising thunder to refine 7 or 8 thunder pearls from the azure flames infused with the essence of the Qingyuan sword qi. Unfortunately, all other attempts had ended in failure, dissipating on their own, which left Hanli, upon witnessing this spectacle, in a state of rueful amusement. This indeed proved to be an ingenious method for extinguishing those azure flames. After engaging in conversation with a few individuals for a while longer, Hanli took his leave from the hall and returned to the specially prepared loft, where he could recuperate and gather his strength. The relentless effort over the past 2 months to dispel the azure flames from the flying sword, and immediately refining the thunder pearls, had truly exhausted him. At dawn the following day, Hanli set forth from his residence, making his way leisurely toward the central area. Before long, he caught a glimpse of a colossal stone hall. Given that the entirety of Tianyi City had been hastily constructed, even the grand hall designated for the high-ranking members of the 4 major factions appeared rather ordinary and somewhat crude. Furthermore, aside from being slightly more imposing than the discussion hall of the Tiandao Alliance, it seemed to be cast from the same mold. However, the guards stationed at the entrance were several Golden Core stage practitioners. Upon noticing Hanli's approach, they swiftly advanced to greet him. After scanning him with their spiritual senses. One of the Golden Core practitioners, after performing a respectful bow, addressed him with utmost reverence. Esteemed senior, today's meeting is exclusively for those of Mid-Yuaning stage and above. May I inquire as to your... Before he could finish, Hanli raised a hand and tossed a white jade slip toward him. Indeed, it was the invitation he had received the previous day. So it is Senior Han and My apologies for the oversight. Please, do enter. The gatekeeper, having scanned the jade slip with his spiritual sense, immediately adopted an expression of regret and stepped aside to grant access. Hanli smiled faintly, taking a couple of steps forward, but suddenly, his expression shifted, and he turned to look back. He noticed 2 figures approaching along a nearby street, 1 man and 1 woman, walking in tandem. The male appeared to be in his early 20s, adorned in luxurious brocade robes, his skin fair and luminous, his countenance remarkably handsome, exuding an air of effortless charm and grace. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern a flicker of weariness in his gaze, revealing hints of a storied past, with crow's feet subtly betraying his youthful facade. Thus, in an instant, this person appeared to have aged over a decade. Strangely, at first glance, he exuded an inexplicable, effeminate aura, reminiscent of a woman disguised as a man. Truly bizarre. Upon seeing this individual, Hanli felt a shiver run through him, his expression growing grave. This man was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, likely here to attend the conference, judging by his peculiar demeanor. He was most probably a practitioner of the demonic path. Yet, which sect did he belong to? Hanli pondered swiftly, his gaze shifting to the woman standing half a step behind him. Hanli gasped softly in surprise. The woman was young and beautiful, clad in a resplendent crimson gown, her graceful movements exuding an enchanting allure, radiating boundless charm. However, upon closer inspection of her features, Hanli's expression morphed from one of peculiarity to a faint, bitter smile. Dong Xin'er, it was indeed her. Without the need for further speculation, Hanli deduced that the seemingly youthful elder beside her was certainly a practitioner from the renowned Hetsuan sect of the demonic path. After so many years apart, it was unexpected to see that Dong Xian'er had attained mid-stage core formation, especially considering her less than favorable spiritual root aptitude. Standing motionless at the entrance of the hall, Hanli's unwavering gaze naturally drew the attention of the core formation cultivators stationed at the door, who turned to observe the two. Upon recognizing the man, many of these cultivators turned pale. One of them murmured anxiously, I didn't expect the ancient demon of Hutsuin's sect to come as well. Ancient demon. Upon hearing this, Han Li's mind immediately recalled a certain individual that it seemed that, aside from the late-stage nascent soul elder of Hitsun's sect, there was another notorious figure known for their formidable reputation, the ancient monster of the Yun surname. This individual possessed a unique innate talent, embodying both yin and yang, and practiced the most elite demonic techniques of Hitsun's sect. Specializing in the art of seduction and exploitation, self-styling as the Yunlu Jinren. Others referred to him as the Yunlu Old Demon, whether due to his cultivation methods or his inherent lecherous nature. He often engaged in capturing individuals for his nefarious purposes, regardless of whether they were handsome men or beautiful women. Those who caught his eye were seldom spared. Consequently, he had made numerous enemies among various sects. However, his profound cultivation rendered him elusive, and with Hutsuin's sect backing him, others found it challenging to contend with him. Moreover, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Once he had his fill of indulgence, he would release his captured victims. The sects and elders of these individuals could only endeavor to conceal the truth, begrudgingly accepting the situation. Nevertheless, this ancient demon was infamous in the southern cultivation world, instilling fear in all who heard his name. Young cultivators would flee at the mere whisper of his reputation, while those unable to escape would tremble in fear, anxious about attracting his unwanted attention. Could this young man truly be that ancient monster? Although Han Li bore no fear of him, he could not help but feel a sense of discomfort. Coincidentally, the handsome young man also noticed Han Li standing at the entrance, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him from afar. Suddenly, he flashed a smile, revealing a hint of seductive charm. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li felt a chill run down his spine. After mustering a strained smile, he averted his gaze from Dong Xian'er, who appeared astonished at his presence, and turned on his heel, striding purposefully into the grand hall. He had no inclination to engage with such an ancient being. Do you know that person? Your heartbeat quickened significantly just now. Dong Xian'er remarked, leisurely observing the youth making his way toward the hall's entrance. Upon realizing Han Li's figure had vanished, her smile instantly faded, and she casually inquired of the still-present Dong Xian'er. That person is an acquaintance from the past. I was merely surprised to see him suddenly, Dong Xian'er replied, her expression somewhat peculiar, yet her tone remained calm. That an acquaintance. That individual is a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. And to be present at today's gathering, appearing so youthful, he must be the recently renowned elder of the Falling Cloud sect. It is worth noting that he shares the same surname, Han, and his name is identical to that of the person you previously mentioned. Could it possibly be him, the old demon? Yunlu inquired, seemingly intrigued by Dong Xian'er's stiff response, indicating a relationship that might be more than ordinary. Upon hearing Yunlu's words, Dong Xian'er turned slightly pale, yet she remained silent. Choosing not to respond, a cold glint flashed in Yunlu's eyes. With a disdainful snort, he ceased his inquiries, though a shadow of gloom crossed his brow, when the old demon accompanied Dong Xian'er to the entrance of the hall. The rotating group of core formation cultivators appeared exceedingly cautious, merely exchanging a few words before hastily allowing them entry. Naturally, Dong Xian'er was unable to proceed further and was led away by a cultivator to a side hall for temporary rest. After Han Li entered the hall, he soon spotted the entrance to the main chamber and quickened his pace. The interior of the grand hall was sparsely decorated, aside from towering stone pillars. A vast expanse of open space in the center featured exquisitely crafted wooden chairs placed several feet apart, numbering around 16 or 17, that among these chairs sat 7 or 8 cultivators, each displaying a range of expressions. Some regarded Han Li with cold indifference. Others ignored him entirely, while a few closed their eyes in meditation, seemingly engrossed in their own affairs. However, one individual, upon noticing Han Li's arrival, greeted him with a friendly smile and waved, saying, "Friend Han, you've emerged from seclusion. If you don't mind, please take a seat beside me." This person was none other than Long Han, the head of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, hailing from the Wanming sect. "Thank you, Brother Long," Han Li replied graciously, accepting the invitation and taking a seat on the adjacent chair. He then surveyed the other attendees, settling into a contemplative silence. Moments later, the figure of the old demon, Yunlu, appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing the individuals within the hall, he chuckled and strode over to an empty chair, brazenly taking a seat. Not far from him sat an elderly man clad in blue robes, who held a small green pot in one hand and a white jade cup in the other. indulging in his own libations without a care for his surroundings. As Yunlu settled nearby, a wave of powdery fragrance wafted through the air, prompting the blue-robed elder to shoot an irritated glance at the old demon, feeling quite put out. Unperturbed by the elder's displeasure, Yunlu's gaze darted around before landing on Han Li across the way, reigniting his interest in the latter. This time, it was Han Li who found himself unable to sit at ease. With a furrowed brow, he simply closed his eyes gently, his face betraying no emotion. However, his mind was preoccupied with contemplating the relationship between the old demon and Dong Xiener. After Dong Xiener was abducted by the young master of the Hahuan sect, she had joined the demon sect. Although the old demon was notorious, he should not have targeted a disciple of his own sect. There must be some other connection between the two, that otherwise, the old demon would not have come to this gathering without bringing Dong Xiener along. Just as Han Li found himself in a state of confusion, individuals began to enter the hall one after another. These newcomers were naturally all mid-stage nascent soul practitioners, some of whom were familiar with those who had arrived earlier, while others bore considerable grudges. Consequently, the hall was occasionally filled with greetings and mocking banter. At this moment, the old demon Yin Lu had shifted his gaze away from Han Li. Yet, Han Li remained motionless, his eyelids not even fluttering. He realized that among the mid-stage nascent soul practitioners, he hardly recognized anyone, and thus saw no need to greet anyone. Suihan, I did not expect you to be here as well. I have heard that your Nine Souls secret technique has reached a remarkable level, truly a matter worthy of celebration. The call of Suihan stirred Han Li's heart, compelling him to open his eyes. He beheld a gaunt, peculiar old man in a black robe entering the hall, as a black-robed practitioner within eagerly greeted him. After a moment of surprise, the old man in the black robe immediately approached with a beaming smile. What? Have you met Suihan Jinren before? Han Daoyu, observed Long Han, noting Han Li's unusual demeanor, and inquired with a smile that no, I merely heard Brother Chung mention this person, and it is said he possesses considerable abilities. Han Li replied, his expression unchanged, omitting any mention of his previous encounter where he had slain several of Suihan's disciples during his journey to the State of Yu. Haha, that is understandable. I recall Elder Chung once sparred with this individual and suffered a minor setback. Naturally, he would have an impression of him. However, with your current reputation, Han Daoyu need not be overly wary. Yet, among the mid-stage nascent soul practitioners, there is one person you should avoid provoking. That individual is quite the headache even for the three major practitioners of Tiannan, Long Han remarked with a slight smile, adopting a tone of admonition. A person capable of causing distress to the three major practitioners. Does such a person truly exist? Han Li raised his brow, surprised. Indeed, there is such an individual. He once clashed with the esteemed Ji Yang among the three major practitioners. Although he nearly suffered fatal injuries, he managed to inflict light wounds on Ji Yang and escaped. Thus, he is widely recognized as a formidable presence beneath the three major practitioners. However, he is accustomed to operating alone, and whether he would intervene in significant matters such as the invasion of the law practitioners is uncertain. Otherwise, he would indeed be a great ally. Long Han explained meticulously to be able to injure a late-stage nascent soul practitioner. This individual is truly remarkable. I wonder who this esteemed person is. Their reputation must be considerable. Han Li mused, curious. Surely you have heard of Tian Hen Lao Guai. This name should be quite familiar to you. Han Daoyu, Long Han said with a smile. Tian Hen Lao Guai. It is indeed this person. I have long been aware of his notorious reputation, Han Li replied with a wry smile, murmuring to himself as memories of his disguise as a low-tier practitioner in the sacred tree forbidden area flooded his mind. At that time, the spies from both the righteous and demonic paths had exhibited an extraordinary wariness towards Tian Hen Lao Guai. However, among the Yuaning cultivators, it seems that the talents of the dragon siblings should rightfully rank just below the three great cultivators, remarked Han Li with a playful wink. Yet, upon hearing this, Long Han shook her head. Although Feng Bing and I possess certain abilities, in a one-on-one confrontation, it is highly likely that we would not stand a chance against this individual. Of course, if the two of us were to join forces, that would be an entirely different matter, Long Han stated with a serious demeanor. Han Li chuckled at her words and was about to say something further when he suddenly felt the piercing gaze of another upon him, cold and ominous. As if harboring ill intentions, that a sense of vigilance surged within him. Yet he maintained a composed facade, subtly turning his head to meet the gaze of the onlooker. To his surprise, it was an exceedingly unfamiliar figure. An elderly man clad in emerald robes, with a long beard, Upon noticing Han Li's scrutiny, the old man's glint of cold light in his eyes dimmed, and he averted his gaze, adopting an air of nonchalance. Nevertheless, Han Li did not ease his guard. Instead, he continued to observe the man intently for quite some time. "What is the matter? Don't you recognize this individual, Taoist Han?" Long Han remarked lightly, having noticed the exchange. "From the implication of Brother Long, it seems I ought to be familiar with him," Han Li replied, somewhat puzzled. "This man is Dongmin Tu, the Grand Elder of the Yuling sect, who wields significant power within the sect. While I have not personally interacted with him, I have heard that he shares a close bond with Gu Shuangpu, akin to that of brothers. Yet you have treated Gu Shuangpu as a spy for the Mulan clan and extinguished his life. It is evident that, though he has refrained from voicing his discontent due to ample evidence, he is certainly displeased with you. Exercise caution, my friend," Long Han advised with a discerning tone. Han Li rubbed his nose, a bitter smile gracing his features, as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. In the brief span of merely a quarter of an hour, the seats within the hall had become nearly fully occupied by cultivators. It was somewhat amusing to note that, whether by design or coincidence, the demonic cultivators had predominantly taken seats on the right side of the Grand Hall, while those from the Righteous Alliance occupied most of the left. Only the cultivators from the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Nine Nations Alliance seemed indifferent, seating themselves freely on either side. Among these cultivators, Han Li recognized another familiar face, the practitioner surnamed Kuang from the Nihongjai, who happened to sit on the demonic side. Upon catching Han Li's gaze, he offered a friendly smile. Han Li naturally nodded in acknowledgement. That moment, Long Han spoke again, identifying two other cultivators from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, a woman of unremarkable appearance adorned in simple attire, and an elderly man with a furrowed brow. Han Li took a moment to observe them, committing their features to memory. As the number of attendees increased, an air of gravity settled over the assembly. Idle chatter ceased, and everyone began to scrutinize one another with cold, assessing gazes. Each individual present was a formidable presence, renowned across the southern realms, gathering here in one place. Whether familiar or unfamiliar, various thoughts and intentions brewed among them. Among this assembly, Han Li stood out as an exceptionally unique entity. With the powerful divine senses of these ancient beings, it was all but inevitable that they would discern his relatively shallow cultivation level, and thus recognize his identity. After all, Han Li's reputation had soared to remarkable heights over the past 6 months, and it was impossible for these seasoned figures to remain ignorant of him. As Han Li sat there with drooping eyelids, indifferent to everyone around him, he appeared to embody a calmness that defied the chaos. Just as the hall began to envelop itself in a profound silence, tinged with an air of gravity, 3 figures finally emerged from the side door. The previously observant onlookers, now transfixed, directed their gazes toward the newcomers. Among them was a burly man clad in black robes, an elderly man with green hair, and a sword-bearing Taoist. While Han Li maintained his usual demeanor, a sudden jolt of surprise surged within him. These 3 were the 3 great cultivators, the only late-stage Yuanying practitioners in the entirety of Tiannan for over a millennium. The expressions of the others varied, yet most, like Han Li, remained stoic as they awaited the trio's words. Chapter 755. The Gamble of Life and Death. The 3 figures slowly advanced to the center of the hall. The imposing black-robed man, whose visage bore a somewhat fearsome aspect, spoke coldly. "I trust one need not introduce ourselves. Even those unfamiliar with us should now recognize our presence. This gathering is presided over by us 3. Does anyone have any objections?" His voice was chillingly frigid, and as his words echoed, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him, casting a massive spiritual pressure over the entire hall. The assembled cultivators felt the profound fluctuations of spiritual energy, their expressions shifting imperceptibly. While Han Li was astonished by the man's formidable magical prowess, he was equally taken aback. The man's aura, suffused with a sinister chill, unmistakably marked him as the infamous He Huan Lao Mo from the demonic path. Yet, this elder's appearance diverged significantly from Han Li's expectations. Though he was labeled the Grand Elder of the He Huan sect, his techniques resembled those of the Guiling sect's dark arts, unbeknownst to Han Li. Throughout the ages, the Grand Elders of the He Huan sect had been referred to as He Huan Lao Mo, although the black-robed man's cultivation techniques were not closely related to the sect. He was nonetheless compelled to uphold the title as the others sensed the man's terrifying presence. Though discomfort flickered within them, none were foolish enough to challenge the authority of the 3 great cultivators. The hall fell into a heavy silence. tacitly acknowledging the words of He Huan Lao Mo very well. Since there are no objections, I shall dispense with any further trivialities, for time is of the essence. This morning, the Mulan people dispatched envoys and delivered a challenge. They assert that if we do not acquiesce to their conditions, a life-and-death battle shall ensue at the border in 7 days. The black-robed man declared impassively a challenge. 7 days? What are the conditions? A wave of commotion rippled through the cultivators. Indeed, Brother Yi's words hold true. This is the challenge from our adversaries. Fellow Taoists, please take a moment to review it. And then we shall deliberate our strategy. Although the imminent conflict arrives sooner than anticipated, do we truly fear the Mulan people with the prowess present here? The sword-bearing Taoist chuckled lightly, his demeanor unflustered. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated in the ears of the assembly like a refreshing breeze, instilling a sense of composure within them. Surprised, the cultivators quickly settled, yet one could faintly hear a whisper. The Jingxin Ju of the Taijin sect indeed possesses its merits. Upon hearing such seemingly unconvincing words, the middle-aged Taoist appeared undeterred. Instead, he retrieved a vividly crimson jade tablet from within his robe and casually tossed it to a gray-robed elder across from him, all the while smiling as he remarked, "This is the challenge letter from the Murins. My friend, do take a look." The elder, taken aback for a moment, then silently grasped the jade tablet, scanning its contents with his spiritual sense. His expression suddenly darkened, and with a cold demeanor, he tossed the tablet directly to the person beside him. The recipient, intrigued, glanced at the jade tablet with his own spiritual sense, his countenance also turning grim. As the challenge letter was passed around among the assembled cultivators, Han Li took a moment to scrutinize both the Taoist and the elder in the green robe. The Taoist appeared to be in his 40s, with skin that gleamed with a pearly whiteness and features that were both refined and elegant, instantly evoking a sense of goodwill. He was likely a prominent figure from the Zhengdao Alliance-S Taijin sect. In stark contrast, the green-robed elder seemed exceedingly ordinary. His attire and demeanor bore no remarkable traits. The only aspect that caught Han Li's attention was the elder's long, sharp nails, which were an unusual shade of deep purple-black and shimmered faintly, making them quite conspicuous. This individual was none other than Wei Wuyo, the esteemed elder of the Nine Nations Alliance. It seemed that Wei Wuyo sensed Han Li's gaze, as he turned his head slightly to regard him. Upon their eyes meeting, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, and he unexpectedly smiled at Han Li. Han Li felt a twinge of awkwardness and returned the smile, though inwardly he could not help but ponder what the elder would think if he were aware of the circumstances between him and Nangong Wan. As Han Li was lost in thought, Long Han, standing nearby, had already finished reading the jade tablet that had been passed to him. With a displeased expression, he tossed it to Han Li. Noticing the troubled expressions on the faces of those before him, Han Li felt a surge of curiosity. He maintained his composure and immersed his spiritual sense into the tablet to read its contents. After a considerable while, Han Li furrowed his brows tightly and withdrew his spiritual awareness, silently handing the jade tablet to another cultivator. Before long, the entire assembly had perused the tablet, and each countenance reflected a sense of disquiet. A few individuals, unable to contain themselves, even let out cold snorts of disdain. "Now that you have all reviewed the challenge letter, I wonder what your thoughts may be," inquired the Taijin sect's prominent figure with a bemused smile. "What audacity! They expect us to relinquish half of Tiannan to them. Do they truly believe they have the upper hand?" spoke a man in a brocade robe with a grim expression. "Indeed, what nonsense is this about surrendering a mere portion of our territory to transform strife into peace? They must think us ignorant. The Murins are but a pack of stray dogs at present. We need not engage in battle with them. Merely prolonging the conflict will gradually wear them down," remarked another rotund elder, a sly look upon his face. "Friend Lu, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that your Qinhuan sect, nestled deep in Tiannan, is indifferent to the survival of our sects? In a prolonged war, your sect remains unaffected. But what of our foundational roots?" said a dark-skinned man seated beside the rotund elder, his expression unfriendly. "Am I not considering the welfare of all?" the elder retorted. "Sects can be rebuilt, but once lives are lost, they cannot be revived." Unfazed by the dark-skinned man's glare, he cast a sidelong glance at him and spoke dismissively. "Humph, your words come across as rather casual. If our countries were to be forsaken, why should we, as monks, stand in your way against the formidable army of sorcerers? We might as well relocate our entire sect to your Tianluo kingdom, thus ensuring not a single one of us meets our demise," another individual retorted coldly. "You all, enough. The matter of engaging in a prolonged conflict has already been settled. there is no need for further discussion. What we must focus on now is how to contend with the sorcerers of the Mulan people, rather than squabbling amongst ourselves. Upon hearing this, the burly man in the black robe darkened his expression and abruptly reprimanded them. The three, recognizing that it was the Hahuan old demon who had spoken, though begrudgingly, fell silent. After all, in the realm of cultivation, it is strength that speaks volumes that in truth, the discord among the three comrades was entirely unnecessary. We have already calculated the situation. Given the overwhelming momentum of the sorcerer's army, a protracted war is utterly implausible. Were it not for the concentration of the majority of Tiannan's forces, we would be unable to thwart their advance in the slightest. Relying solely on the strength of one sect or one nation would likely lead to immediate collapse upon contact. At that point, it would be our own power that would be depleted, with a tenfold likelihood of our own demise. Thus, this great battle must be fought, and we must ensure that the Mulan people are left severely weakened. There can be no room for complacency. The Ascendant Yang also wore a grave expression. Upon hearing this, the remaining cultivators engaged in a hushed murmur before once again falling silent. However, what exactly are the Mulan people scheming? If we are to engage in battle, why must there be a preliminary wager? Moreover, how dare they place such a significant bet? The quantity of precious materials they propose is something that even a major sect cannot easily produce. Is it not said that the Mulan grasslands are devoid of cultivation resources? Dalman II of the Yuling sect suddenly interjected, his gaze glinting with curiosity. I am aware of this. While the Mulan grasslands may indeed lack resources, it is a relative notion. The deposits of spirit stone and commonly used materials are, in truth, rather scarce compared to their vast population of sorcerers. However, the grasslands do possess a considerable amount of rare materials, some of which are even more abundant than those found in our Tian and An. It is not particularly surprising that they can offer such a wealth of materials. Another individual, seemingly well informed about the Mulan people, elaborated. I see. But do they truly possess such confidence that they will emerge victorious in this wager? Aside from those at the late nascent soul stage, all others are eligible to participate at a wager of 10 matches. No less, and it is a life or death gamble. They think us mere clay figures. Dongmin too spoke slowly, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Every individual present is no fool. They understand that the Mulan people proposing this wager surely harbor ulterior motives or hidden schemes. Consequently, they began to ponder the potential pitfalls therein. Han Li was equally perplexed. The challenge letter he had just perused was quite explicit. This wager is to take place before both armies, precluding any underhanded tactics. Moreover, the participating cultivators are required to bring the precious materials at stake directly to the contest. The victor may claim the loser's storage pouch. The only peculiar aspect is that the challenge letter clearly states that all 10 matches must occur simultaneously. And even if a cultivator is defeated, they cannot flee. They must perish on the spot. To this end, the wager shall be conducted within a sealed spatial barrier. The barrier was established by representatives from both sides, who also dispatched individuals to oversee the operation of the formation during the wagered battle, preventing any underhanded maneuvers from the opposing party. However, regardless of the schemes the people of Mulan might concoct, this seems to present a favorable opportunity for us. If we could eliminate a few high-ranking spellcasters before the armies engage, it would undoubtedly benefit us significantly. Humph, I fear the Mulan people are harboring intentions similar to yours. One person hesitantly remarked, only to be met with a mocking retort from another. What is there to ponder? If the Mulan wish to engage in a wagered battle, then we shall oblige. There is no necessity for such a course of action. 7 days hence, we shall proceed according to our own plans, entirely unencumbered by any wager. Even if the opposing side has devious schemes, they would be rendered ineffective. This statement came from the elderly Quan, a member of Ni Hongjai, who spoke with disdain. Regrettably, while Quan Daoist's reasoning holds merit, we must participate in this wagered battle, and we must secure victory, responded Zhang Shangren with a sigh, expressing a sense of helplessness. What does this mean, master? We cannot allow the Mulan to lead us by the nose. Quan, furrowing his brow, voiced his discontent. Several other elders in attendance nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. Chapter 756. Enticement. The three of us were naturally aware of the intricacies involved. Yet when the Mulan had been advancing relentlessly, the majority of our allies were from the Nine Nations Alliance, though our respective sects and schools had also dispatched numerous disciples, according to the envoy. This group numbered over 1,000, Zhang Shangren stated with a somber expression. What do you mean by that? Are they truly bold enough to execute captives if we refuse to engage in the wager? If that were the case, would the Mulan not fear our retaliation through other means? Quan, taken aback, exclaimed. The envoy did not explicitly mention the execution of captives, but he repeatedly emphasized that we would be given an opportunity to rescue these cultivators. In 10 bouts, aside from wagering these materials, they would additionally offer over 100 captured cultivators per battled as long as we emerge victorious. These individuals would be released. Zhang Shangren continued, upon hearing this. The elders present exchanged glances. At first glance, these 1,000-plus cultivators did not seem like many, and most were low-ranking cultivators with relatively modest abilities, seemingly impervious to the opposing side's coercion. However, should anyone genuinely propose not to rescue these individuals, they would immediately become the target of collective ire. It is crucial to recognize that while these cultivators may not hold significant status, they represent powerful families and sects in great numbers. Notably, many of them were captured by the Mulan while attempting to delay the advance of spellcasters. If we fail to rescue them, the morale of our troops may plummet before the battle has even commenced. With low-ranking cultivators feeling disheartened, many may not fight with their full strength. Who would have thought that these barbaric plainsmen could devise such a cunning scheme? In previous invasions, they seemed to rely little on strategy. Yet this time their approach is insidiously clever. Acknowledging the impropriety, we find ourselves compelled to engage nonetheless. Long Han sighed, expressing his agreement. Long Han's words resonated with the others, who similarly felt a sense of resignation. Inwardly cursing the cunning of the Mulan. It seems everyone has come to understand that we must engage in this wagered battle, regardless of the opponent's intentions. We must decisively defeat the adversaries in this wagered battle. Otherwise, the blow to morale would be substantial. Moreover, the method of combat proposed by our opponents does not appear to involve any underhanded tactics, suggesting they might be pursuing alternative strategies. Therefore, fellow practitioners need not worry about falling prey to any hidden traps. Should any impropriety arise, we shall intervene directly to halt this engagement. Of course, since this is a life-and-death struggle, participation is entirely voluntary for each of you and my 2 companions, and I will not impose any coercion. After casting a grave glance over the assembly, Ziyang spoke with solemnity. Voluntary? Upon hearing this, the ancient figures exchanged knowing glances, their hearts filled with scorn, and they fell into a silence punctuated by furtive glances. None among them were foolish. Even without the evident oddities surrounding this wagered battle, there was little inclination to engage in a life-or-death contest. After all, each had endured centuries of arduous cultivation to reach their current pinnacle. Who would dare to risk their life so recklessly? Han Li maintained an impassive demeanor, showing no inclination to step forward. While he was willing to contribute to this grand conflict, it must be under circumstances that did not endanger his life. The last battle at Huanglong Mountain had nearly cost him his life, and he had no desire to face such peril again. Seeing the expressions on the faces of those present, the old devil of harmony narrowed his eyes, his countenance darkening as he let out a cold snort. The icy sound sent shivers through the gathered cultivators, their faces shifting slightly, yet no one rose to respond. Observing this, Ziyang shook his head. A hint of resignation etched on his features. Meanwhile, Wei Wuyo, with narrowed eyes, remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Not wishing to prolong the awkwardness, Ziyang resumed speaking. My 2 companions and I conferred prior to our arrival. This wagered battle indeed carries significant risks. Thus, should any cultivator emerge victorious, the rare materials won will belong exclusively to the victor, compensating for the inherent dangers of participating. What do you think, esteemed colleagues? Furthermore, I am aware that several of you seem to be in need of certain rare materials, which you have been unable to locate. My companions and I happen to possess some in our collection and could accommodate your needs. Upon concluding his statements, Ziyang's gaze swept over several individuals, including Han Li. A chill ran down Han Li's spine as a twinge of confusion arose within him. The others, no ordinary cultivators themselves, also displayed expressions of surprise and curiosity. Although the proposal was enticing, no one immediately stepped forward to declare their intent to participate. Just then, Wei Wuyo, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly lifted his gaze toward the nearby figure of the fragmented soul real person, his lips moving slightly as he transmitted a message. The previously downcast fragmented soul real person's expression shifted dramatically. Initially startled, he soon manifested a blend of astonishment and delight. After a few exchanged words, he silently conversed with Wei Wuyo. Moments later, the fragmented soul real person appeared contemplative, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. Concurrently, the The burly figure in black robes transmitted a message to the old devil of harmony. This old fiend, who had exuded an air of indifference since entering the grand hall, immediately furrowed his brow upon receiving the elder's communication, his demeanor turning somewhat grim. What the burly man conveyed remained unknown. As long as one is able to honor their commitments, what harm is there in taking a risk? After pondering for a moment, the soul-shattering true person spoke thus. Upon hearing these words, the other ancient beings were momentarily taken aback. Yet, at that moment, the elder demon of Yunlu also interjected. Since my esteemed friend, the soul-shattering Taoist, has chosen to partake, I, too, shall make an appearance. To forsake such rare materials would indeed be a grievous loss. The old demon remarked with a cold sneer, though a flicker of ire lingered in his brow, suggesting a simmering discontent. The other cultivators exchanged glances, their silence betraying their astonishment, regardless of the reasons that compelled the two. A sense of unease began to permeate the hearts of the remaining individuals. Indeed, soon the three prominent cultivators each engaged in whispered discussions with several others. As a result, most of these individuals, upon hearing the proposals, responded with a mix of joy and concern, agreeing to participate in the wager. Only two maintained their stoic expressions, resolutely shaking their heads to decline the matter. Observing this scene, Han Li's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Just then, the voice of the Supreme Young Master reached his ears. Taoist Han, I have heard that you are scouring for a considerable amount of Gung essence. Is this indeed the case? Though Han Li had anticipated this inquiry, his heart nonetheless raced upon hearing it. His request for the Heavenly Tao Alliance to assist in gathering Gung essence was not a secretive matter, and it was no surprise that the other party was aware of it. Indeed, I am in need of some Gung essence for the crafting of treasures. Might it be that you possess a substantial quantity of it? Taoist Ziyang. Han Li steadied his thoughts and inquired nonchalantly. You are correct, Taoist Han. Both Wei Taoist and I each hold a significant piece of Gung essence, which should suffice for your needs. The Supreme Young Master replied with a smile. However, I must first ascertain the quality of the Gung essence before considering participation in the battle. Han Li replied after a moment's contemplation, not wishing to commit entirely. The Supreme Young Master chuckled lightly, readily acquiescing. In a brief span of time, 5 individuals agreed to partake, while several others, like Han Li, indicated they would need to deliberate further before providing a definitive answer. Yet this was already enough to greatly satisfy Ji Yang and the others. They promptly ceased communication with the remaining individuals and began to strategize the specifics of how to contend with the army of law practitioners. Sitting in the hall, listening to the discussions among the older cultivators regarding the strengths and weaknesses of the law practitioners' army, as well as the deployment of array flags and other formation tools to counter the formidable spiritual formations employed by the law practitioners, Han Li's thoughts had already drifted far beyond. Consumed by the matter of Gung essence, to speak candidly, Han Li was quite dissatisfied with the power of his primary treasure, the Qingzhou Fengyun sword. This was not to say that his flying sword lacked potency compared to the innate treasures of other cultivators. Rather, it was due to the nature of his encounters. His adversaries were either exceedingly weak or overwhelmingly strong. Against feeble opponents, he required no more than the Qingyuan sword Qi to vanquish them. Conversely, against formidable foes whose cultivation levels generally surpassed his own, the flying sword proved somewhat ineffective. However, upon discovering the final divine ability of the Qingyuan sword technique detailed within the pages, the Great Gung Sword Formation, Han Li began to comprehend the terrifying potential of the Qingzhou Fengyun sword when combined with the Qingyuan sword technique. Even if he could only execute a fraction of this sword formation, it would suffice to contend with late-stage nascent soul cultivators as for the Su Tian Ding. Although it had been extolled to the heavens by Yin Yu, its actual might remain to be seen. Before witnessing it with his own eyes, Han Li harbored a modicum of skepticism. Thus, this grand Gung sword array undoubtedly represented a formidable power upon which he could establish his foothold in the realm of cultivation. Consequently, acquiring a substantial amount of Gung essence was imperative. Without it, he would be unable to refine the sword array. Yet, whether he should truly participate in the gambling battle remained a matter of indecision for Han Li. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to first assess the quantity of Gung essence offered by the opposing party. Should the amount be sufficiently abundant, presenting him with a promising opportunity to forge the grand Gung sword array, it would not be unreasonable to engage in this gamble. That as long as his adversaries were not the revered Mulan masters, he would naturally harbor no fear of anyone. even if the Mulan were to resort to underhanded tactics during the gamble. With the might of the wind and thunder wings and the purple luo celestial fire, a mere barrier could hardly imprison him. With his mind made up, Han Li regained his composure and attentively listened to the discourse among the gathered cultivators. The assembly had convened for nearly an hour, with the prominent figure among the three major cultivators being the Master of Pure Yang, while the old Demon of Harmony occasionally contributed supplementary remarks. In contrast, Wei Wuyo remained taciturn, uttering but a few words. Nevertheless, throughout the discussions, both the Master of Pure Yang and the old Demon of Harmony regarded Long Han with evident esteem, frequently soliciting her opinion on matters pertaining to the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It appeared that the partnership of the Long couple could indeed contend with the discourse of one of the three major cultivators, a veritable truth. Eventually, the discussions reached their conclusion, and specific responsibilities were allocated to those cultivators who would not partake in the gamble. As the Master of Pure Yang bid the attendees to prepare for their return, everyone began to take their leave. However, 3 cultivators were retained for a private conversation, among whom was Han Li. The other 2 included the old demon of Yunlu and a strikingly beautiful woman whose complexion was ashen. This woman, like Han Li, had remained silent throughout the earlier discussions. Chapter 757. I Snow Silkworm and Gung Essen's junior brother. Come with me. I have matters to discuss with you privately. The burly man in the black robe, after the crowd dispersed, turned without a glance and strode toward a side hall, the old demon of Yunlu. After a fleeting glance, hesitated momentarily before silently following, evidently filled with a deep-seated respect for the man. Han, Bai, it seems we can engage in a candid discussion now. The Master of Pure Yang addressed the 2. You both intend to ascertain what you desire before deciding whether to enter the gambling contest. Such a stance is understandable. Given the perilous nature of this endeavor, no one would dare to take risks without sufficient incentive. However, irrespective of whether the offerings meet your expectations, I sincerely hope you will participate in this gambling battle. Once the black-robed man and the old demon of Yunlu departed, the Master of Pure Yang did not lead Han Li and the woman elsewhere, but spoke gravely within the main hall. Meanwhile, Wei Wuyo stood to the side, arms crossed behind his back, calmly observing the 2. Upon hearing the Master of Pure Yang's words, Han Li had yet to respond when the beautiful woman furrowed her delicate brows and coldly retorted. As a solitary and vulnerable woman, whether it concerns the Mulan invading Tiannan or Tiannan encroaching upon Mulan, had it not been for your message indicating you possess that item, I would not have emerged from seclusion at all. Let me be clear, if the item in your possession fails to satisfy me, I shall take my leave without hesitation. The woman spoke boldly to the esteemed Master Ji Yang, saying, why must we dwell on this, Bai Dao Yu? While I may have erred in the past, it was ultimately for your own good. To this, Master Ji Yang did not respond with anger. Instead, he replied with a gentle demeanor. Humph, I can discern right from wrong on my own. Let us not revisit the past. Please, present the item. The woman's expression darkened, and she coldly retorted. Hearing this, Han Li maintained his usual demeanor, yet internally, he was taken aback. It appeared that the Bai woman had some entanglement with Master Ji Yang, though the nature of their past relationship remained a mystery. Observing the woman's unwelcoming expression, Master Ji Yang could only shake his head in resignation. Reaching into his storage bag to produce a white jade box. At first glance, the box seemed unremarkable, indistinguishable from ordinary white jade. However, the moment it materialized, the temperature in the hall plummeted, as if engulfed by the frigid chill of winter. Even Han Li, who had long acclimated to extreme temperatures, felt a wave of discomfort and could not help but gaze at the jade box with renewed interest. The Bai woman sensed the icy aura emanating from the box, and a flicker of excitement crossed her face. Without further ado, Master Ji Yang placed the jade box before her. Upon receiving it, the woman gently lifted the lid for a glance, even without looking. Han Li could clearly sense the contents within. Inside lay a pair of translucent, glimmering silkworm pupae, exuding wisps of white vapor. Han Li's brow furrowed slightly. The peculiar appearance of the pupae resembled the lesser-ranked ice snow silkworm in the rare insect classification. Though this peculiar insect was not particularly formidable in combat, it possessed other extraordinary abilities and was exceedingly rare. If the woman required these silkworms for a specific purpose, it would not be unreasonable for her to agree to participate in the wager against Master Ji Yang. Why are they silkworm pupae? Shouldn't they be fully grown snow silkworms? Han Li was somewhat taken aback, as the woman's expression soured upon seeing the pupae. By Dao Yu, these snow silkworms were discovered beneath 100 zhang of ice in the cold ice cave. They are not mere ordinary snow silkworms, but the superior Qing Wang can among them. If you examine closely with your divine sense, you will uncover their peculiarities within the pupae, Master Ji Yang stated calmly. His expression unchanged. Qing Wang can. The woman's demeanor shifted, and with a hint of skepticism, she probed deeper into the pupae using her divine sense. After a moment, her expression softened. What do you think? Although these are still pupae, once they hatch, even the larvae should serve your needs quite well, Master Ji Yang inquired. His gaze fixed on her. I shall accept the item. I will participate in the wager. The woman said after a brief hesitation, stowing the jade box away. With Bai Dao's Yun Shui Ju technique, defeating mere sorcerers should be a walk in the park, Master Ji Yang exclaimed with a sigh of relief. A smile gracing his face, the Bai woman, however, remained impassive, merely uttering her farewells before striding towards the hall's exit, her demeanor cold and detached. Master Ji Yang let out a wry smile and shook his head. Meanwhile, Wei Wuya chuckled coldly but refrained from further commentary. Han Daoyu, may I inquire how much gung essence you require? Do you have a precise quantity in mind? Once the woman exited the hall, Master Ji Yang finally turned his attention to Han Li, inquiring with a smile. A considerable quantity is required, and one might say that the more, the better. Naturally, this essence of gung holds significant value. As long as the two esteemed friends can provide it, Han is willing to exchange it for something of equivalent worth, ensuring that neither of you shall face any loss. Han Li spoke candidly, without any pretense. It seems, by your tone, that you also possess considerable worth, Han Daoist. However, do you realize that at our level, there are very few things that can truly entice both Daoist Wei and myself? Otherwise, we would not have presented such a substantial collection of external possessions for this great battle. The master of Ziyang initially appeared taken aback, then chuckled lightly. Han Li smiled, but offered no reply. Yet, beside him, Wei Wuyi sighed and suddenly remarked, Master Ziyang, your words may be somewhat exaggerated. With the cultivation of a nascent soul at the initial stage, Han Daoist managed to escape unscathed from Master Mulan. He cannot be compared to ordinary cultivators. I must admit my impudence. Regardless of what Han Daoist intends to offer in exchange, let us first present the essence of Gung, that if you truly possess something that captivates us, we would not object to trading all of our Gung essence. Master Ziyang stated nonchalantly. He then reached for the storage pouch at his waist, removing it and shaking it gently, allowing a stream of white radiance to cascade forth. 3 pieces of pale golden stones, varying in size, emerged from the brilliance, which the Taoist promptly seized and handed over to Han Li. Han Li's heart raced with excitement as he accepted them without hesitation. Examining the coveted items in his grasp, 1 larger piece and 2 smaller ones. Indeed, all 3 were unmistakably Gung essence. The larger piece was comparable in size to one he had seen at the trading fair, roughly the size of a walnut. The 2 smaller pieces were merely half that size. This quantity should suffice to infuse into several flying swords. However, there remained a significant gap from the amount Han Li had envisioned, and a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes, though he maintained a composed facade. Noticing Han Li's expression, Master Ziyang was somewhat astonished. Could it be that such an ample supply of Gung essence was insufficient for the person before him? This struck him as rather peculiar. Contemplating this, he glanced at Wei Wuyi, who had also observed Han Li's demeanor. After catching Master Ziyang's gaze, Wei Wuyi, maintaining his impassive expression, flicked his robe sleeve, revealing a piece of Gung essence the size of a fist, which he gently lifted. Upon seeing the substantial piece of Gung essence in Wei Wuyi's hand, Han Li's spirits soared. Though even with this addition, it would still fall short for the usage of 72 flying swords. Any further increment would greatly enhance the prospect of crafting 36 flying swords. With the 36 swords combined with the technique of sword shadow splitting light, it could barely establish a small-scale great Gung sword formation. Feeling a surge of excitement, Han Li accepted the piece of Gung essence tossed to him by Wei Wuyi. Taking a deep breath to steady his thoughts, he spoke once more. It appears these are all the Gung essence available. While there is still a slight deficit, it is sufficient for participating in the wagered battle. I trust both esteemed friends will find the items I am offering to be satisfactory. As Han Li gathered the Gung essence, he reached into his storage pouch and retrieved 2 jade boxes of different colors, tossing one to Wei Wuyi and the other to Master Ziyang. Master Ziyang casually opened the lid of his box for a fleeting glance, while Wei Wuyi first gauged the weight of his box before discreetly opening it. Within one box lay an abundance of vibrant crimson scales from a venomous beast, while another box contained a fist-sized obsidian turtle shell. What could this be? materials from demonic creatures. The two individuals expressed their astonishment. Observing their reaction, Han Li elucidated. Indeed, the scales in Wei Dao's possession are from an 8th-level demonic beast. The poisonous flood dragon, while the shell held by Wei Dao originates from an 8th-level turtle demon. Although I cannot proclaim these items to be transcendent, it is indeed exceedingly rare to find the corporeal materials of shape-shifting demonic beings in Tiannan. They should suffice for a generous exchange of these essence crystals. Han Li's tone was calm and self-assured. 8th-level demonic beasts are particularly exceptional even within the tumultuous Starry Sea. Rarely do cultivators who frequently venture to foreign seas encounter such beings, let alone slay them to procure their materials. In Tiannan, the situation is even more dire. One cannot find 8th-level demonic beasts, and even 6th or 7th-level ones are nearly extinct, aside from a few major sects that nurture a handful of guardian beasts. News of high-tier demonic beasts has long since vanished. The scales of the 8th-level poisonous flood dragon. The Elder of the Sun was somewhat taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure, though his expression remained one of surprise. Upon hearing the origin of the scales within the box, Wei Wuyo could not help but exclaim, his voice brimming with uncontainable delight. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that Wei Wuyo seemed to practice a toxic arts technique. The flood dragon was notoriously venomous. Could its scales hold some unforeseen benefit for him? While Han Li hesitated, Wei Wuyo eagerly extended 2 fingers and delicately grasped a blood-red scale, examining it intently. His face a portrait of anticipation and anxiety. It appears that the items presented by Daoist Han are precisely to Brother Wei's liking. I, too, find this turtle demon shell rather intriguing, if it is indeed from an 8th-level beast. It is of extraordinary value. It would serve as an excellent material for crafting armor and shields, certainly sufficient for exchanging these essence crystals. The Elder of the Sun, slightly taken aback by Wei Wuyo's display of enthusiasm, quickly masked his surprise with a smile directed at Han Li, cradling the obsidian turtle shell in his palms with measured calmness as he began scrutinizing it, though he felt that Han Li could not possibly be deceitful. The Taoist still found it hard to believe that a nascent soul cultivator would present materials from an 8th-level demonic beast. Naturally, he felt compelled to verify the authenticity of the turtle shell before proceeding further. Chapter 758. The Profound Celestial Vine. As Han Li pondered, Wei Wuyo declared, indeed, these are scales shed by the shape-shifting poisonous flood dragon. They are precisely what I require. It seems my treasured artifact may soon gain a significant enhancement in power. With a joyous exclamation, Wei Wuyo carefully returned the blood-red scales to their box, which vanished in a flash of light. He then lifted his gaze to appraise Han Li once more before adopting a serious demeanor and stating, to speak honestly, it is truly a surprise that a fellow Taoist could present such a precious item. These poisonous flood dragon scales are of immense importance to me, although this exchange is mutually beneficial. I cannot allow Taoist Han to suffer any disadvantage in our dealings. Therefore, I shall offer you the final piece of essence crystal I possess, which I originally intended to reserve for future generations. Since you genuinely require it, I shall hand it over to you. Thus, I shall not be considered as taking undue advantage of my fellow cultivator. Wei Wuyo flipped his palm, and once again, a piece of gung essence, roughly the size of an egg, materialized in his hand, which he promptly tossed to Han Li. Indeed, there was still gung essence. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Han Li's mouth as he happily received the item. With this additional piece of gung essence, he could effortlessly refine all 36 flying swords simultaneously. This significantly fulfilled the intention behind his earlier display of such rare materials. Otherwise, the value of materials from an 8th-level demon beast would still slightly surpass that of these gung essences. It would be unreasonable for him to produce more items and participate in the gambling duel again. Given that Wei Wuyo and his companions still possessed gung essence, they would likely be compelled to produce more due to his actions. Of course, this intent need not be explicitly stated. They naturally understood the implications of Han Li's grand gesture. After all, as nascent soul cultivators, none would underestimate the intelligence of the other. Otherwise, should Han Li accept the earlier gung essences, depart without a second thought, treating it merely as an ordinary transaction without mentioning the gambling duel, these two old monsters would be left speechless, unable to voice any complaints at that moment. The Zheong elder had also finished assessing the item in his hand, a faint smile gracing his face, indicating his satisfaction with the tortoise shell he held. However, upon witnessing Wei Wuyo retrieve another piece of gung essence, A flicker of hesitation crossed his features after a moment's contemplation. He reached into his sleeve and produced a thin, pale yellow object, approximately the thickness of a thumb and 5 to 6 inches long, resembling a segment of a plant's root. That I observe that your body is suffused with an abundance of wood spiritual energy. You must primarily cultivate wood attribute techniques to at present. I do not possess anything particularly suitable for you, save for this small segment of the ancient immortal vine's root that it proves immensely valuable for refining wood attribute treasures or nurturing wood spiritual energy when carried. More than sufficient to compensate for the 8th level tortoiseshell, the Ji Young elder stated solemnly. Oh, this object is. Wei Wuyo's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon seeing the item in the Ji Young elder's possession. As if taken aback by the revelation, initially Han Li felt a pang of disappointment, but as he observed Wei Wuyo's reaction, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Ancient immortal vine. Could it be the Xiantian immortal vine that both the righteous and demonic factions sought to resurrect by stealing its pure essence? Han Li's expression mirrored his astonishment at the item in the other's hand. The Ziyang elder, noticing Wei Wuyo's recognition of the item without surprise, continued calmly. Given Brother Han's stature, you likely know of the recent emergence of the Xiantian immortal vine. Regrettably, despite employing various methods, we were unable to revive this vine. Ultimately, we had no choice but to divide it with the demonic faction, utilizing it as material for crafting. This item represents a quarter of the vine's root. My cultivation technique pertains to the fire attribute. While this material is indeed rare, it serves no purpose for me, so I shall bestow it upon you. Upon concluding his words, the Ziyang elder immediately tossed the item over. Xiantian immortal vine. Han Li murmured in astonishment as he accepted the pale yellow object, feeling a swell of unexpected delight. Having perused numerous ancient texts, Han Li was well aware of the significance of the Xiantian immortal vine and comprehended why both the righteous and demonic factions had been so intent on resurrecting it. The term immortal vine merely serves as a generic designation. Any vine-like spiritual root of great utility is referred to as an immortal vine in this realm. However, the Xiantian immortal vine was distinctly exceptional. Only a select few of the most ancient vine-like spiritual roots are deemed worthy of the title Xiantian before the term immortal vine. These immortal vines, without exception, are primordial spiritual roots that emerged at the dawn of creation. When chaos first gave rise to the world, the spiritual flowers they bloom and the spiritual fruits they bear possess miraculous powers that defy the laws of this realm. They are truly beings of extraordinary nature. However, the precise varieties of Xiantian immortal vines and the remarkable abilities they possess have long been lost to the passage of time, that in this day and age, no one can discern them. The practitioners of both the righteous and demonic paths, who recognize this seemingly ordinary withered vine as the Xiantian immortal vine within the ancient cultivators' caves, did so either through their own knowledge or by interpreting the remnants of ancient teachings. Initially, both factions regarded it as a priceless treasure, leading to several fierce conflicts over its possession. Eventually, the higher echelons of both sides decided to first ascertain whether they could revive this immortal vine. After all, even if it were revived, the blooming and fruiting of this vine could take an unfathomable amount of time. After all, it was not uncommon for the Xiantian immortal vine to bear flowers and fruits only once every 100,000 years. They exhausted various methods, first attempting secret techniques to stimulate its vitality, then irrigating it with spiritual water and elixirs, and even turning their attention to the sacred sap of the trees of the Falling Cloud sect and other factions. Yet, all of these efforts proved futile, and the immortal vine showed no signs of revival. Thus, both the righteous and demonic paths resigned themselves to their fate. After a brief discussion, they decided to divide the Xiantian immortal vine, root and branch, into several segments, thereby sharing its remnants. This way, their labor was not entirely in vain. As the Grand Elder of the Righteous Path Alliance, Ji Yang naturally had admirers among the cultivators who presented him with a small segment of this vine. Wei Wuyo recognized this entity because he possessed a part of the same immortal vine. Though his portion was merely a small fragment of the vine's branch, it remains a mystery how that cultivator from the Nine Nations Alliance managed to exchange it with the practitioners of both paths. Consequently, this version of the Xiantian immortal vine, which could not be revived and had been divided into segments, could only serve as a high-grade material, significantly diminishing its value in Ji Yang's eyes. Despite its formidable reputation, he did not place much importance on it. Moreover, due to the nature of his cultivation, this would attribute material was somewhat impractical for him, prompting him to trade it to Han Li without further consideration. At this moment, Wei Wuyo understood Ji Yang's perspective, and his initial surprise quickly faded. Although he had learned the origin of the root he possessed, Han Li felt neither joy nor excitement, only a faint sense of disappointment. He was not in need of any high-grade refining materials. Rather, he sought more of the essence of metal. Otherwise, he would not have offered the scales of an 8th-level monster and a turtle shell. His own life-bound treasure, the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, had not even been given the time for nurturing and refinement. Leaving no surplus spiritual power for the creation of new treasures. It would be far more practical to acquire a few ancient artifacts instead. It seemed that Ji Yang truly had no essence of metal to spare. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished such a precious root of the Xiantian immortal vine. Thus, Han Li refrained from further discussion. Directly retrieving a jade box to place the root within. He had resolved to utilize the mysterious green liquid from the small vial to refine this item upon his return. Han Li had always felt an aura of enigma surrounding the green liquid produced by that mysterious vial, which even had the ability to hasten the maturation of the 3 divine trees. Perhaps a miracle might yet occur, reviving this mystical root. Although the hope seemed slender, should it indeed happen, he would undoubtedly reap immense benefits. With this thought, Han Li's sense of loss dissipated. Before the two could utter another word, Han Li cleared his throat and, displaying his awareness, spoke up. Since I have acquired the Gung essence, I shall naturally participate in the wager 7 days hence. It is getting late, and I must take my leave, for preparations for the impending battle are necessary. Han Li had no inclination for further conversation, and thus bid farewell and departed. Unexpectedly, Wei Wuyo, observing Han Li's hasty demeanor, suddenly bore an enigmatic expression and whispered inaudibly, "Fellow Taoist Han, in light of the favor of the venomous serpent scales, I shall not pursue the matter regarding the South Palace Taoist. Moreover, a forcibly acquired fruit is not sweet. Let the affair between the South Palace fairy and my nephew be put to rest." Upon hearing these words, Han Li was initially taken aback, his pace momentarily faltering. Yet, as he absorbed the message, elation surged within him. He chose not to turn back, instead quickening his steps as he exited the grand hall. As Han Li's silhouette disappeared from the entrance, Wei Wuyo and the master Ji Yang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to silence. After a brief pause, Master Ji Yang spoke slowly. "What are your thoughts? It is indeed astonishing that this Taoist Han possesses materials from an 8th-grade demon beast. Could it be that, as our investigations suggest, during the time he vanished through the ancient teleportation array, he acquired the complete legacy of an ancient cultivator? Otherwise, how could he possibly have advanced to the Yuaning stage in such a short span and amassed such treasures? Perhaps so. Yet, this bears little relevance to us. He is not the sole recipient of ancient cultivation methods and treasures. Fortune is a fickle mistress. What is there to covet? Do you intend to resort to murder for treasure?" Wei Wuyo scoffed. "Murder for treasure? Brother Wei, you jest. Not only is it impossible to undertake such actions with the impending battle upon us, but even in ordinary times, given his ability to escape from Master Mulan, I would not engage in such a fruitless endeavor that would only bring trouble upon myself. Moreover, no matter how rare his treasures may be, could they aid me in transcending to the next realm? Why would I provoke such a formidable opponent? Besides, he is affiliated with the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and the Long-On couple is not to be trifled with." Master Ji Yang chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Chapter 759, Talismans and Serpent Souls. When Wei Wuyo and Master Ji Yang casually discussed Han Li within the Grand Hall, he was unexpectedly met with the sight of Dong Zun'er standing just outside the door. The young woman had emerged from a side hall at some point, her head slightly bowed as if lost in contemplation. The gatekeeping monks, aware that this woman had arrived in the company of the notorious Yun Lu, naturally turned a blind eye, allowing her to linger outside the hall unbothered. When Han Li emerged, Dong Zun'er seemed to sense his presence and glanced up. Upon recognizing Han Li, an expression of peculiar complexity crossed her face, as if she were momentarily at a loss, tinged with a hint of resentment. This left Han Li somewhat perplexed. Though he felt a flicker of suspicion, he had no words for her and chose to disregard her, passing by her side and leisurely making his way towards the distant street. Meanwhile, Dong Zun'er remained rooted in place, lightly biting her crimson lip, her gaze fixated on Han Li's retreating figure, not uttering a single word. After turning a corner, she finally sensed the loss of his gaze, prompting Han Li to inadvertently furrow his brows and shake his head. "Master, do you know that female cultivator?" came the voice of Inu. Filled with confusion in his mind, an acquaintance from years past, though our relationship was not particularly close, Han Li replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Yet, this maid perceives that the woman's demeanor seems to suggest a more significant connection with you. "Master, Could it be that she was? Inu began with a playful tone, but deliberately left the latter part unspoken. Do not indulge in wild speculations that I harbor no fondness for this woman. In fact, we were adversaries in the past, Hanli replied, his voice tinged with irritation as he let out a cold huff. Inu playfully made a face at Hanli, then wisely fell silent. Ever since that day Hanli rescued Inu and refrained from inquiring about the theft of her treasured artifacts, she had become noticeably closer to him. Although still cautious, she had evidently begun to open her heart to him. Hanli, too, sensed the shift, and his trust in her grew significantly. The bond between them had undoubtedly improved compared to the initial days, upon returning to the residence of the Fallen Cloud sect. Hanli briefly recounted the matters discussed in the Grand Hall to Lu Luo. Junior brother, why take the risk of participating in the gambling battle? Although the essence crystals are indeed rare, they're ultimately external possessions. What if something were to go awry? Lu Luo's face revealed concern upon hearing that Hanli intended to enter the gambling battle. Hanli smiled faintly and replied with ease. Senior brother Lu, rest assured, my decision to partake in the gambling battle is grounded in confidence that I can withdraw unscathed. Otherwise, why would I have so readily agreed? However, in the impending battle in 7 days, I cannot afford to be distracted concerning the safety of the other disciples. I shall rely solely on you to oversee their well-being. In the days leading up to the battle, I will ensure that I take care of the disciples under my charge. You need not worry, junior brother. Since you possess such confidence in the gambling battle, I shall not press further. However, should you require anything before the battle, do not hesitate to instruct the disciples under me to assist. Lu Luo reassured him. Upon hearing Lu Luo's words, Hanli's expression eased slightly. He smiled, and, after a moment of contemplation, said, For this battle, I indeed need to make some preparations. There are certain special materials that I may need assistance from a few of my junior disciples to gather. Without hesitation, Hanli produced a pre-prepared jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it to Lu Luo. Rest assured, as long as the materials can be found within Tianyi City, I will ensure that I gather them for you. Junior brother, Lu Luo said without a moment's hesitation as he accepted the jade slip. That a warmth spread through Hanli's heart. After nodding slightly, he exchanged a few more words before taking his leave. The jade slip he handed to Luo Luo contained the materials necessary for concocting the spirit-descending talisman. On his way back to the residence, he had already contemplated the matter. Although he felt confident that participating in the gambling contest with his current abilities posed no issue, his habitual caution led him to believe that it was prudent to prepare an additional contingency. Hence, he immediately thought of the spirit-descending talisman, which was the only formidable technique that could be ready within a matter of days. Other endeavors, such as refining a flying sword or mastering the great gung sword formation, were simply not feasible within such a short time frame. The only concern that lingered in Hanli's mind was the success rate of crafting the spirit-descending talisman. Initially, he had intended to procure a satisfactory talisman brush and practice talisman making for a while before attempting to create the spirit-descending talisman. However, it became evident that time was of the essence. Even if the success rate was somewhat diminished, he resolved to give it a try. That if successful, he would gain an additional means of offense. If it failed, it would be of little consequence. After all, in just a few days, engaging in other preparations would not significantly enhance his strength. With this thought, Hanli leisurely arrived at his residence. Upon entering his bedroom, he sat cross-legged on the bed and soon entered a meditative state. Closing his eyes. To his surprise, the actions of the disciples from the Fallen Cloud sect were indeed swift. Within just 2 days, all the materials Hanli required had been gathered and delivered into his hands. Seeing this, Hanli felt a surge of joy. It seemed that being an elder of the Fallen Cloud sect had its advantages. Armed with these materials, Hanli once again entered the secret chamber, where he settled down cross-legged in the center and meticulously arranged the auxiliary materials before him. Finally, he retrieved a small dark green vial from his storage bag and carefully unscrewed the cap. With a soft hiss, a blood-red light burst forth from the vial. Yet, Hanli, prepared for this moment, raised his hand without a flicker of surprise. With a grasp of his outstretched fingers, he captured the crimson orb of light, which shimmered with a greenish hue. A slight shake of his fingers revealed the true form of the blood-red entity, which materialized into a small, blood-colored serpent, thrashing about restlessly in his palm, as if yearning to escape. However, the surrounding green light, both tangible and ethereal, ensnared the serpent's soul firmly within his grasp, akin to a bird trapped in a cage, utterly unable to break free. Hanli narrowed his eyes slightly, the blue light within his pupils flickering subtly. He examined the essence of this venomous serpent in detail, despite its lively appearance reminiscent of the day it was first bottled years ago. Han Li discerned a clear anomaly under his keen spiritual vision. Although the serpent's soul still harbored formidable energy, its gaze appeared scattered and unfocused, exhibiting a semblance of stupor. This was unmistakably a sign of a diminished consciousness. The serpent's soul, possessing immense spiritual power, had regressed to a state akin to that of a beast, devoid of intellect. The earlier attempts to escape were merely instinctual reflexes from its former life. Han Li sighed softly, reflecting on the once mighty 8th-level venomous serpent, which had exuded an air of dominance and vast power. Yet, in the mere span of several years, its essence had fallen into his hands, losing its sentience and devolving into a mere savage creature. The stark contrast between its past and present was truly poignant. This further aroused Han Li's vigilance towards the arduous path of cultivation. If one day he were to be annihilated, and his primordial spirit fell into the hands of his enemies, his fate would undoubtedly be no better than that of this venomous dragon. Sitting quietly in place, Han Li pondered for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. With a flick of his hand, a ball of azure light enveloped the blood-colored small dragon, propelling it upwards. Where it hovered motionless about 10 feet above his head. No longer paying heed to the spirit of the poisonous dragon, Han Li lowered his gaze to the materials before him, suddenly extending a finger towards an unknown piece of spirit beast skin. Instantly, this verdant and glistening rare skin began to levitate, floating gracefully to Han Li's chest. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Han Li's eyes as he opened his mouth, a wisp of azure flame erupting forth, directly striking the spirit skin, enveloping it without igniting. With both hands forming intricate seals, his fingers danced restlessly as wave after wave of incantation struck the spirit skin. The azure flame flickered unpredictably, oscillating between light and darkness. At that moment, Han Li halted his incantations, extending a delicate, pale finger towards a white jade box in front of him. With a whoosh, the lid of the box flew open, revealing a dazzling array of silver powder within. With a slight beckoning gesture towards the jade box, a small portion of the silver powder transformed into a silvery thread that leapt directly into the azure flame. Instantly, silver sparks erupted within the flames, drawn by Han Li's incantations, converging towards the center where the spirit skin resided, transforming it into a magnificent silver lotus, slowly whirling amidst the fire. Han Li's expression grew increasingly solemn as he began to point at the various bottles and jars before him, each containing a dazzling array of materials that were swept into the azure flame. The color of the fire enveloping the spirit skin transitioned successively from silver to black, then to green, and finally to a blood-red hue. This point, Han Li exhaled softly, ceasing to add more materials, and instead began to softly chant incantations. Simultaneously, several slender azure threads shot forth from his fingertips, directly striking the spirit skin. Immediately, the spirit skin ceased its rotation and began to sway erratically under the influence of the threads. As the incantations continued, Han Li maintained a stoic expression, gradually revealing wisps of black mist from the surface of the spirit skin in the flames. These black wisps vanished upon contact with the surrounding blood-red flames, filling the chamber with a faint, acrid stench. While the overall volume of the spirit skin diminished slightly, Han Li paid this no mind. This process continued for over an hour, and once the last trace of black mist had been refined away, he visibly relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. After adding several more materials into the flames and refining for a short while longer, his gaze flickered before he gently blew towards the flames. With a soft puff, the fire was instantly extinguished, revealing the entire spirit skin, now transformed into a blood-red hue. This moment, it was no larger than the size of a palm. Observing the spirit skin in this form, a look of satisfaction graced his face. Raising his gaze to the dragon soul above, he pointed decisively. The azure light surrounding the dragon soul flickered momentarily before dissolving into countless specks of spiritual light. Vanishing from sight, the dragon soul, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, propelled itself directly towards the blood-red spirit skin. With a swift sound, it merged into the surface of the spirit skin, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 760. The approaching great war. Upon witnessing the dragon soul merge into the spiritual hide, Han Li, without a moment's hesitation, flipped his palm, and a delicate blue spiritual talisman pin materialized in his hand, measuring 6 or 7 inches in length. With his other hand, he beckoned toward a certain green jade box with its lid ajar, from which a golden liquid floated out gracefully. Han Li swiftly dipped the talisman pin into the golden liquid, and then, with a serious expression, directed it towards the levitating spiritual hide, commencing a series of intricate and deft strokes in the air that a cascade of esoteric golden runes surged forth from the pen's tip. swiftly shooting towards the blood-red spiritual hide, disappearing without a trace upon contact. Soon, the surface of the hide revealed a myriad of runes, varying in size, glistening with golden light, as if meticulously engraved. The moment these runes manifested, the spiritual hide began to tremble violently, and a dragon's roar resonated from its surface. Subsequently, the hide bulged ominously, and the blood-red dragon soul erupted from within, attempting to flee. However, in that fleeting moment, the golden runes radiated with a blinding brilliance, coming to life and twisting into form, ensnaring the dragon's soul tightly and forcefully pulling it back. Though devoid of sentience, the dragon soul, being the essence of a celestial beast, instinctively sensed the peril and struggled desperately against the golden runes. Striving to break free at this juncture, Han Li's talisman pin accelerated in its movements, casting myriad golden runes upon the dragon's soul that in mere moments, the creature was thoroughly ensnared, gradually being drawn back into the spiritual hide. Seizing this opportunity, Han Li paused his actions momentarily, switching to a purple liquid, which he also dipped the talisman pin into, creating strange symbols reminiscent of spiritual patterns, casting them forth unhurriedly one by one. Thus, at intervals, Han Li alternated the spirit liquids akin to powdered cinnabar, resulting in an array of symbols and intricate characters appearing upon the spiritual hide. Before long, the palm-sized talisman paper shimmered with a dense array of colors, brimming with vibrant spiritual energy. Yet, Han Li's expression grew increasingly grave, and his writing slowed significantly. His gaze flickered with a blue luminescence, pushing the power of his spiritual eyes to their utmost limits. Just as a red rune was completed and soared into the spiritual hide, an abrupt surge of anomalous spiritual energy emanated from the partially completed talisman, growing more violent by the second. Han Li's countenance shifted dramatically, silently lamenting in despair. Nevertheless, without a moment's thought, he swept his large sleeves toward the ground, summoning a swirl of azure mist that instantaneously collected all materials. Simultaneously, with a swift motion of his other hand, he sliced through the air, causing a small blue shield to shoot forth from his sleeve, rapidly expanding to shield him. Just as Han Li completed these actions, the colorful spiritual hide erupted with a deafening dragon's roar. Multicolored light spheres blazed brilliantly, unleashing a stunning wave of spiritual energy that crashed against the blue shield. The shield trembled slightly, yet remained steadfast, effectively blocking the onslaught. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the outcome. Given the immense power of the spirit summoning talisman, the explosion resulting from its failure should have been considerably destructive. The ease with which he had deflected it was far from what he had anticipated. As Han Li was engulfed in astonishment and suspicion, a streak of bloodlight suddenly shot forth from the luminous orb, darting up to the ceiling of the secret chamber, seemingly poised to escape. However, the moment the bloodlight made contact with the roof, a layer of white light curtain materialized without warning, instantly rebuffing the bloodlight and revealing its form. It was none other than the blood-colored little dragon, the essence of the venomous dragon spirit. Han Li was initially taken aback, but soon his face brightened with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised one hand and grasped at the void, causing a massive azure hand to materialize above the dragon spirit's head. Swiftly capturing it and pulling it downward. At that moment, Han Li extended a finger and casually pointed at the shield before him. With a ripple of blue light, the shield rapidly diminished in size before spiraling into his sleeve. Then, Han Li fixed his gaze upon the recently captured dragon spirit and employed the Ming-Ching Spirit Eye technique once more. A look of surprise crossed his face as he let out a soft gasp of astonishment. Although it was still the same essence, the soul power within was evidently diminished compared to before, and the blood-colored little dragon appeared lethargic and listless. Observing the dragon spirit, Han Li stroked his chin, a contemplative expression settling on his face. It seemed that the attempt to refine the spirit-subduing talisman had failed. Yet the spirit had not immediately collapsed. It had merely lost some of its soul power. If that were the case, although the refinement of the spirit-subduing talisman was arduous, it could potentially be refined multiple times before the soul power was entirely depleted, significantly increasing the likelihood of success. Of course, if the refinement was repeated excessively, the soul power would inevitably wane, and the efficacy of the talisman would undoubtedly diminish. Having grasped the underlying reasons, Han Li let out a light sigh, his expression easing slightly. Even with some loss of soul power, it was far better than the venomous dragon spirit disintegrating entirely in an instant. This could be considered a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. Han Li chuckled wryly and proceeded to gather the auxiliary materials once more, meticulously arranging them anew. Naturally, he replaced them with another piece of spirit beast hide. Thus, a new round of refinement commenced. Meanwhile, as Hanli was diligently engaged in the refinement of the spirit-subduing talisman within the secret chamber, the entire Tiani city was mobilized within a mere 2 to 3 days. All cultivators and various sects became aware of the impending life-and-death battle against the Law Masters set to unfold in a few days. Following a wave of commotion, all cultivators emerged from their residences, forming ranks as they had previously arranged, each face etched with solemnity as they headed towards the border encampment. Everyone understood that this battle would either result in the retreat of the Mulan forces or the fall of Tian'an into the hands of the Law Masters, leading to the loss of countless sects' legacies. Therefore, morale was inherently high, without the need for further encouragement. Rumors regarding the 10 gambling battles circulated wildly, as concerns arose that Mulan spies might leak the names of the participating cultivators, prompting targeted responses from the opposing Law Masters. Thus, the names of Hanli and his companions remained confidential. Aside from the ancient figures discussed in the Hall of Heavenly Edicts, few were privy to the actual roster. Consequently, the identities of these 10 nascent soul cultivators became a topic of much speculation and discussion among the multitude of cultivators, as they sought to predict the outcomes, particularly given that the fates of thousands of cultivators hinged upon this conflict. Naturally, many sects with disciples hoping to join the fray were even more invested in the matter. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Luoyun sect gradually followed the departing ranks from Tiani City. Observing this situation, El Luo had no choice but to join them. However, he instructed the woman of the Song surname to remain at the encampment, awaiting Han Li's emergence from his seclusion. In just a few days, the population in Tiani City dwindled, save for a handful of monks who stayed behind as the days passed. With no sign of Han Li's exit, the woman of the Song surname grew increasingly anxious. Despite the formidable barriers surrounding Han Li's retreat, the faint sounds of dragon roars and explosive blasts could still be heard emanating from within, leaving her both astonished and concerned. By the 5th day, the Song surname woman resolved to take action. Should her esteemed master Han remain in seclusion, she would have no choice but to bravely knock on the door of his retreat, for if she delayed any longer, she might miss the impending great battle. Currently, the Song surname woman sat anxiously in the hall of the encampment, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the entrance, where the waning sunlight cast a gentle glow. Her expression fluctuating between hope and despair as the evening deepened, her delicate brows furrowed, and with a determined bite of her lip, she suddenly rose from her seat. Just as her graceful form glided a couple of steps, a sudden, melodious chime resonated through the hall, momentarily stunning her before a look of joy illuminated her face. Moments later, a flash of azure light appeared at the entrance, and Han Li's figure materialized amidst the radiant glow. "Greetings, Master Uncle." The Song surname woman quickly advanced, performing a respectful bow. "What day is it now? It seems the monks in the city have all departed." Upon stepping out of the hidden chamber, Han Li sensed the eerie emptiness of Tiani City, with only a few monks still lingering. Seeing her, he couldn't help but inquire, as while in the chamber, he could only roughly gauge the passage of time, though he felt he hadn't exceeded the expected days. It was still reassuring to confirm. Reporting to Master Uncle, today marks the 5th day. The Song surname woman felt a wave of relief wash over her, responding with utmost respect. "The 5th day, ample time indeed. However, it would be prudent to reach our destination sooner rather than later. Let us depart." Han Li, having heard her, spoke decisively. "Understood," the Song surname woman replied softly. Han Li raised his hand, and from his sleeve, a sphere of white light shot forth into the courtyard outside. As the light receded, a white, winged square carriage materialized before them. Indeed, it was the wind carriage. "Board the carriage. Traveling with this will be swifter than your escape light." In an instant, Han Li had stepped into the carriage and turned to the woman. The Song surname woman cast a glance at the carriage, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, before silently joining him inside. Observing her reaction, Han Li lightly tapped his foot, prompting the wind carriage to envelop them in a shimmering white barrier. With a slight tremor, it transformed into a brilliant beam and soared into the sky. The wind carriage, a specialized flying artifact, proved efficient in its use of spiritual energy and unparalleled in speed compared to ordinary cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they had exited Tiani City, hurtling towards the border. Witnessing this, the Song surname woman felt a renewed sense of assurance. She could not help but ponder whether this esteemed Master Han's calm demeanor stemmed from possessing such a precious artifact, which allowed him to emerge only now. She wondered what formidable secret technique he had been cultivating during these days of seclusion, and what the source of the dragon roars and explosive sounds in that hidden chamber could possibly be. Just as she was lost in her contemplations, Hanli unexpectedly posed a question that took her by surprise. Are the two friends of Ziling still at the original location? Xiling and her companions have temporarily departed from Tianyi City, intending to deliberate on their future plans once this great battle concludes. The woman surnamed Song was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded with a charming demeanor. Hee. This clever girl Xiling is indeed astute. This is a most prudent course of action. Were I in her position, I would likely do the same. Hanli, unfazed, replied with a faint smile. Subsequently, his expression shifted as he channeled his spiritual energy beneath his feet, causing the speed of the wind chariot to increase significantly. In the midst of the astonished gaze of the woman surnamed Song, he vanished in an instant, traveling over Tinjiang, soon becoming a mere speck of light, disappearing at the edge of the horizon. Chapter 761. Master Zhao's nephew. In recent days, at a certain section of the border between the Yu Kingdom and the Beilong Kingdom, groups of law practitioners were methodically establishing large camps from both sides, separated by dozens of miles. Overnight, the imposing Zhengqi Great Formation emerged in abundance. In this remote location, the atmosphere grew tense and filled with an ominous presence. Small teams of cultivators and law practitioners soared into the sky, patrolling the periphery of the camps, ever vigilant against a sudden attack from the enemy. As the days passed, more gathered at this location, with various defensive formations sprawling across both sides of the border, intensifying the already grave atmosphere. Yet at the center of the border, occasional encounters between patrolling occurred. Although they exchanged cold glances, they managed to restrain themselves from resorting to violence. Recognizing that engaging in conflict now would serve no purpose, they collectively held their breath, awaiting the impending life-and-death struggle. By the sixth day, the grand formations of Tiannan and Mulan were nearly complete. Everyone began to conserve their energy and sharpen their skills within the camp. Even the number of patrolling personnel significantly decreased for a time. However, high-level cultivators began to appear frequently among the patrol teams. The upper echelons of and were also engaged in intense strategizing for the forthcoming battle within the camp. The north of the Tiannan cultivators' camp lies the direction of Tianyi City, naturally resulting in a slightly reduced array of formations compared to that of the. Nevertheless, the necessary sentries and patrol personnel remained intact, with even slight fluctuations in their numbers. In this scenario, a team of over 10 was leisurely flying about 20 zhang away from the camp. The leading cultivator was a strikingly beautiful young woman in her 20s, possessing initial stage golden core cultivation, followed by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. With the impending battle, these individuals dared not be careless or negligent. Although this was merely a routine patrol mission, the group remained exceptionally alert, frequently glancing around. Only the leading woman appeared somewhat composed, yet she maximized her spiritual perception to sense any anomalies in the vicinity. Suddenly, the woman's expression shifted, and the light of her escape technique came to an abrupt halt as she gazed astonished into the distance. The other cultivators were momentarily taken aback before instinctively turning their anxious gazes in the same direction. Yet they saw nothing. Xiao Sr., a blue-robed cultivator, inquired hesitantly, but before he could finish his sentence, a flash of white light appeared on the distant horizon, followed by a luminous point hurtling toward them. Such incredible speed! A cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, they felt the white point magnifying before them, and within the radiance, something seemed to be concealed. It must be a senior who has arrived. However, according to the regulations, we must ascend to inquire. You may remain here and wait. The graceful woman, with a serene countenance, calmly instructed without haste. Subsequently, a golden light emanated from her, and she directly advanced towards the white radiance. The several cultivators present exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, as they were not of the same sect as the woman and, being of lower cultivation and status, naturally dared not voice any objections. The woman only traveled a short distance before halting her luminous flight. This was because the light had reached her side and transformed into a dazzling sphere that abruptly came to a stop, within which appeared a peculiar vehicle-like artifact, with indistinct figures moving within. Junior, Xiao Chuier from Huangfeng Valley, pays respects to the senior. Might the senior reveal their identity? I am here on official business, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Although the beautiful woman was taken aback, she still greeted with a melodious voice. Xiao Chuier. A voice of surprise resonated from the white light. The senior recognizes me. Xiao Chuier blinked her clear, bright eyes, revealing an expression of astonishment. Among the few Yuanian cultivators she knew, none bore such an appearance. Yet the voice sounded somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. As she gazed in wonder at the luminous sphere, the white light flickered several times, and the brilliance receded, revealing everything within. That on a peculiar white flying carriage stood two gentle-looking male and female cultivators. The man wore a blue long robe and had an ordinary appearance, while the woman, clad in a white dress, was stunningly beautiful. Master Han. Upon seeing the face of the man in blue, Xiao Chui'er covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity. "Little girl, you have grown up. You are quite different from before," Han Li remarked as he surveyed the woman. Recognizing the charming and familiar visage, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Master Han, it truly is you. Although senior sister Nia and senior brother Lei mentioned your advancement to Yuanying, I still found it somewhat hard to believe," Xiao Chui'er exclaimed joyfully, her demeanor reminiscent of the youthful girl she was when she first met Han Li. Their previous encounter had been merely coincidental. Han Li chuckled lightly, speaking casually. This woman had been introduced to Huangfeng Valley by him. Although they had not interacted extensively, there was something distinctly different about her. Moreover, she was the direct disciple of senior brother Ma from years past. Therefore, Han Li regarded her with a sense of familiarity unlike that he held for Niang and Lei Wankong, where he maintained a degree of detachment. The woman surnamed Song, observing this exchange, secretly pondered. She had vaguely heard someone mention that her master was originally a disciple of Huangfeng Valley, and it seemed she had encountered an old acquaintance. The enchanting woman before her appeared exceptionally astute, leaving her curious about the relationship between them. Regardless of the speculations of the woman surnamed Song, Han Li and Xiao Chui'er warmly reminisced about the events following their separation, including how Xiao Chui'er and the old man narrowly escaped the pursuit of demonic forces and returned to Huangfeng Valley, as well as senior brother Ma's passing and her fortuitous attainment of Jindan. This reflection made Han Li acutely aware of the swift changes in the world. After a while, however, Xiao Chui'er hesitated for a moment before she could not help but inquire, "Master, have you truly become an elder of Luo Yun's sect? Will you not return?" As she spoke, a glimmer of hope flickered across her face. Currently, Huangfeng Valley finds itself in an exceedingly precarious situation. Although a mid-stage Yuanying elder, Ling Hu, presides over the sect, there is a troubling lack of other Yuanying cultivators to succeed him. Should his lifespan wane and he pass away, the standing of Huangfeng Valley among the six sects would undoubtedly plummet, placing its future in jeopardy. Thus, not only are Lei Wanheng and others filled with concern, but even younger Jiedon cultivators like Xiao Chui'er share the same apprehensions. Moreover, the knowledge of her connection with Han Li has prompted fellow cultivators like Nia Ying to suggest that Xiao Chui'er might persuade Han Li, hoping he might be swayed by past affections. Consequently, despite her awareness of Han Li's previous refusals to Lei Wanheng and others, Xiao Chui'er feels compelled to broach the matter once more. It is impossible for me to leave. The Falling Cloud sect has treated me well, and I shall not depart, she asserts. Upon hearing her words, Han Li's smile fades slightly as he shakes his head, replying, "There is no need to dwell on this." "But what of Huangfeng Valley's future?" Xiao Chui'er inquires, her expression dimming with a hint of helplessness. "Do not worry excessively. I have conducted certain transactions with Linghu. Should a genuine crisis befall Huangfeng Valley, I will extend my assistance within a certain scope," Han Li replies with a sigh, alluding to their dealings. "Such is the case. Thank you, Master Uncle," Xiao Chui'er exclaims, momentarily taken aback before her spirits lift. "Let us speak of this no longer. As the sole disciple of Master Ma, it has been many years since we last met, and I cannot refrain from offering you my support. Here is a treasure I obtained from vanquishing other Jiedon cultivators. While it cannot serve as a personal artifact, once refined, it may prove exceedingly useful in combat. Additionally, this vial of elixirs will greatly enhance your cultivation and assist you in breaking through bottlenecks. Take them both," Han Li states, contemplating briefly before retrieving a verdant ring and a vial of elixirs from his storage pouch, presenting them to her. "Thank you for your generous gifts, Master Uncle," Xiao Chui'er exclaims with gratitude, eagerly accepting the two items after bowing deeply in thanks. "Very well. I must now proceed to the main camp to meet with those ancient beings, so I shall not linger here any further until our paths cross again," Han Li calmly announces as he awaits her to stow the items away. Without allowing her time to react, he lightly presses his foot down, and the flying chariot bursts forth in a brilliant white light, rendering both Han Li and the woman's figures indistinct amidst the dazzling radiance. "Farewell, Master Uncle Han," she calls out, wishing to say more, but only manages a hurried bow as she watches the luminous sphere transform into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky. Left standing in a daze, She gazes at the direction from which the light vanished, remaining motionless. Meanwhile, her subordinates finally arrive on their flying vessels. Elder Xiao? Who was that figure? Was he a Yuanian cultivator? Yet he appeared quite youthful. Several cultivators inquire. Their curiosity piqued. Do not pry into such matters. He is indeed a senior of the Yuanian stage who has rendered me great kindness in the past. He is not someone we can casually discuss. Let us resume our patrol, Xiao Chuier replies, her countenance darkening as she casts a frosty glance at them, silencing their inquiries. Upon hearing her words, the others promptly fall silent. After parting from Xiao Chuier, even though the speed of the wind chariot has diminished, they soon arrive near the main camp. Han Li found the vehicle too conspicuous and decided to stow it away. Opting instead for the method of light escape to proceed, the woman surnamed Song, demonstrating her perceptiveness, refrained from inquiring about the earlier incident, earning Han Li's silent approval. After flying a short distance, a massive luminous barrier, resplendent in 5 colors and exuding a thick, dazzling brilliance, materialized ahead, enveloping the entire camp within its ethereal embrace. Before Han Li could descend with the woman, another team of rotating disciples hurriedly approached. Upon verifying their identities, they promptly opened a passage, respectfully allowing the two to enter the radiant barrier. Once inside the camp, Han Li parted ways with the woman, who intended to report to Lu Luo before joining a prearranged team of cultivators on standby. Han Li, meanwhile, made his way to the heart of the encampment, where he encountered the 3 leading cultivators, including the esteemed Zhi Yang. Their satisfaction was palpable upon seeing Han Li arrive as anticipated. After exchanging a few words of inquiry, they proceeded to brief him on the arrangements for the impending battle. However, Han Li's interest waned quickly. After listening for a brief moment, he excused himself and retreated to his solitary temporary stone dwelling. There, he settled into a meditative posture, seeking to replenish his energy. Chapter 762. The enemy's schemes and tranquil meditation within his chamber. Han Li lost track of time. After an indeterminate period, he opened his eyes and surveyed his internal state, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since reaching the 10th level of the Qing Yuan sword technique, he had experienced a notable increase in the recovery of his spiritual power, which he considered an unexpected boon. Contemplating this, Han Li paused briefly before reaching into his robe to retrieve a glossy black wooden box, its lid adorned with several shimmering blue prohibition talismans. With a single sweep of his hand, he dislodged the talismans, which transformed into streaks of azure light that darted into his sleeve. With a gentle tap of his finger, the lid of the box opened of its own accord, revealing its contents. Inside lay a palm-sized talisman, intricately inscribed with runes, upon which a small blood-red serpent writhed restlessly. Han Li extended his hand and beckoned lightly towards the talisman, which immediately shot forth, spiraling gracefully before landing in his palm. After several days of effort and 3 consecutive failures, he had finally succeeded in crafting this talisman. Although its potency remained uncertain, he was confident that this spirit-summoning talisman had diminished in strength compared to the method described in the crafting instructions. The 3 failed attempts had depleted a significant portion of the 8th-level serpent's soul power, and its true efficacy could only be validated through practical application. As Han Li caressed the varied runes on the talisman's surface, he fell into deep contemplation, his expression shifting between various emotions. Meanwhile, miles away from the Tiannan encampment, deep within a stone chamber situated 30 or more feet underground at the sorcerer's stronghold, several enigmatic figures gathered around a stone table, engaged in discussion. Among the 5 men and 2 women, 1 man and 1 woman were cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured. Among the others, 2 were familiar to Han Li. The woman surnamed Lu, who had orchestrated the ancient lamp during the battle at Huanglong Mountain, causing him considerable trouble, and the middle-aged scholar, Zhang Shenshi, who had pursued him relentlessly, inflicting significant damage to his vitality. The remaining 3 men included a gaunt, dark-skinned elder, a diminutive figure standing less than 4 feet tall, and a robust gentleman clad in splendid attire. Master Lu, how prepared are the spiritual oils? The timing of the sacred lamp's ignition is crucial, as it directly influences the duration of the sacred bird's presence in this realm. There must be no room for error. The gaunt elder, his face etched with wrinkles yet his eyes clear and bright, inquired with a serene tone from the woman of the Lu clan seated at the corner of the stone table. Rest assured, Master Zhu, this battle concerns the survival of my clan. I have brought forth the lamp oil accumulated over a millennium. It shall suffice to support the sacred bird throughout this conflict, replied the green-clad woman, her delicate features set with resolve. Brother Zhang, the spiritual formation you have orchestrated should pose no issues, correct? Compared to the cultivators of Tiannan, Our sorcerers are significantly inferior in both the quantity and quality of magical artifacts, relying solely on the spiritual formation to suppress their assaults. The elder turned to question the middle-aged scholar. No concerns here. The spiritual formations I have honed over centuries were not in vain. I have transmitted several newly improved formations to them. Should the Tian cultivators underestimate this battle based on their previous experiences with our formations, they will surely be in for a surprise. The scholar replied with calm assurance. That is satisfactory, brother. Once the chaos ensues, instruct all high-level sorcerers to summon the ethereal beasts to engage first, drawing the enemy's fire and depleting their magical energy as much as possible. Master Fong, your colossal beasts will be essential in this endeavor, the emaciated elder advised the stout man, then turned politely to the figure shrouded in black. Before the battle commences, I shall entrust those colossal beasts to you. However, the noble's promises to us must not be reneged upon after the fact. The black-robed man responded with a weighty assurance. Renege, brother Fong. You jest. After our confrontation with the cultivators, would our Mulan clan be foolish enough to offend your esteemed sect? After all, your Yin Luo sect is one of the 10 great demonic sects of the Great Jin. Once we seize Tiannan, we will merely seek to recuperate. Entrusting a few mortal nations to your sect is hardly a significant matter. These mortals are, after all, of the Yin clan, and their fates are of no concern to us. The gaunt elder stated, his gaze momentarily flickering with cold intensity. That is reassuring. Were it not for our Yin Luo sect's treasured artifact, the Gui Luo banner, having been damaged in our recent battle with the righteous, we would never have involved ourselves in the conflict between your sorcerers and the Tiannan cultivators. Collecting souls on a grand scale in the Great Jin will undoubtedly attract the righteous sect's interference. While we do not fear them, the restoration of our treasures cannot be delayed. The black-robed man nodded, his tone devoid of emotion. Furthermore, the souls of all cultivators who perish in this battle shall belong to our sect. Master Zhu, you have no objections to this arrangement, I trust, spoke a black-robed woman, her voice rough and hoarse, starkly contrasting with her slender form, likely startling anyone hearing her for the first time. As for the cultivators, we shall not interfere. However, can you not discern and release the souls of the sorcerers? Your recent unrestrained collection of battle casualties has placed us 3 old fellows in quite a predicament. We could offer some compensation in other aspects. Upon hearing this, the gaunt elder's expression shifted slightly before he replied, that is simply out of the question. The phantoms of the practitioners and sorcerers bear no discernible difference. They are inherently indistinguishable. Moreover, even if there were a means of differentiation, the impending battle will surely result in countless practitioners and sorcerers perishing. How can we possibly identify each one individually? Are the 3 esteemed masters contemplating a breach of their promise in this matter? The man in the black robe narrowed his eyes, his pupils transforming into a vivid green, and a chilling aura emanated from him. The Confucian scholar surnamed Zhong and the diminutive man surnamed Bai felt a surge of frustration in their hearts. Although they refrained from taking action, one radiated a faint silver light, while the other's face flickered with a crimson glow, both silently fixating on the man in the black robe. The man in brocade and the woman surnamed Lu also glared coldly at the black-robed figure, their expressions betraying their displeasure. It is well known that the collection of the souls of fallen sorcerers has long caused considerable dissatisfaction among them. Were it not for their reliance on these demonic cultivators from the Jin Kingdom, they might have already turned against them. Enough? What are you doing? Master Fong is a guest personally invited by me. Do you not even afford him the courtesy of respect? After a light cough, the elderly man's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the woman in the black robe whispered something to the man in black. Upon hearing her words, the green light in his eyes gradually receded, and the chilling aura around him vanished without a trace. The Confucian scholar and his companions exhaled softly and dissipated their spiritual energy. They understood well that, despite their mutual disdain, the current situation called for cooperation rather than infighting. Very well. You may take the souls, but it must be conducted in secrecy after the battle, away from prying eyes. Otherwise, we shall find it exceedingly difficult to restrain those below. The emaciated elder hesitated before finally relenting with a determined expression. Agreed. This condition is acceptable to our sect, replied the man in the black robe, his gaze flickering before he conceded. Although the scholars remained somewhat dissatisfied, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Is your sect's method for preparing for the duel truly feasible? We must not fall into a trap of our own making. One must remember that there are demonic cultivators in Tiannan as well. Do not underestimate their perceptiveness. The brocade-clad giant, who had been silent until now, interjected with a calm remark. Demonic cultivators. They are indeed such. They merely grasp the rudiments of cultivation techniques. Many have foolishly distorted the ancient demonic arts beyond recognition. They cannot fathom the true power of the ancient dark arts. The man in black retorted with a disdainful sneer. Is that so? Yet, one of our elders was reportedly annihilated in an instant by a sorcerer of the same rank from Tiannan. I believe Master Fong would do well not to underestimate them. The diminutive man named by remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The man in black cast a cold glance, snorting in response, yet he refrained from retorting. However, the woman in black seized the opportunity to speak. I was just about to mention this matter. The cultivator who can conjure golden arcs holds some utility for our In Luo sect. We hope the three esteemed masters will entrust him to us for handling. What are your thoughts on this? Entrust him to you. The emaciated elder pondered for a moment. What, is such a minor request unacceptable to you three? The black-robed woman seemed somewhat dissatisfied, her voice growing increasingly coarse and grating. If it is merely a nascent soul-stage cultivator, then handing him over to two of my companions poses no issue at all. However, if it involves the golden thunder bamboo treasure, the situation would be quite different. The old man gazed intently at the woman in black, a peculiar smile creeping through the myriad wrinkles on his face as he spoke slowly. It seems that Taoist Zhu has already surmised the truth. The heart of the woman in black sank slightly, a hint of surprise washing over her. Although our Mulan Prairie may be somewhat impoverished, I am still aware of the three great divine trees in the realm of cultivation. The old man continued. Few know of the exorcism divine thunder, yet it has not escaped the attention of a few of us. The old man spoke in a leisurely manner. Since you are aware of the exorcism divine thunder, you understand that our demon sect cannot allow such an item to fall into the hands of others. Speak your terms plainly. The black-robed man, discerning the other's intentions, coldly inquired. It is quite simple. Aside from bringing a dozen giant beasts, I have also brought a considerable number of copper-armored corpse soldiers. I hope that when the pivotal moment of tomorrow's battle arrives, Brother Fong will release this batch of corpse soldiers to aid my clan. After all, no matter how well we prepare, we cannot predict how the cultivators will respond. It is only prudent to exercise caution, the old man replied, a subtle tremor passing through the wrinkles on his face as he spoke with a seemingly amused tone. Oh, I did not expect Taoist Zhu to possess such knowledge of our sect's secret techniques, although the crafting of copper-armored corpse soldiers is relatively straightforward. Excessive loss in a single encounter would be detrimental to our sect's future development. If that is the condition, then the cultivator from Tiannan who wields the exorcism divine thunder must be captured alive for our sect. The black-robed man, after a moment's contemplation, did not outright refuse, but instead articulated his own conditions. Chapter 763, The Hidden Hand. Capture him alive? Brother Fong, are you jesting? You are well aware that this individual not only excels in thunder escape but also possesses a blood escape technique that I have never encountered, making it utterly impossible to prevent his escape. His other abilities are formidable as well. Capturing him alive is nearly as daunting as capturing beings of our own caliber. Do both of you think this is feasible? If it merely involves slaying this person to seize the golden thunder bamboo treasure, we might have some confidence, the emaciated old man remarked ominously. Given the difficulty of capturing him alive, then a dead one would suffice. To the old man's surprise, the black-robed man hesitated briefly before changing his stance. The emaciated old man exchanged glances with the scholar and others, whispering a few words to each other before agreeing to the matter. Subsequently, they delved into a detailed discussion regarding various specifics. Meanwhile, within the Tiannan encampment, the Celestial Yang and Wei Wuyo were likewise convening in a great hall, deliberating on the impending battle. However, their numbers were slightly fewer than those on the side of the. In addition to the three great cultivators and Long Han, there were also a red-clad beauty and an eagle-eyed, bald, white-bearded elder present. The elder's eyes were half closed, and a jade ring adorned one of his fingers. Its lush green hue glistening with faintly visible runes, suggesting it was a rare treasure. Taoist Tianhan, we are entirely reliant on several of your companions this time. I shall hold the main forces of the here. And you need only infiltrate the Tian city and plunder all the resource warehouses, without the painstakingly gathered spiritual stones and materials by the Mulan people, even if they gain the upper hand in the battle. We can ultimately drag them down, exhausting their resources. The Celestial Yang said with a smile. It is as if the venerable elder before us, renowned as the heavens hate old demon, had never encountered any discord in the past. As long as you manage to detain the Master Mulan at the borders, infiltrating the Tian city would pose no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, with the teleportation array provided by our friend Wei Entering the city becomes an effortless endeavor. My only concern lies in the possibility that the Mulan people might have hoarded their resources within the city. Could it be a trap, lying in wait for us to leap into it? The elder's voice resonated like metal striking stone, an unpleasant sound to the ears. Rest assured, my friend of Heaven's Hate, as per the intelligence relayed by our undercover agent among the Mulan. Although the Mulan clan has occupied the nations of Feng Yuan and Yu, prior preparations by the Nine-Nation Alliance ensured a strategic withdrawal. All spirit stone mines and resource sites have been destroyed. Although the sorcerers have instructed the Mulan commoners to make every effort to repair the damage, the time is too short, and the quantity restored is minuscule, rendering their efforts futile. Presently, the spirit stone resources they are consuming are merely the collective savings contributed by various tribes. These assets are to be uniformly allocated, thus stored within a secret warehouse, heavily protected by formidable prohibitive arrays and overseen by several grandmasters. Hence, their confidence is well placed. The medicinal essence possesses an irresistible force to breach the resource repository. With the delay afforded by the prohibitive measures, they have ample time to relocate the contents of the warehouse. Logically speaking, their position should be as stable as Mount Tai. The joyful demon remarked calmly. However, what they could never anticipate is that, despite our prolonged dealings with the Mulan, their ability to send spies into our territory mirrors our own capacity to infiltrate their ranks. One of the grandmasters guarding the resource repository is, in fact, our mole. When the time comes, he shall deactivate the prohibitive array. My friend of Heaven's Hate. As long as you act discreetly, you can catch them completely off guard, Wei Wuyi sneered, given the certainty expressed by several allies. It seems I have no choice but to undertake this venture. Once successful, upon completion, the four great powers shall grant dominion over Sioux Nation to you, allowing you to establish your own sect therein, with no interference from us. Henceforth, you shall be known as the progenitor of a new faction. Long Han interjected with a smile. Excellent. With such assurances, I, an old man, shall venture forth to see what can be achieved. The hour grows late. I shall return to prepare. Tomorrow at dawn, we will first infiltrate Yu Nation. The Heavens Hate old demon, having received the desired promises from several mouths, displayed a satisfied countenance, but showed no intention of lingering. Bidding farewell and departing the hall. Soon, his figure vanished at the entrance. This old demon's chances of success appear considerable, for besides him, the scattered cultivators he brought along are no less formidable. Under the Mulan's unpreparedness, there should be little reason for failure. The joyful demon furrowed his brow slightly and spoke slowly. Indeed, as you say, as long as we can truly hold back the Master Mulan, the Heavens Hate old demon should possess a solid 70 to 80% assurance. Yet, I did not anticipate that at such an advanced age, he would suddenly seek to establish a sect, rallying so many scattered cultivators to bolster his influence. It is rather unexpected. Long Han's gaze flickered as he spoke. This is quite a normal occurrence. The old monster Tian Hin has been in the mid-Yuaning stage for several centuries, hasn't he? After such a prolonged period without a breakthrough to the later stage, it is likely that he has completely lost hope. It is not surprising that he has begun to pursue other interests. To attain the status of a sect leader is indeed a significant honor. However, this individual has frequently found himself at odds with various major sects. It is only natural that he seizes this opportunity to negotiate with us. Their arrival can be considered a surprise force. Ji Yang replied leisurely. Very well. Though we have the old monster Tianhin as a backup, we must not be careless in the impending battle. It is best that we strive for victory, should we suffer a significant defeat. Even if Mulan sorcerers lose their resources, we would still be unable to withstand their onslaught. Wei Xiong, are the restrictions on the spiritual technique formations that your Nine Nations Alliance has in place secure? This is a commonly employed tactic by sorcerers in chaotic battles. Ji Yang's expression turned serious as he inquired of Wei Wuyo. Having fought against sorcerers for so many years, our understanding of spiritual technique formations is not inferior to those formation masters among them. Were it not for the issues concerning our cultivation methods, our Nine Nations Alliance could even arrange spiritual technique formations identical to those of the Mulan. Rest assured, Jiang Daoist, we are fully prepared in this regard. Wei Wuyo replied calmly. Jiang appeared greatly satisfied upon hearing this. Although he said nothing further, his gaze shifted towards the burly man in black robes, the old devil of Huan. Observing this, spoke in a measured tone. Our 6 sects of the demon path are fully prepared. Not only has the spirit control sect brought forth the 3 guardian beasts of their sect, but we of the Huan sect have also made ready the dual demonic unsealing. The Ghost Spirit Sect's 10,000 Souls Great Formation is always at the ready. The other three sects will also unveil formidable tactics. Yet, Jiang Daoist, might I inquire what lethal moves the Alliance has prepared? The old devil asked coolly. Our Righteous Path Alliance has long since activated the ancestral halls of each sect prior to our departure, extracting a dozen or so ancient treasures of immense power. I assure you, we shall not disappoint you, Jiang replied succinctly. The old devil nodded slightly, his expression softening, as if he had some inkling of the nature of those ancient treasures. Our Heavenly Path Alliance may be loosely organized, yet the various sects within have made their preparations. However, the specifics of our tactics remain unclear to me. Nonetheless, our Luanming sect has unearthed several ancient jade talismans, whose immense capabilities will surely astonish the Mulan sorcerers. Regrettably, their age has diminished their potency. Long Han spoke contemplatively, a look of regret crossing his face. Ancient jade talismans? I did not expect the Luanming sect to possess such treasures that I trust that the other sects of the Heavenly Path Alliance will not let us down either. Our only concern now is those individuals in black robes in the matter of the wager. Brother E, the techniques employed by those black-robed figures are also of the demon path. Are you unable to accurately discern their origins? Jiang inquired after a moment of contemplation. Humph, if they practice the techniques of the demon path, one should be familiar with them. The characteristics of the black-robed individuals' techniques were relayed to me by the Friends of the Nine Nations Alliance. I have not witnessed them firsthand, so how can I make an accurate judgment? What I can affirm is that their demonic techniques seem far more refined and ingenious than those of our six sects of Tian Nan. And they bear some resemblance to the methods of the Ghost Spirit Sect. The burly figure cloaked in black retorted with irritation. The Ghost Spirit Sect? While the exact number of these robed individuals remains unknown. During the battle at Tianqing, there were certainly 7 or 8 present, all of whom were cultivators at the nascent soul stage. It is evident that they belong to the same sect. Only the demonic sect of that nation could muster such a multitude of malevolent practitioners. Could it truly be from the great Jin Kingdom? Jiao's expression darkened as he analyzed the situation. Upon hearing Jiao's words, the others displayed no signs of surprise, indicating that they harbored similar suspicions. Humph, what are the Jin Kingdom cultivators? Look at this group of robed figures. They skulk about, appearing too cowardly to show themselves. Their interference in our heavenly South cultivation realm surely reflects merely the intentions of one of the demonic sects. Or perhaps just a faction within it. What is there to fear? We shall treat them as mere sorcerers, feigning ignorance, interjected the woman in red, her voice cool, yet melodious. Madame Feng makes a valid point. Even if it is indeed a faction of the Jin Kingdom's demonic sect fully supporting the Mulan, the adversaries we face are only slightly stronger. Shall we simply capitulate and allow the Heavenly South to fall to them? Jiu concurred, acknowledging the truth in her statement. However, it is undeniable that the Jin Kingdom cultivators possess superior techniques and treasures compared to our Heavenly South practitioners. If tomorrow's contest involves these malevolent cultivators, and they employ underhanded tactics, the situation could become quite troublesome. The old devil of harmony spoke gravely. The Jin Kingdom's myriad of techniques and secrets are notoriously difficult to counter. Fear not. I have already anticipated this. Do you all remember our Taijin sect's Breaking Restriction Pearl? The Breaking Restriction Pearl, that disposable magical artifact used to dismantle barriers. Such items are typically only effective against low-level restrictions. Moreover, even nascent soul stage cultivators must exert considerable effort to breach the barriers during the contest. What utility could such an artifact possibly have? Long Han inquired, astonished if those previous Breaking Restriction Pearls were still viable. But Brother Long is unaware that the ones circulating outside were never fully refined. They are merely half-finished products. The genuine Breaking Restriction Pearl not only requires a blend of several exceptionally rare materials, but is also difficult to craft. However, it proves remarkably effective against high-level restrictions. Naturally, its applications are limited, which is why our sect has refrained from producing them in abundance. Yet, considering the welfare of our friends participating in the contest, we have managed to gather 10 pieces. Provided they carry this pearl, if the situation turns dire, they can activate it to break free from the constraints. Thus, we shall have no lingering worries. Jiao declared with confidence. Jiao, your foresight is commendable. You possess a contingency plan for tomorrow's contest, remarked another, impressed. With the Breaking Restriction Pearls in hand, we need not fear any tricks from the opposition. However, as an additional precaution, our demonic Heavenly Calamity sect has a specially concocted elixir. The Rejuvenating Calamity Pill. Consuming it can invigorate one's true essence, allowing nearly depleted magical energy to recover significantly and even enhance one's cultivation temporarily. Of course, the after effects will inevitably deplete some vitality. Each of our companions should carry one. Should the situation prove truly precarious, they may consume it as a decisive measure. He Huan Lao Mo cast a fleeting glance at Ji Yang Shangren before adding, marvelous. With these two contingencies in place, I, Long, can approach the gambling duel with a sense of assurance. Long Han chuckled lightly. However, with a shift in tone, he continued, next, I must contemplate how to deal with those figures in black robes. These individuals practice demonic arts. Perhaps we should enlist a group of allies from the Righteous Path Alliance to confront this band of demonic cultivators. After all, within the several sects of Taijimin, there are many techniques specifically designed to counter demonic practices. It stands to reason that they should be equally effective against these demonic cultivators. A.S. Longhan spoke. He cast a glance at Jiang Shangren, eager to see his response, and no problem. Leave these demonic cultivators to us in the Righteous Path Alliance. However, the majority of the burden regarding the masters among the spellcasters will fall upon you. Jiang Shangren had no intention of shirking responsibility, readily agreeing. Naturally, the spellcasters will be handled by our three major forces. Upon witnessing Jiang Shangren's unhesitant agreement to tackle the demonic cultivators of Jingua, the others expressed their satisfaction. They deliberated for quite some time, and only when the sun dipped below the horizon did they disperse with a sense of assurance. Each individual returned to make separate preparations based on their discussions. The day of the decisive battle arrived in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, the patrolling cultivators observed a dazzling display of light emanating from the opposing spellcaster camp, followed by the resounding beat of thunderous drums. A contingent of spellcasters emerged from the camp in a composed manner, wielding their magical artifacts as they advanced towards the center of the boundary. At this moment, the prepared cultivators hurriedly sent out their communication talismans. Shortly thereafter, a long, resonant bell tolled from the southern camp, and the many cultivators, having long cultivated their energies, surged forth from their encampment, transforming into countless brilliant arcs that soared into the sky, converging upon a singular destination. In an instant, the sky was awash with various colors of spiritual light, accompanied by the sounds of melodious chimes and soaring cries that in contrast to the spellcasters' formidable advance. It was as though two colossal tidal waves were crashing towards one another. Yet, when they were merely 10 miles apart, both sides abruptly halted. Whether spellcasters or cultivators, they all came to a simultaneous stop as they caught sight of one another from a distance. One side, with no avenue for retreat, prepared to fight to the death for their survival. The other, deeply rooted in their homeland, would not allow for foreign invasion, equally brimming with morale, though neither side had yet engaged. The palpable aura of impending slaughter permeated the space between them. At that moment, Hanli floated above a formation of over 1,000 cultivators, his gaze cold and unwavering as he surveyed the distant spellcaster army. From his vantage point, he could see the radiant light, each fragment holding hundreds of spellcasters gathered within. This luminous display stretched for over 10 miles, clearly indicating that both sides had committed their main forces. Although the exact numbers were indeterminate, it was evident that at least 60 to 70,000 cultivators had amassed in this locale. Additionally, the usually rare high-ranking cultivators were now a common sight. While the forces were roughly equal in number, the differences between them were also apparent. Although the spellcasters donned various attires, the lower-tier spellcasters predominantly wielded only a few rudimentary types of artifacts, either the shimmering round bowls or the fist-sized orbs. However, the most prevalent artifacts were the colorfully varied spell flags that in contrast, weapons such as swords and daggers were conspicuously scarce on the side of the cultivators. The low-ranking practitioners wield an astonishing array of magical instruments, predominantly composed of swords and blades. Each of these artifacts glimmers with an ethereal brilliance, radiating an aura of spiritual energy that, in terms of rank, clearly surpasses that of the spellcasters. Although the spellcasters are considerably inferior to the cultivators of Tian Nan in terms of their artifacts, their formation is remarkably organized. Even while soaring through the skies, they maintain an intricate arrangement, silently casting hostile glances toward their adversaries. In stark contrast, the cultivators exhibit a palpable lack of training. They struggle to maintain their ranks, displaying a chaotic disarray, with whispers echoing and individuals frequently straying from the formation to pursue their own agendas. This disorder prompts the higher-ranking cultivators to intervene and reprimand them. Observing this, Hanli furrowed his brow. It is hardly surprising. In just a few months, how could one possibly train such unruly practitioners? Even merely aligning these cultivators into a coherent formation has proven to be a daunting challenge for the senior figures. The spellcaster army, however, is markedly different. Though it consists of numerous allied tribes of the Mulan, they frequently engage in fierce battles against the Tuwu. The formation of joint forces among the various tribes' spellcasters is a common occurrence. And with minimal acclimatization, they become well-trained. The senior members of the cultivators are acutely aware of these challenges, yet they find themselves at a loss for solutions. Fortunately, as cultivators, they are not bound by the constraints of mundane military discipline. The key to victory does not solely hinge upon this aspect, allowing them to overlook many shortcomings. Hanli pondered this. He cast a few more glances at the spellcaster army. What drew the most attention was not the Mulan spellcasters, but rather the presence of a dozen exceptionally large, wild beasts interspersed among their ranks. These creatures, resembling small mountains in stature, were undeniably eye-catching. Many members of the Jiogua Alliance cultivators had previously witnessed the ferocity of these beasts. Hence the multitude of wary glances cast in their direction. Hanli lifted his gaze to the sky, which was a vast expanse of blue without a single cloud, then lowered his gaze to the disheveled ranks of the cultivators below, sighed, and shook his head. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, he revealed two small objects in his palm, a thumb-sized black orb and a square, vividly red pill, akin to the size of an almond. These items had been delivered by a representative from the Zhiyang sect the previous night, along with explanations of their effects and uses. It was said that every participating cultivator in the wagered battle would receive them. Hanli felt a flicker of surprise, but accepted them without hesitation. Clearly, in the endeavor to defeat the spellcaster army, the three major sects were sparing no effort, bringing forth many previously concealed treasures. However, this was not solely the endeavor of the three major sects. With this thought, Hanli couldn't help but glance toward another neighboring group of cultivators below. This contingent comprised approximately 1,000 individuals, among whom were 16 male and female practitioners clad in red and green attire, each carrying a massive coffin, one black and one white, aligned side by side. The coffins were adorned with a multitude of talismans of various sizes, numbering in the dozens, creating an exceedingly eerie spectacle. Hanli recognized these practitioners as disciples of the foremost demonic sect, the Hehuan sect. This revelation piqued Hanli's curiosity regarding the two coffins. Unfortunately, although he attempted to probe with his spiritual sense, the coffins were evidently fortified with extraordinarily powerful restrictions, rendering any attempt to penetrate their depths utterly futile. In addition to the two coffins, a number of peculiar and eye-catching objects emerged from the ranks of the other cultivators. For instance, on the opposite side, a cultivator from a righteous sect was surrounded by a towering bronze platform, approximately 6 or 7 zhang in height, upon which rested a colossal bronze gong with a diameter of about 1 zhang. The surface of the gong shimmered with golden light, and white runes occasionally floated into view. Nearby, a bare-chested giant sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. Beside it, further back in the ranks, there were more than a dozen black statues, each 3 or 4 zhang tall, appearing somewhat damaged, resembling ancient ferocious beasts. Seemingly suspended in midair by some flying contraptions, their purpose unknown. Even further back, among other cultivator groups, more bizarre items manifested. Observing these, Hanli felt a significant sense of reassurance. This indicated that all sects recognized the gravity of this battle and had brought forth some of their most treasured possessions. Consequently, the odds of victory had markedly increased. Moreover, beyond these visible treasures, it was impossible to ascertain how many formidable artifacts were concealed within the storage bags of those sect cultivators. Meanwhile, in the ranks of the law practitioners, apart from the gigantic beasts, there were no other unusual items. Hanli could hardly believe that the law practitioner stratagems were limited to this. They surely harbored powerful hidden moves. The outcome of this grand conflict was indeed difficult to predict. At this moment, the continuous influx of flying cultivators and law practitioners had finally gathered. Subsequently, aside from a few individuals, the majority descended to the ground in unison, falling into a profound silence. Just then, a commotion arose among the law practitioners, and 3 figures flew forth from within, a gaunt old man, a short fellow, and a middle-aged scholar, the esteemed 3 masters of the Mulan clan. On the side of the cultivators, 3 brilliant streaks of light also soared forth, the Supreme Yang, Wei Wuyo, and the Old Demon of Harmony. When both parties were separated by several dozen zhang, they halted, their luminous forms coming to a standstill. How about it? If you esteemed friends wish to reconsider, it is not too late. As long as you cede half of Tian Nan to our Mulan clan, we can cease hostilities and transform foes into friends. Otherwise, regardless of the battle's outcome, your Tiannan cultivation world may suffer irreparable harm, the scholar with the surname Zhong coldly remarked, gazing at Wei Wuyo and the others. A joke. While it is true that our Tiannan cultivation world may endure significant setbacks, should your Mulan clan be defeated in this battle, it would spell annihilation for your lineage. It seems that the one who ought to tread carefully is indeed you law practitioners, Wei Wuzo retorted, lifting his chin with a nonchalant air. You leave no room for negotiation, then it shall be a fight to the death. However, prior to that, let us engage in a wager. Both sides shall dispatch individuals to lay down restrictions, regardless of the stakes. Once the wager concludes, we shall immediately unleash our battle, the gaunt old man stated with straightforwardness. Evidently aware that at this juncture, persuading the three esteemed cultivators to relent was a futile endeavor. A wager is certainly acceptable, but what of the captives you promised, if we do not see anyone? Hey, the old demon of harmony fixed a cold gaze upon the old man, sneering. Upon hearing these words, the old man was taken aback for a moment, but after a brief contemplation, he moved his lips to convey a few words to those behind him. Instantly, the ranks of law practitioners surged with activity. Over 1,000 cultivators, empty-handed and devoid of possessions save for their tattered garments, were thrust forth from the ranks. As these practitioners reached the front lines, their expressions varied widely. Some were flushed with rage, while others glared fiercely at the assembly of. A subtle stir rippled through the opposing army of cultivators as many among the captured were recognized by their fellow disciples. Observing this, the esteemed exchanged glances with his companions before nodding slightly, their expressions easing just a touch. Well, you have encountered your acquaintances. Surely, you can find solace in that. Let us commence the wagered battle without delay. The dwarf among the renowned began to grow impatient. Why the haste? Are you perhaps scheming something underhanded for this wagered battle? Wei Wuyo interjected unexpectedly. If you are too timid to engage in the wager, we shall first utilize these cultivators as sacrificial flags before commencing the battle. What say you to that? The dwarf's countenance darkened as he issued a veiled threat. Are you attempting to coerce us? Wei Wuyo's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he spoke sternly. This is no coercion. However, if you are unwilling to partake in the wager, we find no use for these captives. Sacrificing them to bolster morale is not out of the question. The emaciated elder replied, his tone taking on a more sinister edge. We are amenable to wagering. However, you must release these captives first before we agree to participate. Upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and, after a moment's deliberation, responded slowly, release them? Do you truly believe we would engage in such folly? The dwarf retorted without reservation, yet we cannot place our trust in you. Should the wager conclude, and you fail to uphold your promise, what then? Wei Wudo replied nonchalantly, even so, enough of this fruitless discourse. Prior to the wager, we can release half of the captives. The fate of the remainder will depend on your success or failure. Surely, you have no objections to this arrangement. If not, feel free to depart, and we shall commence the battle forthwith. The elder, not waiting for the dwarf to respond, interjected with a flash of menace in his eyes. Very well, it shall be as you say. Release the captives on your side, and we shall begin arranging the restrictions here. The three from S faction quickly conferred in hushed tones, decisively agreeing to the terms. Such concessions were the utmost they could afford. Failing to resolve this matter would leave them unable to explain themselves to the multitude of cultivators behind them. With the terms set, the six retreated to their respective camps to make arrangements. Han Li had already vacated his previous position, blending into a group of cultivators. Before the wager began, he was keen to avoid the attention of the higher tier, having overheard the conversation between and the three revered with his formidable spiritual sense. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Among those thrust forward, a portion had their restraints lifted by their faces alight with joy as they soared towards the opposite side. However, it was evident that had prepared for this. Before these liberated cultivators could fully integrate into the ranks, hundreds of practitioners were already advancing to meet them. They meticulously examined the rescued cultivators, ensuring there were no spies among them and that no foul play had occurred, before finally permitting their entry into the ranks. These cultivators from Tiannan are indeed quite prudent. It was fortunate that we did not administer the heart-losing pill to them back then. Otherwise, navigating this ordeal would have proven exceedingly difficult. The short man with the surname Bai observed the scene from a distance, letting out a reluctant snort. This is only to be expected. The three great practitioners of Tiannan are not to be trifled with. It is best to refrain from using such petty tricks. When striking a serpent, aim for its most vulnerable spot. Otherwise, one risks a counterproductive outcome. The Confucian scholar of the Zhong surname agreed, nodding in affirmation. The gaunt elder, upon hearing these words, displayed no change in his expression. He merely stroked his sparse goat-like beard and remained motionless, gazing at the opposing army of cultivators, under the distant scrutiny of Han Li. A group of cultivators and sorcerers emerged from their respective ranks, dividing into 10 distinct positions in the space between the two armies, commencing the arrangement of a grand formation. These individuals were formation masters, well-versed in the art of array crafting. Although the barrier formation they were to establish was extraordinarily formidable, it was not an esoteric array. Thus, with their proficiency, any underhanded maneuver from the opposing side would be easily discernible. Typically, such a formation would require an extensive amount of time to set up. However, with so many formation masters working in unison and utilizing various precious materials along with pre-prepared formation plates and flags, within a mere quarter of an hour, 10 small formations, shimmering with a white radiance, took shape. Subsequently, the formation masters collectively activated the arrays, and 10 white light domes, each covering an area of 70 to 80 zhang, materialized between the two factions. After a final inspection, deeming everything in order, the formation masters withdrew, replaced by 10 cultivators and sorcerers at the core formation stage, who stepped forward to jointly oversee the operation of each formation. Among them was a female cultivator from the Fallen Clouds sect, bearing the surname Song. Dressed in flowing white robes, she approached the penultimate formation. Observing this, Han Li revealed no surprise upon his countenance. Her presence at that formation indicated her intent to participate in the contest. After all, only disciples from one's own sect could instill confidence in the seasoned old monsters partaking in the battle. Should they dispatch a cultivator from a rival sect, there would be no guarantee of assistance in times of peril, which could spell disaster. Thus, Song's presence was a proactive initiative from Han Li, as he was not particularly acquainted with other disciples of the Fallen Clouds sect. With the formation now established, it was only natural for the combatants from both sides to make their appearance. From the opposing sorcerer's camp, 10 individuals cloaked in black robes swiftly emerged, each exuding a chilling aura of malevolence and demonic energy. Demon cultivators. Han Li's pupils constricted as he whispered to himself. However, a flash of azure light enveloped him, transforming into a streak of azure rainbow as he shot forth from the ranks of cultivators. The same action was mirrored by 9 other yuaning old monsters, most of whom Han Li had seen before, with only 2 or 3 unfamiliar faces among them. The fractured soul real person, the old demon Yun Lu, and the woman of the Bai surname were present as well. These individuals hovered before the formations they had chosen, gradually pausing in midair. Upon arriving above the light dome, Han Li nodded toward the woman of the Song surname who was manipulating the formation below. Then calmly directed his gaze toward the black-robed figures across from him. It struck him as peculiar. Why was their demonic energy so tumultuous? Had they perhaps consumed a potent pill akin to the Hui Sha Wan? Though outwardly composed, Han Li was deep in contemplation. If that were merely the case, he would not harbor any fear. The black-robed individual, of average stature, bore a gaze that glimmered with a greenish cold light, fixated upon Han Li without so much as a blink. Although the visage of the opponent remained obscured, it was undeniable that they were a Yuan-ing cultivator at the peak of the early stage. Yet not having ascended to the mid-stage, after observing, Han Li shifted his gaze to the nearby black-clad demon cultivators, who appeared to be of similar caliber as his own adversary, even with slight variations. The differences were negligible. A flicker of concern ignited within Han Li, heightening his vigilance. It seemed that this gambling battle harbored some troubling elements. Not a single mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivator could be found among these demon practitioners. However, this posed no issue for him. The moment any of them employed demonic techniques, he would unleash his exorcising thunder to obliterate them instantaneously, regardless of the tricks they might have up their sleeves. They would be of no avail. A surge of murderous intent surged within Han Li as he devised his strategy. At that moment, the black-robed cultivator across from him abruptly retrieved a storage bag from their waist. Casting a cold glance at Han Li responded with a slight smile, unfastening a storage bag filled with gambling materials. The contents of this bag had been collectively gathered by the 4 major factions of Tiannan, and their immense value caused even Han Li to feel a hint of envy. The black-robed figure raised their hand and tossed the bag directly towards Han Li. Narrowing his eyes, Han Li reciprocated by throwing his own storage bag, and they exchanged their belongings. The materials within the black-robed cultivator's bag, while not as diverse as those in Han Li's, were undoubtedly more precious in terms of rarity. This aligned perfectly with the stipulations of their challenge. Leaving no room for dispute, Han Li nodded, choosing not to return the materials, instead securing the storage bag at his waist. The black-robed individual mirrored his actions. Below, a woman surnamed Song and the mage opposite her began to chant incantations simultaneously. their hands forming intricate seals. As each cast their spell upon the formation, the white light shield flickered momentarily before vanishing entirely. Hanli and the black-robed figure moved with remarkable speed, simultaneously appearing within the formation. Both taken aback by the unexpected sight of one another, the misty barrier reappeared, isolating the two from the outside world. Other cultivators and black-robed figures similarly entered the luminescent shield in pairs. In an instant, the observing cultivators fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation, nervously watching the indistinct silhouettes of the 10 pairs within the shield. Once inside, Hanli disregarded the battles of others, focusing solely on the black-robed figure opposite him, remaining perfectly still. Yet, the azure light radiating from him intensified, causing the myriad flying swords within him to tremble, ready to spring forth and strike, naturally, in the face of the most formidable treasures wielded by demon cultivators. The exorcising thunder had already coalesced into a fist-sized golden sphere, cradled by Han Li's Yuan-Ing, poised to unleash a cataclysmic blow at any moment. Chapter 766, The Battle at the Border, Part 3. Upon witnessing the re-emergence of the light shield, the black-robed figure intoned a low, ancient incantation, causing the chilling demonic energy around them to swell dramatically, transforming into pitch-black tendrils that writhed uncontrollably. Han Li's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the opponent. Remaining motionless, those subtle crackling sounds emanated from his hands tucked within his sleeves, hinting at the glimmer of golden light. Han Li had long since possessed the confidence to annihilate demon cultivators of the same tier in an instant. As long as one seizes the fleeting openings presented by the opponent's attacks, they can deliver a decisive blow. However, in that very instant, the figure cloaked in black revealed pupils that blazed a crimson hue, emitting a feral roar from its lips. Subsequently, a surge of demonic energy erupted from its form, causing the body beneath the black robe to swell dramatically in the blink of an eye. Its size had more than doubled. Upon witnessing this transformation, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, not due to the change in stature itself, but rather because the malevolent aura had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unsettling and peculiar presence. The blood-red eyes of the cloaked figure gleamed with madness. Suddenly, the expanded body contracted, swiftly morphing into a diminutive figure no taller than 3 feet. Moreover, this form propelled itself backward, crashing against the barrier behind it. Han Li was startled, his mind racing with a sense of foreboding. He raised both hands, and 2 thick arcs of golden light erupted from his palms, converging in the air to form a colossal golden net that descended upon the black-cloaked figure. He then flicked his sleeve, and a small blue shield shot forth from his robe, transforming into a massive barrier that shielded him from harm. With his other hand, he tapped the storage pouch at his waist, summoning a restriction-breaking orb into his palm. Aware that the opponent was poised to unleash some treacherous scheme, he resolved not to remain passive in this perilous situation, just as Han Li's thoughts whirled in turmoil. The figure beneath the golden net let out a piercing shriek. With a thunderous explosion, the being inexplicably burst apart, every inch of its flesh disintegrating into a spray of sanguine mist. Initially startled, Han Li soon wore a look of astonishment, having anticipated that the adversary was about to employ some devastating self-destruction technique. However, the splattered remains did not affect the barrier at all, appearing utterly devoid of potency. Confounded and increasingly suspicious, Han Li soon discerned something unusual. The remnants of flesh and blood adhered to the opposing barrier, showing no inclination to fall away, and these viscous remnants began to writhe eerily upon the surface. Staring in disbelief, Han Li observed as the remnants transformed into swirling mists of blood, rapidly spreading across the barrier in the blink of an eye. The white shield was almost entirely engulfed in a crimson hue, exuding an overpowering stench of blood that was nauseatingly pungent. Alarmed, Han Li hastily hurled the restriction-breaking orb against the barrier behind him, with a resounding crash. The orb erupted into a sphere of inky darkness upon contact with the barrier. Instantly, that section of the barrier flickered erratically, causing the entire shield to tremble. Elated, Han Li quickly followed up with a flurry of finger movements, unleashing 10 consecutive arcs of azure sword energy that struck the same location, causing the white light to flicker violently, and it seemed the barrier was on the verge of shattering. Just as he felt a surge of joy, a flash of blood light enveloped his vision, and a thick veil of blood mist obscured the barrier, transforming it into a vivid crimson. Han Li's heart sank as he looked up and around, realizing that the entire shield had turned blood red. The mist rolled ominously, condensing into droplets of viscous blood, and the stench of decay intensified dramatically. He barely had time to think. As he opened his mouth, a thunderous roar erupted, and a golden arc, as wide as a bowl, shot forth, striking the crimson haze before him. After the explosion of golden light, the blood mist dissipated momentarily, only to swiftly revert to its original state, seemingly unscathed. This turn of events took Hanli by surprise. The azure bamboo becloud sword he had intended to unleash suddenly halted, a grave expression crossing his face. Meanwhile, the scene of his opponent's self-detonation transforming the protective barrier into blood was unfolding simultaneously in 10 different locations. The 10 nascent soul cultivators participating in the wager, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared within the altered barrier. The 10 core formation cultivators overseeing the operation of the array were acutely aware of the dire situation. While remaining vigilant against the opposing spellcasters, they hastily gestured to halt the array. However, to their astonishment, upon witnessing the barrier turn blood red, the spellcasters fell silent and immediately retreated from the array, soaring back to their own formation. This unforeseen development only heightened the anxiety of the 10 women led by Song, as they realized the gravity of the situation. Clearly, the transformation of the barrier was the work of the spellcasters. As they had predicted, although the array had been halted by their spells, the blood shield in the air remained ominously intact, and the blood mist began to thin, revealing a thick layer of blood coating the entire barrier. As if the blood of hundreds had been simultaneously used to create it, the sight was utterly terrifying. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Zhiyang sect were naturally alarmed. Seeing that the 10 cultivators could not stop the array, they lost all composure. Suddenly, they transformed into 3 dazzling streaks of light and shot forth. Leave. This is beyond your capacity to handle. Upon reaching above the array and casting a glance at the transformed barrier, the Zhiyang elder said darkly. The cultivators below sighed in relief at his words and hurriedly returned to their own formation. Meanwhile, Song cast a fleeting concerned glance at the blood shield where Hanli was located before departing with a sense of helplessness. In the opposing spellcaster camp, the gaunt elder and others initially displayed a glimmer of excitement upon trapping Han Li and the others. Now, witnessing the 3 great cultivators soar to the array, their expressions remained remarkably calm, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of the 3 prominent cultivators breaching the blood shield. Behind them, 2 figures cloaked in black robes had appeared without notice, a man and a woman. The sect leader has indeed succeeded. I hope the blood luo shield is as formidable as your sect claims, capable of confining 10 nascent soul cultivators for half a day. Once Tian Nan is deprived of these 10, its strength will undoubtedly diminish significantly. Half a day is ample time for us to settle the score with the Tian Nan cultivators, the gaunt elder remarked as he turned to the black-robed man with a wry smile. Rest assured, this blood luo shield is one of our sect's 6 great secret techniques. It requires not only the sacrifice of 10 blood corpses nurtured for a century, but also to prevent arousing suspicion. We specially administered demonic spirit pills to some of the corpses. Then, with 10 individuals, including our sect leader, working in unison to exert control, we managed to conceal our actions from their scrutiny, having gone to such lengths. Even at the cost of a fragment of my spirit, our sect leader is undoubtedly confident. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would find it impossible to breach this shield without expending considerable mana and time. Will you grant them such an opportunity? The black-robed figure shot a sidelong glance at the elder, sneering as he spoke, as if to validate the words of the man in the black robe. The master of the Supreme Sun in the distance unleashed a blood shield upon himself. With a gentle stroke, a blinding sword aura descended with a fierce slash. After a resounding crash, the blood shield merely quivered slightly before returning to its original state. Observing this, the master of the Supreme Sun's expression darkened considerably. The other 2, Wei Wuyo and the old demon of Huan, upon witnessing this spectacle, felt no inclination to intervene further with their discerning eyes. Although it was merely one person who had tested the shield, they could immediately ascertain the formidable strength of its defenses. This peculiar blood shield was astonishingly resilient, and it seemed to possess some enigmatic properties that made it exceedingly difficult to breach. Nonetheless, the 3 could discern that the shield primarily served to ensnare foes rather than inflict harm, which prompted them to exchange a glance and share a wry smile. They had initially anticipated that the adversary would unleash devastating attacks against the 10 combatants during the battle. But to their surprise, the opponents had intended from the outset merely to temporarily restrain the 10. This unexpected turn of events left the trio somewhat at a disadvantage, rendering much of their prior preparation nearly ineffective. Brother E, what sort of demonic technique is this? Surely, your 6 sects of the demonic path do not possess such an art, which requires self-detonation to wield. This is truly something unforeseen, Wei Wuyo sighed. Inquiring slowly. No, this is the first time I have encountered such a bizarre secret technique. It appears that the cultivators of the Jin Kingdom should not be underestimated, the old demon of Hahuan remarked. His brow furrowed in concern. In their frustration, the three lacked the desire to question one another further, for the war drums of the opposing army of spellcasters began to resound. A portion of the spellcasters soared into the air, hovering in mid-flight, while those on the ground began to shift positions and chant incantations, adopting an aggressive posture. Although the army of cultivators witnessed the strange scene of the wager, they remained composed under the guidance of their higher-ranked cultivators. Similarly, their own formations began to move, with various spiritual lights beginning to flicker within their ranks. This time, we have indeed suffered a significant loss. Fortunately, they are only temporarily ensnared and do not face mortal peril. As long as we can prolong the situation a little longer, they will have a chance to escape. Our numbers of high-ranking cultivators already outnumber those of the Mulan people, even with the loss of their 10. We shall not be weaker than the spellcasters, the Master of the Supreme Sun reflected aloud. The old demon of Hahuan and Wei Wuyo, although aware that the Master of the Supreme Sun's words were likely a form of self-reassurance, could only acquiesce to the circumstances. Naturally, their hearts were filled with considerable ire. Very well, we need not command the ensuing battle. Our only task is to stall the Mulan Divine Masters as much as possible. After a flash of fierce intent crossed his face, the old demon of Hahuan spoke ominously. Then, disregarding the other two, he lifted his head and bellowed towards the opposing army of spellcasters. I have long heard of the Mulan Divine Masters, whose celestial abilities are unfathomable. The three of us, he included, wish to engage in a contest. I wonder if any of the esteemed masters would be willing to step forth for a battle. The old demon of Hahuan's thunderous declaration evidently employed some secret technique, resonating like a clap of thunder that reverberated through the skies and ground for miles around, silencing the incantations from both factions momentarily. Even some of the airborne spellcasters, those of lower cultivation, wavered slightly, nearly plummeting down. Chapter 767, The Battle of the Boundary, Part 4. Upon hearing the challenge from the old demon Hahuan, the emaciated elder furrowed his brows momentarily, yet soon nonchalantly replied, with the three great cultivators of Tiannan, however, I must remain here to oversee the grand battle and cannot engage in combat myself. This will require the assistance of Sect Master Fong. I have long heard of the Sect Master's Tian Shatru demon technique, which has been cultivated to an extraordinarily high level, even enabling one to embody the true demonic energy of the Tian Shatru demon. I imagine dealing with a single opponent would be childish play. Since we have already made an agreement, the Sect Master shall naturally take action, as I too wish to witness the prowess of the foremost demonic cultivator of Tiannan. The man in black spoke coldly, a flash of green light flickering in his eyes as he gradually ascended, enveloped in black mist, and flew toward the opposing side. The scholar of the Zhong surname and the dwarf of the Bai surname exchanged no words, transforming into a silver rainbow and a crimson glow, respectively, as they followed closely behind. Observing this, the three beings of the Zhiyang lineage simultaneously transformed into a dazzling rainbow, retreating skyward. The man in black and the two divine masters, Mulan, pursued closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the six figures vanished into the clouds, their whereabouts concealed. However, shortly thereafter, the nearby sky began to shift in hue. One moment it blazed crimson. The next it turned pitch black. Thunderous explosions erupted in succession, with blinding silver rainbows and vibrant clouds flashing intermittently. The six great cultivators in the heavens clashed, while those on the low ground, including the martial and magical forces, also commenced their grand battle. Unlike the duels of individual or small groups of cultivators, this encounter began with both sides soaring into the air, employing their treasures to attack, instead, at such a considerable distance. Amidst the rising and falling incantations, both the cultivator and magic practitioner factions activated various protective barriers simultaneously. Enormous luminous shields gradually ascended from both camps, enveloping their respective main forces. Clearly, the cultivators completed their defenses first. This was not to imply that the elemental techniques of the cultivators were faster than the magical incantations of the practitioners, but rather that the protective formations laid by the Tiannan cultivators were predominantly composed of array instruments. Consequently, their activation was naturally swifter by a margin. Observing this, Long Han, presiding over the battle, issued the command without hesitation to initiate the assault. The first to strike were several long-range area attack treasures, including the enormous bronze gong that Han Li had previously encountered. At this moment, the structure supporting the gong had already reached the forefront of the cultivator ranks, effortlessly ascending to a height of several dozen zhang above the ground, guarded by 7 or 8 robust men in yellow garments. The giant, who had been seated beside the gong, stood up at some point, wielding a lengthy iron hammer, silently positioning himself beside the gong. At a short distance away, two individuals raised a triangular black banner towering 5 to 6 zhang high, shimmering with ominous light, adorned with the lifelike embroidery of a black dragon. 9 maidens clad in red, each holding a tray covered with crimson satin, bulged with unknown treasures, floated gracefully in a peculiar formation in the air. 3 elderly men in embroidered robes, each carrying a gourd half their height upon their backs, similarly advanced to the front of the ranks. The command to attack swiftly reached the ears of those responsible for the first wave of assault among the cultivators. Upon the bronze pedestal stood a formidable figure, his eyes wide with intensity, radiating a golden glow of nearly a foot in length from his entire being. With both hands wielding a heavy iron hammer, he struck fiercely at the center of the bronze gong. A blinding explosion of golden light erupted, yet curiously, it produced no sound. At the moment the golden light manifested, it burst forth, transforming into countless golden stars that shot across the expanse. However, after traversing a mere several dozen feet, a series of soft popping sounds emerged. As the golden stars morphed into billowing clouds of golden mist, the giant continued to unleash a relentless barrage with his hammer, and a multitude of golden stars erupted from the gong, the golden mist surging like waves towards the opposing army of spellcasters. Amidst the chaotic scene, a triangular black banner was fervently shaken by 2 cultivators, from which a shadowy black dragon materialized. Barely perceptible. As the dragon's eyes opened, torrents of dark azure winds were leisurely expelled from its maw. The winds howled fiercely, transforming into a churning mass of darkness that instantly swept away the sands and stones, rendering visibility impossible. Simultaneously, a young woman clad in red raised a crimson plate with her jade-like arms, her lips forming melodious incantations. In a flash of red light, 9 resplendent copper pieces soared from the plate, converging in the air, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. There, a large, fiery ancient mirror materialized, its surface shimmering with ethereal light, unleashing countless firebirds the size of fists, each encased in flames and exhaling tongues of fire. With a clarion call, these fiery arrows were launched with precision. 3 elderly gentlemen in splendid attire formed a triangle, simultaneously summoning enormous gourds from their backs. A chilling, bone-biting white frost, mingled with countless snowflakes and hailstones, instantaneously transformed a vast area before them into a realm of ice and snow, which surged forth at an alarming speed towards their adversaries. The onslaught of these extraordinary treasures commenced nearly simultaneously, leaving the opposing spellcasters barely able to erect their protective shields, unable to counterattack, and compelled to withstand the barrage under the command of the emaciated elder. At the moment of impact, golden mist and dark winds erupted against the protective barrier of the cultivators, creating a dazzling display of colors as the shield trembled slightly. Witnessing this, Long Han, without a moment's hesitation, issued another command. The cultivators, not waiting for the first wave of attacks to conclude, immediately initiated a second round of assault. This time, it was a coordinated large-scale attack spell conjured by various sections. Columns of various hues and torrents of demonic fire surged forth from the ranks of the cultivators, seamlessly merging with the initial onslaught of extraordinary treasures, enveloping the entire spellcaster battalion. The protective barrier of the spellcasters was now entirely besieged by these relentless attacks. The emaciated elder's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that a mere delay in activating the spiritual techniques would lead to such a disadvantageous position. The ferocity of the onslaught rendered him unable to extract his spellcasters for an immediate counterstrike under such a terrifying barrage. Even a nascent soul-stage cultivator would not dare to take these attacks head-on without the safeguarding constraints of a formation. Madam Lu, it seems we must summon your colossal beasts. Otherwise, we shall be unable to seize the initiative. The elder suddenly addressed the woman in black beside him. Since the sect leader has entrusted those beasts to you, feel free to employ them without needing to inform me. The woman in black replied with a slight smile, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. The elderly man, upon hearing these words, nodded in satisfaction and promptly issued his commands. Following a deafening roar from the beasts, a dozen colossal figures charged through the barrage of attacks, emerging from the wizard's protective barrier. These were the armored behemoths of the wilderness. Once they appeared, they immediately began to sprint towards the direction of the cultivators' camp. Consequently, a portion of the attacks from the cultivators shifted their focus towards these giants, causing a slight lull in the spells aimed at the wizard's camp. Seizing this opportunity, several high-ranking wizards hurriedly took flight, conjuring numerous orbs of varying hues while chanting incantations. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as some of these orbs plummeted to the ground, vanishing from sight, while others spun wildly before being enveloped in a green light. Still, others coalesced into droplets of pure water or erupted into flames, engulfed in fierce fire, from the ground, from the green light, and from the water and fire. A myriad of shape-shifting beasts materialized. There were yellow earth pythons measuring over 10 zhang in length, enormous firewolves standing 7 or 8 zhang tall, elusive green-hued birds, and blue tortoises shrouded in mist. As these creatures took form, they immediately surged after the rampaging behemoths, also charging towards the cultivator's army. Despite the behemoth's innate toughness and the protective armor they donned, along with various defensive spells cast upon them, they roared in agony under the relentless onslaught of spells. Though they sustained grievous wounds, miraculously, none of them fell. However, the shape-shifting beasts that followed fared differently. Despite their formidable appearance, most were swiftly scattered and obliterated after a single round of attacks. Dissipating into motes of spiritual light, the orbs, having lost their energy, plummeted to the ground as mere dust. Yet, the high-ranking wizards remained unfazed, raising their hands once more to launch another batch of orbs. As incantations flowed from their lips, more beasts erupted forth, charging fearlessly into the fray. This development caused several cultivators to change their expressions, and the spells targeting these creatures grew in intensity. Meanwhile, the pressure on the wizard's camp significantly diminished. Observing this situation, Longhan's expression darkened, and he hastily contemplated issuing commands. However, it was too late. The gaunt elder seized the moment, issuing a command that activated a substantial portion of the wizard's transformation spells. Instantly, vibrant lights erupted as enormous fireballs, each roughly the size of a zhang, and ice spears as thick as tree trunks began to coalesce in the sky. Witnessing this scene, Longhan murmured to himself. Realizing that they could no longer maintain their offensive against the foe, that he quickly mouthed a message to halt the assault of the mystical treasures. Their owners promptly retreated to the ranks, re-entering the protective barrier. Simultaneously, over 1,000 cultivators, each possessing considerable prowess, soared into the air, wielding multi-foot-long array flags. They rapidly formed a magnificent and imposing grand formation, then cast their flags skyward. A vast array of colorful light enveloped the cultivators' camp, resembling a colossal shield and granting the army an additional layer of protection. At that moment, their opponents unleashed hundreds of massive fireballs, followed by a barrage of over 1,000 enormous ice spears. Suddenly, a wave of scorching flames enveloped the entire army of cultivators, shrouded in a mist of ice. The colossal beasts and the demon creatures that had transformed from projectiles had traversed a significant distance, and after enduring several rounds of spell attacks, they charged relentlessly towards the cultivators. Out of the dozen or so gigantic beasts, only the most formidable 7 or 8 remained, while the number of transformed demon creatures had been drastically reduced. Nevertheless, undeterred by the dark mass of cultivators, these demon beasts surged forward with ferocious determination. Chapter 768, The Battle of the Borders 5. The 5-colored curtain conjured by the cultivators clearly served as a suppression against spiritual techniques. And after an impressive display of power, Longhan's face brightened with a hint of joy. The 1,000 cultivators who soared into the fray were all elite disciples from the 9 Nations Alliance, rigorously trained to adeptly arrange such a formation. Having witnessed its might, Wei Wuyi refrained from exaggeration. The emaciated elder, seeing that his side's attacks had been ineffective, wore a grim expression. Yet, he resolutely issued another command for an assault. Amidst the incantations from the mage camp, this time the conjured entities were no longer mere fireballs and ice spears, but rather fiery crows and glimmering ice pythons that began to take shape in the air. Albeit at a slower pace than the initial round of attacks, that moment, a slight commotion stirred within the ranks of the cultivators, as a team of green-clad practitioners soared forth from the protective barrier. Simultaneously, they removed the spirit beast bags from their waists and cast them skyward. The openings of the bags faced downward, unleashing a cascade of vibrant light, from which emerged dozens of uniquely shaped demon beasts. The foremost 3 were particularly extraordinary. One bore dragon horns and was clad in scales that shimmered with a white glow, a rare creature known as a dragon horse beast. Another exuded a foul wind. A 2-headed demon lion cloaked in green fur. The last was even more fearsome, a massive crimson scorpion measuring 5 to 6 zhang in length, its black and purple stinger sending chills down the spine of onlookers. These demon beasts were a formidable batch of spirit creatures meticulously nurtured by the demonic sect, the spirit-controlling sect. Upon their release, they immediately charged towards the approaching colossal beasts and the ethereal creatures conjured by the mages. Driven by an overwhelming ferocity. In an instant, the air was rife with the chaos of battle as the beasts clashed, although only the three leading spirit beasts could independently grapple with the savage giant. The sheer number of the remaining spirit beasts, well-trained and united, managed to halt the advance of the colossal beasts and even gained a slight upper hand as the demon beasts soared forth. Thousands of cultivators ascended into the sky, dividing into 5 teams that charged directly at the opposing forces while unleashing their respective magical artifacts, bombarding the mage camp with a torrential onslaught. The spiritual techniques conjured by the mages this time were evidently more ferocious than before, as they would not passively await the completion of their adversary's spells. Countless magical artifacts crashed against the protective formation of the Mulan people like a tumultuous tide. The emaciated elder's expression darkened. After a cold snort, he issued a command, prompting a multitude of mages to likewise take flight. Instantly, the two factions clashed in the skies as spiritual techniques, magical artifacts, and treasures intertwined in a dazzling display. After a brief exchange, hundreds of protective artifacts were shattered by the opposing forces, their core bodies exploding and plummeting from the heavens. The scene was nothing short of harrowing. However, this brief delay allowed the sorcerer's spiritual attacks to reach completion. Dozens of fiery crows and icy pythons surged forth, as if animated by life, hurtling towards the opposing army of cultivators. Yet this time, the cultivators were equally prepared for defense before these assaults could land. A multitude of magical artifacts soared into the sky, obliterating the majority of the fiery crows and icy pythons. The few that managed to slip through the net were intercepted by a multicolored barrier. Although the barrier trembled slightly, it posed no genuine threat. Yet, Longin's brow furrowed at this sight. It seemed that while the protective formation of the Nine Nations Alliance was formidable, it still could not entirely withstand the more potent spiritual attacks. Taking a deep breath, he issued a cold command. The army of cultivators, shielded by the vibrant barrier, began to advance slowly towards the sorcerer's camp. Simultaneously, the cultivators summoned their magical artifacts, transforming them into various ethereal lights that floated in the air or enveloped their bodies. The air was filled with the resonant incantations of spells, as these artifacts radiated their brilliance, ready to unleash a powerful strike at any moment. The elder among the sorcerers, witnessing this, felt a flicker of cold light in his eyes. Realizing the opponent's reckless initiative to attack was an attempt to deny them the time to cast their spiritual formations, judging by the circumstances, they indeed had no time left for another round of offense. Following a similar command, the sorcerers, too, advanced slowly under the immense luminous shield. The distance between the two factions rapidly diminished when they were merely 100 zhang apart, and the faces of their adversaries became discernible. A series of soft sounds, like muffled pops, emanated from the ranks of the cultivators. 7 misty jade talismans were solemnly cast forth by 7 elder members of the Wanming sect. The moment the talismans left their hands, they transformed into 7 white rainbows, soaring towards the sky above the sorcerers' ranks, where they spiraled at an altitude of several dozen zhang, revealing their true forms, with a sudden expansion and contraction. A thunderous sound erupted from the jade talismans. Subsequently, the 7 talismans shattered, releasing 7 dazzling white orbs of electricity that materialized and rapidly enlarged, transforming into colossal entities akin to blazing suns. The 7 orbs, each with a diameter of over 10 zhang, floated resplendently above the cultivators' army. This spectacle was indeed astonishing, causing many sorcerers to involuntarily gaze upward, their faces betraying expressions of alarm. This was perilous. It was an ancient talisman. The previously composed and emaciated elder, upon witnessing this scene, was stricken with panic. Yet, before he could take any action, the 7 orbs exploded in succession. Instantly, the sky above the sorcerers was filled with crackling arcs of white lightning, transforming into 7 immense electric nets that descended upon them. The cultivators seemed to be stirred into action, unleashing a torrent of colorful talismans, shimmering with various spiritual lights, that rained down in an overwhelming cascade. Amidst this, a rumbling thunder resonated within the blinding white light. It appeared that the battle outside was quite lively. Han Li murmured to himself, this moment. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, fixated on the blood-red barrier before him, his expression revealing no trace of panic despite being trapped. Since realizing that the sorcerers were attempting to ensnare them with their cunning tactics, the flicker of concern in Han Li's heart had dissipated entirely. Although the Mulan people had employed such measures, undoubtedly brimming with confidence in this barrier, Han Li felt a growing assurance in his ability to break through this confinement. However, the timing of his escape and the methods he would employ to shatter the barrier required careful consideration. Now is not the time when departing early is advantageous. Although Han Li is willing to contribute his strength against the Mulan people on behalf of Tian Nan, he equally wishes to avoid becoming cannon fodder, perishing in the chaotic fray without clarity as to the circumstances. After all, this is not a matter of solitary combat, where one simply deals with a single adversary, should he happen to attract the attention of several Yuanying stage cultivators simultaneously, or face an assault from dozens or even hundreds of spellcasters at once. Even with his mastery of thunder escape techniques, he would find himself in an exceedingly perilous situation, only by evading the initial chaos. When most high-level cultivators and spellcasters are engaged in battle, can he venture forth with a measure of safety? The likelihood of being besieged would significantly diminish. Of course, were it not for the emergence of the blood barrier that confines him, Han Li would possess alternative methods to circumvent the onset of conflict. However, at present, he finds himself justified in evading the most dangerous moments of this battle. The resounding thunder that had just reverberated through the air was truly astonishing. Even in this location, Han Li could feel the barrier trembling slightly under the force of the thunderclap. This must be a precursor to the confrontation between the two parties. He could only wonder which side unleashed such a formidable attack. It was certain that the opposing side would not endure such an overwhelming offensive unscathed. With this thought, Han Li let out a sigh, turning his gaze to inspect other areas of the barrier. This blood barrier was indeed peculiar. Even with his spiritual sense, he could not penetrate it in the slightest. Moreover, this restriction appeared to be rooted in demonic arts, yet the exorcising thunderstrike had no effect upon it, which piqued Han Li's interest greatly. Earlier, he had used the Mingqing spiritual eye to investigate various parts of the blood barrier, but aside from the pervasive crimson hue, he had gleaned nothing of significance. Nevertheless, Han Li remained unperturbed. The external battle had only just commenced, and he had ample time to devise a method to breach the barrier. Opening his mouth, Han Li emitted a stream of azure mist that coalesced into a small sword. As he applied his spiritual sense, the sword transformed into a foot-long azure rainbow, striking fiercely against the barrier. A muffled thud resounded, yet the barrier remained utterly unmoved, while the flying sword was rebounded several yards away. Han Li did not display any hint of surprise. After retracting the flying sword, he flourished his hand, revealing a dark object, the ancient castle of Qian's Hongfeng. He tossed this treasure into the air and executed a series of hand seals. A flash of black light illuminated the scene, and a small mountain over Tianzhong High silently manifested before Han Li. He extended a finger and gently tapped the mountain. Instantly, the peak trembled and descended mercilessly towards the distant barrier. A tremendous crash echoed as black and crimson lights intertwined, yet the mountain was similarly repelled. The barrier merely quivered a few times as if in passing. Han Li finally exhibited a trace of astonishment on his face. After stroking his chin, he suddenly pointed again at the small mountain. This time, the treasure transformed into a streak of black light, darting towards the center of the blood barrier. As incantations flowed from his lips, the small mountain rapidly expanded in brilliance. Moments later, it reached a height of 70 to 80 zhong, poised to press against both the ground and the barrier above. Han Li showed no signs of halting. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed several more spells directed at the mountain, accelerating its growth even further. After a thunderous tremor, the mountain, now over 100 zhong tall, stood upright in the heart of the blood barrier, its entire form flickering with an unpredictable black spiritual light. Beneath the crimson barrier, the apex began to subtly deform and bulge. The entire shield quaked violently. Observing this, Han Li felt a surge of joy within. As his internal spiritual power surged forth, incessantly striking the small mountain with various incantations, the black peak continued to swell gradually, and the deformation at the top of the blood shield became increasingly pronounced. However, once the protruding portion reached a certain extent, no matter how fervently Han Li cast his spells, the transformation of the blood shield curiously came to an abrupt halt. The expansion of the black mountain was similarly stifled. Han Li ceased his incantations and stared intently at the top of the blood shield. Narrowing his eyes, it appeared that his intention to shatter this barrier with the Qianchong Peak was futile. The only recourse left was to experiment with the Qianluan Ice Flame and the Ziluo Heavenly Fire to see if they could breach this shield. After a flash of light, the small mountain shrank to a mere few inches in size, transforming into a streak of black light that shot into his sleeve. The top of the blood-red barrier reverted to its original shape, indicating its remarkable resilience. Han Li turned around and extended a finger, upon which a pale blue fireball, roughly the size of a walnut, materialized at his fingertip. With a gentle exhale, he flicked the fireball, sending it hurtling towards the distant shield wall. With a soft pop, the blue flames erupted, and an icy blue layer swiftly spread across the entire barrier. The temperature within the blood shield plummeted dramatically, turning it into a realm of frigid cold, where one could practically exhale frost. Witnessing this, Han Li swiftly moved to a section of the barrier aglow with blue light. Raising his hand, a streak of azure sword energy struck the thick icy layer, producing a sound of shattering. With crystalline ice shards scattering in all directions as he observed the impact site, Han Li's expression darkened. With the falling ice shards, the blood-red barrier behind remained unscathed, and the viscous blood upon it showed no signs of being genuinely frozen. Only a thin layer of blue frost had formed on the surface, while the blood essence continued to churn within. After a moment's contemplation, Han Li raised his hand, and, with a flick of his wrist, a layer of purple demonic flames suddenly enveloped his palm. Unceremoniously, he extended this hand and gently pressed it against the barrier. The Ziluo heavenly fire indeed exhibited superior potency compared to the Qianlong ice flame. As the purple flames approached the barrier, a sizzling sound resonated, and the blood mist and liquid upon the shield instantaneously solidified, emanating a dazzling purple light. Han Li's face lit up with delight. He cautiously manipulated the Ziluo heavenly fire, confining its power to this small section of the barrier, then opened his mouth, unleashing a thunderous sound as a golden arc burst forth, directly striking this section of the shield. After a flash of golden light, a fine crack appeared on the barrier. Yet, the blood light flickered wildly, and in the blink of an eye, the crack vanished without a trace. Han Li stood transfixed. The blood shield possessed quite a few tricks. Although it had not been frozen, it could still autonomously mend its injuries, and no wonder the Milan people used this barrier with such confidence. Even the Ziluo heavenly fire could not breach it, making it truly capable of ensnaring ordinary Yuanian cultivators. Though somewhat astonished, Han Li promptly reached for his storage bag with one hand and produced a brilliantly polished blue-green round bead, which rested in his palm. This was the lightning orb he had recently refined. Since its creation, he had yet to utilize it, making this the perfect opportunity to test its might. Moreover, ever since the resounding thunder, Han Li found himself utterly unable to perceive the ongoing battle outside the protective barrier. However, upon reflecting on the passage of time, it seemed that the initial phase had long since elapsed. Thus, he should be able to venture out without significant peril. Otherwise, should he delay any further in providing assistance. And if the army of cultivators were to suffer a catastrophic defeat, he would indeed become a caged bird, devoid of any hope for survival. With this thought in mind, a flash of brilliance emanated from Han Li's palm, and the thunder pearl spun swiftly before transforming into a streak of azure light that shot toward the barrier. As he propelled himself backward, a muffled thunderclap resonated, followed by a sphere of golden blue radiance, roughly the size of a human head, rising against the barrier. The entire protective shield trembled violently upon impact. A flicker of astonishment crossed Han Li's face. The power of this pearl seemed to exceed his expectations. No sooner had this notion taken root in his mind than Han Li's expression shifted slightly, his azure spiritual light flaring brilliantly, as he transformed into a streak of azure rainbow and soared forth. Remarkably, this thunder pearl managed to effortlessly create a small breach in the barrier. Sensing this, Han Li wasted no time and darted through the opening, which was rapidly closing as he emerged from the crimson shield. He felt an immense thrill. The thunder pearl, forged from azure flames of equal caliber to the purple sky fire, had so easily breached this restriction. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Initially, he had contemplated that if this thunder pearl proved ineffective, he would have no choice but to resort to the devouring insect and the blood demon sword. Although the former could consume anything, breaching this barrier would surely take some time. The latter, while potent, posed endless repercussions, and Han Li was reluctant to employ such a weapon. Yet now, the nameless thunder pearl had successfully dismantled the blood shield, which was a fortunate surprise. It appeared that the purple sky fire's inability to breach this restriction was largely due to its icy essence, unlike the genuine fire attribute of the azure flames, which could not be countered. However, upon emerging, Han Li had yet to clearly discern the situation beyond the shield when a series of astonished exclamations reached his ears, followed by a cacophony of explosions, thunderous roars, and countless shouts echoing from all directions. Quickly focusing his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. He found himself encircled by more than a dozen spellcasters. Fortunately, a sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that their cultivation levels were rather modest. 2 were at the core formation stage, while the others were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Each of them wielded a magic flag, seemingly prepared to unleash some form of spiritual attack. Han Li, having just soared out of the blood shield, found himself directly above these individuals. Ignoring them, he cast a hurried glance around, and a chill ran down his spine. All around him, whether in the sky or on the ground, myriad spiritual lights and treasures flickered incessantly, accompanied by a continuous barrage of explosive sounds. Cultivators and spellcasters alike, in groups or solo, had formed countless skirmishes, embroiled in a chaotic melee. For a moment, Hanli could not discern which side held the advantage. With little time to ponder, he quickly redirected his attention, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance at the nearby spellcasters. The dozen or so spellcasters, stunned by Hanli's sudden emergence from the blood shield, were equally taken aback. Not good. He is a nascent soul cultivator. Summon the Grandmaster at once. A cultivator at the core formation stage was the first to react, instinctively exclaiming in alarm before swiftly striking the back of his head. A jade-green flying dagger hurtled towards Hanli with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, his figure transformed into a streak of green light, retreating over Tinzhong to distance himself from Hanli. The other cultivators, startled by the commotion, quickly grasped the situation. Another core formation practitioner immediately released a fiery red flying fork, while simultaneously raising his other hand to send a transmission talisman soaring through the air as a streak of flame. The remaining cultivators, of lesser cultivation, raised their, chanting incantations loudly, unleashing over a dozen fire pillars, each as thick as a basin, from the tip of their flags, converging into a torrent of flames surging towards Hanli. Surprised to see these cultivators not fleeing but rather taking the initiative to attack, seemingly intent on delaying him, Hanli raised an eyebrow. Yet, a flash of malevolence crossed his face as he flicked his sleeve. Unleashing a flurry of azure light, dozens of azure bamboo bee-cloud swords surged forth from his sleeve. With a casual hand gesture, he cast a technique, causing each flying sword to quiver slightly before splitting into multiple sword lights. In an instant, a dense mass of sword light enveloped Hanli, with a formidable aura that was nothing short of astonishing. The two core formation practitioners, taken aback by this spectacle, were nonetheless compelled to command their magical artifacts to launch an assault. Hanli chuckled coldly, casually pointing his fingers, sending forth several sword lights that intercepted the incoming flying dagger and fork, intertwining with them, under the brilliance of the azure light. These magical artifacts were immediately overwhelmed, emitting mournful cries as their spiritual light shrank to a mere flicker. Meanwhile, the torrent of fire, which had yet to approach within several zhang of Hanli, was dispersed into nothingness amidst the swirling sword lights. Realizing that this was not the time for a protracted engagement with these practitioners, Hanli showed no intention of holding back. Uttering a single word, "Go," 100 sword lights suddenly blazed forth, simultaneously rushing towards each cultivator. Although the Foundation establishment practitioners attempted to defend themselves with the moment the azure sword lights descended, they were reduced to a mere pulp, with not a shred of escape left to them. As for the two core formation practitioners, upon witnessing the multitude of sword lights approaching, their faces drained of color. And no matter how daring and valiant they were, they dared not confront such a staggering assault. Without a second thought, they transformed into streaks of escape light, fleeing in the opposite direction. Hanli observed this with a chilling glimmer in his eyes, forming hand seals. The sword lights that had been shot towards them resonated with a clear sound before merging together, their collective power accelerating significantly. The unfortunate duo, having barely fled 20 zhang, found themselves completely enveloped by the incoming sword lights, despite desperately activating their protective treasures and employing various spiritual techniques to hold on for a moment longer. The azure light descended, rendering both their techniques and protective barriers utterly ineffective in an instant. Without even a sound, their bodies were cleaved into countless pieces by the sword lights, their primordial spirits having no chance to escape, disintegrating beneath the overwhelming onslaught. Just as Hanli reveled in his success, an enraged roar echoed from above, followed by a blinding yellow light hurtling down from the heavens at an astonishing speed. Hanli's expression shifted, and with a thunderous sound from behind, the thunderstorm wings unfurled instantaneously. A flicker of silver light flashed, and the person vanished without a trace. The previously descending golden beam momentarily hesitated upon witnessing this spectacle. As its radiance dimmed, an elderly man clad in a yellow robe appeared midair. Though his face was contorted with rage, a glimmer of uncertainty flickered deep within his gaze. This individual was one of the esteemed masters of the Mu clan, who had been engaged in a confrontation with several Yuanian cultivators from Tianan in the skies above, in conjunction with other sorcerers. Upon receiving a message from his kin, he swiftly took flight. However, Despite his rapid response, he could only witness the moment when two of his clan members were obliterated by a streak of azure sword light, igniting his fury, for one of them was his cherished disciple, whom he regarded as a nephew. The sudden disappearance of Hanli startled him, and he instinctively recalled a particularly formidable figure among the Tian and cultivators. He immediately suppressed the resentment boiling within him and began to extend his spiritual sense in all directions. In a flash of silver behind him, Hanli's figure materialized. Upon sensing Hanli's emergence, the elder wasted no time. He pivoted sharply and raised his hand, hurling a square treasure with great force towards Hanli. As the artifact was unleashed, it radiated a brilliant yellow light, instantly transforming into a massive brick over 10 zhang in size, accompanied by a piercing wind and a chilling shriek that resonated with astonishing might. In the next chapter, a delayed notification revealed Shiza shielding his eyes, revealing a helpless yet exasperated smile beneath his palm. Innocent yet deadly in its impact, the two exchanged but a few words before a carriage arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Qinghuai leapt aboard, bidding her a brief farewell before retreating into the carriage. My sister. She was brought back by Brother Chu, looking utterly disheveled, and mentioned that it pertains to you. I wish to inquire about how this transpired. She dove straight into the topic, though her tone and manner were notably more courteous than before. A Jew grasped Princess Rongchang's hand gently, expressing her gratitude. Her brilliance had nearly drawn the emperor's suspicion, but Princess Rongchang had timely rescued her from that predicament. Clearly reluctant to lose face, it had been he who stormed out in anger, yet he was the one who had summoned her out. Arriving with gifts, he claimed he would remain in the hospital and indeed did, arranging for a folding bed to be placed nearby, where he spent the night. Surely she had not misjudged, for she witnessed her usually indifferent master displaying a myriad of emotions while engrossed in his phone. At times beaming with joy, then startled into silence, and at other moments frowning in distress. His expressions far more varied than the entirety of her own from the past year, revealing a newfound vitality. The barber, brimming with pride, proclaimed that he had once styled Greta Garbo for a film, asserting that he would never replicate a hairstyle across different individuals, observing the long legs of the lowly. He mused on the myriad endeavors that could be undertaken in a hot spring, lamenting the current inability to do so and shifting his thoughts elsewhere. The mention of the latter. The gentle expression on Lin Yang's face vanished entirely, replaced by a hint of ferocity. Most importantly, this extraordinary agility had been demonstrated in the face of a coordinated attack from three formidable adversaries of the third level of the Void Martial Realm. He inwardly marveled. Had they arrived at Namek before the plague god Klaus, the pursuit of immortality and the golden core path felt fleetingly illusory. Having eradicated the Dong family, one must possess a compelling reason to continue fighting with unwavering resolve. Legolas gazed at the sanguine hue of the killer's blood-stained aura, immediately arriving at a harrowing conclusion. This individual had undoubtedly claimed the lives of at least 1 million humans or elves. Su Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, his consciousness instinctively sweeping across the surface of the blue moon, and he soon felt a tremendous force of stellar energy surging forth from the celestial body, ascending with great vigor. However, the majority of the common folk utilized the lowest grade of arcane coins, which contained sealed nutritional spells, finding them exceedingly convenient throughout the vast expanse of the universe's myriad villages. These coins were widely circulated, and nearly every city, town, and hamlet boasted the presence of arcane banks where individuals could deposit and withdraw their funds. The Devil Satan was undoubtedly a quintessential semi-saint. His overall power comparable to that of the demon monarch, Guanyin, Mithraea, Zeus, Odin, and others of their ilk. Yang Yi found it challenging to contend with the Queen Mother of the West, and now, with an additional semi-saint to protect her. The situation had taken on an enigmatic complexity. What on earth was happening? How could Nobita be assassinated? Just as Hashimoto had settled down, an experienced instructor inquired. After a chaotic free-for-all, 2 of the 5 leaders of the water bandits surrendered outright, while the remaining 3, along with their battle vessels, sank into the lake, leaving behind only a few remnants of their ships. The 4 individuals were taken aback, their gazes toward Yuchen filled with gratitude. Devoid of any doubt, when the torn fragments of a confidential letter appeared before Lu Ji and Mu Yi, Lu Ji pounded his chest in despair, while Mu Yi stood there, stunned into silence. Chapter 770, The Battle of the Borders. 7. Hanli, with an expressionless demeanor, raised a hand, releasing a blue light shield that, in the blink of an eye, expanded in size, with a tremendous crash. Yellow and blue lights intertwined. The massive brick and blue shield trembled, both flying backward as if evenly matched, As the giant shield hurtled back toward him, Hanli maintained his impassive expression and gently extended a finger to lightly tap it. With a flash of azure light, the shield mysteriously halted in its tracks. The massive brick, after a brief swirl, transformed once more into a streak of yellow light, hurtling toward Hanli, with a cold smile. Hanli vanished as a silver lightning flickered behind him. The elderly man in yellow, taken aback by this turn of events, acted without hesitation, raising his hand. A small purple flag shot forth from his grasp, instantly morphing into a mass of violet clouds that enveloped him entirely. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted to the elderly man's left, and Hanli's figure materialized, from which a small sword, mere inches in length, was expelled. As soon as the sword emerged, it was enveloped in a layer of deep blue flames, darting toward the violet clouds like a fleeting bolt. The elderly man, who had previously exuded an air of calm, displayed a look of sheer terror upon seeing the blue flames on the flying sword, akin to that of encountering a venomous scorpion. Without a moment's thought, he swiftly shifted, evading the sword's assault by a considerable distance. However, the elderly man could never have anticipated that, at the very instant he moved, an ethereal female figure, as if foreseeing the event, suddenly appeared behind him, raising her delicate hand to unleash a cerulean orb that shot forth like lightning. Her emergence was silent, ghostly, as though she had perfectly aligned herself with the elderly man's position, her timing impeccably synchronized with Hanli's actions. Nevertheless, even with the elderly man's nascent soul-level awareness, he sensed the anomaly behind him. Yet, at such a close range, he found himself unable to evade in time. The only recourse available was to desperately channel all his magical energy into the protective purple cloud. This ancient treasure, transformed into a purple cloud, possessed considerable power, and he still harbored a modicum of confidence. With a thunderous roar, the golden and azure lights erupted, and the seemingly extraordinary purple cloud disintegrated amidst the brilliance. The elder within let out a mournful wail as half of his body vanished from sight, while the remaining half was on the verge of being entirely consumed by the azure flames. Witnessing this dire situation, the elder's intact head was etched with expressions of shock, fury, and disbelief, which swiftly morphed into a visage of profound malice. Gritting his teeth, he detonated his remaining form with a resounding bang. A blinding yellow light shooting forth, instantly propelling itself over 10 paces. Inside this radiant burst was a diminutive infant, bearing a striking resemblance to the elder. It was none other than the yellow-robed elder, who, sensing impending doom, resolutely abandoned his corporeal form to allow his nascent soul to escape, hoping to flee with his life. However, Hanli seemed to have anticipated this. As the nascent soul darted forth, he vanished once more into the silvery light, reappearing directly in the path of the fleeing infant. With a swift motion, amidst a crack of thunder, a golden net descended upon it. Simultaneously, a small sword, engulfed in blue flames, shot forth from behind. Upon witnessing this, the infant's face twisted in fear, and in a panic, it unleashed a small round bowl, shimmering with silver light, to counter the approaching golden net. With a thunderous boom, the bowl shattered before it could touch the net, disintegrating under the elder's nascent soul's command. After a flash of silver, countless shards scattered in all directions. The descending electric net trembled slightly upon impact from the debris. In that fleeting moment of delay, the elder's nascent soul executed a teleportation technique. With a flicker of protective yellow light, the nascent soul vanished without a trace, only to reappear 30 paces away, transforming into a streak of dazzling light before disappearing entirely. The golden net fell just short, allowing it to escape. Hanli furrowed his brow, observing the direction in which the nascent soul had vanished. Showing no inclination to pursue, this individual was indeed quite astute, shattering even their life-preserving artifact in a bid for survival. Such ruthless characters were indeed a rarity. The suddenly appearing woman in white, holding the elder's storage pouch, approached with a hint of surprise that it was precisely as he had exited the blood shield that Hanli had discreetly unleashed the silver moon. Humph, perhaps it is simply fate that he should not meet his end. Hanli felt similarly vexed that it seemed that both the wind and thunder wings and the azure ice flames had been thoroughly understood by the Mulan. Attempting to catch high-level sorcerers off guard for annihilation was no longer a trivial task. Yet, your evasion technique appears to have grown even more remarkable, managing to approach so closely without detection. Hanli cast a sidelong glance at the silver moon and remarked with a hint of indifference. This four-eyed spirit fox's concealment abilities have recently undergone a breakthrough. Coupled with the fact that the master drew the individual's attention, he was utterly unable to divert his focus, which allowed the little maid to succeed effortlessly. The Silver Moon chuckled lightly, her voice ringing clear. Perhaps so. Hanli nodded noncommittally. Although the Silver Moon had become his spirit companion and was the only other being privy to the secrets of the small bottle. An inexplicable sense of mystery still shrouded her, leaving him with an impression of her being inscrutable. Having exchanged merely a few words with Inu, Hanli resumed his scrutiny of the battlefield. This time with considerably greater attention. At first glance, the scene appeared to be one of utter chaos. However, Hanli discerned the general situation amidst the turmoil. Aside from the 6 formidable cultivators still locked in combat high above in the sky, the battlefield was essentially divided into several distinct scenarios. One scenario featured dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of cultivators forming clusters of varying sizes, congregating in small areas to engage in fierce combat. Most of these individuals were practitioners from the same sect or members of a particular clan, accustomed to collaborating in battle. Thus, when the conflict erupted, they swiftly banded together to confront their adversaries, a strategy far superior to solitary combat. This camaraderie significantly mitigated their risk of perishing. The majority of these clusters were embroiled in a tangled stalemate, unable to determine a victor in a timely manner. Another scenario involved a scant few individuals engaged in solitary duels or a small group besieging a single opponent. These cultivators were predominantly of a higher tier, and the stakes of their confrontations were perilously high, often more treacherous than those faced by the clusters. A mere misstep could result in complete annihilation. The final scenario showcased both sides employing astonishing secret techniques and extraordinary treasures in a fierce confrontation. The most striking was a vast expanse of pitch-black ghostly mist, emitting a chilling wail as it surged through the air with remarkable speed. Any practitioner ensnared by this mist would immediately transform into a desiccated corpse, plummeting to the ground. Wherever it passed, cultivators recoiled in terror, retreating several paces in alarm. Behind this ominous mist, several undaunted practitioners relentlessly unleashed wind and thunder attribute spiritual techniques, bombarding the mist. With each strike, it appeared to dissipate slightly. Yet, within the mist, individuals persistently wielded flag-like artifacts, seemingly augmenting the mist's density, leaving a group of Mulan practitioners momentarily at a loss. In another area, a dozen or so advanced practitioners were locked in combat with a stone giant towering over 100 feet in height. This colossal being, seemingly crafted from ordinary bluestone, not only boasted immense size, but also hurled boulder-sized rocks with each movement. Despite the protective treasures these cultivators possessed, they were loath to endure even a single strike. Perched upon the giant's shoulders stood 2 practitioners, one on each side, tirelessly assisting the giant by activating their treasures. Additionally, some cultivators wielded remarkably powerful artifacts, engaging in a fierce clash. Each of these treasures possessed extraordinary capabilities, far surpassing that of ordinary ancient relics. They were likely the prized possessions of their respective sects or the treasured artifacts of the Mulan clan, providing Hanli with a profound insight into the vast array of power present. Although Hanli had emerged from the Blood Shield, the tumultuous nature of the battlefield meant that only a few nearby clusters had taken notice of him. However, those closest were still several hundred feet away. In that instant, 2 Mulan Grandmasters shot forth from the nearest cluster, transforming into streaks of brilliant light and charging towards Han Li with fierce determination. Having witnessed Han Li's ruthless prowess, which had swiftly vanquished a fellow Grandmaster of equal standing, the 2 lacked any confidence in achieving victory. Yet, they dared not disregard a mid-stage Yuanying practitioner, whose destructive potential was simply too great. "Let us go," Han Li coldly instructed Inu, showing no intention of being besieged again by the Yuanying practitioners. Subsequently, a radiant light burst forth, transforming into an azure rainbow that surged towards an adjacent blood shield. Inu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation. With a peculiar smile, his figure slightly blurred and vanished into thin air. As the azure rainbow reached the zenith of the blood shield, it paused briefly before a bolt of thunderous energy shot forth. Without a glance at the outcome, Han Li aimed directly at the next blood shield, determined to first rescue the other trapped Yuanying cultivators. A resounding roar echoed from behind, followed by a fleeting crimson light that darted out, accompanied by the jubilant laughter of a familiar voice. "Which friend has come to my aid? I am immensely grateful." Upon the retraction of the crimson light, a striking figure clad in black robes emerged, Suihunjinren. Han Li was somewhat surprised, not expecting this individual to be the first to be rescued. "Friend, please hold off those 2 for a moment. I shall go and rescue the other comrades." Han Li promptly conveyed to Suihunjinren. "So it is you, Han Daoyu. Such kindness is beyond words. Leave this matter to me." the black-robed cultivator replied, his expression shifting from surprise to calm acceptance. He then transformed into a streak of white light, advancing towards the two pursuing Mulan grandmasters. Han Li, sensing this development, felt a surge of joy. With his full speed unleashed, he ascended to the next blood shield, raising his hand once more to release another azure beam. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, a gray light flickered at the top of the blood shield, and a brocade-clad giant appeared without warning. His gaze fixed upon the descending thunderous energy with a grave expression. Han Li was taken aback. When had this person stealthily approached? How had he not sensed anything, scanning the man with his spiritual sense? Han Li was left speechless. The brocade-clad giant was at the late stage of Yuaning. He was indeed a Mulan divine master. Wasn't it said that Mulan had only 3 divine masters? Before he could grasp the situation, the brocade-clad giant raised his hand and grasped at the air in response to the descending thunderous energy. Han Li's heart sank. He hastily gestured, redirecting the thunderous energy. However, this action was somewhat belated, as a massive azure hand suddenly appeared above the thunderous energy, seizing it with astonishing swiftness, leaving no room for evasion. Han Li's brows furrowed. Without hesitation, he formed a seal with both hands. Triggering the explosion of the restrained thunderous energy, golden and azure light erupted within the giant hand, obliterating both the hand and the thunderous energy in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The brocade-clad giant snorted coldly. Yet his expression returned to normal, the azure glow fading. Han Li made no attempt to flee, instead coldly scrutinizing his opponent in silence. The brocade-clad giant glanced at Han Li and remarked indifferently, "You are Han Li, the cultivator possessing the golden thunder bamboo artifact. Wasn't it said that Mulan had only 3 divine masters? Who might you be?" Han Li did not respond to the giant's inquiry, but posed a question of his own. "Very well. Knowing that I am a Mulan divine master and remaining so composed, indeed, you are the person mentioned by the esteemed Zhong divine master. I am Tian Zhong, the 4th divine master of Mulan," the brocade-clad giant stated without surprise or delight. "The 4th divine master? This is the first I have heard of such a title." Han Li replied, "However, Your Excellency, despite your formidable transformation, you are utterly incapable of restraining even a single thunder pearl of mine. I fear you have only recently entered the latter stage, and your realm has yet to be properly consolidated." Han Li fixed his gaze upon the burly man and spoke bluntly at the same time. He pointed casually towards the myriad sword lights before him, which immediately resonated in unison, coalescing into a shimmering azure mist that shielded Han Li. "Indeed, I have only recently advanced to the latter stage. But do you truly believe this allows you to contend with me? You are exceedingly presumptuous," the man in the brocade robe sneered, a trace of derision flitting across his lips. "If you alone cannot suffice, what if my lady were to join?" A melodious feminine voice suddenly emanated from the side. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon elated. "Who goes there?" the burly man, startled, inquired sharply, his gaze flickering to his astonishment. Merely 100 years apart, Taoist Tian has remarkably ascended to the latter stage. It truly astonishes me. I wonder if your divine abilities have indeed grown significantly." Upon the utterance of these words, a flash of white light revealed a beautiful woman in a red gown hovering mid-air, coldly regarding the man in the brocade robe. "So it is Lady Feng. However, with you appearing here alone, are you not concerned for Taoist Long Han's well-being? You and your husband have always faced adversaries together." Upon seeing the red-clad beauty, the man in brocade shifted his expression and replied, "Rest assured, my husband can withstand even the direct intervention of your divine master among thousands of cultivators. I would be quite eager to test the prowess of the 4th divine master. Taoist Han, you should go rescue the other Taoists." The woman's final remarks were directed at Han Li, before she raised her hand, extending her fingers to reveal a crystalline, fiery red vial materializing in her palm. Before she could invoke the vial's powers, it flashed with crimson light, enveloping her in a swirling blaze that gently ascended. The fire spirit vial. A hint of gravity crossed the face of the man in brocade as he murmured to himself. Upon hearing the woman's words, Han Li did not hesitate, transforming into a streak of azure light and soaring into the sky. The expression of the man in brocade darkened as he swiftly removed a spirit beast pouch from his waist, casting it into the air. With a burst of radiant light, 2 identical winged beasts emerged, their emerald feathers gleaming, with the heads of tigers and the bodies of eagles, the celestial tiger beasts. Upon witnessing these creatures, Han Li gasped, instinctively calling out their name. These are exceedingly rare flying beasts from the Mulan grasslands, adept in both earth and wind spells, notoriously difficult to deal with. Furthermore, These two appeared to have reached the latter stage of the core formation realm, and should not be underestimated in that instant. The two celestial tiger beasts unfurled their wings with a fierce display, vanishing into azure light, only to reappear behind Han Li, fixating their predatory gaze upon him. As Han Li's escape light dimmed, his figure abruptly halted. Instantaneous movement. Han Li inwardly lamented. He had long heard that such beasts possessed the ability to teleport. He was astonished to find it true. Thus, evading these creatures would prove quite the challenge. But that was not all. Tianzhong, with a slight shift of his form, separated a shadowy azure figure from behind him, which then stepped forth as if it were a living being. This azure silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Tianzhong, yet its body shimmered with a misty azure light, its features dazzling and seemingly ethereal. In external manifestation, the beautiful woman displayed a trace of astonishment at this revelation. It is not the strangeness of the other party possessing an avatar that astonishes her, but rather the peculiarity of such an external manifestation, which she encounters for the first time. A fleeting azure silhouette darted towards Han Li. The beautiful woman in the red robe refrained from intervening, for the man in the brocade robe had already unleashed a radiant five-colored wheel, addressing her with a confident tone. In this case, I shall engage in a delightful exchange of skills with both of you. Upon uttering these words, he pointed at the wheel, which instantly transformed into a cascade of colorful mist, swiftly approaching the beautiful woman. Observing this, she solemnly cast a spell, directing it towards the fiery spirit bottle before her. The treasure trembled lightly before erupting in a brilliant red light, releasing countless searing flames, distinct from ordinary fire. The flames danced as if alive, scattering and coalescing, before ultimately morphing into several colossal crimson serpents, fiercely lunging towards the incoming radiant mist. Hearing a thunderous roar from behind, Han Li, without turning, sensed that the beautiful woman and Tianzhong had engaged in combat. He glanced at the peculiar azure shadow before him, and then at the two ferocious celestial tigers. Letting out a soft sigh, he understood that unless he vanquished these three otherworldly beings, it would be impossible to rescue the other trapped cultivators. Now that even these two individuals of unique status had taken action, it was evident that no one else could offer assistance in this dire situation. Had he known this would unfold, he would have provided Inu with a few more thunder beads from the outset, allowing her to stealthily rescue others. Alas, that opportunity had now slipped away. His immediate task was to defeat these three adversaries before contemplating further actions. With this in mind, Han Li reached for his waist, summoning a spirit beast pouch, from which a swarm of golden devouring insects surged forth. Coalescing into a mass of golden clouds that swirled in the air, without hesitation, Han Li cast a spell that vanished into the cloud of insects. A buzzing sound erupted as the insect cloud transformed into three streams of golden mist, menacingly rushing towards the three foes, devouring insects. If they were mature, I might have felt some trepidation. The azure silhouette snorted coldly, uttering words identical to Tianzhong's, showing no sign of surprise. However, upon sighting the devouring insects, the two celestial tigers spread their wings and retreated over 20 feet, their faces reflecting fear. At that moment, the azure shadow opened its mouth, unleashing three beams of light as thick as bowls. With each beam, the azure glow surrounding it dimmed. After 3 blasts, its form even shrank by 3 inches. These beams of light moved with incredible speed, accurately striking the insect cloud, with 3 resounding impacts. Azure light flickered, and 3 orbs of azure light, each about a yard in diameter, suddenly appeared, ensnaring all the devouring insects within. Han Li was taken aback and, without a moment to lose, pointed at the 3 orbs, commanding the insects to swarm the barrier, gnawing furiously at it. Moments later, Han Li's expression turned grim. The azure barriers seemed extraordinarily resilient, as the devouring insects consumed at a painfully slow pace. It was then that he realized these 3 azure shields were composed entirely of pure wood spirit energy, capable of temporarily restraining the devouring insects, which was indeed an astonishing revelation. Nevertheless, the binding techniques possessed by the azure shadow and the teleportation abilities of the celestial tigers left him feeling constrained and hindered. Could it be that this 4th divine master has come specifically for him? Han Li remained motionless, yet his heart was filled with a sense of foreboding. His suspicions were indeed not far from the truth. After a discussion among the higher-ups of the various law masters prior to the battle, they had indeed assigned the task of eliminating Han Li to this master Tianzhong. Furthermore, they had deliberately lent him the heavenly tiger beast belonging to the elder with the surname Zhu, along with several other treasures capable of countering Han Li's divine abilities. Initially, however, They had not anticipated that Han Li would participate in the gambling battle, and naturally, this Master Tian had set the matter aside. But upon Han Li's reappearance, after he had slain a group of law masters and obliterated the corporeal form of a great master, Master Tian Zhong immediately took notice of Han Li. Whether it was to prevent Han Li from rescuing the cultivators trapped within the blood barrier, or to eliminate him for the sake of providing an explanation to the Yinluo sect, he had no choice but to intervene. However, he did not foresee that Long Han, who had been keeping a watchful eye on the movements near the blood barrier, would also discover that Han Li had broken free. In a daring move, she immediately dispatched Feng Bing to assist. If Han Li were truly able to rescue the remaining cultivators, the battle would undoubtedly swing heavily in their favor. Seeing that the golden devouring insect had yet to achieve any notable success and was temporarily restrained by the opponent, Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet, before he could launch another attack, the two heavenly tiger beasts, upon noticing the predicament of the golden devouring insect, were instantly filled with a diminished sense of fear. With a flash of azure light, the two spirit beasts vanished from sight. Observing this, Han Li let out a cold laugh, flicked his sleeve, and sent forth the blue shield once more. Simultaneously, he pointed at the array of swords before him, causing a torrent of sword energy to surge forth, forming an impenetrable barrier around him against the oncoming storm. As the azure light flickered, the two heavenly tiger beasts reappeared on either side of Han Li, each unleashing a blinding sphere of light from their mouths. A flash of sternness crossed Han Li's eyes, and the swarm of sword lights immediately split into two, racing towards the spheres of light. Following two muffled explosions, the sword lights effortlessly shattered the spheres, then surged towards the two beasts. To Han Li's astonishment, the beasts displayed neither surprise nor panic. A cunning glint flashed in their eyes as they vanished once more, teleporting to a distant location. Enraged, Han Li was about to command the sword lights to pursue when the azure figure struck a T. That moment, Long Han and the emaciated Law Master, still positioned on either side, simultaneously issued commands, each employing their respective trump cards. From the ranks of the cultivators, 7 silver-haired nascent soul cultivators emerged, each cradling an ancient treasure, gracefully soaring forth from behind Long Han. Meanwhile, the previously unseen woman with the surname Lu stepped forward with a grave expression, leaving the ranks of the Law Masters to approach the emaciated elder. The elder's signal, she cautiously retrieved a bronze ancient lamp from her storage bag, holding it delicately in her palm. Chapter 772. The 7 True Immortals and the Sacred Bird. The woman with the surname Lu raised the ancient lamp skyward, her lips parting slightly as a wisp of white infant flame was expelled from her mouth. With her hands forming a lotus gesture, she began to utter a low and obscure incantation, causing a white lotus to bloom beneath her, akin to a celestial maiden gracing the heavens. The incantation resonated with an indescribable primal aura. Suddenly, the bronze lamp trembled, and phantoms emerged as 9 identical ancient lamps flickered into existence. After a brief spiraling motion, they arranged themselves in a triangular formation, slowly rotating in the air. The woman of the Lu surname delicately plucked the air with her jade-like fingers, unleashing 9 distinctly colored incantations that shot forth towards the ancient lantern. A brilliant azure light erupted, and simultaneously, 9 flames floated gracefully from the lantern, coalescing at the center in the shape of a character, transforming into a ball of azure flame the size of a human head. With a soft pop, the woman expelled a mouthful of her essence blood onto the azure flame, causing the fire to surge dramatically, dazzling in its radiance. Moments later, a clear cry resonated, and a bird, measuring about a foot in size, materialized from the flames. This bird, with its slender form and long azure feathers, possessed a pair of fiery red eyes that sparkled like precious gems. Revealing itself to be a resplendent azure peacock, with an air of haughtiness, it glanced around and, upon spotting the woman below, tilted its neck slightly, emitting an ancient and primal tongue. The woman of the Lu surname bowed respectfully to the bird 3 times, her lips forming the same archaic language as they engaged in conversation. The gaunt elder observed this with a furrowed brow, a hint of gravity etched upon his face. Suddenly, the woman's speech halted, and she deftly revealed a pink, unidentifiable orb in her palm, exuding an alluring fragrance. Upon seeing this orb, the azure peacock displayed a look of delight. It opened its beak, and a mist of azure cloud issued forth, drawing the orb directly into its mouth. With a crackling sound, a halo enveloped the azure bird, and it was soon engulfed in azure flames, transforming into a colossal firebird. With a piercing cry, the bird spread its wings and soared skyward, causing the fire's spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius to become tumultuous. leaving every practitioner wielding fire-based techniques astonished to find their powers suddenly diminished by half. Countless strands of fire spiritual energy surged towards the azure bird. As if a multitude of rivers were flowing into the sea, the bird's form expanded rapidly, its azure flames growing ever more resplendent. All cultivators within the 10-mile vicinity halted in their tracks, gazing in astonishment at the azure firebird. As the surrounding temperature soared to unprecedented heights, even with various protective artifacts shielding them, it felt as though they were standing beside a roaring furnace, instilling a sense of dread in all. However, upon witnessing the peacock amidst the azure flames, the faces of the practitioners lit up with sheer ecstasy that it was a sacred beast. Master Lu had summoned forth the sacred beast. Victory in this battle was assured. Some practitioners cried out in excitement, immediately launching frenzied attacks against their adversaries, their exuberance palpable. The gaunt elder, witnessing the bird's majestic presence, allowed a rare smile to grace his features. The black-clad woman of the Yin Luo sect gazed at the azure peacock amidst the flames, a flicker of peculiarity flashing in her eyes, before she spoke, to command the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. This sacred beast must possess a realm above that of transformation. No wonder you regard it as your ultimate trump card. Yet, despite its elevated status upon its emergence, its internal spiritual power was only at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Even now, having absorbed such an abundance of fire spiritual energy, it has barely advanced to the later stage. This must be but a projection of its true form. Otherwise, you would not have suffered such a grievous defeat against the unexpected foes. Madame Lu is indeed extraordinary, discerning this at a glance. The sacred beast is not the true body descending, yet even so, it is not to be underestimated. An ordinary practitioner at the late nascent soul stage would be no match for it. The elder regarded the black-clad woman, speaking calmly. Indeed, the ability to harness the spiritual power of heaven and earth is a grand mastery accessible only to those at the transformation stage. Merely based on this point, it is nearly invincible. The woman in the black robe nodded slightly, her words tinged with a hint of envy. The elder, observing this scene, chuckled softly and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, the 7 elderly figures wielding ancient treasures had just utilized several artifacts to eliminate a few sorcerers when they beheld the colossal bird amidst the azure sun, their expressions transforming into one of terror. This is dire. The beast appears so formidable that ordinary cultivators stand no chance against it, that we must halt its advance. The leading elder in gray robes exclaimed, his countenance paling. What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly use the 7 treasures of Taishan to vanquish this creature. This beast is clearly not of this realm. We cannot allow it to cast spells and inflict harm. Another elder, fiery in demeanor, responded. He then transformed into a streak of yellow light, darting toward the azure sun. The remaining elders, witnessing this, immediately followed suit. The leading gray-robed elder exhibited a moment's hesitation, but, after a deep sigh, also transformed into a golden rainbow and soared forth. As the 7 of them neared the vicinity of the cerulean flames, the sacred bird of the Mulan seemed to have completed its absorption of the fire spirit energy, its body growing to an immense length of over 20 zhang. Upon lowering its head slightly, it spotted the 7 cultivators, who approached with evident hostility. Instantly, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes, and with a powerful flap of its wings, a torrent of fist-sized azure fireballs surged forth, hurtling toward the 7. Before the elders could mount a counterattack, a scorching gale swept through, rendering them unbearably hot. The hearts of the 7 trembled, witnessing such a multitude of azure fireballs approaching. An elder with long brows swiftly clapped his storage pouch and, raising his hand, summoned an exceptionally crystalline ice net to meet the onslaught. The net proved to be quite marvelous. After emitting a brilliant white light, it ensnared numerous fireballs within its grasp. The long-browed elder, seeing this, revealed a hint of a smile, but his expression suddenly turned pale. The fireballs within the ice net erupted violently, causing the net to ignite and dissolve in the azure flames. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, freed from its confinement, the azure flames surged forth like a pillar of fire, menacingly directed at the assembly. The leading elder, quick-witted, summoned an ancient artifact from his hand, a misty ancient mirror that flew forth into the air. After a graceful spiral, white light emanated from the mirror, transforming into a white curtain that managed to withstand the azure flames, preventing them from descending. Yet, upon witnessing the fate of the long-browed elder's artifact, the other elders gasped in shock, realizing the exceptional nature of the azure flames, which rendered them hesitant to employ ordinary magical treasures. Quickly, let us deploy the demon-trapping grand formation to ensnare this avian beast. The leading elder bellowed. The other elders, heeding his command, hastily summoned their ancient treasures. A red ruler, a yellow spear, a command token, a small cauldron, a jade fan, and a rui all soared into the air, encircling the colossal bird. After a prolonged resonance, alongside the earlier ancient mirror, they transformed into a vibrant array, not only supporting the azure flames but also forming a seven-colored barrier that surrounded the giant bird. Observing this, the azure bird's fury intensified. It opened its beak and fiercely pecked downward into the void. A massive, conical azure light flashed and vanished in an instant. Suddenly, an imposing elder below felt his summon command token tremble violently. With a deafening crash, the token was sent hurtling backward. The elder, terrified, felt his soul nearly escape him, hurriedly casting several spells upon the token in an attempt to halt its momentum. Yet, the token merely hesitated momentarily before continuing its relentless trajectory. As the token was about to strike the elderly man, a figure suddenly flickered, and two arms pressed upon the old man's shoulders, while a tremendous surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body. "Quickly cast your spell. I shall lend you a hand," came a cold voice. Startlingly, it was the voice of the gray-robed elder. Upon hearing this, the tall elder immediately felt invigorated, and with a deep breath, he unleashed 4 or 5 incantations in rapid succession, causing the token to halt at a distance of several zhang, regaining control. Both individuals could not help but exhale in relief, having witnessed this spectacle. The other elders felt a silent terror, becoming even more cautious. They hastily unleashed the full potential of their ancient treasures, intertwining various beams of light to jointly fend off several of the azure light cones emitted by the colossal bird. Not far from them, a woman of the Lu surname observed this scene, glancing back at the ancient lamp behind her. After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from stepping forward to assist, until the lamp oil was fully consumed. She must safeguard this light, ensuring it was not extinguished by a sudden ambush. Otherwise, dire consequences would ensue. The emaciated elder, upon seeing the giant bird entangled by these several elders, displayed a flicker of surprise on his face. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, displaying no signs of urgency, for it was evident that the sacred bird, revered by their Malong clan for tens of thousands of years, held the upper hand. Although the treasures wielded by these 7 elders were extraordinarily powerful, they were still no match for the sacred bird, which could undoubtedly eliminate these 7 cultivators before the lamp oil ran out. These 7 individuals were likely the final trump card of Tiannan. Contemplating this, the Divine Master Zhu's gaze inevitably shifted towards the opposing camp of cultivators. Long Han stood before over 1,000 magicians, his countenance exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated that the Malong people could summon such a monstrous avian. This situation had escalated into a grave predicament. Long Han's expression remained unchanged, yet he muttered inaudibly, "Quick, release that batch of spiritual beast statues, while the Taishan 7 are still capable of entangling that monstrous bird. Let them exert their influence." Long Han's voice rose sharply, coldly commanding. With this order, dozens of glossy black beast statues were abruptly thrust forward by the cultivators. Then, several of them produced a spiritual talisman from their possession and slapped it against the statue, causing a flash of green light as the talisman mysteriously vanished into the statue. These cultivators immediately sat cross-legged, immobile as if caught in a half-sleep. Moments later, the beast statues glimmered with a dark radiance, their eyes emitting a chilling blue light. As they sprang to life, extending their claws and legs, without any further instruction, they leapt from their positions, lunging towards the multitude of magicians engaged in battle. Meanwhile, those who had activated the talismans remained seated, heads bowed, utterly still, as if in a deep slumber. The emaciated elder observed this scene from afar, a hint of derision creeping onto his face. Turning to the black-robed woman beside him, he courteously remarked, "At this juncture, it is time to deliver a decisive blow to the opponent. Madame Lu, release your clan's bronze-armored corpses. This time, it shall be sufficient to secure victory." Upon finishing his statement, the elder's expression was filled with self-assuredness. "Brother Zhu, do not rush. Let us wait a little longer. Most of our clan's bronze-armored corpses are only equivalent to foundational cultivation. Only when the Tiannan cultivators have exhausted their magical energy can we strike for maximum deterrent effect." The black-robed woman replied, her gaze flickering momentarily before she spoke calmly. "Well, very well. As long as your clan does not change its mind, waiting a bit longer is of no consequence." The emaciated elder first furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily, yet soon acquiesced with a nod. The reasoning presented by the other party was not without merit. Chapter 773. The Might of Spirit Summoning. At this moment, Han Li was exceedingly vexed. The beasts clung to him like stubborn adhesive, yet they dared not confront him directly. Instead, they merely followed him relentlessly, persistently harassing him from a distance. Not long ago, he had intentionally exposed a flaw to lure two demonic beasts closer, and then suddenly launched an offensive, severing one of the beast's claws with a flurry of sword light. From that point onward, the two beasts were no longer fooled. They remained at a distance, incessantly bombarding him with glowing projectiles, refusing to approach within 10 zhang of Hanli. However, whenever Hanli attempted to shake them off using his wind and thunder wings, the two beasts would instantly teleport to keep pace, causing continuous disturbances. This forced him to halt his lightning evasion to fend off their attacks. The other source of his frustration stemmed, of course, from the Azure Shadow. It seemed that this Azure figure was entirely composed of pure wood spirit energy. The Qingzhu Fengyan sword had no effect on it. No matter how many sword energy shattered it into fragments, it would immediately coalesce back into a singular entity, showing no fear of Han Li's assaults. This was the first time Han Li had encountered such a phenomenon since entering the realm of cultivation, and it was indeed an eye-opening experience. Observing this, Han Li naturally resorted to his Qianlan Ice Flame. To his astonishment, the Azure figure expelled a blue bowl, and when the Qianlan Ice Flame shot forth, it was unexpectedly absorbed into the bowl. This caused Han Li to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, as these ice flames had long been refined and integrated with him, they eventually struggled free from the bowl after being urged by his spiritual sense, returning to his body. Otherwise, having a portion of these flames captured would have been a significant loss, as they had not been extensively refined. Thus, Han Li was hesitant to employ the Purple Luan Extreme Fired AS for treasures like the Silver Bell and Xinzhong Peak. He later attempted to use them as well, but they proved equally ineffective against his opponent. Although the Azure figure was not immortal, each time it suffered a severe blow, its Azure light would dim and diminish slightly. However, it was by no means a foe that could be swiftly vanquished. Fortunately, the adversary lacked sharp offensive capabilities and magical treasures, relying solely on releasing strands of Azure spiritual silk to attack, which Han Li managed to handle with remarkable composure. It appeared that this so-called avatar simply aimed to delay him. On another front, the red-clad beauty, Feng Bing, though at the peak of the mid-Yuaning stage, was significantly outmatched when compared to her opponent in the late stage. Despite unleashing all her abilities, she found herself thoroughly at a disadvantage. The occasional cold gaze from the fourth divine master sent a shiver down Han Li's spine, leaving him quite uncomfortable at this juncture. The side of the spellcasters unveiled an unfathomable divine beast, which had effortlessly incapacitated 7 Yuan cultivators wielding extraordinary treasures, leaving them with no means to retaliate. This sight weighed heavily on Han Li's heart. The only glimmer of hope for victory lay in rescuing those trapped cultivators, which might allow him to turn the tide. Otherwise, this battle would surely end in a complete rout. After careful contemplation, Han Li steeled himself. Resolved not to delay any longer, he immediately unleashed several sword energies to repel a celestial beast tiger. While with his other hand, he struck his storage pouch, producing a wooden box adorned with myriad talismans. Upon witnessing Han Li's action, the Azure figure emitted a soft exclamation. Yet, raising its hand, countless strands of wood spirit energy descended upon Han Li. Han Li stood motionless, and with a mere thought, the sword light surrounding him transformed into a radiant glow, severing all his dark tresses into countless strands. In that instant, a flash of azure light flickered across the surface of the wooden box, causing a talisman to fall away, and a stream of blood light shot forth from within, spiraling before landing in the palm of his hand. It was none other than the spirit summoning talisman. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li pressed the blood talisman against himself. The blood light flickered and the talisman vanished in the blink of an eye. A glimmer of azure light flashed across Han Li's face as he exhaled softly. A massive serpentine shadow materialized above him, stretching over 10 zhang in length, its entire form a vivid crimson, resembling the 8th-grade venomous serpent. Once the serpent's shadow emerged, it coiled above Han Li's head and let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the surroundings, leaving nearby cultivators in stunned silence, while the two combatants in the distance turned to gaze in astonishment. Upon seeing the serpent's shadow, Tianzhong furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of gravity on his face. Whereas Feng Bing's bright eyes shimmered with a touch of anticipation as the dragon's roar subsided, the serpent's shadow shot into the sky, spiraling before rapidly contracting in size, then diving downward, vanishing into Han Li's back. At that moment, Han Li felt a searing heat radiate from behind him. A bloodlight pierced through his skin, revealing a blood serpent pattern, a few inches in size, dripping with vibrant red. Simultaneously, bloodlight began to flicker around Han Li's body, and from his cheeks to his arms, uniform crimson scales emerged, each the size of a thumb and extraordinarily translucent. Following a sharp pain in his head, a delicate serpent horn sprouted forth, glistening eerily. While sharp claws materialized at his fingertips, Hanli had transformed into a being that was half serpent and half human. As Hanli sensed the astonishing spiritual energy coursing through him, he felt a mixture of surprise and trepidation. The effects of the spirit summoning talisman, while briefly mentioned at the end of its crafting incantation, indicated that it could channel a portion of the cultivation from a refined demon soul into the practitioner, thereby greatly enhancing their magical power and cultivation level. However, it did not mention that the practitioner would transform into a being of such a hybrid nature, akin to a spirit possession technique. Of course, this transformation was evidently much milder than true possession. At the very least, he had not grown fangs or sprouted a serpent's tail. It bore a striking resemblance to the magic of the wild-bearded celestial. With about 70 to 80% similarity, Hanli sighed and touched the horn on his forehead, falling into contemplative silence. Little did he know that this so-called spirit summoning talisman was actually developed by the founder of the Heavenly Talisman sect. Based on the spirit possession technique, he had improved upon several flaws of the original technique, allowing the practitioner to retain their original consciousness, free from the detrimental effects of mixed demonic and spiritual energy that could deplete one's lifespan, and preventing the transformation into a mindless monster. The sole drawback of this technique was the extreme difficulty in crafting the spirit summoning talisman. In this realm, not to mention possessing an 8th grade demon soul. Many cultivators would go their entire lives without even encountering an 8th grade demon beast. Only the transformed 8th grade demon beast, after refining its demon soul, would pose no harm to the practitioner, while lower grade demon souls could also be used to craft the spirit summoning talisman. Their excessive demonic impurities rendered the crafted talismans equally harmful, akin to the spirit possession technique. Thus, the crafting methods repeatedly emphasized the necessity of using a demon soul of at least the 8th grade to forge this talisman. Although Hanli was somewhat taken aback, he felt his own cultivation surge remarkably, reaching what seemed to be the pinnacle of the early yuaning stage. It appeared that the effect of the spirit descending talisman was indeed genuine. After the spirit of the dragon possessed him, the two Tianhu beasts sensed the toxic aura emanating from Hanli and displayed a renewed unease. However, with a low admonition from Qing, the two beasts regained their composure. Hanli let out a cold laugh, unfurling his thunder and wind wings, vanishing from his original position and reappearing over 10 zhang away. The two Tianhu beasts, witnessing this, quickly shimmered with azure light and immediately teleported closer to Hanli, one of them opening its mouth to unleash a barrage of light projectiles. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Hanli's eyes. With a rumble of thunder from his back, he vanished once more. In the next moment, he materialized behind the beast. Yet, at that instant, the other beast seized the opportunity to launch its own light projectiles. According to their previous strategy, Hanli only needed to deflect the attack with his sword light, allowing the Tianhu beast in front of him to make a hasty escape. However, this time, with his cultivation having greatly ascended, Hanli did not even need to wield his sword light. The dual hues of azure and blood-red spiritual light flickered around him, and he chose to take the risk of blocking the projectiles solely with his protective spiritual energy. His body swayed slightly as he raised one hand, summoning a streak of azure rainbow to slice downwards with a speed akin to a celestial being, unstoppable in its force. The Tianhu beast, caught off guard, was unable to employ its teleportation technique in time and could only expel a yellow-green demon core from its mouth in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow. Sensing the dire situation, Qing rushed forward, her hands weaving as countless azure threads shot towards Hanli. A thunderous explosion resonated as several light projectiles detonated around Hanli. Yet he merely wavered slightly. Emerging unscathed. In contrast, his fully unleashed flying sword cleaved not only the demon core in two but also severed the beast's very form. The creature, unable to execute its teleportation, stood no chance against the now formidable Hanli. However, the azure spiritual threads from Qing quickly ensnared Hanli. Yet as the blood-red light shimmered on his body, these threads transformed into a dark hue upon contact with his protective spiritual barrier, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. How formidable is this dragon poison? Hanli was initially startled, but soon filled with elation. He had intended merely to use his protective spiritual light to ward off the azure threads. But to his surprise, it effortlessly countered the attack. It appeared that Qing held a fear of this peculiar toxin. A chilling roar echoed as the other Tianhu beast, witnessing its companion's demise, was consumed by madness. With a flash of azure light, it teleported directly beside Hanli, its claws emanating a fierce glow as they lunged towards him, seemingly devoid of reason. Hanli remained expressionless, refraining from using his sword light. Instead, he raised his hand to reveal his claw, covered in scales, and with a flicker in the void, the blood light surged forth, directly meeting the beast's claw. A pair of soft thuds resonated. The blood light from Han Li's claw easily pierced through the beast's paw. Then, with a swift motion, his arm effortlessly penetrated the creature's body, retrieving the size of a broad-beamed yellow-green demon core. The corpse plummeted to the ground. From the moment Han Li's cultivation surged due to the spirit-descending talisman to the swift killing of the two beasts, merely an instant had elapsed, leaving Qingning momentarily stalled, hesitant to advance further. However, Han Li's figure flickered, and he turned to face the azure shadow, regarding it with a cold and scrutinizing gaze. On the other side, Tianzhong, who was exerting pressure on the beautiful woman, found himself witnessing the scene with a mix of astonishment and fury. Suddenly commanding the five-color wheel to launch a frenzied assault on the beautiful woman before him, he swiftly shifted his form, abandoning his current opponent, and transformed into a dazzling rainbow that shot directly towards Han Li. That very moment, a resounding thud echoed from below, and the nearby blood shield erupted violently. A rush of icy white air gushed forth from the breach, and a silver rainbow, mingled with it, soared out, spiraling before coming to a halt near Han Li. Chapter 774. The Yin-Yang Demon Corpse. As the brilliance receded, the silver rainbow revealed a strikingly beautiful woman clad in white. She materialized in midair, her expression devoid of emotion as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting Han Li and Feng Bing, her delicate brows slightly arched. The sudden appearance of this woman caused Tianzhong's escaping light to falter momentarily, revealing his form once more, his countenance shifting between shadows and light. Upon seeing this woman emerge from the blood shield, Feng Bing couldn't help but feel a surge of energy, exclaiming, "Daoist Bai, your timing is impeccable. This person is the fourth divine master of Mulan. Let us quickly entangle her," allowing Daoist Han to rescue the others first. The fourth divine master. "So, you two were complicit in this trap," the white-clad woman remarked, her icy gaze directed at Tianzhong, tinged with a hint of malice. "I never anticipated that aside from that brat, there would be another capable of breaking the blood shield. I suspected the members of the Yin Luo sect were unreliable." Tianzhong did not respond to the woman's inquiry. Instead, he muttered a few words to himself, his expression darkening, seeking death. Upon realizing that her question would not be answered, the white-clad woman's face turned ashen, and with a sharp rebuke, she rubbed her hands together and thrust them outward, unleashing a vast expanse of cold air interspersed with countless snowflakes, sweeping toward her adversary with tremendous force. Seeing this, Feng Bing pointed at the fiery spirit bottle in midair, and a torrential blaze surged from the opposite side to launch a counterattack against Tianzhong. Han Li, no longer hesitating, flickered his wings behind him, and with a series of thunderous roars, he instantly shook off the azure shadow before darting towards the blood shield on the other side. Although he had gained a certain level of confidence in annihilating the azure shadow after utilizing the spirit-descending talisman, the urgency to save others and turn the tide of battle took precedence. As he approached the next blood shield, Han Li flipped his hand, revealing another thunder bead. "Master, be careful." Just as Han Li inhaled deeply, preparing to launch the thunder bead, he suddenly heard the warning voice of Silver Moon. His heart jolted, but without a moment's thought, he hurled the thunder bead, which transformed into a sphere of azure light, crashing down upon the protective shield below. Yet, at that moment, a fist-sized azure fireball shot out from an unknown source, colliding with the thunder bead just as Han Li's expression changed drastically, with a soundless pop. The thunder bead was devoured by the fireball, which then spun around, morphing into a palm-sized azure firebird that hovered in the air. A fierce glint flashed across Han Li's face as he formed hand seals, causing the thunder bead to explode within the firebird's body. However, the creature merely swayed momentarily before resuming its nonchalant demeanor, even expanding slightly in size, fixating its gaze intently on Han Li. Upon witnessing this, Han Li could not help but curse inwardly and lifted his gaze. He beheld a succession of azure fireballs shooting forth from the direction of the Mulan sacred bird, landing near the blood barrier. In an instant, they transformed into azure firebirds, encircling the blood barrier and protecting what lay within. It dawned on Han Li that these birds were indeed the creations of the sacred bird, intricately linked to the flames, and he finally understood why the thunder pearls had inadvertently bolstered his adversary. After all, the primary material of the thunder pearls was derived from the refinement of those very flames. Not far from the Mulan sacred bird, a woman with the surname Ming was coldly gazing at Han Li. their eyes locking in a mutual stare. It became evident that she was the one orchestrating the movements of those ethereal birds. Han Li's realization ignited a fire of fury within him. However, when his gaze fell upon the 9 ancient lanterns floating before the woman, he squinted slightly, observing the flickering azure flames, and gradually regained his composure. Revealing a contemplative expression, the azure firebirds showed no intention of attacking Han Li. They merely circled and danced around the blood barrier. At that moment, a flash of white light heralded the appearance of Inu by Han Li's side. Please forgive me. Master Dai was utterly useless during the battle. The spiritual awareness of the 2 Tianhu beasts was far too acute. The moment I approached, they detected my presence, making it impossible for me to utilize any illusions or techniques. She lamented. It is of no consequence. You have done your utmost, Han Li replied, his expression calming. Nevertheless, there are 2 thunder pearls here. Take them with you, and see if you can infiltrate the vicinity of the other blood barriers to rescue someone. Every individual saved is a victory. With that, he tossed the 2 thunder pearls to Inu. I shall do my utmost, she declared, extending her delicate hand to accept the thunder pearls before vanishing once more amidst the white light. Han Li turned his gaze backward, observing the direction where Tianzhong was located. There, crimson flames intertwined with icy white mist, intermittently illuminated by flashes of multicolored auroras, rendering it difficult to discern which side held the advantage. Meanwhile, the azure shadow had seemingly vanished without a trace. It was unclear whether Tianzhong was having difficulty recalling it in the face of the combined assault of 2 mid-stage cultivators, or if he felt reassured enough by the direct intervention of the sacred bird to retract his avatar. Han Li shifted his attention downward, gazing at the dozen or so azure firebirds. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a surge of azure and crimson spiritual light. Enveloping them completely, with a swift motion, he summoned a blue light shield, which expanded under his command and positioned itself before him. With a flick of his wrist, another thunder pearl materialized in his hand. Suddenly, the sound of thunder reverberated behind him as Han Li's figure flickered, appearing above the barrier at a height of over 10 zhang, before he could throw the thunder pearl in his hand. The surrounding firebirds surged toward him like arrows. In an instant, azure flames engulfed the area above the blood barrier, and Han Li's form was momentarily obscured within the fiery tempest. At that moment, Long Han's gaze shifted away from Han Li. Initially, he had hoped that Han Li and the others would swiftly rescue the trapped cultivators to turn the tide of battle in their favor. However, upon witnessing the so-called sacred bird unleash such a multitude of fireballs toward Han Li, transforming them into firebirds, a sense of despair settled within him, and he understood that hope was fading. His gaze shifted once more to the side of the sorcerers, where the Tianjun 7 cultivators, although relying on their 7 treasures, struggled to withstand the azure demonic flames of the ethereal bird. Clearly on the verge of collapse, though possessing only the cultivation of late Yuaning, this peacock, embodying the realm of Huashan, was evidently beyond the capacity of the 7 to contend with for long. The dual demons of Yin and Yang were unleashed, with the command to refrain from slaying immediately and instead extinguish the ancient lamps. Long Han, in a low and resonant voice, played his final trump card. Yes, responded a disciple of the Hehuan sect, who had been on standby behind Long Han, hastening to comply. Following a stir among the crowd, 2 ominous coffins, one black and one white, were brought forth. 16 male disciples and 16 female disciples of the Hehuan sect filed out in an orderly fashion, encircling the coffins to sit cross-legged, concurrently forming hand seals and reciting incantations to cast various spells. The final step of the unsealing process commenced. Amidst the chanting, the talismans affixed to the black and white coffins began to tremble of their own accord, accompanied by a disturbing clattering sound emanating from within. As though hands and feet were making contact with the coffins, the sound. Long Han's eyes twitched slightly. He had indeed heard whispers of the legends surrounding the Yin and Yang dual demons of the Hehuan sect. It was said that these 2 demonic corpses had once been dual cultivation elders of a past generation, both at the initial stage of Yuaning, but for reasons unknown, they betrayed the Hehuan sect and turned to the path of the undead. Ultimately transforming into living corpses, convinced of their newfound powers, they returned to wreak havoc on the Hehuan sect, claiming the lives of over 100 disciples. Yet, in the end, they were captured alive by the sect's elders, who employed an ancient secret technique to erase their consciousness, thereby refining them into the fabled Yin and Yang demonic corpses. It was said that these corpses possessed tremendous supernatural abilities, exceeding their former selves by threefold. As Long Han pondered, the eerie noises from within the coffins grew louder, while the talismans above began to fall off in droves, diminishing in number, the 32 disciples encircling the coffins chanted fervently. Yet unease began to creep across their faces, their gazes flickering as they fixated on the remaining talismans. With two soft sounds, the last two talismans finally detached and floated down. All the disciples of the Hehuan sect leaped up in unison, as if granted amnesty, scattering swiftly in all directions. But at that moment, both coffins erupted simultaneously, unleashing a foul wind, as two indistinct shadows, one black and one white, shot forth from the shattered coffins, darting away in different directions. The slowest two disciples, a man and a woman, were suddenly met with shrieks of terror as the two figures pounced upon them, sinking their fangs into their throats and greedily siphoning their vital essence. The other fleeing disciples of the Hehuan sect, witnessing this scene, exhaled in relief and halted their retreat. The remaining cultivators from other sects were struck by a wave of astonishment. Well then, since the dual demons have fed on the essence of the young, they shall not rise again, declared an elder with disheveled hair, stepping forth from the crowd, his expression unflinching. He then raised his hands, revealing two verdant talismanic copper plates, directing them towards the two figures still hunched over the fallen bodies. Suddenly, two strands of gray light darted forth, swiftly vanishing into the heads of the two demonic figures. With a shudder, the dual demons ceased their bloodletting and slowly rose, drifting towards the gathered cultivators in a dazed manner. At that moment, the crowd finally beheld the countenances of the dual demons. Collectively gasping in astonishment, the so-called yin-yang demon corpses appeared to be a pair of remarkably handsome young individuals. The young man possessed striking eyebrows and bright eyes, while the young woman exuded grace and elegance, their complexions resembling that of the living. However, their gazes bore an unsettling hint of vacancy, were it not for the droplets of blood still clinging to the corners of their mouths. One might easily mistake them for an ordinary pair of dual cultivation partners. Yet, as they drew closer, an indescribable stench of decay wafted through the air, dispelling the crowd's initial astonishment. The elder with disheveled hair forcefully channeled his spiritual energy into a copper token, which instantly radiated a circle of gray light. Enveloping the two demons, the figures of the yin-yang demon corpses became utterly still, as the elder swiftly recited incantations, causing the copper token to levitate gently. Suddenly, two streams of gray light surged from the token, striking the foreheads of the pair with a fleeting flash, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, the vacant expressions in their eyes were replaced with a glimmer of clarity. The elder swiftly retracted the token and pointed towards a distant azure giant bird, issuing a cold command. Chapter 775. The emergence of the giant ape. The yin-yang dual demons exchanged a subtle glance, and an overwhelming stench of decay surged forth from them as they stood side by side. Precisely aligned with the location of the revered Mulan sacred bird, the assembled cultivators collectively exhaled in relief, faced with such a creature capable of draining the life essence of the living. It was only natural for anyone to feel a chill run down their spine. The green wind conjured by the dual demons appeared to move languidly, yet its speed was astonishing. However, it gradually faded into nothingness, completely vanishing from sight. Others looked on in astonishment, casting a glance at the elder controlling the corpses, who remained composed, betraying no signs of concern. The remaining cultivators exchanged glances, their hearts settling with newfound calmness. Meanwhile, on the battlefield near the sorcerers, the azure giant bird was leisurely unleashing demonic flames, relentlessly suppressing the seven elders. In an environment rich with spiritual energy, this avian creature effortlessly gathered the fire elemental energy from a 10-mile radius, transforming it into its own azure demonic flames, requiring little expenditure of its own spiritual power. Moreover, the longer the battle continued, the greater the reserves of fire elemental energy it could harness. This exemplified the stark contrast between those at the god transformation stage and those below it. Otherwise, the cultivator from Tiannan, who had achieved the god transformation stage, would not have been able to sweep through the entire region in such a short time without fear of being overwhelmed by numbers. Initially, the seven true immortals were able to leverage the power of their ancient treasures to contend with this demonic bird for a time, but as the battle dragged on, not only was their demon-binding formation shattered, but they found themselves ensnared within the searing flames. Now, they could only strive for self-preservation, teetering on the brink of despair. Suddenly, the demonic bird ceased its fiery onslaught, its eyes glinting with curiosity as it scanned its surroundings. As if sensing something, with a sudden, clear cry, the bird spread its wings wide. A halo of azure light erupted from its form, radiating in all directions and enveloping everything within a 100 zhang radius. With a hissing sound, A plume of green smoke rose within the halo. Subsequently, the yin-yang dual demons materialized from a wisp of ethereal smoke, appearing as though they intended to fly past the bird's head. The art of concealment was uncovered, and the dual demons immediately let out a piercing shriek. After a roll, their forms surged dramatically, transforming into towering specters, each standing 2 zhang tall, with crimson hair and green faces. With a flick of their 10 fingers, they unleashed dozens of gray rays of light, aimed directly at the colossal avian creature. The azure bird momentarily froze in astonishment, only to be overtaken by a surge of wrath. Upon witnessing the approach of the 2 demons, it opened its mouth, releasing a remarkably thick azure flame that surged forth. Simultaneously, it spread its wings wide, summoning a tempest of flames beneath, igniting towering waves of azure fire that engulfed the 2 demons within. The yin-yang dual demons, unbeknownst to the nature of their cultivation, despite being at a disadvantage, were shrouded in a thin mist of corpse energy, rendering them unafraid of the azure inferno, and they managed to withstand a significant portion of the onslaught. The pressure on the 7 true masters lessened, invigorating them as they reassembled the 7 treasures, unleashing their might once more. Just as most observers anticipated a collaboration between the dual demons and the 7 masters against the sacred bird, the 2 demons suddenly shimmered with gray light, executing a feint before darting to the sides, slipping out from beneath the giant bird and breaking free from the fiery tempest, charging toward a nearby ancient lamp. A woman of the Liu clan stood guard beside the ancient lamp. Upon witnessing this scene, her expression remained remarkably composed. She executed a spell targeting a particular lamp. Instantly, 9 ancient lamps illuminated, and simultaneously, a flame emerged. As the dual demons approached, the 9 flames spun rapidly before suddenly expanding, transforming into 9 azure birds. With their wings unfurled, they surged toward the dual demons, enveloped in azure flames. The demons, displaying fierce tenacity, exhaled gray corpse energy, their fingers morphing into a shadow of claws, which swiftly engulfed the fiery birds. In a flash of gray light, the 9 fiery birds were torn to shreds by the claw shadows. However, this brief delay allowed the colossal bird to unexpectedly turn its head, unleashing a torrent of azure mist from its sharp beak, rapidly ensnaring the dual demons and pulling the yin-yang demon corpses back into the sea of flames in an instant. The 7 true masters, witnessing this, felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. At that moment, a withered elder in the distance smiled slightly and whispered a few words to the woman in black robes. Her gaze scanned the battlefield, noting the weariness etched on the faces of both the sorcerers and cultivators, before calmly nodding in acknowledgement. Her lips moved subtly, issuing commands. Instantly, a team of figures in black robes emerged from the sorcerers' ranks. Standing in formation, each adorned with several bulging pouches at their waists, the woman in black opened her mouth and released an exquisitely crafted small banner, measuring nearly 2 inches in length and emitting a faint black glow. It expanded to a considerable size upon being raised skyward, billowing in the wind. With a cold gesture, she pointed at the treasure, causing the black banner to quiver as it radiated a flickering black light. Shooting skyward like a bolt of darkness, in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Moments later, a chilling wind swept across the battlefield. Dark clouds gathered overhead, blocking out much of the sunlight. The surroundings became shrouded in gloom. All the combatants, caught in their struggles, were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the team of black-robed figures, undeterred, unleashed the contents of their pouches, chanting incantations. Thick black mist surged forth, mingled with gusts of sinister wind, rapidly enveloping a vast expanse ahead, forming an immense sea of darkness, within which one could discern the indistinct shapes of heads and glinting armor, as if an army were concealed within the depths of the fog. Such a remarkable scene naturally caught the attention of the spectators on the opposite side, causing their expressions to darken. Long Han furrowed his brows tightly, inwardly sighing in despair. Before long, the mist from all the bags dissipated, revealing the true form of the army emerging from the fog. It turned out to be a horde of emaciated, copper-armored corpses. Although these corpses staggered as they moved, and the clanking of their armor echoed incessantly. Each one displayed eyes glinting with a green light, their fangs bared, indicating a cultivation level above the foundation establishment stage. The 3 towering corpse kings at the front even possessed a cultivation level surpassing the core formation stage, their gazes suggesting a surprising degree of intelligence. The copper-armored corpses. How could there be so many? There are at least several thousand, exclaimed a startled and furious cultivator behind Long Han. There's nothing to worry about. The Milan people have the support of the demonic sect from the Jin Kingdom. It's not surprising they have amassed so many undead. Long Han replied coolly. If a battle were to break out now, these creatures would not pose a threat. However, we, along with the spellcasters, are both physically and mentally exhausted. If the battlefield is invaded by these copper-armored corpses, our defeat is inevitable. We must take the initiative and face them. Upon hearing these words, the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress their bitter smiles. Even if the observing cultivators took action, the opposing spellcasters had yet to move their troops, and they still faced an inevitable defeat. As for the three major cultivators and the Mulan Divine Master, although the outcome remained uncertain, the continuous thunderous clashes above indicated the fierce struggle, suggesting that neither side would achieve an easy victory. There was no hope for assistance from the three major cultivators. Just as Long Han and the others felt helpless and prepared to take action, a thunderous roar of a beast suddenly echoed from afar. A brilliant silver light erupted at a certain point on the battlefield, dazzling all around. And within this radiance, a colossal beast abruptly revealed itself. This giant ape stood over 20 zhang tall, its body as dark as ink, its fur sharp as arrows, and its eyes ablaze like lanterns. Its grotesquely large nose marked it as an extraordinary creature never before seen. Upon its appearance, the giant ape twisted its massive head towards the copper-armored corpses shrouded in black mist. And with a powerful thump of its massive arms against its chest, it emitted an excited howl. Then, with a powerful leap, it bounded closer to the horde of copper-armored corpses. Those copper corpses noticed the giant ape approaching. Without any command, a portion of them took to the air, simultaneously exhaling waves of black mist that coalesced into a vast dark cloud, enveloping the giant ape. Though these corpses possessed low cultivation, the sheer number of them unleashing their deathly aura would cause even a Yuan-Ing stage cultivator to think twice, refraining from a direct confrontation. However, the giant ape showed no intention of evasion. Instead, it raised its head and gave a gentle huff towards the black mist. In an instant, two thick beams of yellow light erupted from its nostrils, transforming into a dazzling yellow haze that surged forth like lightning, sweeping towards the dark cloud. With each expansion and contraction, the black cloud was drawn into the giant ape's gaping maw, akin to a great whale consuming the sea, offering no resistance whatsoever. The lowly intelligence of the corpses left them momentarily stunned by this spectacle. Seizing the opportunity, the giant ape continued to exhale, sending forth a torrent of yellow mist that directly struck the corpses, causing wisps of black mist to emerge from them, all of which were consumed by the radiant light. With their deathly aura completely siphoned away, the corpses plummeted from the sky, disintegrating into clouds of gray smoke. Vanishing into nothingness mid-air, in an instant, hundreds of soaring corpses were swept away by the colossal ape. The giant creature extended its massive tongue to lick its upper lip, casting a greedy gaze upon the remaining corpses on the ground. While the ordinary corpses remained indifferent, oblivious to fear, the three corpse kings at the core formation stage exhibited signs of agitation, their eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation and dread. The other cultivators and spellcasters stood dumbfounded, stunned by the ape's formidable prowess. The woman in the black robe felt a deep sense of horror within her. She could no longer afford to greet the emaciated elder beside her. In a sudden burst, she transformed into a radiant yellow light, hurtling towards the giant ape. Upon seeing the ape's massive jaws and a glimmer of yellow light emanating from its nostrils, she, in a fit of exasperation, raised her hand. With a swift motion, a beam of purple light morphed into a colossal blade several zhang long, aimed fiercely at the giant ape. However, before the blade could even approach the ape, a faint rumble of thunder echoed, and a flash of silver lightning revealed a young man in a blue robe, bizarrely materializing on the shoulder of the giant ape. His face was adorned with blood-red scales, and a horn of about an inch in height sprouted from his head. Raising his hand, he unleashed a blue light shield. With a resounding clang, blue light and purple brilliance intermingled, causing the blue shield to rebound. Yet it also successfully thwarted the giant blade. The young man, slightly swaying on the ape's shoulder, displayed a hint of astonishment. The demon cultivator. The young man turned to the woman in the black robe and asked nonchalantly. Then, with a swift motion of his hands, he summoned a cacophony of thunder, and various arcs of golden light materialized around him, bouncing exuberantly, dazzlingly bright. This young man was none other than Han Li. It was not out of preference for Wan Mingyue that he donned such an alluring attire. Rather, this remarkably seductive ensemble was crafted primarily from silk, with only the areas covering his modesty made from fine cotton, clinging to his skin with the softness of the silk, lending a sensation of refreshing comfort that surpassed being unclothed. You. Cold Qianning leaped up in agitation, attempting to seize her, but was restrained by Li Yanyu. The third prince had already used this excuse to depart. Perhaps Shi should do the same? Qi Feng stroked his beard, speaking slowly. Do not recklessly intrude into my computer. This is a critical moment. If I catch you again, you shall not return henceforth, Ling Mo warned, still shaken from the earlier fright. Shi Lingjing followed closely behind Xuanming. Observing her figure, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Within his sleeve, he gripped the bracelet firmly. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand holding the bracelet, intending to place it on Xuanming's shoulder as a gesture of support. Why did you not inform me about Yan Shi's ambush? Cold Qianning inquired calmly as she accepted the medicine bowl. She had previously arranged for personnel to covertly protect Yan Shi, yet each report had only conveyed that he was safe. Had the third brother not brought it up today, she would have remained unaware of the perils encountered along the way. Reflecting on this, she realized the difficulty of coexisting with such realities. Yet her father had managed it. Even when betrayed by his brothers, he did not forsake his conscience, even to the point of sacrificing himself for their sake. Was this folly or steadfastness? Thus, this became the most significant reason why the food pawnshop had yet to be swallowed by the capital of Fuyuan. Unbeknownst to her, she had ascended to great heights, journeying far and wide. However, her glory and radiance bore no relation to the O family, nor to him. How could there be a spatial array in this defensive prison city? Can teleportation also occur within the Star Prison War Zone? The Master has indeed proclaimed that one must rely solely on oneself to traverse the battlefield. What on earth is happening? Feng Qing was instantly rendered speechless. His mind a whirlwind of astonishment, feeling somewhat lost and bewildered. My lord, do you understand why I must engage in trade immediately after achieving success? Why not wait until the storm has passed? Sei inquired instead. The atmosphere in the tea hall grew somewhat tense. Upon seeing Shenxi emerge, they collectively exhaled in relief. She was attired in a white dress, the V-neckline revealing her delicate, fair collarbone, unabashedly exposed to their gaze. Sister, do not heed her nonsense. Wenwan hurried to clarify, accustomed to her cousin's foolishness, yet she knew that Huoji Zhou would not dare to act recklessly in her presence. I did not, Shenxi retorted, her heart brimming with affection for Wan Tianjiao. How could he harbor such thoughts? It turned out, there was no ulterior motive, merely a profound loathing for that family. It was the subordinate who had been greedy. He Chang'an, fearing any hint of suspicion from the other party, wore an expression of utmost trepidation. The Liu family had also intervened, with Liu Tianxiang orchestrating business ventures and specifically assigning capable individuals to assist the Hua family and the young marshal. With this realization, Liu Tian's previous confusion dissipated entirely, and her face now radiated vitality and enthusiasm. Zhao Nanjun furrowed his brows, deciding to remain seated and refrain from reckless actions. He discerned that if a ploy of self-inflicted pain were to unfold today, Yi Qingyang would certainly disregard him at most. Should his wounds reopen, she would merely instruct Lu Qingchun on how to tend to him anew, and they were expected to yield their populace. Land, armor, and skilled miners, they had not even a place to stand. Chapter 776, Ruthless and Merciless. The evil repelling divine thunder, infuriated and on the verge of unleashing her dark sorcery. The woman in the black cloak. Before she could utter a word, Han Li waved his hands, summoning a resounding golden net that descended upon her. The woman's eyes widened in horror as her form transformed into a wisp of smoke, narrowly evading the entrapment of the golden net. Han Li's expression remained impassive, the wings of wind and thunder unfurling behind him as he suddenly vanished from sight. The black-cloaked woman recalled the rumors surrounding Han Li and hastily formed a hand seal. Her figure shimmering slightly in a blur. 7 or 8 identical women appeared side by side. These figures moved in perfect synchrony, suddenly scattering in all directions like a flurry of yellow light, making it impossible to discern which one was the true form of the woman in black. As silver arcs of electricity crackled, Han Li materialized at the spot where the woman had stood, observing the dispersing lights with an unruffled demeanor, a cold smile playing upon his lips, infusing spiritual energy into his eyes. A blue glow flickered deep within his pupils as he activated the divine side of the clear spirit eye. Han Li raised his gaze once more to the distance, only to find that all the yellow lights had dimmed. Their spiritual energy thin, they were mere illusions. Alarmed, he swiftly scanned his surroundings, only to suddenly detect a nearly invisible wisp of smoke stealthily approaching from behind. This woman had cleverly utilized these phantoms to divert his attention. while her true self had not mingled among them, but instead sought to ambush him from the shadows. Indeed, she was a bold and skilled adversary, were it not for his extraordinary clairvoyance, which transcended the realms of the Ming and Qing dynasties. He might have remained oblivious to her presence. The girl's evasion techniques were so formidable that they likely surpassed those known under the silver moon. Han Li felt a twinge of astonishment within, yet he remained silent. With a swift turn, he soared directly towards the colossal ape, seemingly indifferent to the pursuit of the cloaked woman. Lu Yin had already arrived a few zhang behind Han Li. After a brief pause, she silently materialized, her hand glowing with a yellow radiance no longer than a finger, thrusting towards Han Li's back like a bolt of lightning. The trajectory was both precise and ruthless. Aimed directly at the location of his heart, should she succeed in her strike, his heart would undoubtedly be crushed, leading to his demise. However, at the moment her hand extended, Han Li's figure appeared to sway casually. And with an imperceptible speed, he turned his face to confront the woman. His mouth slightly parted, golden light surged forth. The cloaked woman's complexion drained of color, and she hastily attempted to evade. Yet, it was too late. At such a close range, escape was impossible. With a resounding thud, a golden arc erupted from Han Li's mouth, striking solidly against the woman's shoulder. The scent of charred flesh immediately filled the air. The woman let out a shriek, plummeting from the sky. Meanwhile, Han Li unfurled his wings behind him and vanished in a thunderous clap, only to reappear in a flash of lightning behind the descending woman. A hand enveloped in ethereal blue flames gently pressed against her neck. With a crackle, a thick layer of blue ice encased her entire body. The cloaked woman felt an icy chill envelop her. Rendering her unconscious, she transformed into a statue of ice, cascading downwards. Han Li hovered motionless in midair, yet his other hand, prepared in advance, lifted. Countless slender arcs of electricity surged forth, ensnaring the icy figure within a golden net. A fleeting shadow of coldness crossed Han Li's face as the icy form erupted in a blaze of golden light, disintegrating with a cacophony of shattering sounds, leaving behind nothing but a beautiful female nascent soul. This nascent soul, pallid and terrified, seemed to comprehend the dread of the exorcising divine thunder. Han Li's gaze flickered as he prepared to obliterate the nascent soul with a flick of his wrist. Suddenly, the cloaked woman's nascent soul began to shriek, "You cannot kill me. I am the consort of the Yin Luo sect's master from the Jin kingdom. If you slay me, our sect shall pursue you relentlessly." The consort of the Yin Luo sect's master. Upon hearing this, Han Li regarded the nascent soul with a cold stare for a moment before silently loosening his grip on the electric net and turning to depart. The woman's nascent soul momentarily froze in disbelief before joyously attempting to escape through the gap. Yet, her mind was rife with malicious thoughts of revenge against Han Li that moment. However, Han Li, standing a dozen zhang away, subtly channeled his technique. The previously relaxed golden net suddenly constricted fiercely, ensnaring the female cultivator's nascent soul tightly. Then, with arcs of electricity leaping and a resounding thunderclap, it erupted. The nascent soul of the cloaked woman had no chance to issue a lament before it was reduced to ash, having already destroyed your corporeal form. Do you think I would allow you to return for revenge? Han Li muttered resignedly, letting out a deep sigh before soaring towards the colossal ape without looking back. From the moment the black-robed woman soared through the air until Han Li vanquished her with the evil-dispelling divine thunder. The situation appeared rather intricate, yet it was merely a fleeting occurrence. In the distance, the emaciated old man, though he wished to assist the lady, found himself hindered. The instant she encountered peril, he stamped his foot, transforming into a beam of golden light that shot forth. However, at that moment, a sudden flash of pink radiance darted in from the opposite side, coalescing into a vast expanse of pink mist that collided directly with the golden light. After a resounding boom, while the mist was scattered, it managed to tenuously obstruct the golden beam. As the golden light receded, the figure of the emaciated old man emerged, his countenance ashen and filled with fury. Fixated intently on the pink mist, his eyes ablaze. He was utterly unaware of the wrath that would engulf the Yin Luo sect's leader upon discovering the demise of his partner, inciting a deep-seated hatred towards Han Li and the obstructing figure. From within the mist came a soft, sinister laughter. Gradually, the mist dissipated, revealing a strikingly handsome, effeminate young man, the notorious Yin Lu old demon of the Hehuan sect. "Han Daoyu, you have rescued me. Allow me to assist you in return. Thereafter, I shall owe you nothing," he exclaimed with a sly grin, casting a sidelong glance at Han Li. That moment, Han Li had just dispatched the black-robed woman and was swiftly retreating. Upon hearing the words, he replied nonchalantly, "It is merely fortuitous that I could save a fellow Taoist. I have never anticipated any form of repayment." However, I fear the current predicament posed by the Master of Blessings is beyond our capabilities. Moreover, do you truly believe he is a solitary figure? After uttering these words, Hanli cast a glance beyond the emaciated old man, observing not only the black-robed individuals still manipulating the corpse puppets and desperately evading the rampaging giant ape, but also the multitude of practitioners advancing in a dark, ominous wave. Even the audacious Inlu old demon, upon witnessing such a horde of practitioners, could not help but change his countenance. This old demon had been fortuitously rescued by Hanli after he had utilized 2 thunder pearls amidst a throng of azure firebirds. Just as Hanli was preparing to collaborate with this old demon, contemplating their next move, the Luo sect unleashed a large number of copper-armored corpse puppets, before Hanli could respond significantly. The spirit beast within his waist pouch, the crying soul, began to stir restlessly, exuding an air of excitement. Hanli, having thoroughly refined the Ming Soul Pearl, sensed this clearly and, filled with curiosity, released it. The moment the crying soul emerged from the pouch, it instantly expanded into a colossal black ape, voraciously absorbing the essence of the corpses. This development astonished Hanli greatly. He was aware that the crying soul beast could devour the souls of demons and spirits. Yet its efficacy against the corpse puppets crafted by cultivators was rather unexpected. Whether this was a pre-existing innate ability of the crying soul or an unusual power acquired through its evolution remained uncertain. Regardless, this was an unexpected boon for Hanli. However, faced with the encroaching practitioners, a sense of retreat began to take root in both Hanli and the Inlu old demon after they exchanged glances. Yet, leaving such a powerful creature amidst the throng of corpse puppets was a prospect Hanli was vehemently opposed to, just as he resolved to use the Ming Soul Pearl to quietly withdraw the crying soul. A hearty laughter erupted from behind them. "Fear not, Han Daoyu, since you possess this extraordinary beast to contend with the corpse puppets, leave these individuals to us." Listening to the voice, it was none other than that of Long Han. A surge of emotion coursed through Han Li's heart as he hurriedly turned to look back. There, at a distance of several dozen zhang, Long Han had arrived with a group of cultivators. Halting their escape light to scrutinize the situation, Han Li felt a wave of joy. No wonder these sorcerers had not immediately launched an attack against them. It seemed they had also noticed the reinforcements behind and were treating the matter with due seriousness. Upon observing Han Li's somewhat demonic appearance, a flicker of surprise crossed Long Han's eyes, but he quickly masked it, feigning indifference. Now was not the time for inquiries. The gazes of the assembled cultivators were fixed upon the opposing sorcerers. At this moment, after a grueling battle, the tide of the conflict had begun to reveal some clear winners and losers. Both sides had incurred similar losses overall, yet this was no mere contest of skill. The vanquished were likely to lose their lives, while the victors, despite being utterly exhausted and having depleted much of their magical energy, were swiftly drawn into new skirmishes. Long Han had previously dispatched other cultivators to replace the partners of Feng Bing and the by surname female cultivator at the battlefield of Tianzhong. For it was only when the couple joined forces that they could truly unleash their full potential. At this juncture, neither Long Han nor the emaciated elder had much to say. With a gentle wave of his hand towards the opposition, Long Han signaled. The cultivators who had managed to hold back their attacks until now were undoubtedly some of the most elite warriors. Instantly, the spiritual lights surrounding the cultivators flared up, and an array of magical artifacts erupted forth, launching a formidable assault. The opposing sorcerers, not to be outdone, summoned various forms of spiritual energy in response. Thus, the final 2 contingents of cultivators and sorcerers clashed fiercely, although the enemy had an additional late-stage nascent soul master. This side had the likes of the old demon Yun Lu and several mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, who could barely hold their ground together. Han Li initially intended to join the fray against the emaciated elder, but upon casting a glance towards the azure giant bird, his expression underwent several transformations. Chapter 777. Blood Ghost and Stone Man. The Taijin 7 cultivators and the Yin-Yang dual demons joined forces to combat the Mulan sacred bird. But merely after a brief period, the dual demons fared relatively well, their eerie ghostly techniques allowing them to withstand the onslaught of the azure flames. However, the Taijin 7, having suffered significant depletion of their magical energy, could no longer endure. Particularly, 2 of the elder cultivators displayed alarming signs. One had a face of crimson, with his spiritual light flickering erratically, while the other's visage was as pale as a sheet of paper, with wisps of white vapor undulating around his mouth and nose. This was evidently a sign of excessive depletion of spiritual energy and perhaps even the use of secret techniques to stimulate latent potential. Hanli furrowed his brow, glancing at the fallen cultivators around him, before shifting his gaze to the distant figure of the woman with the surname Lu, who stood unwaveringly before the ancient lamp. Keep a close watch on the wailing beast, and ensure it does not come to harm. If danger arises, withdraw it at once. At this moment, I shall lend you the Ming Hun pearl for your use. I will proceed to extinguish that ancient lamp. Hanli spoke in a barely audible voice, calm and composed. With a flick of his hand, he tossed a black-gray orb behind him. A faint white light flickered, and the orb vanished from sight. Understood. Please take care, master. That peacock possesses considerable power, came the worried voice of Inu from the empty space behind Hanli. Hanli nodded with an air of calmness. And once he ascertained that no one nearby was paying attention, his figure became indistinct and he suddenly vanished from sight. Although Hanli's nameless chi refining technique, derived from the demon race, may not rival the innate evasion skills of the Silver Moon, it was certainly not lacking in the art of concealing one's aura. He had perfected the nameless technique to such an extent that not a trace of his spiritual energy escaped. And even the essence he emitted was forcefully suppressed. At this moment, he was not merely trying to evade the attention of the woman with the surname Lu, but also that of the unfathomably powerful Mulan holy bird. In the distance, the woman with the surname Lu observed the withered old man and his companions were being entangled by the cultivators led by Long Han, a hint of anxiety flickering across her face. Although she remained by the ancient lamp, she turned her gaze towards the colossal bird on the other side and spoke a few earnest words in ancient dialect. The bird, which was exhaling azure flames, paused momentarily upon hearing her words. It then twisted its neck to glance disdainfully at the battle group where the old man was situated. Immediately, it turned back and unleashed several bursts of azure flames downward, sending the innocent 7 cultivators into a state of chaos. With a clarion call, it suddenly spread its wings and soared high into the sky. After a brief spiral, the bird lightly shook its radiant plumage, causing a myriad of azure feathers to cascade down in a flash of brilliance. These feathers transformed into dozens of palm-sized azure firebirds. These hundreds of firebirds, without any command, chirped excitedly before spreading their wings and darting towards the withered old man and his companions. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman with the surname Lu felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. With the assistance of these conjured spirit birds, she was certain that the old man would be unharmed. Victory was merely a matter of time. Just as her thoughts began to ease, a thunderous roar emanated from the center of the battlefield. Startled by the sound, the woman quickly turned her gaze. Hanli, who had just emerged from his concealment, was cautiously approaching her vicinity, also taken aback by the noise. In the heart of the battlefield, another crucial confrontation was unfolding. There, the grand formation of countless souls, manipulated by dozens of disciples from the ghost spirit sect, had finally come to a halt. The ghostly mist that had formed hung motionless in the air. Blocking the mist were several ethereal beasts, solidified through the combined efforts of the Mulan masters, notably a colossal stone giant that towered like a pillar of heaven. This puppet-like stone giant, under the command of the Mulan masters, had shattered the siege of other Tiannan cultivators. With no other foes nearby, it naturally obstructed the ghost spirit sect cultivators hiding within the formation of countless souls. The earlier thunderous sound was the result of the stone giant, urged by the Mulan sorcerer, striking down towards the ghostly mist with a mighty palm. Even before the palm reached its target, countless boulders, the size of grinding wheels, cascaded down from its fingers. Despite the confidence the cultivators from the ghost spirit sect had in their formation, they did not dare to confront these massive stones head-on. With a collective howl, they maneuvered the ghostly mist to evade the onslaught. However, upon traveling a distance of several dozen zhang, the mist came to a halt. As the battle between the heavens and Mulan raged on, both sorcerers and cultivators alike understood that this conflict had reached its most critical juncture. Thus, an elder from the ghost spirit sect, overseeing the myriad souls formation, pondered briefly before resolutely deciding to unleash the formation's ultimate weapon at any cost, before the stone giant could pursue further. The air was filled with the low, ominous incantations of the sect's practitioners. A chilling scream echoed through the mist, followed by a surge of bloodlight that shot skyward, almost as if infected. The dark, eerie fog transformed into a vivid red hue amidst the chanting. The 2 master Mulans perched upon the shoulders of the stone giant exchanged bewildered glances. Moments later, the incantation abruptly ceased. Following a tumultuous roiling of the blood mist, dozens of multicolored lights darted from the fog in a desperate flight. Those were the practitioners of the ghost spirit sect. This sudden turn of events left the 2 master Mulans utterly perplexed. At that moment, the blood mist, abandoned by the sect's practitioners, seemed to awaken autonomously, morphing into variously sized tentacles that began to writhe frantically in place, rapidly condensing in the center. The elder commanding the myriad souls formation, having retreated several dozen yards, paused mid-flight to cast a peculiar glance back at the blood mist, secretly musing, having absorbed such an abundance of vital essence, coupled with a willing sacrificial vessel for the blood rite. This time, it should not fail. Just as the elder felt a twinge of anxious uncertainty, the blood mist had diminished by more than half, writhing incessantly. The two master Mulans, manipulating the stone giant, steeled themselves, disregarding all caution, and urged the colossal figure to deliver a crushing stomp. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the air, eerie and heavy, icy to the bone, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The stone giant's movements faltered momentarily, but then it swiftly regained its composure. When the Master Milan's vision cleared, they were astonished to discover that the blood mist was enveloped by a dense, yellowish fog, obscuring any discernible details within. At that moment, the fog was forcefully parted with a resounding crack, and a crimson figure shot forth. Upon recognizing the visage of the figure, the two Master Mulans gasped in horror. It was a towering blood-red demon, standing over 10 yards tall. This fiend had two curved horns adorning its head, a mane reminiscent of a horse's tail, and gleaming fangs that shone with an unsettling sharpness. Its arms, as thick as tree trunks, were covered in a translucent layer of fine scales, with fingers that resembled deadly daggers. Although this demon was a formidable entity compared to ordinary cultivators, it paled in comparison to the nearly 100-foot-tall stone giant. Yet, the demon displayed no fear. Upon materializing, it let out a fearsome howl, fixing its icy gaze upon the stone giant. Lowering its head slightly, it propelled itself forward like a bolt, reaching the giant's calf in an instant. Its clawed hand poised to deliver a brutal strike to the giant's leg. A cascade of debris fell in the wake of its assault. The two Master Mulans would not allow this to continue. They commanded the stone giant to clench its colossal fists and deliver a swift downward blow. Moving with lightning speed, the blood demon was sent flying backward by several yards, even losing a portion of its head in the process. Yet, the specter, with a mere twist, rose as if nothing had happened, its mangled head flashing with a glimmer of blood, instantly returning to its former state. It charged once more towards the stone giant. The two Murans controlling the stone giant were filled with both astonishment and fury. They simultaneously commanded the phantom beasts beneath them to engage in a fierce struggle while unleashing their own magical artifacts to assist in the assault. Immediately, a tumultuous battle ensued. Those cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect, who had originally fled, now turned back without hesitation, joining the fray against the stone giant and the Murans. The air was thick with the cacophony of battle, and the flashes of bloodlight were incessant. The woman of the Liu family observed this scene, her brows furrowing as her gaze fixated on the unfolding chaos, remaining silent. As the Grandmaster of the Murans, she was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by the stone giant. Witnessing a cultivator from Tiannan summon a ghostly entity capable of contending with the stone giant, she felt a flicker of surprise. However, she was not excessively concerned as long as the stone giant could endure for a brief moment longer. The Muran's sacred bird she had summoned would be able to eliminate those adversaries. By then, victory would be assured. Contemplating this, she cast a glance at the massive bird not far away. It seemed that the mythical creature, too, recognized the critical moment, finally channeling all its fiery essence, transforming the vicinity into a sea of azure flames. With a sudden, unexpected flap of its enormous wings, it disrupted the combined forces of the 7 elders and the twin demons. The sea of fire beneath it instantly split into two, encircling both groups within. A small portion of its focus was directed at the twin demons, while the majority of its onslaught was concentrated on the 7 elders of the Taijin sect. This left the 7 elders in a state of silent despair, acutely aware that their lives were at stake. Upon witnessing this turn of events, the woman of the Liu family felt a wave of relief wash over her. She glanced back at the 9 ancient lamps before her, noting that the lamp oil remained at half capacity, which brought her a greater sense of assurance. Suddenly, her delicate brows arched, and her eyes narrowed. With a hand swift as lightning, she plucked a flame from one of the ancient lamps. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the flame vanished into the azure light. In a location over 30 paces away, a flash of azure light heralded a startled cry as a figure materialized. Enveloped in a shimmering azure glow, encased within a layer of flame transformed from the lamp, the woman of the Liu family, without raising her head, swiftly executed a hand gesture. With a soft pop, the figure ignited in azure flames, letting out a single, desperate scream before being reduced to ash by the terrifying conflagration. Chapter 778, Seizing the Lamp. truly courting death. The woman did not approach to examine further but murmured softly to herself. For her, it sufficed to know that the individual was a cultivator from Tian-Nan. Since igniting the ancient lamp, 5 or 6 cultivators had attempted to lay claim to it. After all, ever since the gigantic bird had been summoned by the ancient lamp, the 9 ancient lamps had burned perpetually, revealing their mysterious nature to anyone who cast their gaze upon them. Some cultivators, confident in their elusive techniques, naturally sought to extinguish the lamp. Yet, without exception, they had all been extinguished by her flames. At this moment, Han Li was merely a few hundred paces away from her. Observing the unknown cultivator being effortlessly dispatched by her hand, he felt an involuntary chill run through him. The form that had been gliding forward slowly came to an unseen halt. Although her murmurs were barely audible, the weight of the situation was palpable. Yet, with Han Li's extraordinary spiritual awareness, he managed to catch a vague glimpse of the situation. Gazing at the ancient lamp, not far away, he stroked his chin and fell into contemplation. It seemed that this ancient lamp was indeed no ordinary artifact. Not only could it summon demonic birds, but it also possessed the ability to unveil hidden secrets. This was becoming quite troublesome. Han Li's expression fluctuated for a while, and as his brow furrowed, a sudden idea struck him. With a single hand, he rummaged through his storage pouch and retrieved several items. His gaze then shifting to a certain beast pouch at his waist, accompanied by a faint smile. This moment, the woman surnamed Lu evidently heightened her vigilance. She sat cross-legged in front of the ancient lamp, the ethereal shadows of lotuses flickering around her, her bright eyes constantly fixed on the lamp as she connected her spiritual awareness with it, sensing every movement within several dozen feet around her. Suddenly, a bright white light flared up 100 feet away, and a dozen towering giant apes abruptly materialized. Their grand entrance caused the woman to display a look of astonishment. After appearing, the giant apes did not approach, but instead lined up. Raising their hands, dozens of beams of various colors shot forth. Puppet technique. The woman surnamed Lu paused for a moment, quickly discerning the nature of these giant apes. Her brows knitted slightly as she cautiously scanned her surroundings. Finding no sign of the puppeteer's presence, regarding the attack of these beams of light, she paid little heed. With a casual gesture, she formed a hand seal, causing the ethereal shadows to dance and effortlessly block the incoming beams. Then, her figure shifted as she plucked a flame from one of the ancient lamps. This time, she did not immediately summon the flame but instead cradled it in her palm, allowing it to gently rise. The woman surnamed Yu fixated on the ancient lamp, her gaze flitting with intent, preparing to counter any unexpected developments. Mere moments later, her expression shifted, and without hesitation, her delicate lips parted as she blew a breath of spiritual energy towards the flame in her hand. The blue flame flickered and, in an uncanny manner, vanished from her grasp. Only then did the woman turn her head, focusing on a location several dozen feet away. With a soft pop, a figure initially materialized. Enveloped suddenly by a swirl of azure light, the blue flames ignited upon the figure at her command, and a smirk curled at the corner of her mouth, hinting at a cruel satisfaction. However, her smile abruptly froze. Why had this individual yet to be refined? To her astonishment, the figure did not, like the previous ones, instantly turn to ash, nor did it exhibit any signs of struggle. Alarmed, she narrowed her eyes for a closer inspection. This person was not no, it was a puppet. The figure engulfed in azure flames bore an uncanny resemblance to Han Li, yet its expression was vacant, its movement stiff. It was nothing but a mere imitation. Moreover, it seemed unfazed by the azure flames, showing no signs of being consumed. This is bad. In an instant, the woman realized something. She hurriedly turned her gaze back towards the ancient lamp, intending to re-establish her spiritual connection with it. However, this brief moment of delay proved critical. Over 20 feet away, another figure flashed into the azure light, accompanied by a low rumble of thunder. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished amidst the electric glow. Upon witnessing this, the woman surnamed Lu felt an overwhelming surge of panic and anger. Both hands swiftly formed seals, and with a decisive motion, several spells shot towards the ancient lamp. Yet, it was somewhat too late. Next to the ancient lamp, a flash of electric light erupted, and a shadowy figure began to take shape within. Subsequently, a massive hand of black and red shot forth from the brilliant light, its size comparable to A, descending forcefully upon an ancient lamp. How could one discern the true lamp among the others? Only the spellcaster possessed such knowledge. Even a cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul could not penetrate the veil of authenticity. Witnessing this, the woman of the Lu clan felt an even deeper surge of astonishment and fury. At such close proximity, The enormous hand nearly collided with the woman's incantation, both striking the ancient lamp simultaneously. The ancient lamp flickered with a flash of azure light, just as it was about to undergo a transformation, when the colossal hand seized it, extinguishing the flame with the black, sinister fire that enveloped it. Simultaneously, the other 8 copper lamps trembled in response, their flames flickering and extinguishing one by one. That these ancient lamps instantaneously transformed into wisps of spiritual energy, dissipating into the air. No, the first female master of the Mulan clan. Upon witnessing this scene, turned pale as death. Gritting her silver teeth, she raised her hands, summoning a multitude of lotus shadows to envelop the black hand in an attempt to reclaim the ancient lamp. However, the black-red hand had anticipated this move. Having grasped the lamp, it immediately retreated, not pausing for a moment. Yet, amidst the crackling light, a cold snort resonated, and the thunderous sound reverberated once more. Just as the black-red hand vanished into the luminous sphere, a figure emerged precisely in sync with the hand's disappearance, appearing beside the puppet man ensnared within the azure light. Holding the ancient lamp. It was none other than Han Li, who had stealthily infiltrated the scene. "You cannot escape." The Lu woman, in a state of panic, cast a fleeting glance towards the direction of the azure bird, observing that the sacred creature had yet to vanish. With her heart slightly steadied, she let out a piercing scream. Immediately, azure light surged around her, transforming into a gust of pure wind that pursued Han Li. Han Li's expression darkened. With a flash of white light, he stowed the ancient lamp into his storage pouch. And with a swift motion of his wings, he vanished, reappearing several dozen feet away. At that moment, the woman, now a gust of wind, arrived precisely at his previous location. Han Li's gaze flickered momentarily, and suddenly, he formed a hand gesture, uttering the word explode. The puppet man within the azure light abruptly expelled a green orb, striking the barrier of azure flames. With a resounding explosion, golden arcs of azure flames intertwined and burst apart, not only severing the puppet man's form but also affecting the nearby Lu woman. The lotus shadows surrounding her possessed a divine ability to protect their master, although her master was caught off guard and unprepared for such an attack. The petals of the lotus moved ceaselessly, managing to thwart the blow. However, the thunder pearl concealed within the puppet was of a different caliber. Though the woman narrowly escaped disaster, she was still propelled several feet backward. The technique of wind evasion was momentarily disrupted. Han Li sighed, feeling a twinge of regret, yet without hesitation, he spread his wings, vanishing once more and swiftly fleeing into the distance. By the time the Lu woman regained her footing, Han Li had already retreated over 100 feet away. The Mulan female master, gritting her teeth in fury, was about to pursue when the puppet man, now reduced to mere fragments, suddenly emitted a strange humming sound. Startled by Han Li's ambush, she quickly turned to investigate. She beheld the shattered puppet man glowing with azure light, which then instantaneously disassembled, transforming into swarms of tricolored flying insects that took to the skies. The woman bearing the surname Lu was taken aback, but she could not afford to become entangled with these flying insects. In haste, she activated her protective white lotus, attempting to force her way through. However, the tricolored flying insects swiftly transformed, coalescing into several large tricolored shields that relentlessly collided with her. Each time she attempted to utilize her wind escape technique by forming seals, a relentless wave of impacts thwarted her efforts, causing her to fail time and again. Enraged, the woman unleashed a series of spiritual attacks, only to discover that she could not harm these insects at all. It was then that she recognized, with astonishment, that these tricolored flying insects, aside from their differing hues from the devouring gold insects, were otherwise indistinguishable, resembling mutated versions of the latter. Momentarily startled, she hurriedly reached for the wooden spirit treasure in her storage bag, hoping to ensnare these insects. Yet at that moment, the insects emitted a buzzing sound and scattered in all directions. The woman paused, her expression changing as she anxiously gazed into the distance. She soon realized that, unbeknownst to her, Han Li had already employed a concealment technique, leaving no trace behind, making him impossible to locate. The woman's face alternated between red and white, floating alone in the air, feeling somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, the azure bird had just unleashed a blue fireball, shattering the massive blue bird that an elderly man had summoned for defense. Elated, it was about to swoop down to seize its opponent, but suddenly felt an alarming depletion of its spiritual power. Startled, the bird disregarded its prey and quickly turned its head. It then discovered that the copper lamp, which had been floating nearby, had vanished without a trace. Panic surged within the giant bird as it let out a sharp cry, rapidly shrinking in size. The fire spirit energy, which had been under its control, instantly spiraled out of control. The tumultuous azure sea of flames below roiled violently before vanishing entirely, revealing the astonished expression of the 7th-level cultivator, Taijin. On the other side, the freed dual demons wasted no time transforming into a swirling green wind, fiercely launching themselves at the diminished azure bird. This avian creature, now reduced to a few feet in size, gazed at the dual demons with a look of unwillingness, showing no intent to evade. Consequently, with a resounding pop, before the dual demons could reach it, the bird's form exploded, dispersing into countless azure spiritual lights, disappearing without a trace. The yin-yang dual demons stood momentarily dumbfounded, their movements abruptly halted. What just happened? The elderly man, who had narrowly escaped death, inquired with elation. At this moment, his magical power was nearly depleted. He had initially thought his demise was imminent. Observing the situation, it seemed that the treasure they had used to summon the avian creature had encountered a mishap. The ancient lamps were now nowhere to be found in the distance. The leading elder exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a glance at the spot where the ancient lamps had been, and remarked, his face reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity. If this had dragged on any longer, he too might have faced certain death. Chapter 779. Distant message. The sudden disappearance of the sacred bird of the Mulan tribe was soon noted by the cultivators on the battlefield. Instantly, the faces of the spellcasters changed dramatically. While the cultivators rallied in spirit, their morale significantly boosted. The emaciated elder and Tianzhong, who were entangled with their opponents, also wore expressions of disbelief. The immediate vanishing of the sacred bird could not merely be attributed to the exhaustion of lamp oil. It could only mean that the cultivators from the southern region had extinguished the ancient lamp of Yuanming. These two masters were completely unaware that the treasured legacy of their Mulan clan had once again fallen into Han Li's hands. In their eyes, the late-stage nascent soul cultivators on the side of the monks had already become entangled. The remaining cultivators, under the support of the holy bird, found it impossible to breach the defenses of the woman from the Lu family. The emergence of such a situation was truly beyond their expectations. At this moment, Han Li had stealthily flown to the vicinity of the wailing soul beast, revealing his form once more. The colossal ape, transformed from the wailing soul beast, had reduced most of the corpse puppets to ashes, while a small portion was hastily collected by the black-robed cultivators of the Yin Luo sect. Otherwise, the complete annihilation of this battalion of copper-armored corpse puppets would have been merely a matter of time. Having absorbed so much corpse energy, the wailing soul beast had further enlarged its formidable ape form, its fur now glossy and black, appearing as if it had just undergone a nourishing replenishment. During this interval, several waves of black-robed individuals and spellcasters attempted to eliminate the gigantic ape first. However, Long Han was acutely aware that this peculiar giant ape was crucial for dealing with those copper-armored corpse puppets, and thus would not allow the adversaries to succeed easily. He promptly allocated some personnel to intercept them. Occasionally, a few unfortunate souls escaped detection, yet before they could approach the giant ape, they were swiftly dispatched by the concealed Silver Moon, who unleashed a series of illusionary techniques, sending them to their demise in a haze of confusion. When Han Li returned to this location, he observed from a distance as the wailing soul annihilated the last of the external copper-armored corpses, and without hesitation, gestured towards it. Instantly, a surge of black radiance flickered across the wailing soul beast, causing it to shrink rapidly into a dark rainbow that darted into the spirit beast pouch at Han Li's waist. Seeing this, Silver Moon instinctively flew behind Han Li. After securing the wailing soul beast, Han Li intended to speak to Silver Moon, but suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, as a mass of ominous clouds descended from above, spanning hundreds of zhang, with countless green lightning fires swirling within, transforming the sky dramatically. Han Li's expression tightened as he gazed upward. Who is it that has slain the lady of our sect? I shall extract their soul and refine their essence to avenge this grievance. A voice like thunder reverberated from the dark clouds, unmistakably that of the sect master of the Yin Luo sect. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart sank, his gaze turning frigid. Before the victor is determined, why must you rush so? I was just eager to learn a thing or two about your magical prowess, following the words of the black-robed man. The voice of the Harmony Old Demon drifted through the air, ethereal and languid. Subsequently, another wave of grayish-white mist surged down from the heavens, precisely blocking the ominous clouds. Clear the way for me. I have no time for sparring with you now. If you do not retreat, do not blame our sect for being impolite. The voice of the sect master from the Yin Luo sect was chillingly cold. Impolite? I have lived to this day and have seldom encountered true rudeness. The Harmony Old Demon replied with a cold chuckle, showing no signs of retreat. The black-robed man in the ominous clouds fell silent, and after a considerable pause, spoke ominously. Very well, since you are so oblivious to your own limits, I have no intention of wasting more time. Let me show you the power of our sect's treasured Ghost Luo banner. The sect master of the Een Luo sect seemed to laugh in fury. Ghost Luo banner. The voice of the Harmony old demon carried a hint of surprise, coupled with excitement. Yet, the brief exchange between the two left all the cultivators engaged in battle below in a state of astonished disbelief. Some of the monks were taken aback to learn that the companion of the Een Luo sect's leader had perished at the hands of the cultivators from Tiannan, and they began to speculate in hushed tones about who might have slain the woman. Hanli maintained a facade of indifference, seemingly unperturbed, yet felt a profound sense of relief upon witnessing the old demon of Huan successfully intercept the Een Luo sect's leader. He certainly did not wish to be relentlessly pursued by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Just when everyone, including Hanli, anticipated an imminent clash between the old demon of Huan and the demonic cultivator from Jin State at low altitude, an unexpected event transpired. A shrill cry suddenly reverberated from the sky behind the sorcerers, followed by a dazzling display of light as a dozen or so beams of various colors shot rapidly towards them. Before they could approach, a voice rang out, urgently shouting, "Several divine masters, cease your actions. There is trouble on the grassland. The situation has changed." This individual seemed intent on ensuring that all could hear, employing some secret technique to amplify his words. Subsequently, the speed of the retreating light increased by a third. Plunging into the battlefield, both the cultivators and sorcerers distinctly heard the call, causing many to momentarily halt in astonishment, casting bewildered glances. The emaciated elder's heart sank upon hearing this, while the opposing faction, led by Long Han, was equally taken aback, their offensive faltering. The elder decisively withdrew, retreating several dozen feet, casting a cold glance at the opposing cultivators before darting towards the approaching sorcerers like a streak of lightning. Long Han hesitated, choosing not to pursue along with the other cultivators. The elder had shown no signs of defeat, even appearing to have the upper hand. Pursuing now would yield little benefit. Moreover, the sorcerer who had conveyed the message clearly intended for them to overhear, indicating something was amiss. It was prudent to discern the unfolding events first. However, the mention of the Mulan grassland led Long Han to vaguely suspect some connection with the two Wu people. Hanli similarly wore an expression of intrigue as he observed the elder advancing towards the beams of light. As the luminous trails converged, they revealed a group of sorcerers in varied attire, among whom a sorcerer clad in yellow robes stood out, displaying a cultivation level of mid-nascent soul. This revelation shocked Hanli, as such a formidable sorcerer had not been present in the previous battle, which struck him as rather peculiar. Could this individual be a crucial figure left to guard the rear? Nevertheless, it also suggested a diminished likelihood of the enemy's bluster. Above, the old demon of Huan and the Een Luo sect's leader had inexplicably retreated into silence among the clouds. Upon spotting the yellow-robed sorcerer, the emaciated elder's astonishment was palpable, his expression betraying disbelief. Yet, before he could utter a word, the yellow-robed sorcerer flew to his side and whispered a few words. The elder's countenance darkened ominously. Subsequently, the yellow-robed sorcerer produced a jade slip from his person and handed it to the elder with both hands. Upon receiving the jade slip, the elder immersed himself in its contents. Moments later, his face turned a deep shade of iron. After a brief exchange of whispered words with the yellow-robed sorcerer, the elder abruptly turned, his expression clouded as he hastened back towards Long Han. "There is no need for us to continue fighting. That we must cease hostilities immediately, lest the clam and the snipe contend, and the fisherman benefits," the Mulan blessing sorcerer stated with an unusual calmness upon reaching Long Han. "What does this mean? If we are to halt our conflict, a valid reason must be provided." Long Han's gaze flickered momentarily, and he replied ambiguously, due to Han Li's unexpected display of power, which had successively annihilated the opponent's copper-armored corpse and that azure demonic bird. The situation still appeared evenly matched. Long Han did not believe that the adversary had retreated out of fear. "Have you dispatched a group of cultivators with the intent to plunder the warehouses of our Tiantian city?" The elder did not directly answer Long Han's inquiry. Instead, he ominously posed a sudden question. Long Han was taken aback, maintaining a facade of composure as he flickered his gaze before calmly responding. "Indeed, such matters are afoot. It seems you have uncovered our intentions." "Uncovered? Humph. Had it not been for the interference of a third party, perhaps you would have actually succeeded." The elder's face briefly flashed with anger before he regained his composure. A third party? Long Han furrowed his brow at the mention. The emaciated elder ceased his trivialities and instead began to transmit a message to Long Han with subtle lip movements. What? Such a thing exists? Long Han gasped, losing his ability to maintain calm after hearing just a couple of sentences. Given the present circumstances, do you think this master would still have any need to deceive you? The elder retorted sharply. Long Han furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before resolutely raising his hand to release a talisman. As the talisman soared skyward, it transformed into several golden orbs, which erupted in the air, dazzlingly bright. The cultivators still engaged in combat immediately halted upon witnessing this spectacle and swiftly retreated towards their faction. Those who had already ceased their actions also hurriedly withdrew. The opposing spellcasters, too, communicated their intentions through some method and silently retreated. Notably, the blood demon and the stone giant were forcibly separated by magical means, cease hostilities. In an instant, the space between the two factions became desolate. It was as if both sides had reverted to their pre-battle positions, standing apart once more, albeit with considerable losses on both sides, which had evidently affected their vitality. Nonetheless, the casualties among the higher-tier cultivators and spellcasters were relatively minimal. The spellcaster camp fared better. Although everyone appeared somewhat apprehensive, they managed to maintain their composure. In contrast, the cultivators, despite having withdrawn as instructed, could not help but become agitated. Engaging in fervent discussions, several high-ranking cultivators encircled Long Han, demanding to know what had transpired. Yet Long Han could only manage a bitter smile, remaining silent, much to the dissatisfaction of those around him. At that moment, the ominous clouds and gray mist above dissipated, revealing the figures of the old demon He Huan and the man in black robes, who exchanged cold glances. The clash of spells and the strange phenomena in the high sky abruptly ceased. And soon thereafter, Wei Wuyo and the sunlit sage descended safely from above. That a wave of relief washed over the cultivator camp, with everyone displaying expressions of assurance. Moments later, the Confucian scholar Zhong and the short figure also returned from the sky unscathed, prompting the Mulan crowd to erupt in spontaneous cheers. Observing the safe return of the three prominent cultivators, Long Han finally spoke. However, to avoid inciting public panic, this news could only be circulated within a limited circle for the time being. Thus, only those at the mid-stage of the nascent soul and a few cultivators of special status were gathered together to discuss the dire news just received from the Mulan people. While employing several simple restrictions at the forefront, given Han Li's performance in today's battle, his participation in this assembly is undoubtedly justified. Chapter 780, After the Great War. Observing Long Han release a soundproof barrier and extract several small flags to form a fog wall, isolating themselves from the outside, Han Li fell into a contemplative silence. The number of cultivators present was not particularly large, apart from a few old monsters still trapped within the blood barrier. There were merely over 20 individuals. These individuals naturally represented the majority of the forces that had participated in the conflict. Long, what on earth has transpired? The Mulan people suddenly seemed disinclined to continue fighting. Spoke the supreme being of Ziyang. It is indeed peculiar that we have progressed to this point. Could it be that the opposing side harbors hopes of negotiating peace? Wei Wuya expressed his doubts. They are not merely fantasizing about peace. Rather, it appears that our desire to forego negotiation may be futile. Long Han replied with a wry smile. What is happening? Has another force intervened? The old devil of Huan inquired with a furrowed brow. Astonished. Indeed, it is the Tuwu people who have taken action. Moreover, it is said that they have allied with several sects from the Jin dynasty to jointly target the Mulan, Long Han explained. The foremost clan of the Mulan, stationed at the rear, was entirely annihilated a month ago. However, the two who have effectively cloaked this information, the other Mulan tribes remain oblivious to these events. It seems the two were intent on exploiting the conflict between us and the Mulan, and are now eyeing our Tiannan territory as well. Upon hearing these words, the remaining cultivators felt a weight in their hearts, and a heavy silence enveloped the gathering. Han Li, too, furrowed his brow in concern. This is akin to inviting a tiger through the front door while a wolf lurks at the back. Humph, is this news credible? The two are quite distant from our Tiannan. Could the Mulan be merely posturing? The master of fragmented souls expressed his skepticism. It is unlikely. The team led by the ancient being Tianhen that entered Tian City encountered an unfortunate setback. It is reported that two Wu spies infiltrated the Mulan and had similar intentions, sending a contingent into Tian City to plunder the Mulan's treasury. They unexpectedly crossed paths with Tianhen, leading to mutual exposure. Long Han elaborated. Through this battle, it is evident that while the Mulan, when fully committed, may possess slightly lesser strength than us, they entered this conflict with a resolve to perish. Had it not been for Han Daoyu's remarkable display of prowess at a critical juncture, vanquishing those copper-armored corpses in the Mulan's sacred birds, we might have faced a devastating defeat. Although all major powers of Tian mobilized, we cannot claim to have exerted our full strength. Each sect has retained nearly half of their disciples to guard their mountain gates. If this conflict were to persist, while we could ultimately eradicate the Mulan's forces without retreat, we would undeniably suffer great losses. Should the two Wu decide to follow suit and launch an offensive against us, we would be unable to withstand it. Long Han spoke with resignation. Upon hearing that Han Li had vanquished the corpses and those monstrous birds, the cultivators who learned of this for the first time cast astonished glances at Han Li. Yet, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of unease. Humph. The Mulan desire our territory. How can they even entertain the notion of negotiation? Are we to truly concede half of our land to them? Wei Wuya remarked coldly, seemingly displeased. Naturally, conceding half is out of the question. However, it is feasible to delineate a boundary along the Mulan grasslands and designate two territories for their habitation. Thus, the onslaught of the Tutu people was still met by the Mulan clan. The two factions are mortal enemies, and a betrayal is simply inconceivable. Of course, given the current might of the two, we must still ally with the Mulan. Just moments ago, we were locked in a life-and-death struggle. Yet in the blink of an eye, Long Han has redefined our relationship as one of alliance. Nevertheless, the cultivators present revealed no signs of surprise. They are all ancient beings who have lived for centuries, having witnessed countless such turnarounds before. As long as it serves their interests, they will not allow emotions to cloud their judgment. To concede territory near the borders would essentially mean surrendering our dominion of the Nine Nations Alliance to them. Wei Wuya's expression darkened. It is an unavoidable circumstance, as your alliance's territory is adjacent to the Mulan grasslands. Naturally, this loss cannot rest solely upon your alliance. Let us deliberate on how we might suitably compensate your alliance. Long Han proposed. This matter can be addressed later. Let us first ascertain the intentions of the Mulan before discussing it further. Wei Wuya clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with the situation, brushing it aside rather nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Han Li cast a fleeting glance at Ji Yang and He Huan Laomo. Although both bore contemplative expressions, seemingly weighing the matter, Han Li discerned a flicker of intrigue in their eyes. Yet, out of respect for Wei Wuya, they refrained from voicing their agreement immediately. Han Li sighed. It appeared that once individual interests were at stake, all factions would swiftly engage in their own intrigues. Long Han, upon hearing Wei Wuya's words, maintained an expression devoid of surprise, instead responding with a smile of assent. These are merely my personal observations. The specifics of how to navigate this situation necessitate thorough discussion among us. Of course, we must promptly dispatch individuals to the Mulan grasslands to verify the truth of this matter. Only then can we engage in negotiations with the Mulan, provided the claims are valid. Further conflict with them would be untenable, but we must all yield a step. Otherwise, we risk benefiting the two collectively. Long Han's words garnered the approval of the assembled cultivators, and Wei Wuya's demeanor softened slightly. The group immediately began to deliberate on the finer details. Meanwhile, Han Li remained silent throughout, neither offering strategies nor participating in the discussion. For him, unless it directly involved his own interests or those of Luoyun's sect, he was disinclined to exert effort on the matter. With Long Han present, it was unlikely that the Tiandao alliance would suffer any significant losses. Before long, these ancient beings had formulated a strategy and contingency measures, subsequently lifting the restrictions and dispersing the mist. On the opposing side, the faction of law cultivators, including three notable figures, also engaged in urgent discussions, concluding their negotiations as well. Thus, both sides designated a representative, and after a brief exchange, they reached a temporary ceasefire agreement. Other matters could naturally await formal negotiations on another day. However, the expressions of the masters within the cultivator faction were all clouded with gloom. With their retreat routes severed, they had become rootless wanderers, filled with a sense of foreboding about their futures. Compared to the morale before the onset of battle, their spirits had plummeted to an all-time low. After witnessing the retreat of the law cultivators, Han Li and the other cultivators gradually withdrew from the site, making their way towards Tianyi City. Thus, the grand battle involving over 100,000 cultivators at the borders came to a close. In the territory of Shi country, a blue rainbow shot forth like lightning from 100 miles away from Yunming Mountain. Amidst the hazy, ethereal light, a solitary figure concealed itself, barely perceptible, clad in a verdant scholar's robe. This individual possessed an unremarkable appearance but bore an air of calm composure. it was none other than Han Li. Returning to the Falling Cloud sect. At this juncture, several months had elapsed since the Boundary War. Upon receiving alarming news of an unexpected party seeking to reap the benefits of the conflict, both the people of Mulan and the various factions in Tiannan, albeit reluctantly, found themselves compelled to suspend hostilities. When the elder Tian Hen, having escaped back to Tianyi City, confirmed that other forces indeed harbored designs on the Mulan people, the major factions promptly dispatched several waves of cultivators to scour the Mulan grasslands. They soon discovered that the common folk of the Mulan clan had been driven to the fringes of the grasslands. Signs of the unexpected intruders began to emerge in the territories once inhabited by the Mulan clan. Consequently, the leaders of Tiannan ceased their procrastination and engaged the Mulan in fervent negotiations. Initially, the Mulan demanded one-third of Tiannan's territory, threatening war even at the risk of annihilation if their demands were not met. The two sides found it impossible to reach an agreement. However, as the Mulan commoners gathered en masse at the grassland's boundary, and the intruders commenced their brazen pursuit of Mulan sorcerers, the leaders of Tiannan were gradually compelled to relent. After all, the impending doom of the Mulan clan loomed large, while the Tiannan cultivators faced an uncertain future. The Mulan clan and the intruders shared a bitter enmity spanning millennia, leaving no room for compromise or surrender. After several rounds of concessions, it was ultimately decided that the two nations occupied by the Tiannan would be allocated for the resettlement of its people. In return, the Tiannan side would relocate all commoners from these nations to other territories. The three major factions would each delineate certain areas to compensate for the losses of the Nine Nations Alliance and to accommodate the cultivators and sects of these nations. Naturally, the Mulan clan, in light of Tiannan's goodwill, was obliged to staunchly resist the incursions of the unexpected intruders. The various factions of Tiannan would offer support, uniting against a common foe. Thus, while the Mulan clan secured a refuge, they also inherited responsibilities akin to those of the Nine Nations Alliance, remaining ever vigilant against the threat posed by the intruders. With only two nations at their disposal, the factions of Tian need not fear that the Mulan would grow too powerful and turn against them in the future. After all, the extent of available cultivation resources directly influenced the potential for developing a formidable force. Though the Mulan clan was confined to two nations, they successfully averted the crisis of extermination and, in facing the threats of the intruders, were no longer isolated. They gained a formidable ally in Tiannan. Both parties found themselves relatively satisfied with the arrangement. However, amidst these developments, other matters concerning Han Li unfolded. One notable incident involved Han Li slaying the consort of the leader of the Yin Luo sect, an act that left the demon cultivator from the Jin kingdom unwilling to let the matter rest. He sent multiple missives demanding a personal duel with Han Li. Upon receiving the challenge, Han Li merely rolled his eyes and promptly reduced the jade slip to ashes, indicating no intention of responding or acquiescing. It was indeed audacious for a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to challenge one in the early stages. Han Li was no hot-headed youth. He dismissed the challenge with disdain. Later, following the successful peace negotiations between the Mulan clan and Tiannan, the leader of the Yin Luo sect, after an undisclosed discussion with the Mulan sorcerers, abruptly departed with his followers, reportedly returning to the Jin kingdom. This left Han Li with a lingering sense of unease. But he eventually sighed in relief. Another matter pertained to the ancient lamp he had seized, the Yuanming lamp, a treasured heirloom of the Mulan clan. After deliberation, several divine masters of the Mulan expressed that this lamp was a relic of their era, which must never fall into the hands of outsiders. They immediately sought to reclaim it from Han Li. However, he was not entirely resolute in his refusal and boldly demanded a considerable quantity of Gung essence in exchange. Unfortunately, the Mulan possessed only a meager amount of Gung essence, insufficient to meet his demands, leaving them with but a small fragment. Reluctantly, Han Li allowed them to substitute with other rare materials, thus returning the ancient lamp. He had no true intention of retaining it. While the lamp was undoubtedly wondrous, it was also a hot commodity. Keeping it for even a single day would invite incessant scrutiny from numerous Mulan sorcerers. Prolonging possession of it would inevitably lead to trouble, so it was best to part with it swiftly. Chapter 781. The sudden turn of events in Nangong after returning the ancient lamp. Although he refrained from mentioning anything, the Mulan sorcerers returned the two previously seized treasures, the Zicheng pouch and the flower basket. Along with the materials. It appeared that the Mulan were quite aware that maintaining a long-term presence in Tiannan would require careful diplomacy. They could not afford to offend high-ranking cultivators like Han Li. Their gesture of returning the ancient treasures was likely an attempt to avoid inciting his grievances. After all, a young cultivator of his caliber Possessing such formidable abilities was indeed a source of caution even for the Mulan Divine Masters. As soon as he retrieved the ancient treasures, Hanli gifted the Zicheng pouch to Yingyu. Although she could only utilize this treasure in her fox demon form, she had recently achieved several commendable feats. Hanli, not one to be stingy, felt it appropriate to acknowledge her contributions. The Zicheng pouch suited her remarkably well, making it an ideal reward. Uncertain whether it was due to the news of their alliance with the Mulan, the 2U people hesitated momentarily, despite dispatching numerous cultivators to the grassland's edge. They refrained from launching an immediate attack, choosing instead to silently observe the movements of Tian and the Mulan. It seemed they would not stir up trouble in the near future. However, the more cautious the 2U appeared, the heavier the hearts of Ji Yang and Long Han grew. Their serious demeanor indicated that they had significant intentions, likely aiming to target Tian. As the standoff threatened to become protracted, the disciples of the various sects in Tian could not afford to remain idle for long. After considerable discussion, they decided to implement a rotational system akin to that of the former Nine Nations Alliance. Every sect would dispatch elite disciples to take turns stationed near the Mulan territories. In the event of a 2U attack, these disciples could swiftly provide support to the Mulan. The remaining cultivators would then return to their respective sects. As an elder of the Falling Cloud sect, Hanli, alongside Brother L, had many matters to attend to. It was only after most disciples had departed that he was able to make his own exit and return to the Falling Cloud sect. Brother L still had some affairs to handle and would be delayed for a while longer. Thus, Hanli set off on his journey homeward. Along the way, he made no delays, utilizing the wind chariot to hasten his travel, significantly shortening his journey. However, upon entering the Shi Kingdom, he stowed the chariot away to avoid drawing undue attention. Now, a distance of over 100 miles seems to vanish in an instant for Hanli. As he catches sight of the shadow of Yunming Mountain from afar, the beautiful visage of Nangong involuntarily surfaces in his mind, bringing a smile of joy to his face. What is happening? Within a seldom visited secret chamber of the Falling Cloud sect, Hanli gazes at the silver-haired elder and, with each word, expresses his fury, his countenance radiating a menacing aura. Upon returning to the Falling Cloud sect, before he could even reach his cave abode, he was intercepted by the silver-haired elder and brought to this chilling chamber. Here, Hanli is taken aback to find Nangong. However, she has transformed into a girl of merely 7 or 8 years. Encased within an ice wall exuding a chilling aura, her eyes tightly shut, oblivious to her surroundings. How could Hanli not be filled with rage and alarm? Cough. If only you had returned half a month earlier. The elder says with a bitter smile, slowly explaining, Nangong's predicament occurred merely half a month ago. If you had been present, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Fortunately, she is not in immediate danger. The only affliction is a soul-binding curse of the demonic path within her body. We can only employ this method to delay the onset of the curse. Soul-binding curse. How could one fall victim to such a sinister spell? Was this secret art long lost in the southern heavens? Upon hearing the elder's words, Hanli is momentarily stunned, but then, as if a realization strikes him, suspicion clouds his expression, noticing Hanli's apparent deductions. The silver-haired elder refrains from pressing him further and recounts in detail the events that befell Nangong. It turns out that on a certain morning half a month ago, Nangong, as was her custom, ventured to a nearby hill to collect the yin dew of heaven and earth for her cultivation of the cycle of rebirth technique. Unexpectedly, upon her arrival, a man clad in black robes appeared without a word. Without hesitation, he unleashed a formidable demonic technique, shattering several protective treasures of Nangong. In a state of shock, she cried out for help and desperately fled towards her cave. By the time the silver-haired elder and the disciples of the Falling Clouds sect arrived, it was already too late. The assailant had lightly touched her between the brows, and she collapsed. In a state of horror, the elder immediately led all the disciples to confront the black-robed man. However, upon seeing the multitude of disciples from the Falling Clouds sect, he exhibited no intention of confrontation. With a cold laugh, he discarded a jade slip to the ground and swiftly fled like lightning, evading pursuit. The elder, disregarding everything else, hurriedly brought Nangong back to the sect for treatment, only to discover that she had indeed been afflicted by the legendary soul-binding curse. This sinister technique, which had been lost to the demonic path in the southern heavens for many years, once forcibly implanted, gradually seals the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the victim. Depending on the victim's cultivation level, their essence will slowly dissipate under the curse's binding, rendering them a mere shell of their former selves. This method is a particularly vicious tactic employed by the demonic path against enemies. Upon recognizing this curse, the elder was understandably horrified, yet found himself at a loss for a solution. Just then, however, Nangong Wan began to awaken on her own. Upon discovering that she had fallen victim to the soul-sealing curse, Nangong Wan, despite her pallid complexion, promptly devised a temporary solution. She resolved to utilize a certain divine ability from the reincarnation decision to momentarily encase herself in an icy seal. This sealing not only rendered Nangong Wan's body utterly restrained, but also significantly postponed the onset of the soul-sealing curse. Thus, when she appeared before Han Li, she was in such a state. After the elder finished his discourse, he retrieved 2 jade slips from his person and handed them to Han Li. One was left by the black-robed man who had attacked his junior sister, while the other contained words specifically left for his junior brother before she cast her sealing technique. You may examine it first, junior brother, the elder Chung sighed as he spoke, with a somber expression. Han Li accepted the 2 jade slips, briefly scrutinizing them before he focused on the slip left by Nangong Wan. Moments later, as he immersed himself in the contents of the slip, a peculiar expression crossed Han Li's face, one of both concern and relief. This caused the silver-haired elder, who was observing Han Li, to be momentarily taken aback. The jade slip had been expressly designated for Han Li by Nangong Wan, and the elder had refrained from perusing it himself. After all, tampering with the jade slip to allow someone else to view it would be a trivial task to uncover. The elder would not engage in such imprudent behavior over a minor matter. With Han Li's powers becoming increasingly evident and his reputation rising, the elder's perception of him had transformed dramatically. After finishing the examination of Nangong Wan's jade slip, Han Li inhaled deeply before lowering his gaze to the other blood-red slip. However, mere moments later, his expression darkened considerably. Finally, in a fit of rage, he rubbed his hands together violently, igniting a surge of purple flames that erupted within his grasp. The jade slip was instantly reduced to a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace. The silver-haired elder, witnessing this scene, felt a chill of astonishment. While these jade slips were not meticulously crafted, to so carelessly obliterate one was beyond his capability. It seemed that the rumors surrounding Han Li were largely true. He possessed abilities that surpassed those of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Indeed, he had proven to be an extraordinary asset for the Fallen Cloud sect. While the elder was internally astounded, Han Li pondered for a moment before inquiring. Elder Chung, you have also encountered the assailant. Can you describe his appearance and cultivation level? I wish to ascertain if he is the same individual I am aware of. I did catch a glimpse of his appearance. He was quite handsome, a young man with well-defined features. As for his cultivation, it appeared that he had employed some sort of technique to obscure it. My own abilities are rather limited, preventing me from discerning the truth. However, he must be at least of mid-stage nascent soul. Otherwise, he would not have so easily defeated Nangong Daoist. The elder replied without hesitation that a young man. Han Li's gaze flickered with surprise. Indeed, however, given his cultivation, it is likely he has consumed some sort of elixir or practices a cultivation method that grants a youthful appearance. Yet, he is likely to be at least a decade or 2 older than you. As individuals as young as yourself capable of forming a nascent soul are exceedingly rare in this world. However, junior brother, I have also perused the jade slip he left behind. He actually demands that you take the golden thunder bamboo treasure to Shantian Peak to meet him. Could it be that this individual is truly a demonic cultivator from the Jin Kingdom? Do you indeed possess a supreme treasure forged from golden thunder bamboo? The elder could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. I cannot be entirely certain if he is the one. However, even if he is not, he must be connected to this person. Without a doubt, he is a demonic cultivator from the Inluo sect of the Jin Kingdom. Initially, I believed they sought to avenge the grievances from the border war against my fellow disciples. Yet, I never anticipated that they coveted my golden thunder bamboo treasure instead. It seems that my failure to eliminate their accomplices has led them to seek me out regardless. This time, I have inadvertently implicated one. As for the golden thunder bamboo treasure, it is true that you possess one. Junior brother, Han Li stated calmly, the anger on his face dissipating, though his gaze grew even more frigid and piercing. It is no wonder then. With a treasure like golden thunder bamboo, specifically designed to counter demonic arts, it is understandable that they would be tempted. Furthermore, they are not cultivators from Artian Nan, which allows them to act with greater impunity. How about this? I shall invite other allied cultivators to join forces in searching for this individual. That I refuse to believe that these demonic cultivators from the Jin Kingdom can act with such lawlessness within the territory of our Falling Cloud sect. The silver-haired elder was equally incensed by the audacity of the cloaked figure to inflict harm at the gates of the Falling Cloud sect. This suggestion was indeed made from the heart. Chapter 782. The Secret Chamber of Sword Refinement. If my conjecture about this person is accurate, his cultivation is profound and enigmatic, a figure who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Master Mulan. Ordinary cultivators would be utterly helpless against him, potentially provoking his ferocity. Moreover, he possesses methods to lift the soul-binding curse, and I do not wish to alarm him prematurely. Han Li shook his head and said slowly, to be comparable to Master Mulan. Could he be a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? If so, junior brother, you absolutely cannot go alone. It is far too perilous. We should rather summon the Dragon Han couple for assistance. The silver-haired elder exclaimed in horror. Although the two friends, Long Han and Feng Bing, could contend with such an individual, a round trip would take at least 3 to 4 months, which is too long. That person has only granted me a 2-month window in the Jade Slip, clearly calculating my return date. He simply did not expect my swift return. I must contemplate this matter carefully before deciding how to respond. The most crucial point is that I must find a way to obtain the method to lift the soul-binding curse, Han Li said after taking a deep breath, regaining his composure. Very well. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. All disciples within the sect can be freely deployed. The silver-haired elder nodded in agreement. Thank you, senior brother. According to Warner's Jade Slip, the divine ability she employed could theoretically postpone the activation of the soul-binding curse by nearly a century. However, no one has ever tested its actual efficacy. I am indeed quite concerned. Han Li murmured as he gazed at the vividly depicted girl in the ice wall, worry etched across his face. There is no need for you to fret excessively, junior brother. I do not believe that the Nangguang girl bears the visage of one destined for an early demise. She will surely overcome this tribulation. How about this? I will begin searching through some ancient texts from today onward to see if I can find a method to dispel this toxic curse. Perhaps there is no need to seek out the man in the black robe. The elder said comfortingly after a moment of contemplation. I appreciate your efforts, senior brother. If you have no objections, I would like to remain here alone for a while. I hope you do not take offense. Han Li said with a forced smile. That is perfectly acceptable. I shall take my leave to the library. Then, junior brother, please keep my sister-in-law company for a bit, the silver-haired elder replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly understanding. With that, the elder exited the secret chamber, closing the stone door behind him. Inside, only Han Li and the girl encased in ice remained. Han Li then turned his gaze towards the ice wall, a look of solitude crossing his face as he let out a long sigh. For an entire day and night, Han Li remained in the secret chamber without venturing outside. When the silver-haired elder returned from the library and found Han Li still inside, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern. After waiting another half-day, unable to shake his worry, he was about to break down the door when Han Li finally emerged with a calm demeanor. Junior brother Han, are you well? The elder inquired, his face filled with astonishment. Seeing the elder waiting outside, Han Li felt a warmth in his heart and replied apologetically, I'm fine. I was merely contemplating strategies for confrontation within. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. With a month and a half remaining until the deadline set by that individual, I intend to enter seclusion for preparation. Unless there are pressing matters, there is no need for you to seek me out. Entering seclusion now. Is such a brief period truly beneficial? The silver-haired elder remarked, momentarily perplexed. I have acquired some essence of metal during my recent outing and plan to reforge my original magical artifacts. This will undoubtedly enhance their potency for future confrontations. It should not take too much time. Han Li replied vaguely. I see, then. Please feel free to enter seclusion. Junior brother. I shall inform the disciples of the sect not to disturb you. The elder assured, finally comprehending the situation. Furthermore, since this ice wall is formed, I shall not recklessly relocate it, as it could potentially cause harm. However, I will set up several defensive formations around the secret chamber to ensure Warner's safety. I must trouble you to keep an eye on things, senior brother, Han Li said earnestly. Rest assured, junior brother. Regarding the incident involving Taoist Nangguang at our Falling Cloud sect, as the Grand Elder, I bear my share of responsibility. I have designated this area as a forbidden zone, ensuring no ordinary disciples may approach. Your sister-in-law's safety is certainly guaranteed, the silver-haired elder stated confidently, evidently having considered this matter as well. If that is the case, I shall feel at ease. There is no time to waste. I will set up the formations now and then immediately enter seclusion, Han Li declared, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Half a day later, Hanli emerged from the elder's presence and returned to his own cave-dwelling. To his surprise, Mu Peeling was waiting outside, evidently having learned of his return. A flicker of astonishment crossed Hanli's face. But he nonetheless welcomed her into the cave. Is Sister Nangong all right? I heard she was injured, but I have received no concrete news, and I have been worried ever since, Mu Peeling asked anxiously before even taking a seat in the hall. What is this? You and Wana are getting along splendidly? Hanli inquired calmly after settling into the main seat. Yes, we are getting along quite well. Sister Nangong possesses an exceptionally gentle temperament during the absence of the young master. She has graciously offered me guidance in my cultivation on numerous occasions, from which I have greatly benefited, remarked Mu Peeling without hesitation. Hanli fell into silence for a moment, then revealed a wry smile. Hearing you say that, I should indeed feel pleased. However, with Wana currently ensnared by the soul-sealing curse and trapped within its confines, I find it exceedingly difficult to experience joy. Yet, in merely a few months apart, your cultivation has evidently progressed significantly, which clearly indicates your unwavering dedication to practice. This brings me much solace. Now, I must retreat for over a month to devise a means of breaking Wano's deadly curse, the soul-sealing curse. Such a nefarious enchantment poses considerable trouble. Young master, surely you possess a solution? Mu Peeling inquired, astonished. What solution could there be? We can only confront the one who cast the curse, once he falls into my grasp. I shall certainly devise a method to compel him to divulge the antidote, Hanli replied, his expression suddenly darkening. Upon hearing this, Mu Peeling could only furrow her brows in concern. At that moment, Hanli's rather fortunate disciple, Lu Yu, arrived at the door. Besides greeting her master, she also inquired about the situation concerning Nangong Wan. With her keen intellect, she had long since endeavored to cultivate a good rapport with Nangong Wan. The future mistress, seeing her presence, Hanli had no intention of withholding any information and briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding the soul-sealing curse, which moved Lu Yu deeply. However, given her cultivation and understanding, she too found herself at a loss. Hanli, lacking the inclination to engage in further conversation with the two women, began to see them off after a brief discussion. Naturally, neither of them would wish to create disturbances at such a time, and they promptly exited the cave abode in an orderly manner. Yet, just outside the cave's entrance, Lu Yu, with a playful glint in her eyes, suddenly remarked to Mu Peeling that you are a favored concubine of the master. It seems you still retain your maiden status. No wonder the master treats you as a guest. With your beauty, could he remain unmoved? Or is there some hidden complexity within the newly arrived Mistress Nangong? In terms of beauty, could very well surpass you. You should take heed. What do you mean by that? Mu Peeling, taken aback, felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she attempted to clarify, but the person before her let out a light laugh and transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the void. Mu Peeling stood in a daze for a while before suddenly stomping her foot and taking flight on her spiritual vessel. Once Hanli observed the departure of the two women, he finally had the opportunity to inspect the medicinal garden and the insect chamber. Everything appeared normal, prompting him to promptly enter the secret chamber with some refining materials. He intended to employ the fire of his nascent soul to infuse the essence of metal into 36 flying swords. Speaking of which, his metal essence, aside from what he procured from the Supreme Yang beings and those obtained through negotiations with Mulan, had been further supplemented by a small piece that Long Han had managed to acquire through the influence of the Heavenly Dao Alliance before returning from Tianyi City. Thus, there was more than enough essence to incorporate into the 30 swords. Adding the materials into the already refined magical artifacts was not a particularly complex task. However, accomplishing all this within the span of a mere month felt exceedingly rushed. Hanli could only commit himself fully to the endeavor. Only by cultivating a partial formation of the great metal sword array could he hope to contend with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The black-robed man who cast the soul-binding spell on Nangong Wan was likely the leader of the Yin Luo sect. He needed to extract the method to break the curse from the other party. For this half-completed Great Gung sword array was his ultimate trump card against him. With this thought in mind, Hanli reached for a storage pouch at his waist, removing it and presenting it to the air. As the pouch's mouth shimmered with radiant light, several pieces of Gung essence of varying sizes materialized upon the ground beneath him. He then retrieved another pouch containing auxiliary materials, placing them similarly at his feet. Hanli settled into a cross-legged position and pointed at the smallest piece of Gung essence. The pale golden stone immediately levitated and gently soared toward him. Hanli, unwavering in his focus, waited until it hovered precisely 3 feet before him, motionless, before forming a hand seal and exhaling a brilliant azure flame. With a soft pop, the azure flame struck the Gung Essence stone, enveloping it instantaneously. As Hanli recited the incantation, the azure flame blazed even more fervently, causing the stone to gradually dissolve within its fiery embrace. A grave expression settled upon Hanli's face as he fixated on the transformation, not daring to blink. After a full half-hour, most of the impurities had transformed into a milky white liquid, dripping onto the ground. The Gung Essence stone had become a semi-transparent entity, its volume reduced by more than half. Observing this, Hanli flicked his sleeve, casually summoning a jade box from the ground. The lid opened of its own accord, revealing a glimmering silver powder within. This powder swiftly morphed into a silver serpent, which darted into the transparent liquid suspended in the air. The azure light intensified as the semi-transparent liquid emitted a silvery glow. Hanli executed several hand gestures, causing them to vanish into the mixture. Suddenly, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The transparent liquid began to split and morph, forming 6 beads the size of a thumb. Hanli inhaled deeply, then bit his tongue, spitting forth a drop of essence blood. As the blood touched the surface of the beads, they absorbed it completely, leaving no trace behind. Immediately, the color of the beads transformed dramatically, shifting to a golden hue, reminiscent of crafted gold. Witnessing this, Hanli's spirit lifted. He opened his mouth once more, sending forth a beam of azure light that spiraled and settled before him. A miniaturized sword, shimmering with ethereal light, measuring merely a few inches. Hanli directed a beam of golden light from one of the Gung Essence beads toward the mini-sword, which then melted and evenly coated its surface. The tiny sword now sparkled resplendently. Hanli raised his brows, pointed at the ground several times, and various auxiliary materials flew toward the flying sword, merging into it in a peculiar manner. He then beckoned the sword, which instantly soared into his palm. With a soft hiss, a swirl of azure flame manifested, enveloping the flying sword. Hanli gradually closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual sense to manipulate the azure flame, commencing the refining process. Only by thoroughly integrating the Gung Essence infused with his blood into the flying sword, rendering them indistinguishable, could the forging be deemed complete. As time passed day by day, Hanli tirelessly forged the Qingzhu Fengyan sword in the secluded chamber, scarcely taking a moment's respite, were it not for his possession of the 10,000-year spiritual liquid, which allowed him to swiftly replenish his expended magical energy. He would have found it exceedingly difficult to persist under such relentless conditions. Outside the cave, with the appointed day of the enigmatic figure in the black robe drawing near, anxiety began to mount among those privy to the situation, particularly for the silver-haired elder, who was most agitated. Just the day prior, a message had been conveyed via a flying sword, delivering a jade slip to the Fallen Cloud sect, detailing the precise location where Hanli was to meet. This location was not only treacherous but also quite distant from Yuming Mountain. Should Hanli remain in seclusion any longer, he would surely be unable to arrive in time. As the silver-haired elder fidgeted restlessly in the side hall of the council chamber, Hanli's silhouette appeared silently at the entrance. "Junior brother, you've emerged from seclusion. Have you completed the crafting of the magical artifact?" The elder exclaimed in surprise upon sensing Hanli's presence. "I have barely finished the forging," Hanli replied. "Senior brother, I have heard that the individual has once again sent a jade slip detailing the location of our meeting. Is that true?" Compared to a month prior, Hanli's demeanor now bore an air of calm as he inquired in a steady tone. "Indeed, he has summoned you to meet at the peak of Tianjia Mountain. Here is the jade slip he sent. You may examine it." The silver-haired elder nodded, tossing a green jade slip toward Hanli. Upon receiving it, Hanli immediately immersed his consciousness within, swiftly scanning its contents. "Humph. He insists that I go alone and must take the Jinlei bamboo artifact. It seems he has conducted a thorough investigation into my affairs, including those concerning Wanner. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such confidence." Hanli remarked with a cold snort, a flicker of sternness crossing his visage. Given the other party's formidable abilities, uncovering the matters between Junior Brother and the Nangong sister without detection would indeed be a trivial task. After all, lower-tier cultivators could hardly conceal anything from such powerful demonic practitioners. "However, Junior Brother, I cannot allow you to venture forth alone into danger. I have already arranged for several allies, including the Fire Dragon Youth and a handful of others. At the appointed time, you shall proceed first, while the rest of us will follow closely behind. The moment he appears, we will all strike together, ensuring that he understands that our Shi country is not a place one can come and go at will." The silver-haired elder declared vehemently, "Senior Brother, your plan is commendable. Yet, this individual is likely to be on guard. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for you and the others to accompany me, should he underestimate the situation or become overly arrogant." It would be an opportunity to eliminate him. Han Li pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The prospect of having assistance was indeed a welcome one. Let us finalize the arrangements then. Though Tianju Peak is exceptionally lofty, it presents no challenge to us cultivators. I will mark you with a tracking sigil, ensuring that if the adversary proves too formidable, you can simply delay for time. And I, along with my companions, will arrive in due course. The silver-haired elder advised earnestly. I am truly grateful for your effort in this matter, senior brother. This kindness, Han Li shall repay, he stated, a rare expression of gratitude escaping the usually reticent Han Li. Haha, junior brother, you are one of us in the Falling Cloud sect. There is no need for such formalities. Time is of the essence, the elder replied with a chuckle. Han Shidi, it would be wise for you to make some preparations. For you must depart this evening to ensure your timely arrival at Tian's Hushin, remarked the silver-haired elder with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement and took his leave as he observed Han Li's retreating figure. The elder sighed softly, a knowing smile gracing his face. The fact that Han Li had spoken those words indicated that his efforts had not been in vain. Surely, after his impending demise, this Han Shidi would remember this favor and wholeheartedly support the Luoyan sect. A sense of relief washed over the silver-haired elder. However, after a moment's contemplation, he pressed a hand to his storage pouch, producing several talismans. He then tossed them into the air, which immediately transformed into streaks of red light that darted out of the side hall. These communication talismans, sent out to the friends residing in the reception pavilion days earlier, would surely gather here shortly. The elder sat in a chair, his expression pensive and unmoving. As night fell, Han Li bid farewell to the silver-haired elder and departed from Yunmeng Mountain, heading straight towards Tian's Hushin, a journey that would take a full day. An hour after Han Li's departure, the silver-haired elder, along with the Fire Dragon Boy and several other Yuanying elders, quietly left the Luoyan sect, discreetly following behind. To conserve his spiritual energy, Han Li's transformation into azure light was merely average in speed. As he flew forward, he toyed with a small golden sword that measured 2 to 3 inches in length. One of the 36 Qingzhou Fenggan swords mixed with gung essence. For some unknown reason, the flying sword had transformed entirely into a reddish-golden hue after the infusion of gung essence. If memory served him correctly, while gung essence altered the surface color of treasures during the refining process, it was expected that once the treasures were fully crafted and the essence permeated their interiors, they would revert to their original color. Yet, these 36 swords retained their golden hue until the very end, leaving Han Li somewhat astonished. Remarkably, the power of these flying swords remained unaffected. Indeed, Han Li sensed that the gung essence appeared to be even more potent than rumored. His tests revealed that it had significantly enhanced the sword's power by nearly 30%. With their sharpness far surpassing that of the past, Han Li was confident that if treasures of lesser quality were to clash with these swords, they would likely be rendered worthless with a single strike. His heart brimmed with joy, yet a veil of perplexity lingered. Ultimately, he pondered the primary material for the flying swords, golden thunder bamboo, and another rare material previously mixed in, refined crystal. Each of these materials was exceedingly rare. Could it be that the infusion of gung essence had induced some unforeseen transformation? After deliberating for quite some time, Han Li could only offer himself that explanation, since matters were progressing favorably. He chose not to dwell on them further and redirected his focus entirely to the great gung sword array. This divine technique required no special cultivation on his part and was effortlessly executed. In a hidden chamber, Han Li conducted a brief test of the sword array's power, which left him utterly astounded. The might of this sword array confirmed that the golden page had not exaggerated in the slightest. Although he could currently only form a simpler version of the great gung sword array, the array's marvelous nature had already left Han Li in awe, significantly boosting his confidence for the forthcoming endeavor. Otherwise, why would he approach the other party with such sincerity? The soul-sealing curse cast upon Nangong one must indeed be unraveled. However, without the great gung sword array, Han Li would not willingly march towards his own demise, becoming a mere pawn for others. Of course, whether he could contend with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator remains uncertain, as he had never truly engaged in combat with one. Nevertheless, when it comes to mid-stage nascent soul practitioners, if ensnared within this sword array, Han Li possessed at least a % certainty of being able to trap or even annihilate his opponent, provided he wielded such formidable powers. At the very least, he would be more than capable of safeguarding himself against late-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, ascertaining the method to dispel the soul-sealing curse from the adversary posed quite a conundrum. Han Li could only proceed by meeting the enigmatic figure in the black robe and adapt to the situation as it unfolded. With a soft sigh, Han Li's hand flickered with golden light, causing the small sword to vanish from sight, and he then scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. He did not detect the presence of the silver-haired elder and his companions, which did not surprise him. To avoid being spied upon by the figure in black, they would undoubtedly maintain a considerable distance, relying solely on secret techniques for tracking. After all, the opponent could potentially be a late-stage demonic cultivator, necessitating extreme caution to prevent their tracks from being discovered and inadvertently leading to their own downfall. Tianzhi Mountain, situated on the western edge of Yumeng Mountain, is a solitary, steep peak soaring over 10,000 zhang high. Hence its name. From a distance, one could see that a third of the mountain was shrouded in mist, presenting an awe-inspiring and perilous sight. Surrounding the mountain was a landscape of low hills, and standing midway up the slope, one could survey the entirety of the nearby terrain. This might have been one of the reasons the figure in black chose this location. However, as Han Li approached within 100 miles of the mountain, he immediately sensed a strand of spiritual awareness enveloping him. This presence seemed formidable, though it appeared to be at the level of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Yet, Han Li dared not let his guard down. Who could say if the opponent was deliberately concealing part of their strength to create a false impression? Thus, feigning ignorance of the probing spiritual awareness, he continued his methodical ascent towards the summit of Tianzhi Mountain. Almost simultaneously, atop a certain piece of green stone at the peak of Tianzhi Mountain, a figure in black robes opened his tightly shut eyes and coldly gazed in the direction Han Li was approaching. "You have finally arrived," he murmured. "It seems my intelligence was not erroneous after all. Indeed, your connection with that female cultivator is quite extraordinary," he muttered quietly to himself. Chapter 784. The young man in black robes. "However, I may have overestimated him," the figure in black murmured again, glancing at a nearby location. There stood an exceedingly rudimentary teleportation array, and the figure's gaze flickered with intensity. Once he sensed Han Li was merely several dozen miles away, he abruptly rose and strode towards the teleportation array. Moments later, he vanished amidst a flash of white light. Han Li, too, sensed the movement of the figure in black, originally approaching cautiously. Suddenly, when the presence he had been attuned to vanished entirely, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Could it be that this individual employed a method of concealment to ambush him? With this thought in mind, Han Li's demeanor shifted, and he proceeded with utmost vigilance. However, as he carefully approached the summit of Tianzhi Mountain and beheld the conspicuous teleportation array, his expression altered dramatically. Moreover, as his gaze shifted, he noticed a newly erected green stone slab beside the teleportation array. Etched upon the surface with a sharp blade were 4 small characters, each approximately an inch in size, distinctly clear. "Time waits for no one." Upon softly reciting these words, Han Li's expression soured, his heart silently cursing the cunning of his adversary. Despite his profound mastery of formations, he could discern at a glance that such a rudimentary teleportation array could not transport him to a distant location. Yet, the very simplicity of it posed a grave risk. If he were to be carelessly sent to a place where his opponent had laid a trap, it would indeed be akin to walking into the lion's den. Even more troubling was the uncertainty of whether the silver-haired elder and his companions could locate him after such a transmission. Judging by the message inscribed upon the stone tablet, it was evident they were not inclined to confront him at this moment. Nor did they grant him the opportunity for negotiation. Should he delay too long, it was entirely possible that they might resolutely abandon their pursuit, which would spell dire consequences for him. He could not afford to gamble on whether they would actually take such a course of action. After all, he had annihilated the consort of the Yin Luo sect's leader. Should the incoming party happen to be this demonic sect's master, such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. It seemed that if he wished to uncover a means to dispel the soul-sealing curse, he had no choice but to take the risk. Han Li's countenance fluctuated between light and shadow for a considerable time before he finally reached a resolution. He scanned the surrounding area with his divine sense to ascertain that no other demonic cultivators were lurking nearby. And then he produced a communication talisman, whispering a few words before sending it forth as a red flash in the direction from whence he came. Without further hesitation, he retrieved a spirit beast pouch from his waist, summoning it into the air. The 3-colored devouring gold insect surged forth, coalescing into a tricolored battle armor that adorned Han Li's form. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a blue shield shot out, positioning itself before him as a protective barrier. In his other hand, a flicker of white light revealed a delicate silk handkerchief, which appeared almost ethereal. Han Li gazed down at the handkerchief, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through his eyes. This handkerchief was the treasured protective charm gifted to him by Nangong Wan on that fateful day. Gently caressing its smooth surface with his fingers, he stood silently for a moment. Yet, after a brief interval, Han Li raised his hand and enveloped himself in several layers of protective barriers. With a shimmer, he stepped into the teleportation array. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand, casting a spell upon one corner of the array. A blinding white light erupted, and in an instant, Han Li vanished without a trace from the teleportation formation. Thousands of miles away from Tianj Mountain, in the center of a serene lake, on an unnamed isle, a white spiritual light flickered to life at a certain point on the island, and Han Li's figure materialized. Almost immediately upon his arrival, disregarding the disorientation from the teleportation, he instinctively activated the blue shield before him, which expanded dramatically, shielding most of his form. Yet, upon sensing no immediate threat, his heart steadied as he surveyed his surroundings. Do not worry, I would not resort to ambushing a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator like yourself. However, I have heard that you are no ordinary early-stage practitioner. A voice, unfamiliar yet intriguing, resonated from a distance. Upon hearing the sound, Han Li's heart stirred. This was certainly not the voice of the Yin Luo sect's leader. Could it be that another demonic cultivator was behind this? A look of surprise flickered in Han Li's eyes as he turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. There, standing 30 paces away, was a young man clad in black robes, appearing to be in his 20s, with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing him. Although Han Li had never encountered the true visage of the leader of the Yin Luo sect, it was evident, both in stature and voice, that this individual was undoubtedly not the black-robed man who had battled against the old demon of Yihuan during the border conflict. If there is no intention to ambush, then why resort to such tactics as placing a soul-binding curse upon my companion? As Han Li scanned the surroundings, he found himself unable to discern the cultivation level of the figure before him, causing his eyes to narrow slightly, his vigilance unwavering. Yet, he could not refrain from delivering a cold mockery. At that moment, everything in the vicinity was within his sight. This was the edge of a swampy region, with muddy pools scattered around, an unsettling dampness pervading the air, while not far off lay a cluster of stunted trees. The faint sound of rippling water could be heard from a lake in the distance. Han Li furrowed his brow momentarily, only to relax it again as he sensed the unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy, confirming the presence of some kind of restriction, although he surmised it was unlikely to be an overly formidable formation. Having been transported to this location, he had completely lost the advantage of terrain. Without resorting to such means, would Han Daoist have so willingly come here? Though I possess a modicum of divine abilities, I would not be so arrogant as to confront your entire sect. The youth spoke calmly, showing no sign of anger. You are not the leader of the Yin Luo sect. Han Li fixed his gaze upon the other, suddenly shifting his line of questioning. What? Do I bear any resemblance to your sect's leader? The black-robed youth chuckled softly, replying leisurely, not in appearance, but the ease with which you infiltrated our Luo Yun sect and inflicted harm upon others while departing unscathed is quite remarkable. I am genuinely unaware that our sect harbored an individual of your caliber. Might I inquire why you did not appear during the great battle? Han Li seemed somewhat perplexed, yet it was as if he were conversing with himself. While I would very much like to elucidate matters to Han Daoist, my purpose in bringing you here was not to recount my background. I asked your golden thunder bamboo treasure in your possession. The youth smiled enigmatically. Upon hearing this, Han Li fixed a cold glare upon him, remaining silent. Ahem, if Han Daoist intends to buy time, I fear you may be disappointed. The teleportation array I have set up is a specialized one that only permits 2 uses. Once utilized twice, the array on the other end will self-destruct. Without half a day's time, they will be utterly unable to trace their way here. I believe half a day is ample time to resolve matters between us. The black-robed youth asserted with unwavering confidence. If you wish to ascertain whether the golden thunder bamboo treasure is in my possession, perhaps you should first enlighten me on how to lift the soul-binding curse? A glint of cold light flickered in Han Li's eyes, though his tone softened slightly. The method to lift the soul-binding curse resides within this jade slip. However, first, you must present the golden thunder bamboo treasure for my inspection. I am unlike the leader of my sect that I merely desire the golden thunder bamboo. Your vendetta against him is of no concern to me, and I have no desire to involve myself in this matter. The youth's smile faded, and with a flick of his hand, a pitch-black jade slip appeared within his grasp. He then gazed at Han Li with a significant expression. Of course, while the golden thunder bamboo treasure is indeed of great importance, I place even greater value upon my companion. Han Li raised his brows, speaking without hesitation. He then brought his hands together before his chest and gently parted them, a crackling sound echoing forth. And amidst a delicate golden arc, a small green arrow materialized in his hand. Han Li pinched the arrow between his two fingers, casting an expressionless glance at the young man. Upon witnessing this scene, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in the young man's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly flicked his wrist. Instantly, the black jade slip in his hand began to drift lazily towards Han Li. Its speed remarkably slow, as if it were being pulled by an invisible thread. Han Li was initially taken aback, but soon understood the other party's intention. He chose not to speak, instead tossing his own small arrow, which floated towards the young man with a similar languidness, akin to an ox pulling a cart. Although both were manipulating their respective items, their gazes remained fixed upon each other's faces, not a blink to be seen. As the two objects passed each other, both Han Li and the young man secretly exhaled a breath of relief, their expressions slightly easing. Almost simultaneously, they grasped the objects that had flown towards them, hastily inspecting them. Upon closer examination, both displayed bitter smiles. Is this truly your golden thunder bamboo treasure? The young man in black robe sneered, his hands suddenly rubbing together, conjuring silvery flames that instantly reduced the azure arrow in his grasp to ashes. I too have never heard of any foundational 5-element technique in the cultivation world capable of dispelling the soul-sealing curse. Han Li, impassive, summoned blue flames in his hand, causing the jade slip to freeze instantly, shattering into countless glimmering particles, vanishing without a trace. It appears we cannot trust one another. The young man continued. I shall inquire once more, Taoist Han. Are you willing to relinquish the golden thunder bamboo treasure? If you hand it over, I will turn and leave, and will immediately provide a method to heal your companion. Otherwise, after eliminating you, I shall still be able to locate this treasure. It is not an ancient relic. You must carry it with you. The expression of the young man darkened, emanating a menacing aura, his face revealing a hint of savagery. What a coincidence. Your thoughts align closely with mine, since it was you who employed the soul-sealing curse. The method to lift it must also reside within your mind. Once I eliminate you, I can similarly search your primordial spirit for the answers I seek. Han Li exhaled lightly, his voice icy. To probe my soul, you are the first in centuries to dare speak to me in such a manner. I shall ensure you are left with a complete corpse. The young man in black, consumed by rage, laughed derisively. With a wave of his hand, several incantations flew outward. A deafening roar erupted nearby, as 7 blinding white pillars of light soared into the sky, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. From each of the 7 pillars, silver-scaled dragons emerged, rearing their heads in unison. This is bad. It's the 7 dragon stakes. Master, quickly evade, before Han Li could discern the nature of these 7 orbs. He heard Yu's terrified voice, filled with dread. Chapter 785. The initial unveiling of the sword array. Although Han Li was unfamiliar with the so-called 7 dragon stakes, the panic in Yu's voice tightened his heart. With a flick of his sleeve, 36 azure bamboo bee cloud swords emitted a resonant hum, all flying out from his sleeve like fish swimming. Aware that his opponent was no ordinary demonic cultivator, Han Li had no intention of probing his depth slowly with other methods. He directly unleashed his newly refined flying swords, intending to strike decisively against the foe. The 36 swords, each about a foot long and glowing with golden light, circled above Han Li's head as he unleashed a series of incantations upon them. Suddenly, all the golden light quivered gently a few times, immediately splitting into hundreds of identical sword lights, radiating brilliance. Just as Han Li intended to invoke the spell to form the Grand Gung sword array with these sword lights, the 7 luminous pillars surrounding him preemptively launched their assault. The silver serpents atop the pillars simultaneously turned their heads towards Han Li at the center, their jaws agape, shimmering with silver light as if something were about to be expelled from their mouths. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li tapped the blue shield before him, with a flicker of spiritual light. The artifact transformed into a misty blue curtain, enveloping him entirely. With his other hand, he summoned a silken handkerchief, which morphed into a veil of white mist, floating around the water curtain. Simultaneously, a white shadow shot forth from Han Li's sleeve, landing on the ground and transforming into a graceful and enchanting beauty. Yu, embodied in the form of A, had autonomously emerged. Just as Han Li was taken aback, Yu raised her hand, unleashing a burst of purple light. It was the purple cloud pouch. Under Yu's visibly anxious demeanor, the ancient treasure transformed into a purple fire net, establishing an additional layer of protection. A chill ran down Han Li's spine. Despite his 2 layers of defense, Yu deemed it insufficient. Were these 7 dragon pillars truly that formidable? As this thought flickered in Han Li's mind, the 7 silver serpents unleashed a silent barrage of silver light from their mouths. manifesting as 7 tangible silver pillars. These silver beams, as thick as a bowl, darted forward, colliding with the fire net formed by the purple cloud pouch. The silver and purple lights intertwined, and the purple net barely held for a moment before being perforated by 7 gaping holes. Akin to spring sun melting snow, the 7 beams pressed on relentlessly, striking the mist created by the silken handkerchief. Upon contact, the mist surged violently, exhibiting signs of instability. Hanli inhaled sharply, his expression shifting. At this rate, the 3 layers of defense he had established would be shattered in an instant. What kind of attack were these pillars unleashing to be so devastating? Just as Hanli pondered this, Inu, witnessing the scene, instead appeared visibly relieved. It turned out to be a counterfeit. How foolish of me to worry, Inu muttered, her delicate hand forming a seal. With a gentle exhalation, she released a pink orb, the size of a thumb, emitting a fragrant aroma. Subsequently, a melodious incantation flowed from her lips as she pointed a slender finger at the orb. With a soft pop, the orb exploded, transforming into a myriad of dazzling, glimmering powder that rushed towards the surrounding blue water curtain. Hanli was momentarily taken aback, but did not attempt to intervene as the water curtain absorbed the powder. Its spiritual light intensified, and its surface shimmered as if composed of countless small copper mirrors. At this moment, the silver light shattered the outer layer of white mist, unceremoniously striking the final layer of defense. Witnessing this, Hanli felt a surge of tension, yet his incantation remained unbroken. Unbeknownst to him, the sword lights swirling above his head began to vanish one by one in an inexplicable manner. The water curtain emitted a dazzling brilliance, and after a slight tremor, the 7 beams of silver light were actually rebounded amidst the radiance, hurtling back towards the 7 luminous pillars with unerring precision, their speed outpacing their initial assault by a third. This maneuver not only astonished Hanli but also left him utterly astounded. The young man clad in black was utterly unprepared, completely captivated by the presence of the enchanting woman beside Hanli. The mention of the word counterfeit by Inu had not escaped his ears. Momentarily flashing a look of astonishment across his face, the series of thunderous roars resonated, as the 7 beams of light along with the silver dragon above were instantaneously engulfed by a deluge of silver light. Vanishing into nothingness, Hanli stood in a daze, finding it hard to believe that such a formidable treasure could be so easily obliterated. Inu, with a slight pursing of her red lips, revealed a smirk of triumph. It turned out that not only was it a mere imitation, but a half-finished product as well. You truly startled me, she remarked, playfully tapping her ample bosom with her jade hand. Chuckling softly. A half-finished product? How do you know the method to dismantle the 7 dragon pillars? The black-cloaked youth's expression darkened immediately upon witnessing the destruction of the pillars, and he retorted sharply after hearing Inu's words. Although he was aware that the treasure he possessed was certainly not the genuine article rumored, he had also thought that even as a counterfeit, its abilities were rather limited. However, upon hearing Inu's statement, he felt a flicker of belief blooming within him. Upon hearing the youth's words, Inu's bright eyes glimmered, showing no inclination to respond. Instead, she formed a hand seal and cast a spell upon the water curtain. Instantly, the curtain shimmered with radiance, and a cloud of pink mist shot forth, swiftly coalescing back into the original pink orb. Inu opened her lips, releasing a stream of light that enveloped the orb, drawing it back within her spirit core. So it is a fox demon. Yet, its cultivation is only at the 7th level, which is rather peculiar. But this is fortuitous. I am the great Jane. Many cultivators seek a fox demon as a concubine. A shape-shifting fox demon is worth its weight in gold, comparable to the finest treasures of heaven and earth. Indeed, my trip here has not been in vain. Initially enraged, the black-cloaked youth's face soon transformed into one of ecstatic joy after meticulously scanning the water curtain containing Inu and the pink orb with his spiritual sense. Though the young maid longed to accompany her master, it seemed Inu was already claimed by another. It appears I cannot heed your wishes, esteemed elder, she said. Her expression shifting slightly before her eyes sparkled playfully as she covered her mouth with a hand. Smiling, claimed, your master will soon be sent beyond the realm of existence. Accompany me, and I shall spare your life. Do not be foolish. The black-cloaked youth gazed greedily at Inu, casually replying, are you not in your right mind? My master is perfectly fine, yet you begin to cast your eyes on my maid. Perhaps you should take a look around first. Hanli, who had remained stationary all this while, suddenly interjected with a mocking tone. Around. Are you referring to these worthless sword lights? While it is indeed surprising that you can forge so many flying swords simultaneously, you must surely know that a true innate treasure derives its immense power solely from the practitioner's true essence. To forge so many flying swords is a remarkably foolish endeavor. As for conjuring such an abundance of sword lights, it is nothing more than a laughable facade. Such supernatural abilities. What purpose could they serve in a conflict with peers of the same cultivation level? Even if I remained stationary, your sword lights would not be able to harm a single hair on my body, the young man in the black robe disdainfully remarked, casting a sweeping glance at the myriad of sword lights that had suddenly materialized around him. You make a valid point. However, before we proceed, I wish to inquire, my friend, are you a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? If not, then you might as well resign yourself to death. Han Li, with an expression of peculiar intrigue, suddenly revealed a glimmer of murderous intent as he spoke. Simultaneously, he discreetly urged his spell, activating the great gung sword formation that had been meticulously arranged in silence. Upon hearing Han Li's question, the black-robed youth was momentarily taken aback. Only to quickly sense that something was amiss, he hastily flipped his hand, and a short, ebony axe appeared in his palm. The surface of this axe bore faintly visible runes, and the handle was adorned with a vividly carved visage of a ghoul, indicating its extraordinary nature. At that moment, the surrounding golden sword lights resonated in unison, radiating with brilliance, yet they did not immediately strike. Instead, they began to vanish one by one into thin air. The black-robed youth, taken aback, swiftly released his spiritual sense in an attempt to locate these sword lights, but upon scanning, he found none out of the ordinary. This revelation sent a jolt of alarm through him, dispelling any hesitation. With a cold snort, he unfalteringly summoned the black axe. In an instant, the axe surged with dark light, transforming into an enormous weapon of 6 or 7 zhang in length, exhibiting a terrifying sharpness. With a mere flick, the giant axe swung fiercely towards the void, and a burst of golden light erupted as a seemingly inconspicuous golden thread appeared, vanishing as it met the descending axe's path. With a sharp sound, the massive axe was cleaved in twain, plummeting from the air. The contempt that had once graced the black-robed youth's countenance vanished entirely, replaced by a grave expression. He raised his hand once more, releasing a vibrant green flying knife that shot forth, transforming into a lengthy green arc that darted away. Yet, the same scene unfolded again. The green arc had scarcely traveled a dozen zhang when it was intercepted by several golden threads, erupting in a flash of green radiance before being severed into 6 or 7 pieces, which fell to the ground like dust. The sword formation, the black-robed youth, well versed in such matters, inhaled sharply as comprehension dawned upon him. Yet, it was baffling. Such a formation typically required dozens or even hundreds of cultivators to be established, and here stood Han Li, single-handedly summoning such a formidable array, leaving the youth utterly astonished. Not allowing the black-robed youth a moment to ponder a solution to the formation, Han Li swiftly formed hand seals, simultaneously connecting his spiritual sense to all sword lights, and abruptly activated the entirety of the great gung sword formation. In an instant, a strange spectacle unfolded in the vicinity of the black-robed youth. Countless golden threads, glimmering with an eerie golden sheen, flickered in and out of visibility around him, their movements silent and erratic, gradually converging towards the center. The black-robed youth's complexion darkened as he witnessed this. Suddenly, he slapped his storage pouch, and over a dozen white orbs, marred with streaks of blood, materialized in his hand. In a swift motion, he spun around, launching the orbs in all directions. Chapter 786, The Ghostly Luo Banner. Upon seeing these orbs, Han Li wondered fleetingly if they might be akin to thunder beads. Yet, this thought flitted across his mind without hindering his relentless urging of the great gung sword formation. These golden threads are one of the arcane powers of the great gung sword formation, bearing a resemblance to the sword cultivator's technique of transforming swords into silken strands. They are formed by condensing the astonishing sword energy from myriad beams of sword light into delicate threads. By harnessing the formidable power of the formation and infusing it with gung essence, the flying swords possess an unparalleled sharpness. Consequently, the sword threads are significantly more potent than those of ordinary sword cultivators. Common magical artifacts and ancient treasures are utterly incapable of withstanding the cutting prowess of these golden threads. As for items such as thunder pearls, Han Li harbored no fear. As long as the 36 concealed flying swords remained unscathed, these sword threads would continuously reconstitute themselves, even if shattered, rendering them impervious to assault. This is the terrifying nature of the great gung sword formation. As Han Li pondered, a flash of golden light illuminated his surroundings. The orbs similarly triggered the formation's restrictions, being sliced into numerous fragments by the multitude of golden threads before bursting apart. To his astonishment, these orbs contained no hidden thunder or fire. Instead, upon their explosion, They released billowing clouds of dark crimson blood mist. Once this mist dispersed, it quickly enveloped the area, exuding a nauseating and peculiar odor that was exceedingly pungent. These orbs, known as blood thunder pearls, are said to be crafted from the most polluted substances of heaven and earth. When confronting enemies, any treasure not refined through demonic methods that comes into contact with this blood mist will suffer a drastic reduction in potency and lose its spiritual essence. No matter how formidable or spiritually attuned one's artifacts may be, restoring their original power necessitates several days of refinement with infant flame. Naturally, blood thunder pearls are exceedingly rare within the demonic sects, not only due to the scarcity of their materials but also because of the lamentably low success rate in their crafting, making them far more challenging to produce than ordinary thunder pearls. The 10 or so he possessed represented nearly a century's worth of accumulation for the black-robed youth, an elder of one of the top 10 demonic sects in the Jin Kingdom. He was well-versed in such matters. Upon recognizing the sword formation laid by Han Li, he immediately contemplated using the blood thunder pearls to taint Han Li's flying swords. The sword formation inherently required seamless coordination to unleash its powers. Should any of the flying swords falter, the formation would naturally collapse without any external force. This method is one of the most commonly employed tactics by the Jin Kingdom's demonic cultivators to counter sword cultivators who wield sword formations. Of course, such precious and rare items as blood thunder pearls would typically not be utilized in one-on-one confrontations. They are generally reserved for large-scale battles. After all, it is seldom that a single individual can manipulate a sword formation effectively. Although Han Li was uncertain about the situation, he could distinctly sense something peculiar as he pondered. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder resonated, and amidst the blood mist, glimmers of golden light began to materialize, followed by the emission of delicate arcs of pale gold electricity. Upon contact with the blood mist, these arcs erupted explosively, annihilating each other in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the more than 10 clouds of blood mist were obliterated in tandem with Han Li's exorcising thunder. Han Li stood in stunned silence. The exorcising thunder did not await his command, but autonomously sprang forth from the flying sword, an unprecedented occurrence. Moreover, the clearly malevolent blood mist was capable of counteracting the exorcising thunder. An astonishing revelation indeed. Han Li remained oblivious to the fact that the blood thunder pearls possess a unique property that corrupts righteous treasures, mirroring the exorcising thunder's innate ability to counteract demonic techniques, resulting in a perfect mutual restraint between the two. Under normal circumstances, neither could overpower the other. The sanguine mist that had just appeared, despite its considerable quantity, paled in comparison to the divine thunder concealed within the 36 flying swords. Consequently, the blood fog was swiftly dispelled without a trace. The dispelling divine thunder, these flying swords were treasures forged from golden thunder bamboo. How could there possibly be such an abundance of golden thunder bamboo? Upon witnessing this turn of events, the young man in the black robe turned ashen, exclaiming in disbelief, "I shall reveal the answer to that question when we reach the underground." Without hesitation, Han Li retorted. Taking a deep breath, he urged his magical technique once more. The golden threads, which had momentarily paused due to the emergence of the blood mist, silently began to converge towards the center. Although the great Gung sword formation possessed tremendous power, it was still somewhat taxing for Han Li at his current cultivation level. While he could initiate this sword formation, the depletion of his spiritual energy was alarmingly rapid. Moreover, once the formation was activated, he lacked the strength to accelerate it further. Otherwise, with a mere instant of forcefully converging the threads, he could have obliterated his opponent without hesitation, rather than idly watching the black-robed youth employ any further means to counter him. Han Li estimated that the spiritual energy consumption of this sword formation would ideally suit a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, were it not for his ability to only partially activate the formation. In his spiritual power surpassing that of an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator, he would have been utterly incapable of wielding such a formation. Do you truly believe that a mere sword formation can confine me? Although your formation is formidable, can it sever the treasured artifact of my sect? The black-robed youth's face darkened, and a layer of black mist enveloped him as he spoke ominously. Upon noticing the golden threads within 10 paces of himself, he raised his hand without hesitation and delivered a fierce blow to his own chest. With a loud puff, a stream of black blood erupted from his mouth, accompanied by a small green banner approximately a thumb's length in size. As the banner emerged, it shimmered with green light, swiftly absorbing the surrounding black blood until none remained. The banner transformed into a vibrant turquoise hue. The black-robed youth grimly beckoned to the banner, and with a whoosh, It shot into his hand. As he rubbed it between his palms, a brilliant light erupted, causing the green banner to swell to several feet in size. The surface of the banner sparkled with green light, shrouded in ominous clouds, rendering its features indecipherable. However, it was evident that a corner of the banner was missing, suggesting it had sustained damage and had yet to be restored. Han Li's pupils constricted as he murmured, "Ghost Banner." The leader of the Yin Luo sect had previously mentioned using the sect's treasured artifact, the Ghost Banner, to confront the old demon of ecstasy, although the latter had not truly manifested it. Han Li had committed the name to memory. Now that the black-robed youth brandished this small banner, Han Li could deduce its identity with near certainty. "You are rather clever. This is one of the main banners of the 12 Ghost Banners. As for its power, you shall experience it for yourself." The black-robed youth, momentarily taken aback upon realizing Han Li recognized the object in his hand, soon smirked coldly, exuding confidence in his possession. With a sudden grip, the youth tightly clutched the banner and gently waved it towards the golden threads. With a sharp sound, emerald green mist erupted from the banner, rapidly swelling to envelop the youth's figure within its depths. The nearby frigid wind howled with an eerie chill, and dark clouds, appearing from an unknown origin, enveloped the sky, transforming it into an oppressive shroud that completely obscured the sun's rays. The atmosphere grew dim and foreboding. Surrounding him, a verdant mist of ghostly apparitions materialized, accompanied by the chilling wails of tormented souls. Merely swaying the banner in his hand caused the very fabric of reality to tremble. It was no wonder that this individual exuded such confidence in it. Han's faith in the great Gung sword array surged, yet he felt a profound unease within that moment. A sound of ruptured air resonated from the opposite direction, and countless strands of black threads surged forth from the mist surrounding the youth. Racing toward Han with intent to ensnare, a flash of golden light erupted as the array's defensive mechanisms activated. Intertwining golden threads momentarily halted the black lines, which then fragmented into numerous segments that fell away. However, almost instantaneously, these severed strands coalesced back into swirling green mist, rejoining their ominous brethren. Han remained unfazed, but the black-robed youth within the green fog gasped in astonishment. The spectral threads were remarkably resilient, having been effortlessly obliterated by the opposing sword array, an outcome that had taken him by surprise. After a brief contemplation, he decided to unleash the full might of the ghostly banner he wielded. With a sudden motion, he hurled the flag from the depths of the green haze, embedding it firmly 3 feet ahead of him, where it stood unmoving. As an obscure incantation echoed through the mist, the chilling winds began to swirl, converging from all directions toward the center. The green banner swelled dramatically, reaching an impressive height of 2 zhang in an instant, as the dense fog enveloping its surface began to dissipate, revealing its true form. Han's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the sight. "You dare to utilize such a multitude of souls to forge this banner? How many lives have you extinguished?" Han demanded vehemently. The surface of the emerald banner was densely populated with faces, shrunken and distorted, representing men, women, and children alike, writhing as if they were alive, each contorted in excruciating agony. The horror was unfathomable. How many souls? Who could say? Perhaps tens of thousands. It was evident that several hundred cultivator souls were required to craft such a prominent banner. A sinister voice emerged from the green mist. You remained silent, staring coldly at the haze. After a moment, you can only utter a few words. "You shall pay for your sins." "Shall pay for our sins?" Such words have been uttered to me countless times. Yet, I am still very much alive. It is those who speak such words whose souls have been ensnared within my banner, becoming part of it. "You shall be no exception," the youth mocked. With that, he ceased further discourse, casting a crimson spell upon the massive banner. A radiant green light erupted, revealing a gaping hole several feet in diameter, from which dark vapors billowed, accompanied by a series of unsettling sounds. From the banner emerged several enormous skulls, their eye sockets ablaze with ghostly flames, exuding tendrils of blue smoke. They positioned themselves in a row, unhurriedly. The largest skull bore 2 immense horns, yet its facial features were strikingly human. Han's heart raced with astonishment. Could this skull have belonged to a shape-shifting beast in life? Yet, the ensuing events compelled Han to set aside his lingering doubts. As the initial few skulls emerged, a myriad of ghostly fire skulls continued to surge forth from the dark void of the green banner, quickly manifesting into hundreds, crowding around the figure in the black robe. "Go," commanded the young man in the black robe, gesturing towards Han Li through the green mist. Upon seeing these orbs, a thought flickered in Han Li's mind. Could these be akin to thunder pearls? This notion briefly crossed his mind, yet he showed no sign of halting the activation of the great Gung sword array. The golden threads were one of the array's extraordinary abilities, reminiscent of the sword cultivator's technique of transforming swords into threads, condensing the astonishing sword aura from 100 sword lights into fine strands. Due to the array's formidable power and the infusion of gung essence, the flying swords were rendered exceptionally sharp, making the resulting sword threads significantly more formidable than those of a typical sword cultivator. Ordinary magical treasures and ancient artifacts could not withstand the slicing power of the golden threads. As for the thunder pearls, Han Li felt no fear, as long as the 36 concealed flying swords remained unharmed. Even if these sword threads were to be shattered, they would continuously reform without fear of attack. This was the terrifying aspect of the great gung sword array. While Han Li contemplated this, a flash of golden light occurred, and the orbs simultaneously triggered the array's prohibitions, being sliced into fragments by numerous golden threads before erupting. To his astonishment, these orbs did not harbor any thunderous flames. Instead, upon exploding, they released thick clouds of dark red blood mist. As the mist dispersed, it immediately filled the surroundings, exuding a nauseating and bizarre odor, exceedingly pungent. These orbs were known as blood thunder pearls, said to be crafted from the most tainted substances of heaven and earth. When used against foes, should the target not possess treasures refined through demonic methods, any item touched by this blood mist would experience a drastic reduction in power and loss of spiritual essence. Regardless of the might or high spirituality of one's magical treasure, to restore its potency, one would need to refine it anew with infant flames for several days. Naturally, blood thunder pearls were exceedingly rare within the demonic sects, not only due to the scarcity of materials but also because the success rate of their crafting was pitifully low, making them far more challenging to produce than ordinary thunder pearls. The handful in possession represented nearly a century of accumulation by the young man in the black robe, an elder of one of the 10 major demonic sects of the Jin Kingdom, who, having seen much, immediately recognized Han Li's sword array and thought to use the blood thunder pearls to taint Han Li's flying swords. The array demanded impeccable coordination to unleash its powers. Should any single flying sword falter, the array would inevitably collapse. This method was one of the most commonly employed tactics by the demonic cultivators of the Jin Kingdom to counter sword cultivators wielding sword arrays. Of course, such precious and rare items were typically not used in one-on-one skirmishes but rather in large-scale confrontations, as it was generally impractical for one individual to manipulate a sword array effectively. Upon witnessing the blood mist, although Han Li was unaware of the specifics, he could sense something peculiar and was pondering this when a deep rumble of thunder suddenly resonated. Amidst the blood mist, patches of golden light emerged, followed by the projection of pale golden arcs of electricity. Upon contact with the blood mist, these arcs erupted, simultaneously dissipating both phenomena. In an instant, the dozen or so clouds of blood mist annihilated alongside Han Li's exorcising divine thunder. Han Li was momentarily stunned. The exorcising divine thunder did not wait for him to activate it. Instead, it unexpectedly shot forth from the flying sword, an occurrence he had never encountered before. Moreover, the blood mist, which was evidently a sinister entity, surprisingly managed to counteract the exorcising divine thunder, which was truly astonishing. Han Li, of course, was unaware that these blood thunders specifically targeted righteous treasures, almost mirroring the exorcising divine thunder's unique ability to vanquish demonic techniques. The two were perfectly counteractive. Under normal circumstances, neither side could suppress the other. Although the blood mist was quite abundant, it paled in comparison to the divine thunder concealed within the 36 flying swords. Thus, the blood mist was swiftly eradicated. The exorcising divine thunder and these flying swords were treasures of the golden thunder bamboo. Impossible. How could there be so many golden thunder bamboos? Upon witnessing this situation, the young man in the black robe turned pale, exclaiming in disbelief, "I shall reveal this mystery to you when we reach the underground." Han Li, upon hearing this, retorted without hesitation, taking a deep breath. He urged his magical decision once more. The golden threads, which had temporarily halted due to the appearance of the blood mist, silently began to converge inward. Although the great gung sword array possessed tremendous power, it was still somewhat taxing for Han Li at his current cultivation level. While he could indeed operate this sword array, the consumption of his magical power was alarmingly significant, and once the array was activated, he lacked the strength to accelerate its operation. Otherwise, had he been able to suddenly converge the sword threads inward in an instant, he could have easily annihilated his opponent. How could he merely watch the black-robed youth employ various means to counter him? Han Li estimated that, based on the magical power consumption of this sword array, it was ideally suited for a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator to begin mastering this divine ability. Had he not only activated half of the sword array, and possessed magical power far surpassing that of an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator. He would not have been able to wield this array at all. Humph. Do you truly believe that a mere sword array can confine me, the true master? Though your array is sharp, could it possibly sever the treasure that safeguards my sect? The young man in the black robe said ominously, as a layer of dark energy enveloped his face. Without further ado, he raised his hand and delivered a fierce punch to his own chest. With a poof, a mouthful of black blood was forcefully expelled, accompanied by a small green banner about an inch long. As the banner emerged, green light flickered, swiftly absorbing all the surrounding black blood. The banner transformed into a deep green hue. The black-robed youth grimly beckoned to the banner, and with a swoosh, it shot into his hand. Rubbing it between his palms, the light radiated brilliantly, causing the green banner to swell to several feet in size. The surface of the banner shimmered with green light, shrouded in ominous clouds, rendering its appearance indistinguishable. However, it was evident that the banner was missing a corner, suggesting it had been damaged and not yet restored. Han Li's pupils constricted, and he murmured, Gui Luo banner. The sect leader of the Yin Luo sect had once claimed he would use the sect's treasure, the Gui Luo banner, to confront the old demon of harmonious affection. Although the latter had never truly employed it, Han Li had committed the name to memory. Now, as the black-robed youth produced this small banner, Han Li naturally guessed with near certainty. You are quite astute. This is one of the main banners of the 12 Gui Luo banners. You shall experience its power for yourself. Upon recognizing the object in the possession of the youth clad in black robes, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. However, the young man soon smirked with an air of confidence regarding the item he held. With a sudden grip, he tightened his hold on the banner and gently waved it in the direction of a strand of golden light. With a soft sound, a verdant, ghostly cloud emerged from the banner, rapidly swelling to envelop the youth's figure within it. A frigid, bone-chilling wind surged forth, and dark clouds inexplicably filled the sky, transforming it into a dense, oppressive mass that obscured all traces of sunlight. The atmosphere grew exceedingly dim, and a ghostly mist of emerald hue materialized around them, accompanied by the haunting sounds of wailing spirits, merely by a slight flick of the banner. The very fabric of reality seemed to shift in hue, evoking awe at the youth's unwavering confidence in this artifact. Han Li, harboring considerable faith in the Grand Gung sword array, felt a chill of trepidation creeping into his heart. At that moment, a sound pierced the air, heralding an onslaught of countless black threads shooting forth from the mist surrounding the youth, racing toward Han Li with intent to ensnare. In a flash of golden light, the array's protective barriers activated, causing a myriad of golden threads to intersect and illuminate the air. The advancing black lines hesitated for an instant before breaking apart into numerous fragments that fell to the ground. Yet, almost immediately, these severed strands were formed into swirling masses of green mist, shooting back into the haze. Han Li, momentarily taken aback, observed the black-robed youth exclaiming in astonishment. The spectral strands, remarkably resilient, had withstood the array's assault. A development that had not been anticipated by him. After a brief contemplation, the youth relinquished all restraint, unleashing the full might of the ghostly banner he wielded. He hurled the banner from the emerald mist, where it embedded itself a mere 3 feet in front of him, remaining still. Then, a series of obscure incantations emerged from the fog, as gusts of sinister wind swirled, converging upon the center. In a flash, the green banner surged to an impressive height of 2 yards, and the hazy mist enveloping its surface began to dissipate, revealing its true form. Upon witnessing the sight, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. How could you possibly have utilized so many souls to forge this banner? How many lives have you taken? Han Li exclaimed sharply. The surface of the verdant banner was densely adorned with countless shrunken human faces, representing men, women, and children alike, writhing as if alive, each contorted in expressions of extreme anguish. It was a sight most horrifying. How many? Indeed, perhaps hundreds of thousands. Came the chilling voice of the youth from amidst the green mist. Among them, there must be several hundred cultivators' souls to craft such a principal banner. Han Li fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze fixated upon the green mist, before finally uttering a few chilling words. You shall pay for this. Pay for it. Such words have been spoken by countless others before you. Yet, here I stand, very much alive. In fact, those who uttered such phrases have had their souls ensnared within my banner, becoming a part of it. You will not be an exception, the youth mocked. With that, he chose not to elaborate further, casting a crimson spell upon the colossal banner. A brilliant green light erupted as a large hole, several feet in diameter, appeared on the banner, from which black mist billowed forth, accompanied by the sound of ominous whispers echoing in the air. Several enormous skulls, each with eyes that flickered like ghostly flames and mouths exhaling azure smoke, emerged nonchalantly from the banner, lined up in a row. The largest among them boasted two massive bull-like horns, yet its facial features bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a human. A sudden shock coursed through Han Li's mind. Could this skull have once been a shape-shifting demonic beast? However, the subsequent events swiftly pushed this question aside. Apart from the initial few skulls that had emerged, a veritable throng of various ghostly skulls continued to swarm forth from the dark void in the green banner. And in the blink of an eye, over 100 had manifested, crowding around the figure cloaked in black robes. Go, commanded the young man in black robes, gesturing towards Han Li amidst the green mist. Chapter 787. Devouring demons and consuming ghosts. All the pale, gleaming skulls let out a chilling howl and charged directly at Han Li, their mouths spewing phosphorescent, ghostly flames. As they surged forward, countless golden threads appeared and swiftly darted past. However, this time, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Although the surface of the skulls displayed numerous fine cracks after the golden threads passed, a flash of green light swiftly healed them, as if they had never been harmed at all. The ghostly heads remained undeterred, continuing their relentless advance towards Han Li. Initially taken aback by this sight, Han Li soon grasped the reality of the situation. These ghostly entities were no longer corporeal beings. They had been transformed into some bizarre form of ethereal specters. His sword threads, formidable as they were, could not harm these elusive forms, rendering his attempts at slaying them futile. Nevertheless, Han Li remained unperturbed. Channeling his mental incantations once more, he summoned forth a crackling golden net that materialized in the air, directly descending to confront the oncoming specters. Given that these entities were phantoms, Han Li unhesitatingly unleashed the exorcising divine thunder from his flying sword. To his astonishment, upon sighting the golden net, although the ghostly heads hesitated momentarily, displaying some semblance of fear, they were soon urged on by a sharp shriek from one of their number. They opened their mouths wide, and the greenish-blue ghostly flames surged forth like a stunning rainbow. Hurtling towards the golden net, a resounding thunderclap echoed as the golden net crackled with arcs of electricity, extinguishing numerous ghostly flames. However, its descent faltered, as it was fiercely resisted by the relentless tide of ghostly fire, preventing it from falling further. Han Li frowned, his expression revealing surprise. Under normal circumstances, ordinary ghostly flames would have been utterly annihilated upon contact with the exorcising divine thunder. Yet, these skulls' ghostly flames, while seemingly restrained, managed to withstand the electric arcs to a remarkable degree, leaving Han Li somewhat astonished. The ghostly banner, reputed to be the treasured artifact of the Yin Luo sect, was indeed not a mere boast. On the other side, the young man in black robes, witnessing that the demons within the banner could withstand the exorcising divine thunder, could not help but smile. A sense of relief washing over him. Despite his outward confidence, he harbored inner trepidation. Had the banner remained unscathed and the demons within retained their vitality, he would have felt less anxious. However, since the last great battle, the banner had not had the opportunity to absorb a substantial amount of souls for restoration, and now, facing the formidable exorcising divine thunder, his heart was rife with unease, now that his concerns had dissipated. A sinister grin spread across the young man's face as he continued to channel incantations into the banner, where several foot-sized holes had formed on its surface. In the green light, it suddenly surged to a diameter of approximately 10 feet. More skulls swarmed forth from the banner, emitting a cacophony of sharp sounds. The atmosphere thickened with ghostly energy, engulfed by a chorus of wailing spirits. With numerous skulls blocking the golden net in front, others flew out from the banner, relentlessly charging towards Han Li with ferocity. In that moment, the air around Han Li was filled with ghostly howls. Yet, upon witnessing this, Han Li remained utterly unfazed, silently raising a hand. He lightly tapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. The beam of black light shot forth from the pouch, spiraling before landing at his feet. The radiance diminished, revealing a small monkey entirely cloaked in darkness, the very spirit beast known as the Wailing Soul Beast. This creature appeared to have just awakened, blinking its somewhat vacant eyes before sniffing the air. Suddenly, its eyes widened in excitement as it caught sight of the nearby skulls, letting out a series of enthusiastic chirps. The once menacing skulls had approached within 10 feet of Han Li. But upon spotting the Wailing Soul Beast, they abruptly halted, trembling in place, refusing to advance another step. Simultaneously, the howls emanating from their mouths diminished significantly, revealing an expression of trepidation. Observing this, the young man in the black robe felt a jolt of anxiety. The golden threads of the sword array were now alarmingly close to him. In a moment of desperation, he acted without a second thought. Raising his hand with splayed fingers, he unleashed a grayish light from his mouth. Swirling it gently around his palm, in an instant, 5 bloodied, severed fingers fell from his hand, followed by several explosive sounds as they burst apart, transforming into 5 streams of blood mist that swiftly flew towards the awaiting skull. The skull's eyes flickered with dark fire as it opened its mouth wide, inhaling the blood mist entirely. Instantly, its surrounding ghostly flames surged by a foot, erupting with a thunderous roar. Under its intimidation, the other skulls simultaneously opened their mouths, spewing forth shards of green ghostly fire towards the wailing soul beast. In response, the beast pounded its chest vigorously, its body enveloped in swirling black light. Its form expanding to several feet in height. With a snort, it released a wave of yellow mist from its nostrils, which engulfed the incoming ghostly flames. Upon contact, the flames were drawn into the yellow mist, which then surged forward, crashing into the cluster of skulls behind. Wherever the radiant light passed, the skulls were effortlessly absorbed without resistance. The remaining specters, witnessing this, erupted into a chaotic retreat. Even the furious horned skull could do nothing to halt the exodus. At that moment, the yellow mist descended upon the horned skull. As it beheld this, a glimmer of green light flickered in its eyes, and suddenly, thick green smoke erupted from its body, coalescing into the form of a towering demon with curved horns. Looming at a height of 20 feet, upon its emergence, it raised its hands, a resounding roar erupting as countless dark lightning bolts shot forth, targeting the yellow mist. Yet, as the lightning entered the mist, it vanished without a trace, making not a single sound. Faced with this, the demon's expression shifted to one of fear as it attempted to flee, but it was too late. As the yellow mist descended, it was instantly engulfed within. The location transformed into an empty void. The mist rapidly shot back into the wailing soul beast's mouth, only to be expelled once more through its nostrils. In the blink of an eye, the entire aerial assemblage of skulls was obliterated. The young man in the black robe, witnessing this, was filled with both shock and fury. Though he was aware of Han Li's extraordinary giant ape capable of devouring the essence of the dead, he found himself at a loss. The copper-armored corpses of the Yin Luo sect lay buried within the jaws of this great ape. Initially, he had not taken this revelation to heart. Little did he anticipate that this spiritual beast could directly devour the primordial Yin demon of the Yin Luo banner, rendering even the primary demon utterly defenseless, as it was engulfed in the creature's massive belly. Such a realization left him both astounded and gripped by dread. Had he known that the opposing spiritual beast possessed such formidable powers to consume demons and spirits, he would never have volunteered to confront it alone. The other elders within the sect, aware of the beast's capabilities, would surely have been restless. Its threat surpassed even that posed by the golden thunder bamboo to the Yin Luo sect. As myriad thoughts swirled within the mind of the young man in the black robe, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him. Now, witnessing the golden threads drawing perilously close, he could no longer maintain his composure. In a flurry, he clapped his hands against his storage pouch, unleashing 7 or 8 treasures that soared forth, transforming into various colored orbs of light as they scattered in all directions. Upon the manifestation of the sword array's restrictions, countless golden threads shimmered, slicing through all his treasures, reducing them to mere shards and scraps of metal that fell to the ground like ash. The young man's complexion turned ashen, drained of color. In his moment of panic, he disregarded the significance of any treasured possessions. Suddenly, he grasped the ghostly Luo banner before him, which morphed into a beam of black light as it was drawn into his hands. Gritting his teeth, he held the banner aloft, spinning swiftly on the spot until he and the banner became one, transforming into a dense, eerie green mist that shot skyward. He could only hope that the power of this sect-protecting treasure might momentarily withstand the onslaught of the sword array's restrictions, providing him a chance to escape. Otherwise, remaining within the array meant certain death. Observing this scene, Han Li discerned that the opponent was likely at the end of their wits, desperate and cornered. With a flicker of thought, he opened his mouth, releasing a golden electric sphere that shot skyward, exploding into a vast golden net that enveloped an area spanning several dozen feet. At that moment, the black-robed youth's mist was ensnared at the edge of the sword array, where hundreds of golden threads intertwined, shimmering incessantly. Each flicker of the threads severed a portion of the mist, rapidly depleting its protective shroud. The mist, now frantically attempting to escape, found itself trapped amidst the dense web of golden threads, with no avenue for flight. Any attempts to break free resulted in immediate rebounds from multiple threads. The young man in black had become a cornered beast, facing the grim reality of annihilation. With no recourse to the means to unbind the soul-sealing curse, witnessing the mist dwindle to a thin veil, the youth's voice rang out in a mixture of anger and despair. Rest assured, Han shall glean all that he wishes from your primordial spirit. Unfazed, Hanli replied coolly, you will not succeed in your attempts to use the soul search technique, just as the youth opened his mouth to utter further protest. The final layer of his protective mist was shredded by the golden threads. With a cry of anguish, his form was instantly torn to shreds by the onslaught of threads, leaving only a green light encasing his nascent soul to shoot forth in an escape attempt. However, a protective net woven from the divine thunder of exorcism had already been set in place. Hanli uttered a command, directing a finger at the net, which promptly constricted. The youth's nascent soul darted about within the net. But upon contact, it was met with crackling arcs of electricity. The anguished cries of the defeated echoed ceaselessly, leaving no avenue for escape. If you intend to employ the soul-searching technique, I shall protect my nascent soul. And I will not relent. Suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from the nascent soul, filled with utmost resentment as it cried out, if you allow my nascent soul to depart, I shall divulge the method to free you, enabling the salvation of your dual cultivation partner. Otherwise, I am doomed to die. I have no path to survival, and I shall never permit you to attain the means of rescue. Hanli remained silent. Yet his gaze flickered with uncertainty, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of the situation. At that moment, a radiant light appeared above the nascent soul, and a purple net abruptly descended, encasing the nascent soul within its grasp and swiftly contracting. Upon witnessing this, the nascent soul felt a surge of joy and hastily exclaimed, as long as you let my nascent soul go, I will share the method with you, allowing you to save your companion. Yet, Hanli offered no response. Meanwhile, a flash of white light surged from behind the nascent soul, as the ethereal figure of Silver Moon silently emerged, her red lips parting to release a cloud of fragrant pink mist. Simultaneously, she flicked her fingers, sending forth a barrage of over 10 silver beams that struck the nascent soul with blinding speed. This chapter is a complimentary segment. In a moment of haste yesterday, I inadvertently repeated a chapter. I apologize for that. This chapter was originally intended for yesterday's update. There was only one chapter yesterday, and the 2 chapters for today will be updated later in the evening. In the 788th chapter, titled An Encounter on the Road, the nascent soul of the black-robed youth found itself enveloped in the fragrant mist, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, his consciousness waning. As the silver beams pierced through him in an instant, his vital essence coalesced, and his powers vanished. The small face of the nascent soul paled in disbelief as it fixed its gaze upon the white-clad woman beside Hanli. Indeed, your actions have grown increasingly adept, Hanli remarked with a smile, despite having discreetly instructed Silver Moon to take action. It is all thanks to the excellent timing of my master's command for the servant to act. The youth, desperate to escape, failed to recognize that what remained in place was merely an illusion. The true self had long since slipped away. Silver Moon pursed her lips, chuckling lightly. She then waved her fragrant sleeve, causing the illusion to dissipate into a burst of white light. Hanli smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. The immense golden net nearby transformed with a thunderous crack into a golden sphere, which swiftly vanished into his hand. The great gung sword array reverted to 36 flying swords at Han Li's mental command, shrinking and retreating into his sleeve. Only then did Han Li leisurely cast a glance at the nascent soul. The nascent soul of the black-robed youth, stricken with terror, yearned to curse but found himself utterly powerless, unable even to part his lips. Silver Moon, take him to the nearby grove and commence the search for a method to dissolve the soul-binding curse. Hanli commanded, his expression darkening. He then ascended into the air, flying solo toward the dense forest on the other side. Yes, master, Silver Moon replied respectfully, grasping the nascent soul beneath her and gracefully following suit. Shortly thereafter, a vast expanse of pink mist billowed forth from the forest, enveloping the entire thicket, several hundred miles away from the island where Han Li and the black-robed youth were engaged in their battle. Ethereal lights flickered, and 6 vividly colored rainbows soared through the air toward the island. Leading them was an elder with silver hair, his expression grave. Brother Chum, are you certain your senses are not deceiving you? The teleportation array appeared remarkably rudimentary, yet it astonishingly possessed the capability to transport individuals over such vast distances. It was indeed quite incredulous. Following closely behind the silver-haired elder, a portly old man with a prominent nose suddenly inquired. Without a doubt, I can sense it with utmost clarity now. Han Shitty should be just ahead, not far off. Fellow cultivators, do exercise caution. That individual is at least a mid-stage Yuaning demon cultivator. Although we are numerous, we are all at the initial stages of our cultivation. We must be particularly vigilant when confronting such a formidable foe, the silver-haired elder affirmed, subsequently offering words of concern. Rest assured, this time, Brother Yu has brought along the treasured Misty Bell from our sect. Even if we are unable to defeat that individual, we shall certainly have no trouble escaping. The Fire Dragon youth, who bore a youthful countenance, chuckled softly. Indeed, were it not for Brother Yu's willingness to bring this treasure to assist us, I would have hesitated to lead my fellow cultivators into such peril. The silver-haired elder remarked, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. After all, if that demon cultivator is indeed a disciple of the Yin Luo sect's leader, we would be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired elder exchanged a grateful glance with another elder clad in gray robes. It is of no consequence. Many years ago, Brother Qing extended great kindness to me, and I am obliged to offer my assistance. Moreover, that Yin Luo demon cultivator has dared to venture into our Shi kingdom to inflict harm. It is a clear affront, and we must respond decisively that we cannot allow them to think that our Shi kingdom's cultivation world is devoid of capable individuals. The gray-robed elder stated with a slight smile, his demeanor courteous. However, I am quite curious about your esteemed sect's Taoist friend, Han. I have heard that he shone brightly during the battle against the Mulan people, playing a pivotal role in turning the tide. That I hold him in high regard and would very much like the opportunity to befriend him. Another imposing figure, a man of great stature and commanding presence, interjected with a hearty laugh. Indeed, I, too, have recently heard much about Taoist Han. I am equally eager to witness his prowess, added the portly elder with a jovial grin. This is easily arranged. Once we have assisted Shitty Han in resolving this matter, I shall gladly introduce him to all of you. However, I do harbor some concerns for his safety at present. That demon cultivator is quite cunning. He has resorted to deploying a makeshift teleportation array in an attempt to escape us. Given the length of time that has elapsed, with Shitty facing the enemy alone, I cannot help but worry about his well-being. The silver-haired elder's expression grew somber with concern. Do not fret. Since that individual is so intent on evading us, it stands to reason that his own cultivation must not be particularly high. Otherwise, why would he proceed with such caution and meticulousness? With Taoist Han's level of cultivation, he should not encounter any significant difficulties. The robust man replied candidly. Let us hope for the truth of your words. The silver-haired elder responded with a wry smile, knowing full well the reality of the situation, judging by the formidable abilities of the demon cultivator who had intruded upon the Luoyun sect. It was clear that even if he were not a late-stage Yuaning practitioner, he was certainly a top-tier mid-stage existence. Not easily dealt with. He certainly did not wish for the Luoyun sect to have recently gained a powerful elder only to face further complications. Fortunately, as long as he could sense the presence of the tracking marker, it indicated that Han's life was secure for the time being, allowing him to feel somewhat reassured. As the 6 Yuaning cultivators conversed, they traversed over 100 miles, gradually approaching the small island, their expressions becoming increasingly grave. The silver-haired elder exclaimed softly, suddenly halting his flight. Brother Qing, what has transpired? Someone inquired curiously. It seems that Han Shitty is approaching us. I wonder if he has resolved the matter or if. The words of the silver-haired elder trailed off, but the others instinctively understood the implication. Should he be captured alive, it is certainly possible for others to come rushing here as well. Let us prepare ourselves. If Han Daoyu is truly in trouble, we must rescue him. The elder of the Yu clan spoke calmly, then with a single hand, he struck his storage pouch, producing a small, yellowish bell that he gently lifted, gazing silently into the distance. The others exchanged glances, each solemnly retrieving their treasures, readying themselves for battle. The silver-haired elder wore a sullen expression, anxiety flickering in his eyes. After a short while, everyone beheld a flicker of azure light in the distance, a streak of azure radiance soaring through the AI. It was Han Shitty's escape light. He was unharmed. Upon seeing this light, the silver-haired elder exhaled a breath of relief, his face lighting up with joy. The other cultivators displayed expressions of astonishment. Since Han was unscathed, did he manage to deal with that demonic cultivator on his own? While the other cultivators were engulfed in confusion, the azure light surged forward, swiftly arriving before them. As the brilliance faded, a young man in a blue robe emerged. It was Han Li himself. Brother Qing. Fire Dragon Daoyu, you have also arrived. These must be your companions, right? I am truly grateful to you all for your assistance this time. Han Li's brow was furrowed, as though burdened with heavy thoughts. But upon seeing the silver-haired elder and the others, he managed a strained smile and clasped his fists in gratitude. Han Daoyu is too kind that we arrived a bit late and were unable to offer any help. I feel quite ashamed. The elder of the Yu clan examined Han Li carefully, immediately suppressing any pretentious humility. The other cultivators, seemingly led by this gray-robed elder, regarded Han Li with silent smiles. Meanwhile, the silver-haired elder looked behind Han Li, not perceiving any pursuers, and could not help but inquire, "Han Shidi, what of that demonic cultivator? Did you allow him to escape? I have already eliminated that individual. I eradicated his nascent soul as well." However, he was not the sect leader of the Yin Luo sect, but rather an elder within their ranks. Han Li replied coolly, "What? You truly vanquished him?" The elder's disbelief was palpable. Although the individual was not a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he was undoubtedly a mid-stage demonic cultivator. "Shidi, you managed to defeat him?" The silver-haired elder's incredulity grew. The elder of the Yu clan and the Fire Dragon boy also displayed expressions of shock upon hearing this. Despite their nonchalance on the way, they were aware that this demonic cultivator had injured a nascent soul cultivator of the early stage within the Fallen Cloud sect and had managed to depart unscathed. They understood the formidable nature of this foe. Had it not been for the Yu elder bringing the mysterious bell, they might not have dared to intervene. Now, hearing that Han Li had single-handedly slain the demonic cultivator and extinguished his nascent soul, they were understandably astonished. It was merely a stroke of luck. His techniques happened to be countered by mine, Han Li said vaguely. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his hand and tossed a dark object towards the silver-haired elder. The elder instinctively caught it, feeling an extreme chill emanating from it. Upon closer inspection, a dark, ominous token emerged, adorned with dense, cryptic inscriptions. At its center, a character from ancient script. What could this be? The silver-haired elder had an inkling of its significance. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity. This is a relic left by that demonic cultivator. An elder's token from the Yin Luo sect. It is indeed a formidable ancient treasure. With this artifact, one can sufficiently validate their identity, Han Li remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals cast their gazes toward the token, readily discerning its extraordinary nature. Their doubts dissipating entirely. Subsequently, others could not help but inquire about the specifics of the recent battle, to which Han Li responded with a nonchalant remark, noticing his reluctance to elaborate further. The others tactfully refrained from pressing the matter. However, they all harbored the intention of befriending Han Li. For a cultivator capable of slaying even mid-stage nascent soul demons was undoubtedly impressive. Establishing a rapport with him would yield numerous advantages for both their sect and themselves. Given that these individuals had come to assist him, Han Li was exceptionally courteous, and the group engaged in amiable conversation as they made their way back. Along the journey, Han Li bid farewell to the silver-haired elder and several other cultivators. Returning to the Falling Cloud sect at Yunming Mountain. Within the discussion hall of the sect, the elder finally broached a pressing question. "Disciple Han, did you discover a method to lift the soul-sealing curse? I noticed you appeared burdened with thoughts along the way, forcing a smile. Could it be that this expedition was in vain?" Chapter 789. The Extreme West. This elder of the Yin Luo sect was only versed in the art of cursing. According to the information I obtained through soul-searching techniques, the method to lift the soul-sealing curse is known solely to the sect leader and the grand elder of the Yin Luo sect. The other elders, like the demonic cultivator I vanquished, are only capable of casting curses and lack the means to dispel them, Han Li said, seated on a wooden chair, a bitter smile crossing his face. "They cannot dispel the curse?" The silver-haired elder furrowed his brow, incredulous. "Indeed, it appears that the method to lift the soul-sealing curse is intricately linked to an exceptionally potent secret technique of the Yin Luo sect. Traditionally known only to the sect leader and the grand elder, others are forbidden from practicing it." Han Li's expression darkened, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. Without a means to lift the curse, what fate awaits that young lady from the Nangong family? The elder's countenance grew grave. Though he had not encountered the direct method for lifting the curse, it was not to say that no alternative solutions existed in this world. This demonic cultivator was indeed worthy of being an elder of the Yin Luo sect. From his consciousness, I gleaned several methods to forcibly break the seal using external objects. Han Li's gaze flickered as he shifted the conversation. What items could potentially lift the soul-sealing curse? The elder inquired, his interest piqued. These items are exceedingly rare within this realm, and under ordinary circumstances, one might find them utterly unattainable, Han Li sighed. Casually mentioning two such items, the silver-haired elder was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. These items, not to mention our southern region, I question whether they still exist in this realm, the elder murmured. That may not be the case. I happen to know the whereabouts of one of them. However, acquiring it is no simple feat. Hanli replied that I must prepare meticulously to ensure I have some assurance. Hanli replied coolly, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The elder, taken aback by Hanli's statement, initially displayed surprise, but soon noticed that Hanli seemed reluctant to elaborate further, thus refraining from pressing for more details. Instead, he spoke with sincerity, asking, "Is there any way I can assist you and the sect in this matter? Please do not hesitate, junior brother. Perhaps it is best to refrain," Hanli responded thoughtfully. This time, it cannot be accomplished merely by numbers. After a moment of silence, he shook his head in refusal, "Since you are aware of your own circumstances, I shall not pry further," the elder conceded. "However, I must reiterate, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon the sect's resources. Your goodwill is greatly appreciated. Senior brother, I shall take my leave now to check on Warner." Hanli replied with a forced smile before rising to take his leave. After the silver-haired elder escorted Hanli out of the grand hall, he paused at the entrance, reflecting for a moment before letting out a soft sigh and transforming into a streak of radiant light. Swiftly making his way back to his cave abode, the secret chamber, containing the ice wall, remained undisturbed, devoid of any unforeseen occurrences. Hanli stood quietly before the ice wall, gazing at the innocent visage of the young girl trapped within. His expression momentarily lost in thought. This reverie lasted an indeterminate time until a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, prompting him to mutter softly, "Warner, you truly possess remarkable courage to seize the perilous opportunity of life and death to cultivate the Cha Nu Tian Yu Jua of the reincarnation art. Are you not aware that this is a secret technique that places one in a position of life or death? What if I were to lift your soul seal, and yet you encountered a mishap with your cultivation? Would that not cause me great distress?" As Hanli whispered to himself, his voice grew increasingly faint. He approached the ice wall, delicately tracing the youthful face of Nangong Wan with his finger. Despite the thick layer of ice separating them, "You are likely unaware," he continued, "that the demon cultivator who cast the spell upon you does not possess the means to dispel it. Yet, there is no need for excessive worry. I have discovered an alternative method to awaken you through another source, which can dissolve that seal. While these items are indeed rare, fortuitously, one such item can be found within the abyss of Demifall, a primordial fire demon beast's inner core. Usually, such a treasure is nearly impossible to procure, but coincidentally, there exists an ancient fire toad beast within the abyss, perfectly matching the criteria. It seems that my expedition to the abyss of Demonfall in a few years' time is not a matter of hesitation. It is imperative. Although this method utilizing external objects has only a 50% chance of dispelling the soul seal, even if it fails, it will significantly diminish the potency of that curse. With this time to strive, I can confidently venture to the kingdom of Jin. Regardless of the means, I will undoubtedly acquire the method to break the curse by that time. As Hanli concluded his thoughts, his voice grew colder, expressing a hint of his inner turmoil to the ice-encased Nangong Wan. He lingered in the chamber for a quarter of an hour before finally stepping out. He then transformed into a streak of green light. Returning to his cave at Zimu Peak. In the hall of the cave, Hanli sat in the main seat, his head slightly bowed, lost in contemplation, while the silver moon stood obediently beside him. Her dark eyes playfully darting around Hanli's face, revealing a touch of mischief. "What are you staring at? Do I have flowers blooming on my face?" he remarked without raising his head, his tone casual. The master jested lightly. "I was merely pondering the master's intentions for the future. The time remaining before entering the abyss of demons is neither excessively long nor particularly short. Moreover, that girl Zi Ling and the Marquis of Namlong have both extended invitations to you simultaneously. With whom do you intend to ally in this venture? And have you truly considered the implications? The abyss of demons is notorious as the most perilous place in the southern heavens. Even though the master possesses remarkable abilities, the dangers within are exceedingly formidable. If the goal is to rescue Miss Nangong, there are alternative methods and other resources that could be sought instead. Venturing into the abyss of demons seems excessively risky." Inu chuckled softly, her lips pursing in contemplation before she hesitantly continued, "Other resources? Are you referring to the shell of the eternal Xianjin bird's egg or the fruit of the Bodhi flower? These resources have likely been extinct in this realm for eons. Even if they do exist, one would have no idea where they might be hidden in some desolate corner. There is no starting point for the search. Only the demon core of the ancient fire toad is readily obtainable. As long as I follow the route laid out by Master Sankuan, without greed or reckless intrusion, I should not encounter any misfortune within." As for which faction to ally with, that matter can be discussed at a later time. Hanli shook his head and replied calmly. Your decision is made, master. Therefore, I have nothing further to say. The young maid responded obediently, her head bowed. Hanli smiled faintly at this and, stroking his chin, continued. Before we embark on our journey to the abyss of demons, I intend to make a trip to the far west. I plan to acquire the last 2 layers of the Great Transformation Technique and, while there, visit the Qianzhi sect to see if I can obtain some advanced methods for crafting mechanical puppets. The several ancient puppet crafting methods I exchanged for last time rivaled those of nascent soul cultivators. However, some of the unknown materials, though retrievable from the remnants of previous puppets, remain in short supply. They cannot be gathered in a short time. Furthermore, the primary material, the eternal ironwood, requires a significant amount of green liquid for maturation, which cannot be prepared before our journey to the abyss of demons. The techniques documented for crafting puppets of the core formation stage utilize similarly rare materials, most of which are likely unavailable in the current cultivation world. The Qianzhi sect, having its roots in puppet arts, should possess a couple of methods for crafting core formation puppets. Thus, seeking their expertise for crafting methods would be far more practical if I were to acquire a substantial number of core formation puppets. My strength could indeed be augmented before entering the abyss of demons. Otherwise, relying solely on cultivation techniques and the refinement of magical artifacts, what results could possibly be achieved in just a few short years? Moreover, these puppets would serve as excellent scouts in such a treacherous location as the abyss of demons. As Hanli spoke, his eyes gleamed with determination, exuding a sense of confidence. What the master says does hold merit. I shall defer to your judgment, Inu replied, her expression transforming into one of captivating allure. However, while the far west is indeed adjacent to our southern territory, reaching it poses certain challenges. Not only must we traverse the various nations of the Righteous Path Alliance, but we must also cross a vast desert stretching for countless miles to arrive there. Suddenly, Hanli recalled something, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke slowly. A desert? Inu paused, her mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, and this desert possesses certain peculiarities. For reasons unknown, fierce hurricanes have been raging relentlessly over the entire expanse of the desert for countless years. Should we, the cultivators, wish to traverse this arid wasteland, we are left with no choice but to proceed on foot. Otherwise, before we can even soar beyond the multifarious realms, the relentless gales would deplete our magical energies. Consequently, although the various sects of the southern heavens are aware of the existence of the far western lands, they regard it as insignificant, merely the size of 2 medium-sized nations from the southern heavens. Additionally, its resources are rather meager, and with the desert acting as a barrier, communication proves to be exceedingly inconvenient. Thus, both the righteous and demonic paths, along with other sects, have consistently overlooked this region. The entirety of the far western lands has long been dominated by the Qian Bamboo sect, Hanli explained. Surely, flying across the desert would require an extensive amount of time, Silver Moon remarked, her delicate brows furrowed with concern that it will indeed take a considerable duration. Even if all goes exceedingly well, I estimate it will require at least a year's time for the round trip. Therefore, prior to my departure to the far western lands, there are several matters I must attend to first, ensuring I can leave with a tranquil mind. During this time, Silver Moon, I would appreciate your assistance. I shall entrust this matter to you. As he spoke, Hanli extended his hand and withdrew a jade box from his storage pouch, offering it to Silver Moon. The Shinti on Immortal Vine, Master, are you truly entrusting this to me? Silver Moon recognized the contents of the jade box at a glance, her expression one of surprise. Should this vine fail to thrive, it would merely serve as a material for refining artifacts. It is nothing extraordinary. Seizing this opportunity, I must first attend to the matter of the wood spirit infant and plant the second nascent soul. Afterward, I shall deal with that corpse demon. I obtained a ritual for refining demonic corpses from the storage pouch of that elder from the Inluo sect. It would be prudent to make full use of it, as that corpse demon has long been trapped within the depths of Yumeng Mountain, perpetually a source of calamity, with so many tasks at hand. I find myself utterly preoccupied. Naturally, I must entrust all matters within the cave dwelling to your care. Hanli cast a sidelong glance at Silver Moon, a half-smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Very well. What can I say? You are the master after all. I shall see to it as you have instructed, Silver Moon replied, pursing her crimson lips, a hint of resignation in her voice as she accepted the jade box. Hanli smiled gently, exchanged a few more words with Silver Moon, and made to exit the hall. However, at that moment, Silver Moon hesitated before suddenly calling out to Hanli, Master, there is a matter that has weighed on my mind for quite some time. May I inquire about it? Silver Moon blinked her bright eyes and asked with an earnest demeanor. Chapter 790, Encroachment. What is it? Hanli turned to regard Silver Moon. Since being accepted as your artifact spirit, it seems you have never allowed me to enhance the power of your flying sword in my spirit form, nor summoned me to combat in my spirit identity. Might I inquire about the reason behind this? Silver Moon asked slowly. What prompted you to bring this up? Hanli furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise evident. It is nothing. I merely asked out of curiosity. After all, Silver Moon's true identity is simply that of an artifact spirit. Silver Moon lowered her head slightly, speaking in a soft voice. An artifact spirit? Do you consider yourself an ordinary artifact spirit? Ordinary artifact spirits possess no intelligence, and thus would not pose such questions. In truth, while summoning the spirit of a magical artifact can significantly enhance its power, it exacts a considerable toll on the spirit itself. There have been instances where the masters of certain artifacts have overexerted their spirits, leading to their spontaneous dissolution. For me, however, your manifestation in the form of a fox spirit has proven to be of considerable assistance, unless absolutely necessary. I would refrain from transforming you into a spirit to confront adversaries, as the depletion of your essence would not bode well for me. After a moment of silence, Hanli spoke in a calm tone, then turned and left the hall. Within the chamber, Inu blinked her bright eyes several times, her delicate features reflecting a contemplative expression, lost in thought. After a while, she glanced down at the jade box in her hands, a faint smile gracing her lips, before she too exited on the following day. Hanli found himself in the secluded chamber of his cave abode, poised to embark on the cultivation of the second nascent soul's divine abilities. The ordinary secret arts pale in comparison to such profound techniques. Hence, Hanli had been preparing for this day long before. Now, seated cross-legged upon the ground, he held a pale blue jade slip in his hands, seemingly immersing his consciousness within it, contemplating some profound revelation. This jade slip contained the teachings of the Xianmu transformation into infancy technique. After a brief period, Hanli withdrew his consciousness, closed his eyes in contemplation, and with a series of hand seals and low incantations, he became utterly still. Above his head, a radiant azure light flickered, and an infant wreathed in azure luminescence suddenly materialized. This was the nascent soul that Hanli had painstakingly cultivated over the course of 200 years. The nascent soul appeared somewhat more robust than it had several years prior, its eyes dark and clear, exuding a remarkable intelligence. Given that Hanli had only refined his nascent soul for a few years, he dared to allow it to manifest solely in this exceedingly secure location. Otherwise, any unforeseen mishap could jeopardize his fragile nascent soul. After a brief moment of hovering above Hanli, the nascent soul tilted its head to survey the chamber. And with a flicker of azure light, it transformed into a shimmering wisp, gradually taking flight within the confines of the chamber. Initially, it seemed somewhat clumsy, yet it gradually mastered the art of flight, the azure light accelerating with each passing moment. Eventually, the chamber was filled with a mesmerizing spectacle of undulating azure light, flitting in and out of view, leaving onlookers in awe. After a short while, the nascent soul abruptly ceased its luminous flight, hovering in a corner of the chamber as if recalling something. With its delicate hands forming a seal, a flash of spiritual light enveloped it, and it suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear above Hanli's head an instant later. Its complexion appeared slightly pale, as though it had expended a significant amount of vital energy. This was the unique ability of the nascent soul, the true art of instantaneous movement. The nascent soul stretched languidly before transforming back into a streak of azure light, vanishing into Hanli's crown, leaving no trace behind. Hanli's eyelids fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of gravity in his expression. It seemed that the nascent soul had finally solidified after these years of cultivation, although it still could not rival those of the ancient beings. He should be free of concerns as he began the cultivation of the second nascent soul, Hanli murmured to himself. Subsequently, he struck the storage bag with one hand, causing a jade box to materialize in his grasp. Adorned with an array of intricate talismans, Hanli's expression turned grave as he swept his voluminous sleeves, causing all the talismans to fall away, with a delicate touch of his finger to one corner of the box's lid. It opened of its own accord, revealing a resplendent golden sphere within. Encased inside was the sealed spirit of the wood essence. The soul-severing technique he had previously employed had nearly come to fruition. Gazing at the golden orb, Hanli murmured to himself once more. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his hand and pressed his 5 fingers upon the golden sphere. A thunderous crack resonated as golden light flickered, and countless slender arcs of electricity erupted from the sphere, swiftly merging into Han Li's hand, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, the golden sphere within the box disintegrated, revealing a diminutive emerald figure. Its features delicate and refined, unmistakably the true form of the wood essence. However, this incarnation was beset by a multitude of dark, slender needles, its eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a deep slumber. These needle-like projections, akin to fine hairs, occasionally emitted a faint green glow, presenting an undeniably eerie sight. Han Li, cautious and vigilant, narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized both the wood essence and the ominous needles. Observing that everything aligned with his expectations, he gradually extended a finger, gently poised to touch the space between the spirit's brows. With a soft pop, before his finger could make contact, a green luminescent orb, the size of a broad bean, erupted from his fingertip, transforming into a verdant beam that pierced directly into the spirit's brow. Han Li's finger remained steady, exhibiting remarkable composure as he seemed to employ the green thread to probe the condition within the spirit's body. After what felt like the duration of a meal, Han Li exhaled a sigh of relief, withdrawing his finger, and the green thread vanished in a flash. Rubbing his chin, Han Li pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his hand in a beckoning gesture, causing the multitude of dark needles embedded in the spirit to transform into a flurry of black rays, shooting into his wide sleeves. The spirit, still in a deep slumber, lay undisturbed within the jade box, showing no signs of awakening. Seemingly resolute in his decision, Han Li ceased his hesitation and formed an intricate hand sign, casting a spell towards the wood essence. Instantly, the spirit floated gracefully from the jade box, rising to the same height as Han Li's head, then autonomously assumed a meditative posture, remaining motionless before him. Han Li gently closed his eyes, urging the incantation within his heart. A brilliant azure light emanated from the crown of his head, and his nascent soul reappeared there. This time, the visage of the nascent soul bore no semblance of mirth. Instead, its expression was taut and grave. It raised its head, its gaze fixed upon the immobile wood essence before it. With a slight movement, it glided to face the wood essence, adopting a similar meditative posture. The true form of the wood essence measured a full 2 inches in height, while Han Li's nascent soul stood merely an inch tall, creating a striking disparity between the two. Yet in that moment, the nascent soul's small mouth moved, articulating a series of cryptic incantations. Then, it opened its mouth, releasing a misty, verdant essence that directly enveloped the face of the wood essence. Instantly, the spirit's features stirred, and it gradually opened its eyes, though its gaze was devoid of clarity, appearing utterly vacant, akin to a puppet. Han Li Yuan's primordial infant was as though faced with a formidable adversary. His tiny hands swiftly formed intricate seals, his eyes wide with intensity, fixated on the opponent without the slightest flutter of his gaze. Suddenly, 2 strands of azure radiance shot forth from the primordial infant's eyes, piercing directly into the eyes of the wood spirit infant. In that instant, both figures trembled simultaneously, and the wood spirit infant emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling and writhing as if enduring unimaginable torment. Meanwhile, Han Li Yuan's primordial infant remained steadily suspended in the air, yet his countenance was equally marked by agony, though he managed to suppress it with sheer willpower. The chamber echoed with intermittent cries of anguish, fluctuating in intensity, and this cacophony persisted for a full day and night before gradually dissipating. 2 days later, Han Li Yuan emerged from the secret chamber, his face bearing a weary expression, yet glimmering with a hint of excitement. Initially, he had feared that forcibly invading the wood spirit infant's consciousness might result in a backlash. Thus, he had refrained from immediately casting the spell to implant a second primordial infant. Instead, he had employed a secret technique recorded in the Xianyin scripture, a soul-severing art, upon the wood spirit infant, allowing its consciousness to diminish gradually under the influence of those severing needles. With the passage of time, the wood spirit infant's original consciousness had undoubtedly waned to an inconceivably low state. In this context, relying on his formidable consciousness, comparable to that of a late-stage primordial infant, Han Li Yuan was poised to effortlessly erase the last remnants of the wood spirit infant's consciousness. With the spirit's awareness forcibly obliterated, he infused a portion of his own consciousness into it. Subsequently, he utilized a secret method to assimilate this spirit into his body, embarking on a gradual process of adaptation. Although there remained a risk of his consciousness being assimilated by the innate instincts of the spirit, Han Li Yuan was confident in the exceptional solidity of his consciousness, believing it unlikely to encounter such a predicament. Moreover, should such an event arise, he would merely abandon that fragment of consciousness. Given his immense consciousness, this loss would not impair his cognitive faculties, The duration of this assimilation process was uncertain. It could span 3 to 5 years, or even stretch to 7 or 8 years, or more than a decade. Essentially, it varied from person to person. Han Li Yuan had never harbored high hopes that this second primordial infant would prove useful during his expedition to the Abyss of Demons. Thus, he felt no urgency. After a brief respite post-exit from the chamber, he procured a batch of refining materials from the market, subsequently dedicating half a month in the refining chamber before emerging once more. However, he now possessed a collection of over 10 giant nails, magical artifacts capable of altering their size at will. With these in hand, Han Li Yuan made his way back to the marsh where he had encountered the snow-cloud fox. Upon arriving at the stone house nestled within the mountain's belly, he was immediately greeted by the sight of the corpse demon lying peacefully on the stone platform. Although he had anticipated this outcome, a sigh of relief escaped him nonetheless. From his storage pouch, he withdrew a jade box adorned with a golden talisman, arranging the silvered giant nails with meticulous care, then squinting slightly as he gazed at the corpse demon. Chapter 791. The Heavenly Extermination Corpse Demon. The corpse demon appeared unchanged, still cloaked in green fur with a single arm. Han Li Yuan scrutinized the stone chamber thoroughly, confirming that everything remained as it had been during his previous visit. Without any discrepancies, only then did he place the jade box on the ground and, tapping a specific beast pouch at his waist, a stream of dark light surged forth from within. The silhouette of the soul-wailing beast, measuring about a foot in size, materialized before them. The moment this creature appeared, it immediately spotted the corpse monkey on the stone platform, promptly emitting a series of frantic squeaks, before Han Li could even issue a command. The beast's dark aura flickered, and its form suddenly swelled dramatically. Fortunately, this creature seemed aware of the confined space, allowing its size to expand only to about 10 feet before it halted. Nevertheless, it fixated on the corpse monkey with unblinking eyes. Brimming with eagerness, Han Li furrowed his brow at this sight. With a mere thought, the soul-wailing beast fell silent, crouching obediently with its back to him. However, upon observing the beast's back, Han Li's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The blood-red ghostly image emblazoned on its back was now markedly clearer than before, with the specters appearing to slightly protrude, evoking a sensation that they might come to life at any moment. This stirred a flicker of intrigue within Han Li. It seemed that after the recent instances of scrutiny and devouring, the soul-wailing beast was on the verge of some peculiar transformation. While he felt unexpected delight, he also harbored a sense of anticipation. Nonetheless, this was not the opportune moment to delve into an in-depth study of the soul-wailing beast. He had released it merely as a precaution against unforeseen incidents. Subsequently, Han Li tapped his storage bag with a single hand, and a flash of yellow light revealed an antiquated jade slip in his grasp. As he gazed upon this object, his brow twitched slightly. This item had been retrieved from the hairpin of the black-robed youth after he had thoroughly searched the youth's consciousness. It contained records of over 10 different methods for corpse refinement, most of which had been surreptitiously acquired by the Yin Luo sect from various other sections. The black-robed youth had replicated these teachings within. This elder of the Yin Luo sect appeared to possess profound knowledge regarding corpse refinement, offering unique insights into each of the methods documented within the jade slip. Many of his proposed modifications could potentially enhance the potency of the corpse refinement techniques by a significant margin. Unfortunately, he had kept such invaluable knowledge to himself, never sharing it with his fellow sect members. His singular ambition was to create several top-tier refined corpses capable of dominating their surroundings, yet he had been unable to find suitable bodies, thus delaying his endeavors. Among the methods recorded was one called the Heavenly Extinction Demonic Corpse, which was one of the elite refined corpses the black-robed youth aspired to create. This technique required the use of various formidable walking corpses that had already attained a degree of sentience. By erasing their consciousness and employing various secret arts, there was a possibility of transforming them into such demonic corpses. Naturally, the strength of these corpses would depend on the type and original cultivation level of the sentient corpses used. According to the refinement technique, the corpse monkey was one of the optimal choices. Refined into a demonic corpse from such a high-tier spiritual corpse, its malevolent aura could surpass that of its predecessors by a third. Thus, after perusing the corpse refinement techniques inscribed on the slip, Han Li immediately thought of the corpse monkey trapped in this place. Such a prime opportunity was not one to be squandered. However, before he could commence the refinement of the demonic corpse, he needed to thoroughly obliterate the original consciousness of the corpse monkey, much like cultivating a second nascent soul. Therefore, he had deliberately brought along the jade box that might contain the corpse monkey's original spirit, intending to utilize it for his incantations. Now, Hanli glanced at the silver giant nails before him, extending his hand in a gesture that caused all the nails to gently levitate as he recited his incantation. They began to emit a soft silver glow. With a swift motion of his hands, a thunderous roar erupted, and several thick golden arcs adorned his palms, radiating a dazzling light that was truly awe-inspiring. Hanli, with an expressionless demeanor, raised his hands, causing more than 10 slender arcs to shoot forth from his palms, striking the numerous giant nails with precision. The intertwining brilliance of gold and silver caused the giant nails to tremble simultaneously. Observing this, Hanli's countenance darkened, and he uttered a word of command, swiftly executing a spell. All the giant nails transformed into beams of silver light, encircling the corpse monkey on the stone platform before hovering ominously over its limbs and vital points. Having prepared everything meticulously, Hanli took a deep breath and glanced at the jade box adorned with a golden talisman before him. He opened his mouth, and a stream of azure radiance erupted forth, sweeping over the surface of the jade box. After a few tremors, the golden talisman finally detached itself from the box's surface. With a whoosh, the lid of the box flew off, as if forcefully struck, soaring several feet away. Hanli's pupils immediately constricted as he fixated intently on the jade box. His lips pressed tightly together. The dense green mist began to surge from within the box, accompanied by ecstatic, maniacal laughter. "Haha, I am finally free. Which fool released me? Since I am liberated, I shall first feast upon your flesh to satiate my hunger." Doe, a nascent soul cultivator. The verdant mist swiftly coalesced into the visage of a woman, strikingly similar to the fox spirit of Silver Moon, albeit with a pair of fierce, emerald eyes. Upon recognizing Hanli, the ghastly face momentarily froze. Hanli, taken aback by the uncanny resemblance, quickly regained his composure. The transformation of Silver Moon's fox spirit had initially been orchestrated by the corpse monkey. Indeed, the jade box contained the main primordial spirit of the corpse monkey. After a brief moment of astonishment, the green visage let out a chilling laugh. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and unleashed a gust of sinister wind, causing the ghostly face to swell to an imposing size as it lunged forward, attempting to possess Hanli. However, Hanli, having anticipated this move, was not to be trifled with. Regardless of the corpse monkey's formidable powers in life, it was now merely a trapped primordial spirit. Hanli stood firm, taking a single step as his countenance glimmered with cold light. At that moment, the wailing beast, seemingly receiving a command, let out a powerful snort, unleashing a torrent of yellow mist. The mist enveloped a significant portion of the ghostly face, attempting to pull it back. "What is this?" The ghostly visage, quick-witted, sensed the danger and desperately struggled to break free. Unfortunately, the wailing beast's technique was specifically designed to counter primordial spirits and demon souls. And rather than escaping, the ghostly face was gradually engulfed by the yellow mist. In a moment of sheer desperation, the ghostly face violently swayed, severing the portion ensnared by the yellow mist just as it began to retract. The remaining ghostly fog churned before reconstituting into a smaller visage. Realizing the futility of confronting Hanli, it swiftly turned and shot towards the corpse monkey in the center of the stone platform. Having recognized Hanli as a formidable opponent, it intended to retreat to its own body before attempting to rend Hanli asunder. Hanli, observing the ghostly face's retreat, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, revealing a hint of scorn. He approached the more than 10 colossal nails entwined with golden arcs with an air of calmness, lightly gesturing with a finger, just as the ghostly visage momentarily merged with the body of the corpse demon. The silver giant nail descended like a bolt of lightning. A resounding thud echoed as the corpse demon attempted to move, only to have the nails impale its vital areas, limbs, abdomen, and other critical spots, all at once. Although the corpse demon's body was as hard as iron, rendering the silver nails incapable of inflicting any surface damage, the golden arcs above struck without mercy, enveloping the corpse demon in a magnificent golden net. Instantly, a foul, charred odor emanated from the corpse demon, as its spirit, which had just possessed the body, was forcefully expelled once more. At this moment, the green ghostly mist appeared to expand ominously compared to when it first attached itself. And within the mist, 2 ghostly visages, one large and one small, were discernible. The 2 faces desperately attempted to reattach to the corpse demon's form, but the flickering golden arcs on the silver nails repelled them with incessant screeches, preventing any entry. Indeed, there remained a hidden fragment of consciousness within the corpse demon, confirming that my efforts had not been in vain. Witnessing this scene, Hanli felt a surge of elation. With his final reservations cast aside, he commanded the howling beast with a sudden mental push, Immediately, the extraordinary creature let out a powerful huff, releasing a beam of blinding yellow radiance, directed toward the two ghostly visages. This time, the two faces were not as fortunate as before. As the brilliance swept over them, they could only emit a piercing wail before being engulfed by the yellow light. Drawn back into the maw of the howling beast, the creature then voraciously gulped. Visibly exhilarated, as it patted its belly, seemingly quite satisfied. Hanli, observing this, wore a faint smile as well. Instead of hastily retrieving the silver giant nails, he leisurely approached the corpse demon's body. Upon reaching the stone platform, Hanli examined the silver chains binding the corpse demon. After a brief contemplation, he flicked his finger, and a blade of golden sword energy descended with a crisp sound, leaving the silver chain unscathed. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, as if this outcome had been anticipated. He opened his mouth, and a small golden sword shot forth. After a slight incantation, the tiny sword transformed into a dazzling light, silently striking one of the silver chains. Another sharp crack resonated, and a minuscule notch appeared on the silver chain. Hanli's expression shifted slightly, revealing a flicker of surprise. He understood that these chains, capable of binding a creature as powerful as the corpse demon, were certainly no ordinary artifacts, yet even the Qingzhu Fengyan sword, infused with gung essence, could only inflict such minimal damage. This revelation astonished him. However, despite his intrigue, Hanli's hand continued to weave the incantation without pause. The flying sword relentlessly targeted the same spot, delivering successive, forceful strikes. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the silver chain was finally severed. With curiosity, Hanli beckoned to the now liberated binding, which slithered like a silver serpent, transforming into two gleaming strands that fell into his grasp. He gently stroked the surface of the silver chain, only to discover that what appeared smooth was inscribed with an intricate array of minute runes, so finely detailed that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. A flicker of astonishment crossed Hanli's eyes. Chapter 792. Before the long journey, such a diminutive rune appears to be a rare ancient treasure. Hanli mused to himself, a flicker of silver light flashing in his hand as he carefully stowed away the two silver chains. He intended to wait for an opportunity to see if he could repair the chains and then test their power. After securing the chains, Hanli lowered his gaze to the grotesque body of the corpse demon. His expression darkened slightly as he flicked his fingers, sending 10 strands of azure silk flying forth, each piercing into various parts of the corpse demon's body as he began his meticulous examination. After a while, a look of satisfaction emerged on Hanli's face. Aside from the absence of one arm, this corpse demon's body was practically perfect for the purpose of corpse refining. Not only was its physique extraordinarily robust, impervious to ordinary treasures, but the corpse fire and corpse poison it harbored within were formidable entities in their own right. Even a slight contact with these substances would lead to instant death for any cultivator. However, as Hanli regarded the severed arm of the corpse demon, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ponder deeply. Suddenly, he patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a swarm of 3-colored devouring insects surged forth from the pouch. After spiraling above his head, a loud buzzing ensued. Hanli raised his hand and unleashed a spell. Instantly, the devouring insects, spurred by his consciousness, darted toward the severed arm of the corpse demon, coalescing and transforming there. Moments later, a smooth, 3-colored arm emerged in its place. Aside from the color and the absence of green fur, it was indistinguishable from the other arm. Hanli smiled faintly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Below, he retrieved several stacks of formation flags and a formation plate from his storage pouch, methodically setting up an exceedingly profound formation within the stone chamber. He lingered within the mountain's belly for over 2 months. And when Hanli reappeared in the cave of the Zima Peak, his complexion appeared exceedingly pale, as if he had depleted a considerable amount of vital energy, summoning the silver moon. He wasted no time and retreated into the secluded chamber once more. Not a word uttered about the corpse demon. A month later, the door to the closed chamber swung open again, and Hanli emerged with an air of tranquility. Master, the 6-winged frost centipedes in the insect chamber have begun to lay eggs. Silver Moon, who had been waiting outside, said respectfully upon seeing Hanli. They have laid eggs? Let me see. Hanli replied, momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. He strode towards the insect chamber, with Silver Moon gracefully following close behind. Through the barrier of the insect chamber's entrance, Hanli observed everything within with clarity. The 6-winged frost centipedes had undergone an evolution since being entrusted to him by Lu Yu. Having grown nearly half in size through mutual consumption, their emitted chill was far superior to what it had been before, although it could not compare to Hanli's Qianlan ice flame. It was certainly a lethal threat to core formation cultivators. Naturally, the cold air fused by Han Li into his cultivation of the purple luo heavenly fire had also increased in potency. In the center of the insect chamber lay the eggs of the six-winged frost centipedes, glossy and black, the size of a fist, encased in a shimmering block of ice, emanating wisps of cold air. This was evidently a result of the centipedes expelling cold air during the egg-laying process. As Han Li's gaze swept across the chamber, several enormous centipedes seemed to sense something, raising their heads and hissing menacingly towards the stone door. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze fixated upon the insect eggs, meticulously scrutinizing them. There were 24 centipede eggs, which would suffice. Inu, please inform my named disciple to come. She may take her spirit insect with her. Han Li stated, nodding in satisfaction after confirming the number of centipede eggs. Understood. I shall send a message immediately, Inu readily replied, producing a talisman from her possession. After murmuring a few incantations, she cast it into the air. The talisman transformed into a beam of red light, swiftly darting away. After inspecting the centipede eggs, Han Li casually glanced next door to observe the condition of the golden devouring insects. Recently, he had primarily focused the green liquid on the six-winged frost centipedes. It had been quite some time since he last examined the flying insects selected from the pure golden devouring insects. The myriad of flying insects within the insect chamber remained unchanged, coalescing into a massive golden sphere, suspended from a spirit tree he had specially transplanted for them. Although he had anticipated this, Han Li couldn't help but frown slightly upon his observation. Should these flying insects undergo one more evolution, they would likely mature into their final forms. Even with the influence of the Nijong grass, the duration of their evolution at this stage was likely to be astonishingly long. Han Li had never imagined that within a mere few decades, these devouring insects could complete their final advancement. Inu, what of the Xiantian immortal vine? After several months, we should ascertain whether that segment of root still holds any hope. Han Li inquired suddenly as he withdrew his gaze from the insect chamber. Well, it's difficult for this humble maid to say. It would be best for the master to see for himself, Inu replied, her expression revealing hesitation. What could be so difficult to convey? Han Li asked. Somewhat perplexed, however, after a moment's thought, he chose not to press further. Instead, he instructed her to lead him to the medicinal garden. Upon seeing the exposed segment of the Xiantian immortal vine's roots, Han Li's eyes widened in astonishment. The roots had shifted from a pale yellow to a vibrant green, yet they appeared barren, retaining their original size without a hint of budding or leaf growth. What is the matter? Has this vine been revived or not? Han Li pondered as he extended his senses to assess the root, failing to detect any signs of life, as if it remained an inert entity. This is what the humble maid wished to inform the master. The Xiantian immortal vine's roots, when initially nourished with the green liquid several times, exhibited no signs of change and could not be purely matured. Subsequently, I attempted to infuse it with both Millennium Spirit Liquid and Pure Liquid simultaneously, which yielded some effect. The color transformed to green. Initially, I presumed it had been revived. However, apart from the change in color, everything else remains identical to before, and it still cannot be nurtured by the green liquid. Thus, I am uncertain whether the current state of the vine's roots signifies life or death. Inu sighed, speaking slowly. Since there is some response, it indicates that there is still a possibility for revival. We merely have yet to discover the correct method. However, we currently lack the time for further experimentation. All matters shall be addressed after we venture to the extreme west, Han Li remarked, casting a final glance at the Xiantian immortal vine. Are we departing now? Inu inquired, momentarily taken aback. We leave tomorrow. I shall first go to bid farewell to senior brother Chang, Han Li responded. Then, he sealed the cave and took away all the significant belongings. In the far west, there should be no formidable high-level cultivators, and thus, the danger was likely minimal. It would merely take a bit more time. Furthermore, it was imperative to return within 3 years. Otherwise, there was a possibility of missing the optimal moment to enter the Devil's Fall Valley. Han Li responded with certainty. Upon hearing this, Inu nodded in agreement. Soon after, the two exited the medicinal garden. Han Li went to find the silver-haired elder, while Inu remained in the cave, beginning to pack her belongings in preparation for their journey the following day. Early the next morning, after a night's rest, Han Li and Inu had just stepped out of the cave's grand door when they noticed a graceful and stunning woman standing quietly outside, silently gazing at Han Li. What brings you here? Did I not provide you with ample elixirs for several years of cultivation, allowing you to focus on your practice? Han Li inquired calmly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Young master, I have given it much thought. It seems I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. It would be better to journey alongside you. Moreover, As your concubine, it is my duty to accompany you and attend to your needs. Might you permit me to join you? Mu Peeling spoke softly, her head slightly bowed, her cheeks faintly flushed. Her enchanting beauty, coupled with her voluptuous figure, rendered her utterly captivating. Upon hearing her words, Han Li paused momentarily, assessing Mu Peeling with contemplation. Behind him, Inu's bright eyes sparkled, her expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. If you wish to come, then accompany us. Along the way, I can also provide guidance on your cultivation. If you can enter the core formation stage sooner, it would be greatly beneficial for me as well. Han Li did not deliberate for long before nodding in agreement. Thank you, young master. Mu Peeling beamed with joy, her face alight with excitement. Observing this, Han Li offered a faint smile. Then with a flick of his sleeve, a beam of white light shot forth, transforming into a square, winged flying carriage, the Wind Chariot. Upon seeing the chariot appear, Inu smiled brightly and, with a gentle swish of her form, transformed into a white light that swiftly entered Han Li's wide sleeve. Mu Peeling was startled by this sight. Covering her mouth in astonishment, we shall discuss Inu's matters further on the road. Let us board the carriage and set off. Han Li stated nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the occurrence. Yes, young master. Mu Peeling, not an ordinary female cultivator, regained her composure after her initial surprise, gracefully twisting her waist as she floated onto the chariot. However, as soon as her dainty foot touched the flying carriage, Han Li simultaneously appeared aboard. With a gesture of his hands, he wove a layer of misty white light that enveloped the chariot. Then, with a clear sound, the Wind Chariot instantly vanished from its original spot, transforming into a dazzling white rainbow that swiftly cut through the air. Before long, the entire Falling Cloud sect received news that Elder Han, having sustained some injury to his vital energy while battling demonic cultivators, had decided to enter seclusion for several years to restore his cultivation. During this period, he would not be receiving visitors. The other two sects from Yunming Mountain, upon hearing this, repeatedly sent inquiries regarding Elder Han's condition, but were met with vague responses from the silver-haired elder. Other cultivators who had friendly relations with Falling Cloud sect also came to pay their respects, only to be similarly dismissed with the same words. Thus, the news regarding Han Li, the recently renowned elder of the Falling Cloud sect, who had sustained significant injuries, swiftly spread throughout the Shi Kingdom. Even sects from other nations could not help but take note of this matter. The cultivators from these sects harbored no doubts. For the demon cultivator ultimately slain by Han, Li was an elder of the In Luo sect of the Jin Kingdom, reputed to possess peak mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. That it was entirely reasonable that vanquishing such an opponent would greatly deplete one's vitality. Nonetheless, even so, in the eyes of many sect cultivators, Han Li had ascended to the status of a formidable practitioner who could stand alongside the infamous Tian Hin. The reputation of the Falling Cloud sect soared to unprecedented heights. Numerous sects began to intentionally cultivate amicable relations with this sect, while several highly accomplished rogue cultivators made their way to Yunming Mountain, seeking to join the Falling Cloud sect. In a remarkably short period, the Falling Cloud sect began to exhibit the air of being the foremost sect in the Shi Kingdom, much to the exhilaration of its disciples. Han Li, the enigmatic elder who seldom appeared before the ordinary disciples, achieved an unparalleled stature in their eyes. Volume 6, Celestial Treasures, Chapter 793, The Abyss of Demons in the Southern Region of the Dongyu Kingdom. It is not that this nation is too small or lacking in resources, which has led to its neglect by the major powers. On the contrary, in terms of both land size and the abundance of cultivation resources, this nation ranks within the top 10 in the southern territories. The reason no faction has managed to dominate this kingdom thus far is intricately tied to its geographical position. Aside from being distanced from the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, it is in close proximity to three other major powers. Consequently, it finds itself ensnared in a precarious middle ground. The cultivation sects of this nation, due to certain historical circumstances, are remarkably diverse. They comprise both righteous and demonic sects, as well as various minor factions outside these two categories. Most importantly, no local sect within the Dongyu Kingdom possesses the strength to overshadow the others and emerge as a decisive force. Thus, it is unable to represent the kingdom itself or make any determinations favoring a particular power. As a result, none of the three major factions wish to relinquish their claim to this nation, leading to a constant undercurrent of contention. However, no clear outcome has emerged. Ultimately, a vague agreement was reached. None of the three factions would interfere in the kingdom's affairs. allowing Dongyu to remain a neutral nation. Of course, many local sects had already aligned themselves with either the righteous or demonic paths or the Celestial Alliance, thus receiving covert support from the three major powers. This has allowed Dongyu to maintain a tenuous balance over the past century, rendering it a haven for numerous cultivators seeking neutrality, leading to a remarkable flourishing of this nation in the northern region of Dongyu. There lies a basin that occupies nearly two-thirds of Changzhou's area. This basin is predominantly covered by an extraordinarily dense forest. However, at its center lies a vast mountain range stretching over 1,000,000 miles. Known to the locals as the Wanling Mountain Range. Whether this range truly boasts 10,000 peaks remains unverified, but its grandeur is undeniable, teeming with various spirit beasts and rare spiritual herbs. Yet, aside from designated periods occurring every few decades, even cultivators dare not venture here lightly to gather herbs or capture spirit beasts. This hesitation is entirely due to the ominous title that the Wanling Mountain Range bears in the southern cultivation world, the Abyss of Demons. In a secret location nestled within the mountains lies the infamous Mo Valley, reputed to be the most perilous place in the southern heavens. This enigmatic valley has existed since the primordial era, a time when countless formidable cultivators ventured into its depths in search of treasures. However, millennia have passed, and it remains shrouded in a mysterious and bloody veil, deterring all who dare approach. Naturally, the valley's fearsome reputation alone cannot dissuade cultivators from exploring the mountains. Yet, whether influenced by the valley or not, the Wanling Mountain Range has, for an unknown period, been perpetually enveloped in a myriad of colorful miasma. This noxious vapor is not only exceedingly toxic, capable of causing instant demise upon contact, but it also possesses a density akin to a formidable barrier, rendering visibility nearly non-existent and leading those who venture too deep to become hopelessly lost. In such an environment, even if a cultivator manages to survive the miasma, the prospect of gathering spirit herbs or capturing spirit beasts becomes utterly futile. They can only gaze longingly at the treasures hidden within the mountains or scavenge in the sparse areas where the miasma is less dense. However, approximately every 50 years, the miasma dissipates, coinciding with the most stable and least tumultuous period within the Mo Valley spatial rifts. During this brief interval, treasure seekers from across the southern heavens seize the opportunity to delve into the mountains. Of course, given the vastness of these mountains, even with an abundance of spirit herbs and beasts, only a small fraction of cultivators will return with any notable bounty. Nonetheless, during this time, thousands of cultivators from various ranks converge upon the area. Additionally, merchants backed by powerful family factions swiftly establish several bustling markets to procure the spirit herbs and beasts acquired by successful cultivators, thriving for a time. This year, the miasma surrounding Wanling Mountain has begun to thin, with only a few months remaining before it is entirely dispelled. As a result, a massive influx of cultivators has surged into the Changzhou region, surpassing previous gatherings in numbers, with a significant portion being foreign cultivators, including many high-ranking individuals. This unexpected wave has alarmed the local sects and families, prompting them to strictly regulate their disciples' movements and dispatch personnel to uncover the reasons behind this phenomenon. The information they glean leaves these local powers utterly astounded. At the border of Changzhou, atop an unnamed hill, a pair of golden core cultivators stands together at the peak. The man, clad in a cerulean robe and appearing to be in his 30s, possesses a strikingly elegant demeanor. The woman, adorned in palace attire, is voluptuous yet unremarkable in appearance, lacking any distinguishing features, though they maintain an air of composure. Their frequent glances upward and the flicker of anxiety in their eyes reveal their true sentiments. After a brief moment, a silver light appears in the distance, followed by a silver streak racing toward the hill. Upon seeing this light, the couple, seemingly a pair, both display expressions of joy. As the silver streak hovers above the hill, it spirals to reveal a scholarly figure clad in a brocade robe, appearing to be in his 40s. Brother, you have finally arrived. How was your journey? Did you manage to obtain the entry token? The woman exclaims, her voice laced with delight upon seeing the man. Hee, I arrived just in time, he replies with a grin. The token is finally in hand. The scholar smiled, raising his hand as two beams of azure light shot forth towards the male and female cultivators. The two hurriedly reached out to catch them, discovering they were two bronze tokens. One side bore the two red characters Mo, while the other displayed a golden symbol, exuding wisps of spiritual energy. The female cultivator's face instantly lit up with excitement, whereas the male cultivator furrowed his brow, appearing contemplative. How wonderful! With this Mo token in our possession, we can venture into the valley to seek treasures. If we manage to acquire some ancient elixirs, the three of us might even have the chance to condense our yuan-ing. The female cultivator exclaimed joyfully. Such a trivial token, yet they dare to sell it for 30,000 spirit stones. Remarked the male cultivator in blue, letting out a sigh. The total price for the 3 tokens amounted to 100,000 spirit stones, nearly depleting the entirety of their collective savings accumulated over centuries. Much to the blue-clad cultivator's dismay, "Brother, do not lament so. If it weren't for the bond of life and death between me and that individual, their sect would have chosen to forego this opportunity to enter the valley due to insufficient manpower. Even if the tokens were priced at 100,000 spirit stones each, they would still be in high demand outside. Furthermore, the Ghost Spirit sect initially intended to monopolize the treasures of the Juemo Valley. It is only under pressure from other sects that they reluctantly agreed to allow outsiders to join in the treasure hunt. Otherwise, even if you offered 100,000 spirit stones for a chance to enter, the Ghost Spirit sect would never acquiesce, the scholar replied with a resigned expression. Upon hearing these words, the blue-clad cultivator found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, yet, glancing at the token in his hand, he still voiced his concern. However, is the method of entry into the valley truly reliable? I have heard that the valley's entrance is riddled with numerous spatial rifts. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Moreover, I have heard rumors that an elder of the Ghost Spirit sect once emerged alive from the valley. Though you think there is any truth to this, unless the Ghost Spirit sect seeks enmity with the entire southern celestial cultivation realm, this matter will undoubtedly proceed without incident. Besides, we have all heard that the elder of the Ghost Spirit sect merely escaped with his yuan-ing, while his physical form perished within the Juemo Valley. This aligns with reason, the scholar replied without hesitation. Yet, even if we can enter the valley, the dangers within the Juemo Valley are exceedingly treacherous that we cannot ascertain whether our decision to purchase the tokens was right or wrong. The blue-clad man said, still hesitant after the scholar's explanation. With the talents of the three of us, we have already reached the pinnacle of our current realms, without fortuitous opportunities, in just over 200 years. We shall all become mere piles of bones that we must seize this chance. Moreover, I have heard that the dangers posed by the spatial rifts on the outskirts of the Juemo Valley are significantly fewer than those deeper within. If we exercise caution while exploring the periphery, we should encounter no issues. The female cultivator interjected nonchalantly. I have heard that the Ghost Spirit sect has released hundreds of Juemo tokens at once, with the majority falling into the hands of various sects. It is even rumored that the esteemed Mulan will also dispatch individuals to participate. This means that hundreds of cultivators will enter the valley alongside the Ghost Spirit sect. With so many people, what do we have to fear? If the situation becomes perilous, we can always retreat immediately, she concluded. However, this opportunity has slipped through my fingers, and I shall carry this regret in my heart for a lifetime, remarked the scholar with a hint of clarity. The female cultivator beside him nodded in agreement, seemingly in profound understanding. Since elder brother has spoken thus, I shall naturally accompany you into the valley, responded the younger brother. The man in the blue attire let out a bitter smile, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The similar scenario has been unfolding frequently in various locales near Changzhou Point 6 months ago. Rumors began circulating from an unknown source that the Ghost Spirit sect had discovered the method to enter the abyss of despair, and it was said that they intended to keep this knowledge hidden from other sects, planning to monopolize the treasures within the valley. Upon the dissemination of this news, an uproar ensued throughout the cultivation world. The major sects, having just engaged in a fierce battle with the Mulan clan and intending to recuperate, found themselves unable to remain idle. They promptly dispatched envoys to the Ghost Spirit sect to inquire about the matter, and even the remaining 6 sects of the demonic path sent representatives to verify the truth of the claims. The higher-ups of the Ghost Spirit sect were naturally furious. Yet, under such immense pressure, they could only grit their teeth and acknowledge the situation. After all, those with determination could always uncover the truth from the slightest clues. Consequently, the other sects unreservedly demanded to share the means of entering the valley. However, this time, the Ghost Spirit sect firmly refused to comply. In the end, they proposed a compromise, offering to provide a limited number of entry tokens to the various sects. Those in possession of such a token could send representatives to enter the abyss of despair alongside the cultivators of the Ghost Spirit sect when the spatial rift was stable, albeit at the cost of some spirit stones to appease the discontent of the wandering cultivators. They also released over 100 tokens for them and smaller sects. As the time approached, Changzhou became lively once again. Near the Wanling Mountains, numerous cultivators from other nations emerged, causing the local practitioners, who initially intended to venture into the mountains in search of treasures, to become exceedingly cautious. behaving as if they were treading on thin ice. Chapter 794. Han Li's return. The city closest to Changzhou lies 1,000 miles from the Wanling mountain range, yet many cultivators unwilling to sleep under the stars took up residence there. A small sect of cultivators, which had secretly occupied this city, had frightened all their disciples back to the mountain gates, choosing to feign ignorance towards everything in the city, although there were numerous cultivators gathered in this city. The abundance of inns provided ample accommodation for these scattered practitioners. Among them, the Hongfu Inn was merely an ordinary establishment. 2 groups of cultivators had checked in, each reserving one of the 2 independent courtyards behind the inn. Within one of the rooms in one of the courtyards, 3 young and beautiful female cultivators gathered around a wooden table, deep in discussion. These 3 were none other than Xiling and Mei Ning, who had parted ways with Han Li in Tianyi City, along with a woman surnamed Song, who had formed a bond with them. At this moment, Xiling appeared dignified and graceful, albeit clearly utilizing a secret technique to conceal her stunning beauty. She seemed to be just an ordinary female cultivator with a touch of charm. The 3 women wore serious expressions, speaking in hushed tones. Around the walls of the room, faint flashes of white light could be seen, indicating that a barrier had been cast to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on their conversation. Sister Song, have you yet to receive any word from Brother Han? With the miasma dissipating, time is of the essence. Should Brother Han fail to appear soon, we might miss the optimal moment to enter the abyss of demons. With her delicate brows furrowed and a hint of worry in her expression, Xiling inquired. Naturally, the subject of her questioning was the Song maiden seated across from her, clad in a flowing white dress. Xiling, you know well that more than 2 years ago, although our esteemed Master Cheng publicly declared that Uncle Han was in seclusion for healing, I have come to understand that he has ventured to the far western lands. While I am uncertain of the matters that have drawn him to such a distant place, the journey alone takes over a year. There is no cause for alarm, and we still have several months remaining. I have already left a reliable contact address within the sect. As soon as he returns, he will be able to find us. If Uncle Han intends to return on time, what cultivator in the far west could possibly detain him? The Song maiden replied with a gentle smile, her demeanor calm and composed. This matter is not so easily resolved. Even if Brother Han possesses transcendent abilities, there are certain situations that cannot be remedied solely by strength. Xiling sighed, momentarily recalling her own harrowing experiences in the netherworld. However, she quickly shifted her tone, adding, Sister Song, you now speak of Uncle Han with such reverence, as if your regard for him has transformed overnight. In the past, you did not express such sentiments regarding him. As she spoke, a teasing smile danced upon Xiling's delicate features. The Song maiden's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she swiftly regained her composure, responding, if only you, dear Xiling, could vanquish a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, I would likewise hold you in such high esteem. Uncle Han is currently second only to the 3 greatest cultivators in Tiannan. As a junior, is it not appropriate for me to show a modicum of respect? That is certainly not surprising. That I, too, was taken aback upon hearing of Brother Han's remarkable achievements a decade ago. He was merely a golden core cultivator, much like myself. Yet now he possesses such astonishing powers that we must look up to him. It is truly hard to believe. Had I foreseen this, I might have forcibly wed Sister Mei to him as a concubine. Surely, that would have paved a smooth path for her future cultivation, Xiling said with a playful smile. Hearing this, Mei Ning's cheeks flushed crimson, but with a playful huff, she refrained from commenting further. Though a hint of melancholy flickered in her bright eyes, she had once been given the choice by Han Li, but in her moment of hesitation, she had missed that opportunity. Now, with Han Li's burgeoning renown, it was not a matter she could broach lightly. Mei Ning nearly became Uncle Han's concubine. This is the first I've heard of such a thing. I had always assumed there was some connection between him and you. Dear Xiling, after all, with your unparalleled beauty, I find it hard to believe there are men in this world unmoved by your charm, the Song maiden remarked, initially taken aback, but then chuckling lightly as she teased Xiling. Humph. At that time, I was unaware of Brother Han's formidable prowess. Had I known, I might have willingly offered myself to him. Being his dual cultivation partner would surely be far more advantageous than my current solitary path of cultivation. Xiling delicately pressed her fragrant lips together, speaking with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, leaving others uncertain of the veracity of her words. This caused the somewhat reserved woman of the Song surname to pause, caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation. However, if Brother Han's prowess has indeed risen to such heights and he genuinely offers his assistance, the prospect of obtaining the spirit candle fruit appears exceedingly promising. Sister Song, have you truly resolved not to enter the abyss of temptation? It is essential to recognize that Mei Ning's reluctance stems from the sudden surge of practitioners entering the valley. Given her cultivation level, it would be exceedingly perilous for her to proceed. Ziling hesitated momentarily before continuing. I have pondered this matter extensively. I am not quite like the two of you. Although I am currently only at the initial stage of the core formation, I am on the verge of advancing to the peak of this stage. With 2 or 3 decades of diligent effort, I could attain that realm. It is not worth risking so much for this. As for the other treasures within the valley, they are certainly not worth risking one's life for. I possess a measure of self-awareness. Mei Ning contemplated for a moment before responding seriously. Since Sister Song has made her decision, I shall no longer attempt to dissuade you. In truth, if Brother Han does not arrive in time, I would not dare to enter the valley alone. After all, with the influx of high-level practitioners, the dangers have significantly increased. The likelihood of encountering violent theft and murder is undoubtedly high. A solitary core formation practitioner entering the valley. Would I not be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den? I am not foolish enough to be so reckless. Ziling let out a bitter laugh, expressing her dejection. Her words left both Mei Ning and the woman of the Song surname momentarily stunned. The sudden leak of information regarding the ghost spirit sect was entirely unexpected. Initially, I even suspected that Sister Ziling had intentionally divulged this information, perhaps to stir the waters and gain an advantage. A look of concern crossed the face of the woman of the Song surname as she muttered to herself, "Stir the waters? What benefit could there be in that? Naturally, the fewer practitioners that enter the valley, the better for us. Only in this way can we seize the spirit candle fruit before the ghost spirit sect does." Catching them off guard, Ziling playfully chided, her tone lacking any semblance of warmth. "Oh, was it not you, Daoist Ziling, who released the information? It seems that others are responsible for this." A familiar male voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. "Han Shu, Brother Han." The woman of the Song surname and Ziling were momentarily startled, but they quickly called out Han Li's name, their faces lighting up with joy. Ziling raised her hand, casting a spell upon the door. Instantly, a flash of white light enveloped the wooden door, which slowly swung open. A young man in his 20s, dressed in a slightly worn green robe, stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He regarded the 3 enchanting women within with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This young man was none other than Han Li, returning after more than 2 years from the far western lands. Behind him, he carried a yellow bamboo tube, about a foot long, slung diagonally across his back, revealing no intention of placing it within his storage bag. A closer inspection would reveal that Han Li himself bore a subtle change, exhibiting a markedly transformed demeanor that radiated calmness and composure, giving him an air of inscrutable depth. "Greetings, Han Shu," the woman of the Song's surname, with little time to think, hurriedly stepped forward, adjusting her attire in a respectful bow. "Brother Han, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to worry that you had been delayed by unforeseen circumstances." Ziling, her beautiful face flushing slightly, rose to greet him, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The lady remained unaware of how long Han Li had been present. Could it be that her recent words had been overheard by him? As she recalled her earlier willingness to offer herself, even the usually gracious and clever Ziling felt a blush of embarrassment and a hint of awkwardness wash over her. "Since I have already promised you, I shall naturally arrive on time," Han Li remarked with a subtle smile, casting a gaze laden with meaning upon the lady before leisurely stepping into the room. Mei Ning, biting her crimson lip, approached Han Li to offer him a respectful greeting. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to cease, and then made his way to an unoccupied wooden chair, inviting everyone to take a seat. Ziling quickly regained her composure and sat down with poise, while the woman, surnamed Song, hesitated momentarily before joining her on the chair. "Brother Han, when did you return to Tiannan? I trust your journey to the far west was smooth?" Ziling did not immediately broach the subject of the abyss of demons. Instead, she cheerfully inquired about Han Li's affairs, scrutinizing him with an unusual gaze. "I encountered some minor troubles in the far west. Although they were resolved smoothly, it did cause a slight delay. Otherwise, I would have returned half a year ago," Han Li replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ziling and the woman surnamed Song exchanged curious glances, pondering the nature of the troubles that Han Li deemed minor. However, recognizing his reluctance to elaborate, both women, possessing keen intellect, refrained from pressing further. "I just heard you mention that only Miss Ziling was willing to venture into the abyss of demons. Did Song Shiji and Mei Ning change their minds? Is this true?" Han Li inquired nonchalantly after glancing at the other 2 women. Since Master Uncle is already aware, I naturally cannot withhold the truth. After thorough deliberation with Taoist Mei Ning, we concluded that the dangers of this expedition are far too great, and it would be prudent to abandon it. I do not wish to jeopardize the fruits of my decades of arduous cultivation for such unnecessary risks. Moreover, Taoist Mei Ning has recently acquired a pill highly beneficial for forming the golden core and is also unwilling to take such a perilous gamble. After all, the Abyss of Demons has a fearsome reputation as the most dangerous place in Tiannan, and the risks multiply significantly when it comes to retrieving the Ling Zhu fruit deep within the valley. Chapter 795, The Divine Monarch of Dian. After listening to the cautious words of the woman surnamed Song, Han Li nodded that it is perhaps for the best that Song Shiji and Miss Mei do not partake. The current situation in Wanling Mountain is tumultuous. Even if I were to enter the Abyss of Demons, I cannot guarantee a safe return. Miss Ziling, do you still insist on entering the Abyss of Demons? Han Li casually remarked to Ziling. As long as Brother Han is willing to enter the valley, I am prepared to take the risk. I have complete faith in you, Taoist Han, Ziling said with a charming smile. Her confidence unwavering. Since you have expressed such determination, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, there are a few matters that must be clarified and understood before we enter the valley, Han Li stated. Gazing intently at Ziling without blinking, this is only reasonable. Brother Han, please feel free to voice any questions you may have, Ziling responded without surprise. Firstly, I need to verify the authenticity of the Ling Zhu fruit. I do not wish to enter the Abyss of Demons only to find it was all for naught. Might Miss Ziling be able to ascertain this matter? Han Li's expression grew grave. Ling Zhu was resolute in her affirmation, declaring it a factual occurrence. This account was relayed directly from a Yuaning elder of the Ghost Spirit sect, who had narrowly escaped from the Abyss of Demonic Fall years ago. Otherwise, the Yuaning elders of the Ghost Spirit sect would not be so wholeheartedly invested in the affairs of the Abyss of Demonic Fall. I also possess a jade slip, which contains the elder's first-hand description of the location of the Ling Zhu fruit. This should serve as evidence to substantiate the truth of the matter. Ziling had long been prepared for Han Li's inquiry. Without hesitation, she extracted a verdant jade slip from her storage pouch and handed it to him. Han Li accepted the jade slip, immersing his consciousness within it, silently perusing its contents for a while. After a considerable pause, he withdrew his spiritual sense, maintaining a composed demeanor as he returned the slip to her. According to the information inscribed, the Ling Zhu fruit indeed exists. However, the indicated location is rather deep within the Abyss of Demonic Fall and somewhat ambiguous. Relying solely on these descriptions, it is uncertain whether we can successfully locate the Ling Zhu fruit. Han Li remarked, his brow furrowed in hesitation. The elder from the Ghost Spirit sect only stumbled upon the Ling Zhu fruit's location after his Yuaning stage had emerged, so it is reasonable that his recollection of the position is somewhat vague. Nonetheless, the slip also mentions several distinct features that we should not encounter significant difficulties in locating the Ling Zhu fruit, Ziling explained, seemingly anxious that Han Li might reconsider. Han Li pondered the contents of the jade slip. Deliberating the pros and cons, even if we do find this spiritual fruit, we must refine the Zhao Hua Dan within the valley, otherwise, its efficacy will be greatly diminished. Miss Ziling, have you also prepared the auxiliary materials for pill refinement? After a moment, Han Li raised his gaze and calmly inquired. Ziling, hearing this, was overjoyed and quickly suppressed her excitement, her face glowing with radiance as she replied, the auxiliary materials for the Zhao Hua Dan are rather elusive. But I have managed to gather a dozen over the past few years. As long as we obtain the Ling Zhu fruit and our luck isn't utterly abysmal, we should have no trouble refining the Zhao Hua Dan. Since there are no major issues, I shall venture into the Abyss of Demonic Fall. However, Miss Ziling, I need not elaborate on the dangers within the valley. Once we enter, I shall do my utmost to protect you within the limits of my abilities. Yet, should we encounter dangers beyond my capacity to withstand, I advise you to be prepared for self-preservation. Han Li's expression suddenly turned stern as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Naturally, should such a situation arise, it would merely reflect my own lack of fortune. I would never dare to harbor resentment towards Brother Han, Ziling responded without hesitation, her previous delicacy seemingly evaporating, revealing a hint of fortitude. Han Li was taken aback but soon found satisfaction in Ziling's words. His expression softening. Have the three friends inquired into how the Ghost Spirit sect intends to enter the valley? During my arrival, I learned that the Ghost Spirit sect has issued the Demonic Fall order to restrict the number of entrants. This seems rather peculiar, Given the current circumstances, there is little difference between allowing several hundred or even 1,000 cultivators to enter the valley. It appears there are restrictions on the method of entry. Otherwise, how could a single token be worth tens of thousands of spirit stones? Such a fortunate opportunity would surely entice the ghost spirit sect to capitalize on it. Brother Han is indeed extraordinary. Your deductions are remarkably close to the truth. The look of astonishment flashed across Xiling's face, quickly replaced by a charming smile. Although due to the leak of information, my sister Mei Ning and I did not expend any further effort to extract the specific methods for entering the valley. We did glean from that disciple that this time, the entry into the valley seems to require the combined efforts of numerous disciples from the ghost spirit sect, along with a considerable expenditure of spirit stones. To gain access at a particular moment that as for the number of entrants, it is indeed limited for this reason. Regardless of the methods employed by the ghost spirit sect to enter the valley, our Falling Cloud sect has been allotted 3 pieces of the Demon Fall token. I also obtained one upon my return to the sect. Gaining entry into the outer valley poses no issue. However, entering the inner valley presents numerous challenges. No one can guarantee their safe passage. Nevertheless, I believe that the majority of cultivators will only linger in the outer valley in search of treasures. Those daring enough to venture into the inner valley are likely to be nascent soul cultivators. Of course, there may be a few core formation cultivators willing to take the risk, but they will be few in number. While in the outer valley, Xiling's danger is minimal, allowing her to manage on her own for the time being. Once we enter the inner valley, however, Han Li's gaze flickered momentarily, and his lips moved silently as he discreetly employed a sound transmission technique. The woman with the surname Song and Mei Ning showed no signs of discontent. After all, this journey is fraught with peril, and it is understandable for someone to exercise caution. Everything shall proceed as per Brother Han's words. After listening, Xiling hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Then I shall meet you again in the Demon Fall Valley. Xiling Taoist friend, by the way, Sister Song, I heard from the disciples within the sect that Brother Chung has also arrived here. Do you know where he is? Han Li's gaze shifted as he inquired about the silver-haired elder. Unfortunately, the disciple was unaware of this matter. Brother Ching had traveled here with several old friends and had not contacted her since their arrival. After a moment of surprise, the woman with the surname Song quickly replied that I see. It seems Brother Ching wishes to take a chance in the valley before the deadline arrives. Han Li murmured to himself. As if contemplating something. I have heard that this time, the Demon Fall expedition will seemingly include the participation of the Milan sorcerer. I asked there any truth to this. Do you have any information regarding this? After a brief silence, Han Li furrowed his brow and asked again that we 3 have also heard this news, but it has been widely debated, and we are equally unaware of the truth. Xiling appeared somewhat troubled by this. Revealing a look of helplessness, Han Li stroked his chin, falling silent. However, after a moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he rose abruptly to bid farewell, floating away. The 3 female cultivators within the room exchanged glances for a while. What happened? Why did Brother Han leave in such a hurry? Xiling's bright eyes glimmered with confusion that I do not know. Perhaps Senior Han has other pressing matters, Mei Ning said, her brows tightly furrowed, revealing a hint of disappointment. The woman with the surname Song gazed toward the door, lost in thought. Old ghost, what are you doing? Do you truly wish to be scattered to the winds? At this moment, Han Li walked along a secluded street. His steps measured and seemingly unhurried. Yet in reality, he was internally berating someone with great frustration. Heh. The old man merely found that girl named Xiling to be extraordinarily beautiful. It is only natural to be moved by such a sight. An aged voice, indifferent and dismissive, reverberated within Han Li's mind. Humph. Are you not aware that the 7 emotions technique you previously employed has intertwined your own joys, sorrows, and passions with my second primordial spirit? It is inconsequential if you indulge in your desires. But do not let it ensnare me. After all, the second primordial spirit is equally linked to my consciousness. Furthermore, the girl Xiling is not particularly striking in appearance at present. How could you discern her true visage? Do you consider yourself to have been surrounded by countless beautiful concubines in your youth, having witnessed all the world's exquisite beauties? A mere female cultivator has rendered you so utterly unseemly. Surely your past declarations cannot be deceiving me. Han Li, still seething with anger, queried coldly. The old man replied, when I initially employed the 7 emotions technique, it was intended to contend with your primary consciousness. Who would have anticipated that mere early-stage primordial spirit cultivators could cultivate a second primordial spirit and thus avert this calamity? Otherwise, how could I have ended up in my current predicament? Although the seven emotions technique cannot manipulate a cultivator's consciousness, it can indeed compel an opponent to a state of desperate longing for life, yet unable to attain it. As for that girl, while she has employed secret arts to obscure her true appearance, how could she possibly evade my perceptive abilities? The elder's voice faltered, imbued with a lingering sense of indignation. Even if your seven emotions technique is formidable, targeting the wrong individual renders it futile. The second primordial spirit may possess some resonance with me, but being affected by the seven emotions technique is merely a minor inconvenience. It is you, however, whom I could never have anticipated, the founding ancestor of the Qianzhu sect, the creator of the Great Yin technique, once known as the Great Yin Divine Lord, now inhabiting a mere puppet and surviving to this day. Were it not for your truly astonishing consciousness and your comprehensive understanding of the Great Yin technique, I would never have believed such a thing. Yet, even so, should you carelessly entertain thoughts regarding female cultivators and disturb my state of mind, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Han Li's voice turned cold and menacing. Han, my boy, you are not ignorant of the fact that even with the assistance of the soul-drawing wooden beads crafted from your materials, my essence will dissipate within a few decades. Were it not for the fact that my final puppet design is nearly complete, I would be eager to reincarnate. Existing as an insentient puppet for thousands of years has long since exhausted my patience. If you have not encountered a woman for millennia, you are in worse condition than I. The elder scoffed dismissively. Upon hearing this, Han Li rubbed his nose, overwhelmed by a profound sense of frustration. This ancient creature, concealed within a bamboo tube, was indeed exceedingly difficult to contend with, were it not for the fact that the elder had promised to divulge the final 3 layers of the Great Yin technique and to impart several unprecedented and potent puppet crafting methods. He would have employed numerous means to eliminate him long ago. What was even more infuriating was the elder's astonishingly formidable consciousness. Even the soul-searching techniques he applied against this seemingly powerless ancient being yielded no results, nearly allowing the elder to seize control of his consciousness in the process. This frightened Han Li to the extent that he no longer dared to utilize such methods, faced with the Great Yin Divine Lord. This ancient being who had lived for over 10,000 years, Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chapter 796, Spirit Convergence Technique. Old monster, when you took possession of the puppet's body, did you never consider removing your primordial spirit from it? With your intellect in creating this technique, it should not be a daunting task, should it? After a brief silence, Han Li spoke in a subdued tone. Do you presume that the spirit-sending technique I employ is a mere triviality? In my earlier years, I, confident in my unparalleled intellect, allowed myself to be distracted by numerous undertakings. Not only did I create the De Yin method, a secret art capable of enhancing one's spiritual awareness, but I also founded the Qianzhu sect, where I resurrected the long-lost puppet technique that had vanished from Tiannan. Merely these endeavors consumed the majority of my lifespan. Moreover, I had to concurrently cultivate my powers to elevate my cultivation to the late Yuanying stage, enabling me to dominate my surroundings without rivals. Dominate your surroundings? Without rivals. Upon hearing this, Han Li exhibited a peculiar expression. What? Do you think I am boasting? At the pinnacle of my cultivation, due to my consistent low profile and lofty pride, I only challenged those renowned cultivators, never publicizing my accomplishments. Hence, the only cultivators aware of my name were those at the pinnacle of their realms. For instance, I decisively defeated the 2 ancient figures who were reputed as the foremost cultivators in both the righteous and demonic paths of Tiannan. They were thoroughly subdued by my prowess, even willingly ceding the Jishi territory to me as the foundation for my sect, withdrawing their entire influence from that region. Do you truly believe that a mere desert could deter the cultivators of Tiannan from venturing into Jishi? One must recognize that even in its desolation, Jishi boasts land equivalent to that of 2 nations, ample enough to accommodate numerous major sects. As the Dayan Divine Lord recounted this, his voice brimmed with a sense of pride. She was forged by your own hand. Han Li found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, I compelled those 2 old fellows to personally swear a solemn oath that for a millennium, their disciples would not set foot in Jishi. The elder became somewhat smug once again. Given their status, would they truly comply? Han Li's lips twitched slightly, struggling to fathom the notion. If they were unwilling, I would ensure their disciples met an untimely end. Do you think I am a sentimental person? As for any attempts to overwhelm me with sheer numbers, the thousands of puppets I crafted are not to be trifled with. Yet, it is indeed surprising that cultivators from the righteous and demonic paths have yet to encroach upon Jishi. Could it be that they genuinely uphold the words of their ancestors to this day? The De Yin Divine Lord pondered this with a hint of curiosity. Hanli remained silent, contemplating. This ancient figure was either indulging in grandiose claims or had indeed reached an extraordinary level in the past. The thousands of puppets he mentioned, even if all at the foundation establishment stage, would be enough to instill fear. Whether the righteous and demonic cultivators refrained from invading Jishi due to their ancestral oaths or simply because of the region's remoteness and lack of resources, rendering it unworthy of their attention, Hanli could not be bothered to deliberate further. It was of no consequence to him. While Hanli was still reeling from these revelations, the elder's sigh echoed in his mind. When I achieved all of this, believing I had reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world, I realized I had made a grave error. My lifespan is fleeting, yet I remain stagnant at the late Yuanying stage. No matter how extraordinary my aptitude and intellect, the mere 200 years remaining are insufficient for me to transcend to the transformation stage, had I not diverted my attention to puppet techniques and the creation of various arts. I am certain that ascending to the transformation stage would not have been an insurmountable challenge. Otherwise, I would have long since ascended to the spirit realm. There is no need for me to remain trapped in this puppet's form for over 10,000 years. Leading to my current state of despair, the voice of the great Yayan deity suddenly grew somber, seemingly tinged with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Hanli pursed his lips, rolling his eyes inwardly. Even feeling a flicker of jealousy, for ordinary cultivators, even reaching the golden core stage, let alone condensing a nascent soul, is fraught with immense difficulty, while entering the transformation stage appears to be a trivial endeavor for such an ancient being. If what has been said is indeed true, this individual is truly a celestial anomaly. One might say he is a rare talent in cultivation, a sight to behold once in a millennium. Acknowledging the futility of aspiring to the transformation stage, I was unwilling to passively await the arrival of death. Although it is said that as long as the spirit essence endures, death can lead to reincarnation. For someone like me, even if there is a next life, lacking the memories and emotions of this existence, would that still be me? I would merely be a stranger. Moreover, in the next life, I might very well become an inconsequential and mediocre individual, with little chance of possessing spiritual roots or the opportunity to become a cultivator once more. Fearful of such a fate, I cast aside all concerns for the remaining 200 years and began to painstakingly establish a method of reincarnation that might preserve my consciousness. After countless failures, I finally succeeded in creating the unique art of spirit affixation, based on the foundational principles of the Great Yayan Decision, an unprecedented secret technique. As the Great Yayan deity spoke, a cold chuckle escaped his lips that I forsook the majority of my cultivation, merely to tether my consciousness to this puppet, living as a near corpse for nearly 10 millennia. Hanli interjected, a smirk playing on his lips. What do you understand? I was simply pressed for time that I had only completed half of the spirit affixation technique when I was forced to employ it. Thus, I have become what I am now. After affixing myself to this specially crafted puppet, I was astonished to discover that my entire cultivation did not dissipate as anticipated. Only my spiritual abilities can still be wielded with some effort. Yet, to manifest my true essence is akin to chasing a daydream. The chamber where I reside is protected by formidable formations and over 100 puppet guards, devoid of a physical body and magical power. I lack even the means to unlock the restrictions or summon the puppets. Furthermore, fearing retribution from my enemies, I have never disclosed the location of that chamber to anyone. Even those disciples and subordinates at the Golden Core stage are utterly incapable of locating it. Thus, I have been trapped for over 10,000 years. Were it not for my puppet form and the substantial amount of spirit stones stored within that chamber, I would have long since turned to ash. As he concluded, the great Yayan deity's voice took on a chilling tone. Hanli furrowed his brow, pondering quietly. However, after a moment's pause, he inquired, "Old monster, why are you so talkative today? In the past, when I wished to inquire about events from your earlier days, you would always respond with indifference, appearing languid and disinterested. What has prompted you to speak so elaborately this time?" "Humph. If I do not speak to you, to whom should I speak? Since you have cultivated the great Yayan decision, you may consider yourself half my disciple. Moreover, had you not intruded upon the secret chamber of the Thousand Bamboo sect and discovered me, barely clinging to life, I would likely have perished long ago. The spirit affixation technique is not a true means of immortality. Even though the puppet body may remain intact for millennia, my true essence has long been deprived of the nourishment of a physical form and is now on the brink of exhaustion. What I did not anticipate was that you, young lad, are rather clever. It was immediately apparent that I differed from the other puppets and you struck first, nearly costing me my life. As the old man recounted this, a flicker of anger seemed to ignite within him once more. I acted first. Had it not been for your ridiculous 7 emotions technique launching a sudden assault upon me, I would have merely regarded your peculiar puppets with curiosity and taken no action. Yet, under unforeseen circumstances, my second nascent soul and you became entangled in a precarious predicament. Indeed, while your 7 emotions technique could incite my second nascent soul into a frenzy, spiraling beyond control, I too possess the ability to manipulate my primary nascent soul to wield the assimilation technique, leading to the simultaneous obliteration of both your essence and the second nascent soul. Hanli retorted without reservation. How was I to know that you, this peculiar little creature, had managed to cultivate a second nascent soul at such a tender age? At that time, I had no magical power to draw upon save for my divine consciousness, and my actions were purely in self-defense, the great Yin divine monarch asserted with unwavering conviction. At this, Hanli fell silent, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. Very well, let us set this matter aside for the moment. What I did not anticipate was your possession of the soul-nourishing wood, a treasure of great significance. Had it not been for that, even if I had subdued you, I would have only lasted a year and a half before vanishing from this world. Perhaps this is a case of calamity and fortune being intertwined. The great Yin divine monarch mused, pausing momentarily before continuing with a hint of self-deprecation. I offered you the use of the soul-nourishing wood because you promised to impart the last 3 tiers of the great Yin technique to me. Moreover, I am quite intrigued by your methods of puppet making. After all, for nearly 10 millennia, your time in the secluded chamber has been predominantly devoted to the study of puppetry, since I have cultivated your great Yin technique. I shall not overlook the art of puppetry. This is simply a transaction between us. Hanli halted his steps and stated calmly, Haha. Young Han, I find myself increasingly fond of you. In my youth, I held a disdain for those who spoke insincerely. Were it not for your lamentable aptitude, rendering my techniques unattainable for you, I would have genuinely considered taking you on as my disciple and imparting all my knowledge to you. The great Yin divine monarch remarked with a hearty laugh echoing in Han Li's mind. Currently, I am already overwhelmed by the cultivation of my present techniques. Even if you were to offer me a method 100 times superior to what I currently practice, I would not begin anew. However, I must admit I am somewhat intrigued by your secret techniques. Han Li responded, momentarily taken aback, blinking as a faint smile graced his lips. Secret techniques, you may find yourself disappointed. My secret techniques are all intrinsically linked to my primary cultivation methods. Without practicing my techniques, you would be unable to wield any of my secret arts, the old man replied nonchalantly. Then I shall accept that. To have acquired the great Yin technique and those puppet arts is already a source of great satisfaction for me, rendering my journey to the farthest reaches of the West not in vain. However, I remain perplexed as to why you have not imparted the true last 3 tiers of the great Yin technique to your disciples, opting instead to disseminate a spurious version, Han Li inquired. Shifting the conversation despite his disappointment, disciples, those disciples of mine have not advanced to the nascent soul stage even after several centuries. Not a single one is worthy of inheriting my legacy. Leaving the last 3 tiers of the great Yin technique to them would only invite disaster upon themselves. The great Yin divine monarch lamented. Indeed, you are not merely a disciple of the Qian bamboo sect. You have also acquired the Dayin Ju. It appears I possess a modicum of foresight, remarked the Dayin deity with an air of admiration. The Dayin Ju was not something I pilfered from the extreme west. Han Li replied, his gaze flickering, his tone nonchalant. Rest assured, the Qian bamboo sect is no longer under the dominion of my lineage. Even if it were indeed taken, I would not be the least bit concerned. The Dayin deity stated dismissively, as long as it does not affect our transaction, your thoughts on the matter are of no consequence. However, I must inquire once more, esteemed elder, are you truly incapable of dispelling that soul-binding curse? Han Li asked, a trace of gravity evident in his voice. It is not that I cannot unravel it. Rather, my lifespan is finite, and I lack the time to undertake such an endeavor. Otherwise, no matter how intricate this venomous curse may be, how could it possibly thwart me? The Dayin deity replied with disdain. Although Han Li had anticipated this response, an overwhelming sense of disappointment washed over him. Very well, since you too are unable to lift the curse. A journey to the abyssal demon's valley is unavoidable, he stated calmly, his demeanor unchanged. Yet, to his surprise, the Dayin deity did not interject, falling into silence. After a while, his voice returned. Han, young lad, Venturing into the abyssal demon's valley is hardly a prudent decision. In my younger days, I too contemplated the valley due to impending doom. However, I later devised the spirit-binding technique, which spared me from actual pursuit. Yet, my knowledge of this valley is not lacking. Do you truly believe that the occasional survival of one or two individuals signifies that the valley can be traversed safely? The ancient prohibitions within the valley alone are daunting, not to mention the terrifying spatial rifts that one cannot even begin to fathom without having witnessed them firsthand. Moreover, these rifts occasionally. The Dian deity's voice trailed off momentarily, abruptly halting his words. What else might they do? Hanli inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Occasionally, these spatial rifts might fortuitously connect to passages of other realms, releasing all manner of fiends and monsters. When encountering them, you had best rely on your own fortune, the Dian deity warned. Connecting to other realms? What does that imply? Besides the spirit realm, the netherworld, and the celestial realm, could there be other dimensions? Hanli gasped in astonishment. In my youth, I came into possession of an ancient tome that elucidated certain aspects concerning dimensions. The celestial realm, needless to say, is entirely disconnected from our mortal realm. The spirit realm and the netherworld are both upper realms that, in all likelihood, do not interact with us. One is filled with vengeful spirits and phantoms, while no formidable fiend would willingly traverse to our realm. That it is the ancient demons from the abyssal demon realm, which bears the closest resemblance to our mortal realm, that are most inclined to venture here. Should they find an opportunity, they would certainly seize it. Even a mere fragment of a powerful, well-known ancient demon would be an extraordinary threat. I dare say you would not stand a chance against them. The elder's voice took on a chilling tone. Ancient demons? What are they? I have never heard of such beings before, Hanli exclaimed, his face a mask of bewilderment, prompting him to inquire further. The nature of ancient demons is not easily articulated. However, they are certainly neither of our human race nor mere beasts. Their forms are as varied as the stars, each more peculiar than the last. It is said that in ancient times, the primordial demon realm once opened a passageway to our world, allowing a group of ancient high demons to wreak havoc upon the realm of mortals. The ancient cultivators, relying on their numbers, fought fiercely against these invaders for countless years, ultimately vanquishing each ancient demon that threatened them. However, this fierce conflict resulted in immense casualties among the ancient cultivators, severely depleting their vitality. Many ancient techniques and spiritual beasts perished as a consequence. The decline of the ancient cultivators is closely tied to this event. The solemn words of the great divine Lord unveiled some long-hidden secrets of antiquity that Hanli was previously unaware of. Had the ancient cultivators truly battled against these ancient demons? Hanli's expression shifted dramatically. That he was oblivious to the true might of the ancient demons, yet he was acutely aware of the formidable powers of the ancient cultivators through the numerous relics and ruins that had been left behind. Listening to the elder's tone, it seemed that the divine abilities of the ancient demons were potentially superior to those of the ancient cultivators. This revelation sent a chill through Hanli. Moreover, some ancient demonic techniques currently practiced by the demonic cultivators were developed only after the existence of the ancient demon realm became known. These practitioners imitated certain divine abilities of the ancient demons through their newly established techniques. Some creators, through secret methods, could even channel the malevolent energies of renowned ancient demons, thereby significantly enhancing their own powers. However, while such demonic techniques are indeed extraordinarily powerful, it is rumored that mastering them to their utmost potential would not lead to ascension to the fabled spirit realm, but rather to the ancient demon realm, becoming one of the ancient demons themselves. Of course, this is merely hearsay, never substantiated by anyone. Yet, many demonic cultivators, enticed by the formidable nature of these ancient techniques, have risked everything to practice them. After all, the prospect of ascending to the ancient demon realm is a matter for those at the transformation stage, an endeavor so distant that they need not concern themselves with it. Naturally, the likelihood of the spatial rift in the Valley of Demonic Fall opening a passageway is not particularly high. Perhaps during your few days in the valley, you encountered no disturbances. I may simply be worrying unnecessarily, the elder said, his tone slowing. However, Hanli, recalling the bizarre transformations and strange apparitions exhibited by several demonic techniques he had witnessed before, drew a sharp breath, finding himself convinced to a significant degree. If ancient demons truly crossed over through the spatial rift in the Valley of Demonic Fall, wouldn't our realm of Tian then have descended into chaos long ago? Yet, despite the passage of so many years. There has been no mention of such ancient demons appearing. After a prolonged silence, Han Li, still perplexed, inquired further, "What do you know? The spatial rift is, after all, not a genuine passageway. The demons and specters that could traverse it would only be low-tier beings or mere avatars. Furthermore, due to their insufficient cultivation, they would be unable to withstand the rejection of the laws of our realm, and thus would not remain in our world for long. In time, they would either self-destruct or retreat back through the rift. How could they possibly have the time to wreak havoc in Tiannan?" The great divine lord scoffed disdainfully, as if dismissing the notion that it seems that only low-tier demons can pass through. And even then, their time is limited. Han Li's tense expression eased, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. He was reminded of the demonic birds summoned by the Magus Mulan using the ancient lamp, which appeared to be a similar situation. Young Han, do not rejoice too soon. Although this is merely conjecture, if ancient demons or similar creatures truly manifest within the valley, even if they are weak, they will not be insignificant. Regarding the ancient demons' techniques, they are indeed exceedingly bizarre. Even when one's cultivation is comparable, human practitioners face certain death when confronting an ancient demon of equal rank. The De Yin divine monarch rationally cautioned. Han Li furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Since the senior had never entered the valley, how could he possess such profound knowledge on the matter? Could it be mere alarmist rhetoric? Han Li exhaled slowly, shifting the conversation as he calmly inquired, "I have not ventured into the valley myself, but several acquaintances from my past did join forces to enter the abyss of demons. Unfortunately, their luck was dire. Upon entering, they encountered an ancient demon that had crossed realms. After a fierce battle, only one managed to escape with his spirit intact, fleeing to my side. Like me, these individuals were not well known in the realms of cultivation, which is why few in the southern sects are aware of their expedition into the valley. That is enough for me for today, that if you wish to explore the abyss of demons for treasures, you must proceed with caution. Here are the 5th-level techniques of the Dayin decision and the methods for refining 2 types of core formation puppets, which constitute part of the reward I promised you." As these words fell, a misty jade slip shot forth from a bamboo tube behind him, spiraling overhead before descending directly. "I had thought you had forgotten about this matter, Senior," Han Li exclaimed, a flicker of joy crossing his face despite still grappling with the shocking implications of the ancient demon. He raised his hand to seize the jade slip, immersing his consciousness within to swiftly scan its contents. The elder, in need of rest, remarked languidly, "I must recuperate my spirit to continue my research on puppet techniques within the Cave of Fortune. Do not disturb me unless necessary." With that, his voice abruptly ceased, leaving no further words to be heard. After perusing the jade slip, Han Li turned to glance at the bamboo tube behind him, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. He was well aware that this ancient creature was concealing more than it revealed, yet he felt powerless to act. The so-called Cave of Fortune was, in fact, the bamboo tube behind him, despite its seemingly ordinary appearance. It was a genuine spatial treasure, concealing a world of wonders within. The true form of the Dayin divine monarch's puppet was hidden within. Otherwise, Han Li would have long since placed it in his storage bag, rather than carrying it on his back. After a moment's reflection, Han Li stowed the jade slip, surveyed his surroundings, and lifted his gaze to the sky. Suddenly, he transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting forth beyond the city. The day had grown late, and the sky was enveloped in darkness. Above a grove outside the city, Han Li halted his flight, descending into the woods. Not far away, beneath a towering tree, something appeared vaguely discernible. Han Li approached with an impassive demeanor, discovering a large, disheveled head with long hair. To an unsuspecting onlooker, it would undoubtedly invoke fear. However, a closer inspection revealed that it was merely a person buried in the earth, with only their head exposed. The individual's long, chaotic green hair obscured their face. As Han Li drew near, the disheveled figure sensed his presence, and its head moved slightly, emitting a pair of eerie green eyes. Yet, upon recognizing Han Li, the cold glint in those eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a submissive gaze. Han Li smiled faintly, taking a few steps closer and circling the head with keen interest. Indeed, a rudimentary consciousness had begun to take form. "It appears that my skills may prove useful within the abyssal demon valley." Han Li murmured a few words, displaying a hint of satisfaction. Subsequently, he immediately set up a restriction nearby and settled into a meditative posture. Rather than closing his eyes in contemplation right away, he extended his hand to retrieve a yellow token from his storage pouch. Examining it thoughtfully for a while, he gazed upon the token inscribed with the characters of the heavenly extreme gate. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, his bright orbs glimmering like stars in the darkness. Chapter 798. Chun Xiao Tian. After spending a night in the woods, the next day Han Li stowed away the corpse of the celestial fiend. Before locating Xiling and the others, he had not discovered any traces of disciples from the heavenly extreme gate within the city. Thus, despite possessing the token gifted by an elder of the heavenly extreme gate, he was unable to make use of it at that moment, let alone seek out the South Dragon Marquis. It seemed that either the disciples of the heavenly extreme gate had alternate accommodations, or the members of this sect had yet to arrive in this area. Han Li was not particularly anxious about this. He intended to venture near the Wailing Spirit Mountain, seeking a suitable place to temporarily settle while also concocting some puppets of the core formation stage. With the presence of the two instruments ring in his possession, he speculated that even without actively searching, the South Dragon Marquis would likely come seeking him. Why now? Han Li had begun to understand that the North Polar primordial light mentioned by the other party was certainly not located at the entrance to the outer valley, but rather likely appeared within the passage leading into the inner valley. Otherwise, even the Ghost Spirit sect would be unable to allow hundreds of cultivators to simultaneously evade the North Polar primordial light while entering the valley. As Han Li pondered this, he transformed into a streak of azure light, advancing with calm deliberation. With his speed, he soon rendered the distant Yihua city invisible behind him, traveling dozens of miles away in mere moments. At his current velocity, reaching the vicinity of Wailing Spirit Mountain would take no more than half a day. It was rumored that several markets around Wailing Spirit Mountain had already opened in anticipation of the influx of visitors. Han Li intended to visit these markets first to procure materials for crafting puppets. Previously, during the Border Wars betting contest, he had obtained nearly an entire medium sect's worth of rare materials using the ancient lamp of the Mulan people. These materials, valued at nearly 10 million spirit stones, would allow Han Li to forge a significant quantity of formidable high-tier puppets that would instill fear in others. Thus, the materials he sought in the markets were merely common ingredients typically required for puppet creation. As for the ancient nascent soul-level puppets he yearned to craft, he had identified 2 or 3 missing materials while at the Qianju sect in the extreme west, yet had yet to gather them all. One material, known as blood phoenix wood, had remained elusive. This particular substance was a rare top-tier material for refining. Although it was not as challenging to acquire as Gung essence, it was still a commodity that was available yet scarce. When he might collect it was purely a matter of luck. Fortunately, Han Li had already instructed the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect to keep a watchful eye should any news of this material arise. They were to secure it promptly or notify him directly. Collecting this item was merely a matter of time. However, prior to entering the Abyssal Demon Valley, he would not have the opportunity. Suddenly, Han Li's expression shifted, his escape light momentarily faltering, and his speed significantly diminished. This was due to the turbulent spiritual energy ahead, where the brilliance of light flickered, indicating that cultivators were engaged in an intense battle. Han Li furrowed his brow but paid it little mind at present. This place is a chaotic lang of dragons and snakes. With no one to oversee the situation, that is entirely normal for enemies to clash when they encounter one another. With Han Li's cultivation, he approached within several hundred zhang of them in the blink of an eye. Yet these cultivators remained oblivious, engrossed in their own skirmishes. 4 men and 1 woman were divided into opposing factions. A glance from Han Li revealed that they were all at the core formation stage, most likely in the early to mid stages of this realm. However, it appeared that there was considerable enmity between the two sides. Not only were magical artifacts flying through the air, but various talismans in their hands were also continuously bursting and exploding. Yet, among the group of 2 men and 1 woman, they were thoroughly pressed down by the 2 opposing cultivators. This was not due to the superior depth of the opponent's magical prowess, but rather because the 2 cultivators, 1 tall and 1 short, were commanding hundreds of enormous moths, encircling the 2 men and 1 woman in the center. These terrifying giant moths, each the size of a palm, released vibrant and toxic powders with each flap of their wings, showering down upon them. The 3 opponents were compelled to expend a significant portion of their energy-casting spells to protect themselves from this onslaught. Coupled with the joint attacks from the 2 male cultivators' magical artifacts, the trio was naturally overwhelmed. However, upon closer inspection, Han Li noted that while the 3 were at a disadvantage, determining a true victor would not be an easy feat. Moreover, Given the cultivation levels of these individuals, aside from the toxic moths, and a silver giant brush and golden scroll artifacts summoned by a robed scholar, which piqued Han Li's interest enough for him to cast a few more glances. The other cultivators' battles were naturally beneath his notice. Although he was unaware of their sect, Han Li had no desire to meddle in their affairs, just as he was about to pass by without a second thought. He suddenly noticed a yellow maple leaf emblem embroidered on the scholar's sleeve, Huangfeng Valley. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, somewhat surprised. He then swept his gaze over the scholar's features, his expression subtly shifting. Yet, this brief moment of hesitation allowed the two cultivators who had been gaining the upper hand in the battle to finally detect Han Li's arrival, having encroached within 100 zhang of them. The two cultivators commanding the toxic moths were startled, hastily scanning with their spiritual sense, their faces simultaneously shifting in color. We are honored by the presence of a senior, we, disciples of the Yuling sect. Pay our respects to you. The two cultivators quickly stowed away their magical artifacts, leaving the swarm of moths still entangled with the three cultivators, and they retreated to the side, bowing respectfully to Han Li. Yuling sect, are you two cultivators of the demon sect? Upon hearing this, Han Li simply soared above them, halting his flight to reveal his true form. You are Han, the senior from Luoyan sect, exclaimed the taller cultivator. Recognizing Han Li at once. You recognize me? Han Li regarded him coolly, his tone indifferent. That I participated in the border war and witnessed your remarkable abilities, Senior Han. The Yuling sect cultivator responded, though his heart was filled with trepidation. He maintained a facade of heightened respect. It is well that you recognize me. While I do not wish to interfere in the matters of your younger generation, I have some old ties with Huangfeng Valley. Retrieve those spirit insects, and let today's conflict cease here. Han Li, without preamble, spoke directly after a flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the two individuals exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mutual uncertainty. What is it? Do you two fellow Taoists find yourselves in a predicament? Han Li's countenance darkened, and his tone grew somewhat unfriendly. Since it is a command from a senior, I shall naturally comply. The tall cultivator, quick-witted, sensed the change in Han Li's demeanor and chastised himself for his earlier foolishness. Now that this individual had intervened, they had no room for hesitation and promptly agreed. He then signaled to the other cultivator, and together, they formed hand seals, hastily unleashing a series of spells while simultaneously summoning two spirit beast bags into the air. Instantly, the poisonous moths entangled with the three men and women scattered in disarray, flocking eagerly into the spirit beast bags hovering above. The three cultivators had long noticed Han Li. However, they had been incapacitated by the poisonous powder from the moths and had not clearly heard the exchange between Han Li and their adversaries. Now, unexpectedly freed from their predicament, they instinctively recognized that it must be related to the newly arrived Han Li. Overjoyed, they shared a glance and swiftly made their way toward him. Yet at that moment, the two demonic cultivators from the spirit control sect, whether out of fear of Han Li or reluctance to remain in the company of the three, cautiously addressed him. Might we inquire if the esteemed senior has any further instructions for us? We shall certainly fulfill them with utmost diligence. There is nothing more. You two may take your leave, Han Li replied, as if anticipating their thoughts, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Then I shall take my leave first. Upon hearing this, the two cultivators felt as if they had received a pardon, hurriedly bowing to Han Li before transforming into two streaks of green light and vanishing into the distance. Just then, the three robed scholars arrived, witnessing the departure of the spirit control sect cultivators with astonished expressions. The leading middle-aged scholar stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and said, "We are profoundly grateful for your timely assistance. Esteemed senior, may I inquire your honored name?" Upon observing Han Li's youth, the scholar was taken aback, yet felt a strange familiarity with his visage, as if he had encountered him before. "Are you a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley?" Han Li did not respond directly, but instead asked with an impassive expression, "I am Chun Xiaodian from Huangfeng Valley. These are my sworn siblings, disciples of the Blade Refinement Workshop. Are you acquainted with Ancestor Linghu?" The scholar spoke cautiously, sensing that Han Li, though not a known figure from the six sects, had nonetheless come to their aid, leading him to believe that this Yuan Ingstage senior must have some connection with Ancestor Linghu. "Chun Xiaodian, are you a member of the Qin family?" A peculiar expression flickered across Han Li's face. "Esteemed senior is aware of my family?" The scholar was taken aback, astonished by the revelation. Han Li fell silent. Scrutinizing the scholar once more, causing the three individuals opposite him to grow increasingly anxious. The Chen family is one of the three major cultivation families in Huangfeng Valley. How could I be unaware? What is your relationship with Chen Xiaoqian? Han Li exhaled softly, gradually inquiring. Does the esteemed senior recognize my sister? The scholar was momentarily stunned, responding with surprise. Chen Xiaoqian is your sister, although Han Li had suspected as much. Hearing the confirmation still elicited a look of astonishment from him. The Confucian scholar was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the connection between the eminent figure before him and his own sister. How is Chen Xiaoqian? Han Li inquired, his expression wavering for a moment before he finally spoke. My younger sister was not an accomplished cultivator. She succumbed to a peculiar illness over a century ago and has since passed away. Chen Xiaotian replied with an odd expression. She has passed away. Han Li murmured, his voice barely audible, as he was inundated with memories of Chen Xiaoqian's exquisite beauty. He recalled the last moment they shared. Wandering the mountains and expressing their feelings, he became momentarily lost in thought, standing there in a daze. Senior, do you know my little sister? Chen Xiaotian, observing Han Li's unusual demeanor, could not restrain his curiosity and asked after a prolonged silence. Indeed, I do. The last time I saw your sister, I heard she was about to be wed. However, following the incursion of the demonic sect, I am uncertain if her wedding proceeded as planned, Han Li replied, suppressing the faint sorrow that lingered in his heart, speaking with a calm demeanor. Chapter 799, The Golden Core Level Puppet. My little sister never married. The family that sought to ally with ours was rebuffed by the Qin clan. Consequently, she became increasingly taciturn, shunning the company of men, and remained single until her untimely end. Chen Xiaotian hesitated before divulging the circumstances surrounding Chen Xiaoqian's life to the esteemed figure before him. Now, as he gazed upon Han Li's youthful visage, a memory from the sect came to mind, causing his expression to shift. Not married? A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's eyes, and he turned his gaze skyward. Falling silent, after a brief pause, he lowered his head and addressed Chen Xiaotian with a hint of understanding. I can see from your countenance that you have already surmised some of this. I shall refrain from elaborating further. We are currently amidst a congregation of both righteous and demonic forces, since you have come in search of the treasures of the falling Demon Valley. I advise you to proceed with caution. As soon as Han Li uttered these words, he paid no further heed to the trio. A luminous aura enveloped him, transforming into a radiant green arc that soared into the sky. The three scholars were left momentarily speechless, their farewells unspoken as Han Li vanished without a trace. Brother, who exactly is this esteemed elder? Could he have some connection to your Chen family? The female cultivator, regaining her composure, could not help but inquire. Connection? What standing does our Chen family have to associate with such a figure? If I am not mistaken, you should be well aware of his name and reputation. He once emerged from our Huangfeng Valley, escaping unscathed from the hands of Master Mulan, and achieved a tremendous victory over the Holy Bird of Mulan during the border wars. He is also the one who vanquished the demonic elder from the Jin Kingdom. You must be familiar with the name of the Blade Workshop. Chen Xiaotian explained. It seems, however, that what he mentioned earlier bears some relation to my sister, who has long since departed this world. That is indeed curious. What? This man is the one from the legends. He appears remarkably youthful. It is said that in terms of lineage, he was once a peer of our 6 sects. It is truly astonishing to witness such divine abilities, the female cultivator exclaimed in astonishment, her voice filled with disbelief. Indeed, when this man entered our Huangfeng Valley, I had just successfully established my foundation. Chen Xiaotian confirmed. Later, this individual joined forces with the elder brother and the 7th sister, participating in the blood trial, and from that moment on, their fate spiraled uncontrollably. Yet, it is indeed astonishing to consider that they have now risen to a status second only to the 3 great cultivators of Tiannan. Chen Xiaotian sighed and remarked, I have heard that Master Linghu from Guegu once attempted to persuade this person to return to Huangfeng Valley, but it seems they are reluctant to come back. Is there any truth to this? Inquired another male cultivator in blue robes. Curiosity piqued. I'm not entirely certain. It might be the case. Chen Xiaotian responded hesitantly, his words vague. It appeared that even in the presence of the 2 sworn siblings, he was hesitant to elaborate on the matter. Fortunately, the 2 cultivators did not press further. The male cultivator in blue then shifted the topic and stated, this time, we can consider ourselves fortunate. Firstly, the elder brother has just crafted the golden book and silver brush treasure, which has deflected much of the poison from the venomous moth, Secondly, with the intervention of Senior Han, we have managed to navigate this perilous trial with minimal danger. Once the elder brother successfully refines the Golden Book, we shall no longer need to fear the Yun brothers. Indeed, that I was aware that the Chun family possessed the ancestral treasures of the Golden Book and Silver Brush, but I never expected there to be a similar method for crafting such artifacts. Previously, the elder brother only utilized a flying sword. The female cultivator added with interest. The Golden Book and Silver Brush used by the disciples of the Chun family are merely imitations of this set of treasures. Although my brother initially intended to forge this set, he could not gather the necessary materials. Thus, he was only able to refine a flying sword for the time being. Thankfully, after years of accumulation, he has finally succeeded in crafting this set of treasures that I hope they prove useful in the abyss of demons, Chun Xiaodian explained with a smile, offering a brief clarification. However, his expression grew serious as he continued. Regardless, we must exercise caution moving forward, as Senior Han mentioned earlier. Those who dare to venture into the abyss of demons are formidable characters. The three of us should tread carefully and ideally find other brothers and sisters from the sixth sect to accompany us. Your words are wise, elder brother. Let us proceed as you suggest. The pair of cultivators nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three did not linger any longer, transforming into streaks of light as they swiftly departed. In the distance, Han Li, having undergone a moment of introspection, managed to suppress his sorrow for Chun Xiaoqian, burying it deep within his heart. He then steeled himself to continue onward. After several hours, he faintly discerned the Wanling mountain range. As the scenery remained on the outskirts of the mountains, the miasma enveloping the peaks was remarkably thin, with verdant trees and towering ridges faintly visible. The mountains, while not monumental, could be aptly summarized by the word vast. Within his line of sight, a black line stretched endlessly on both sides, disappearing into the horizon. Han Li slowed his pace, casting a glance around the vicinity. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of any other cultivator's presence. However, Han Li remained unperturbed. As he drew closer, he gradually closed his eyes. Instantly, a formidable consciousness, comparable to that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, enveloped a radius of 100 miles, swiftly scanning the surroundings. Moments later, Han Li's brow twitched, and he abruptly opened his eyes. His face devoid of expression, he urged the escape light to surge forth, the azure rainbow slicing through the air like a comet. Racing toward a designated target, in the span of merely a tea's brewing time, the azure rainbow arrived atop a small hill, where an elderly and a youthful cultivator sat cross-legged, engaged in conversation. The blinding azure light flashed and suddenly appeared above the two, its brilliance retracting to reveal Han Li's figure suspended in midair. The pair were naturally startled, leaping to their feet. The elder managed to maintain his composure, while the youthful cultivator wore an expression of sheer panic. Han Li's gaze swept over the two, noting their rather low cultivation levels. The elder was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while the youth appeared to be merely at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement. It was perplexing that such low-level cultivators would venture into the Wanjing mountain range at that moment. The elder also scanned Han Li with his divine sense, but with his cultivation level, he was utterly unable to discern Han Li's realm. Struck with alarm, he hurriedly attempted to approach and pay his respects. However, Han Li's cold voice interrupted from above. "Do not be alarmed. In which direction is the nearest market from here? Just point me to it." His tone was devoid of emotion. Imbued with an undeniable authority. 400 miles to the west, there lies a newly established market. Senior may wish to take a look, the elder replied, his heart settling as a respectful expression adorned his face. For 100 miles, understood, as the words fell, the azure light flickered, and Han Li vanished from sight. The elder, startled, glanced in the direction Han Li had taken, only to discover a streak of azure already 100 zhang away. After a few swift flashes, it transformed into a mere speck of light, vanishing entirely. The elder and the youth stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Indeed, for 100 miles to the west was a rudimentary market, hastily constructed using fossil techniques, with only a scant few cultivators present. Han Li paid it no mind. After procuring a substantial amount of necessary materials from the market, he promptly exited, heading straight for the mountains. Delving deeper into the mountain range for over 10 li, he observed the miasma within the mountains intensifying sharply. Han Li selected an inconspicuous small hill to land upon. He was already well versed in the art of establishing a temporary cave dwelling. With a dozen flying swords dispatched, within a quarter of an hour, a modest cave dwelling materialized within the mountainside. Upon completion, Han Li surveyed the cave with satisfaction. Nodding in approval, he immediately set up 2 simple arrays outside the cave before entering. He released the Silver Moon, allowing her to cultivate within the cave, and then unleashed the Heavenly Absolute Demon Corpse, permitting it to continue its entombment in a darker chamber. Only then did Han Li carry a substantial amount of materials into the cave's secret chamber. Seated cross-legged in the chamber, he produced the jade slip given to him by the great Yin deity and began to study the methods for crafting 2 types of core formation puppets contained within. These 2 puppets were markedly different from the Foundation establishment-level giant ape he had previously created. The advantages and disadvantages of the 2 types of puppets were quite evident, clearly designed for personal selection and refinement. One was a tortoise-shaped puppet, rugged and resilient. It could withstand several attacks from a typical nascent soul cultivator and could unleash thunderfire orbs from its mouth, comparable to the full-force assault of a mid-core formation cultivator. The sole drawback lies in its cumbersome physique, rendering its movements sluggish and cumbersome. Once approached by a cultivator for an attack, it instantly becomes a readily available target, utterly defenseless. Conversely, the puppet in the form of a tiger demon presents an entirely different scenario. This type of puppet lacks any long-range capabilities and possesses only average defensive strength, yet it excels in agility, moving as swiftly as the wind. Its pair of tiger claws can unleash crystalline talons extending half a foot in length. Capable of effortlessly tearing through the ordinary shields of core formation cultivators, it is unequivocally a close combat type of puppet. Upon discerning the characteristics of these 2 kinds of puppets, Han Li promptly resolved to refine both types in small quantities. This preparation would better equip him to navigate the complexities within the Devil's Fall Valley. With his mind made up, Han Li immersed himself in the jade slip, dedicating all his thoughts to the methods of refinement. 3 entire days and nights passed, during which Han Li remained expressionless, seated motionlessly on the ground within the secret chamber. However, on the 4th day, a flicker of emotion crossed Han Li's face as he moistened his parched lips and withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly flipped his palm, and with a flash of white light, the jade slip vanished from sight. He then removed the storage bag containing his materials from his waist and tossed it into the air, whereupon a brilliant white light erupted, followed by a multitude of refining materials pouring forth: precious woods, common iron essence, various crystals, and an array of jade boxes of all sizes soon amassed into a dense heap before Han Li. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the storage bag back to him, securing it at his waist once more. His gaze shifted, and he scrutinized the materials before him. After a moment, his attention settled upon a piece of exceptionally dark ironwood. Taking a deep breath, he gently pointed at it. The ironwood silently levitated, gliding slowly towards Han Li. Chapter 800. The door to Han Li's secret chamber remained firmly closed for several months. While the Silver Moon kept a vigilant watch over the happenings outside the cave, the miasma of the mountain range gradually thinned. The number of cultivators around Wanling Mountain unexpectedly surged, most of whom congregated in the area facing Yihua City. This approach to the mountain range was significantly shorter than any other route to the Devil's Fall Valley. Cultivators from various sects, armed with the Devil's Fall Order, gradually arrived at this location, with many, like Han Li, establishing temporary residences nearby. The formation Han Li had laid outside his cave was not a top-tier restriction. Numerous high-level cultivators discovered Han Li's abode. Some even attempted to pay a visit. However, no matter what kind of sound transmission talisman was tossed into the outer restriction, there was no response from within the cave. The cultivators quickly grasped the owner's disinterest in receiving guests. Although some were displeased by this, they refrained from recklessly intruding, not wishing to inadvertently create formidable enemies without knowing the identity of the cave's master. Nevertheless, Han Li's aloofness was evidently an exception. Regardless of their previous pride and arrogance, all cultivators arriving here exercised extreme caution under the notorious reputation of the Devil's Fall Valley. Moreover, prior to entering the valley, most began to form alliances, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 or forging friendships broadly, resulting in numerous groups of varying sizes. While it may not necessarily be true that a larger group has an advantage in treasure hunting, the likelihood of survival in the face of danger is undeniably greater when one is accompanied by others rather than venturing alone. With this thought in mind, Even those solitary cultivators who typically preferred to embark on their journeys alone began to forge numerous friendships during this period. At this moment, as the miasma within the mountains gradually receded, Inu, who was guarding the cave, contemplated whether it was time to summon Han Li from the secret chamber. Finally, the door of the secret room swung open, and Han Li emerged nonchalantly. After months of secluded cultivation, he had successfully crafted over 30 puppets, with turtle and tiger demon forms each comprising half of his creations. Fortunately, during his time in the chaotic Star Sea, Han Li had collected a substantial number of high-tier demon beast souls, which facilitated this endeavor. Otherwise, even with the materials at hand, the powerful demon souls would have been nearly impossible to procure. Consequently, even the esteemed Yen Shinjun, who had been engrossed in researching puppet techniques within the cave, was taken aback upon witnessing Han Li produce demon souls one after another, exclaiming "Little monster" in astonishment before falling silent once more. Although Han Li still had enough materials to forge a few more puppets, he assessed that time was of the essence. Creating 3 or 4 additional puppets would yield little benefit, so he decided to exit the secret chamber. Inu reported to Han Li about various occurrences in the vicinity of the cave during his puppet crafting. After listening attentively, Han Li merely nodded thoughtfully, offering no further commentary. He then proceeded to another secret chamber to examine the heavenly demon corpse. Finding everything in order, Han Li expressed satisfaction and stored it away, subsequently placing Inu's demon fox form into his sleeve before leaving the cave. Rather than taking flight immediately, Han Li chose to sit cross-legged atop the mountain where the cave was located, extending his spiritual sense to scan the surrounding areas where cultivators congregated and the various temporary caves. With the might of his spiritual sense, even the most ancient of Yuanying stage cultivators would remain oblivious to his probing unless they were particularly vigilant. As a result, aside from a few exceptionally powerful presences in certain restricted locations, all movements within a 100-mile radius fell under Han Li's dominion. However, moments later, Han Li opened his eyes, furrowing his brow and shaking his head in disappointment. He had not located the person he sought, and after a moment's contemplation, he released a burst of spiritual light, transforming into a green rainbow as he headed towards the nearby market. Given the current circumstances, he expected to make some fruitful discoveries there. The market closest to Han Li's cave, situated within the Wanling mountain range, was established by a prominent cultivation family from the Dongyu Kingdom. This family had been engaged in this trade for quite some time. Thus, even upon hearing rumors about the treasure-hunting opportunities in the Devil's Abyss, they remained unfazed, continuing their own affairs as if the news had not reached their ears. Consequently, with the influx of high-level cultivators into the Wanling mountain range, business flourished immensely. Some ordinary cultivators, who had no intention of entering the Devil's Abyss, seized the opportunity as the miasma began to thin and had already made some gains on the outskirts of the mountains. At that moment, within a modest herbal shop in the market, a pair of white-clad cultivators were engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper, pointing to a particular spirit herb. Moments later, it appeared they had reached an agreement. As the couple presented a heap of spirit stones, their faces alight with joy as they exited the shop with the prized herb in hand. Yuan Shimi, Weevee, he truly had remarkable luck this time. Barely arriving at this market, and Weevee already acquired this golden spirit seed. The young alchemist's apprentice had searched for this elusive elixir for quite some time. With this discovery, the concoction known as Shi Dan could finally commence its refinement. The young man, possessing an elegant demeanor, strolled down the sole street of the market, beaming as he addressed his female companion beside him. "This is all thanks to brother by lending me the spirit stones. Otherwise, I would have missed this splendid opportunity." The woman, clad in white, though of unremarkable appearance, possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes that sparkled with a hint of allure. "Your affairs are my affairs, dear sister. What do these spirit stones amount to?" Although the young man felt a pang of regret over the spirit stones, he feigned indifference to please the woman at his side. The white-clad maiden pursed her red lips and smiled, just about to speak when a figure approached them from across the street. Raising a hand, a beam of yellow light shot directly towards them. Startled, the male cultivator instinctively grasped the yellow light with a flash of white energy in his hand, only to discover it was a resplendent golden token. "Tianji Ling, are you Senior Han?" Upon recognizing the token, the youth was taken aback, and as he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the individual, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The figure before them, robed in azure, exuded a calm demeanor. It was none other than Han Li, who had silently appeared in the bustling market. The young man was Bai Shu Jun, a disciple of the Tianji sect who had once caught the attention of Mu Pei Ling. Upon arriving at the market, Han Li immediately sensed this individual with his divine sense. Feeling a surge of delight, with this person, he should be able to establish contact with his master, the esteemed Lu Weiying of the Tianji sect. However, his impression of this individual was less than favorable. Hence he wore a mask of indifference in response. I have matters to discuss with your esteemed master. Bai Daoyu, lead the way. Han Li spoke without ceremony, his tone imbued with an unmistakable authority. Senior, you wish to see my master? This, very well, that I shall guide you at once. Initially taken aback by Han Li's words, Bai Shu Jun soon examined the token in his hand closely and promptly responded with utmost respect. The Han Li before him was no longer the fledgling Yuanian cultivator of yore, but had transformed into a formidable presence, second only to the three great cultivators. Bai Shu Jun had long regretted his earlier impulsiveness, and upon confirming the authenticity of the token, he readily acquiesced, hoping to improve his standing in Han Li's estimation. Meanwhile, the female cultivator regarded Han Li with a hint of astonishment, her gaze flickering several times. Yet she remained silent. Thus, under Bai Shu Jun's guidance, the trio departed the market, transforming into three streaks of light as they soared towards a distant location. After flying eastward for a full quarter of an hour, Bai Shu Jun finally directed Han Li towards the Wanling mountain range, leading him several dozen miles in before halting before a modest hill that a glance from Han Li revealed that this place was indeed quite secluded. Although the hill was small, it was enveloped by towering peaks, rendering it difficult for prying eyes to detect. A faint blue glimmer flickered in his pupils before he focused his gaze on what appeared to be an ordinary green stone wall. A thoughtful expression crossing his features. At that moment, Bai Shu Jun retrieved a transmission talisman from his robe, casting it into the air. The talisman transformed into a streak of fire that shot towards the stone wall. Following a ripple reminiscent of water, the fire swiftly penetrated the wall, vanishing without a trace. The young man beside him, displaying a certain eagerness, explained to Han Li, "This is the temporary residence of my master. Typically concealed by a minor Shumi prohibition, my master has instructed us disciples not to disturb him unless it is of utmost importance. Even junior sister Lu has found it difficult to see him during this period. However, since Senior Han has come seeking my master, it must be of significant consequence, and my master would not hold it against us." Upon hearing this, the woman from the Tianji sect emitted a soft huff, her expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Yet, in Han Li's presence, she refrained from saying anything to Bai Shu Jun. She had already surmised Han Li's identity, despite being a direct descendant of Lu Weiying. She dared not show any disrespect in front of Han Li. "It appears you also bear the surname Lu. Are you a descendant of Lu Daoist?" Han Li casually inquired, glancing at the woman beside him. "The elder Lu is my family's great-uncle, but I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Senior," she replied with a charming smile, her demeanor alluring as she addressed Han Li. Han Li smiled lightly, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, the stone wall before him shimmered with a green light, suddenly revealing a stone door towering 2 zhang high, accompanied by a resonant voice from within. "He, Daoist Han, you have finally arrived. If you had not shown up soon, I fear I would have had to venture out myself to seek you. Please, come in. I await your esteemed presence in the hall." With a light chuckle, Han Li strode purposefully towards the stone door without hesitation. Bai Shu Jun and the Lu woman hesitated momentarily, intending to follow, but a voice from within the stone door interrupted them. "You two need not enter. I wish to discuss several matters privately with Daoist Han. You may attend to your own affairs." The elder Lu exhibited no reluctance in dismissing his disciples and kin. Though both were somewhat taken aback, they dared not disobey and respectfully acquiesced, swiftly departing into the air. Once Han Li stepped through the stone door, a flash of green light enveloped the entrance.